after sacrificing ourselves in the world of Demon Slayer. My elder brother and I wish to be family in our next life. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself as an infant, while my brother had astonishingly reincarnated as Shimura Danzo. Gazing at this refined version of my brother, I fell into contemplation, observing his determination to pamper me. I could only muster my limited vocabulary to remind him, "Master, blanket." My brother was instantly petrified. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in Konoha. The fearsome leader of the Root organization began to clumsily care for a child, while his sister pondered how to help her brother retire. Early. Chapter 1. This mural is indeed rather abstract. After collapsing from exhaustion, the dawn's sunlight illuminated Amiao's face in the chilling atmosphere of Infinity Castle. She felt a long-lost warmth enveloping her. I seem to be a bit drowsy, but did Muzan truly receive a sunbath? Gripping the hilt of the blade, its slick texture rendered it somewhat unwieldy. Is that sweat? Amiao attempted to rise. Nearby, a cheer erupted. Rengoku! We won, we won! Her ears throbbed. It felt as if they had been struck by a sonic boom. Suddenly, someone rushed over and embraced her. Amiao! Amiao! It was her brother, Akazu, though his voice now sounded like a quacking duck. Muzan? Amiao queried, her vision shrouded in darkness due to toxin damage. He's dead, Amiao. Akazu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Amiao, hold on. You'll be all right, Amiao. Cough, cough. Do you know what you resemble right now, brother? Despite her lungs being filled with blood, her throat rasped as she spoke to the one holding her. Amiao felt compelled to utter these words before she could rest her eyes. Ugh, you still want to say something at this time? Although Akazu suspected her words were nonsensical, he didn't wish to miss a single farewell from his sister. You now resemble that. Mimi. Upon uttering this, Amiao finally relinquished her grip on the hilt, closing her eyes that could no longer see. Before her consciousness faded, she wished, "May we become family in our next life." At that moment, Akazu finally understood her words. Mimi referred to her. Kuratsuki, or perhaps Urisuki? In any case, it was that entity which incessantly called her name in a coarse voice. Suddenly struck by an odd sense of humor, yet the pain of losing a loved one made his lips twitch up and down, ultimately leading him to abandon the struggle. That you're gone. Who will tell me such terrible jokes now? He embraced his only kin in this world, welcoming the new dawn. Amiao opened her eyes to a sea of green. So this is paradise? It seems rather different from what my brother described. Her body felt as if it were floating in water. Could this possibly be hell? Amiao pondered. Having slain demons throughout her life, she believed she ought to be free of such a fate. Could it be because she snatched food from Mimi before arriving at Infinity Castle? But should still be alive, shouldn't it? Does Yama still take on living assignments? Confused, Amiao attempted to scratch her head, only to realize how small her hands were. Had they grown from her body? Stuffing her hand in her mouth, it hurt. She felt 2 lower teeth and 2 upper teeth. Sighing, she blew 2 bubbles. With such tiny hands, how could she wield a blade? Surveying her surroundings, she noted many tall jars. Were they all made of glass? That must be quite valuable. Doesn't anyone come to inspect hell? While contemplating this, she heard footsteps approaching. Lord Danzo. If this continues, the teacher will discover what I've been doing for you, a nervous young voice remarked. What's there to fear? I merely desire another family member. A languid, middle-aged voice responded. Who are they? Amiao propped herself on the glass to look outside. Sigh. Lord Danzo, please be more cautious. The young voice seemed somewhat exasperated. Snacks? What snacks? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Tapping the jar to signal her presence, the conversation abruptly ceased, followed by a loud crash as a dignified, middle-aged man burst through the door, literally bringing the door with him. This is what my brother referred to as door zombies? She understood. Amiao nodded. Before she knew it, someone lifted her from the jar, wrapping her in a blanket and cradling her. To now finally a girl. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, pamper her, shower her with affection. The damp young man beside him scoffed. What is this? 2 brothers spoiling a child. Lord Danzo, be sensible. Sensible? What should I use to be sensible? Danzo erupted in laughter. 2. I've raised 2 unruly little demons. Do you know what my life has been like all these years? Tell me, tell me. He held Amiao in one arm while shaking the young man by the collar with the other. Feeling dizzy, Amiao, jolted in his embrace, couldn't hold back and vomited a bit of nutrient fluid. Danzo, alarmed, placed her down and gently patted her back. Why does this person feel so familiar? Reminiscent of my brother Akazu. Amiao pondered as she coughed and retched. Moreover, the essence of his soul seemed to be the same. Before her mother was slain by demons, she had once recounted how her brother almost choked her when she was still nursing. Oh, this must be the fulfillment of her wish to reunite with family before her death. Yet, it seems her brother does not recognize her now. Amiao endeavored to think with her tiny mind. What was the story he alone knew? Ma. She raised a hand to pat Danzo's slightly stubbly face. It pricked. Danzo, with vacant eyes under the young man's teasing gaze, replied, "Not your mother. If nothing unexpected happened, I should be your Mama's master." Finally articulating clearly, Amiao felt relieved and continued, "Blanket." The young man, Orochimaru, was perplexed. What is this master? But Danzo froze. He stared blankly at Amiao, who had uttered 2 words and was now yawning with exhaustion. This mural. Wasn't this a certain unknown character he had whimsically narrated about while telling stories to Amiao in their past life? Amiao, is it truly you? He exclaimed with overwhelming joy. Amiao, you remember me? Amiao responded with a tone that felt familiar yet devoid of inflection. Danzo was on the verge of tears, but the strange gaze of the young man beside him brought him back to his senses, though not entirely. From this day forth, she shall be my sister. The middle-aged man raised the 1-year-old infant in his arms. Amiao flailed her little hands expressionlessly, as if to convey her happiness. This expressionless face and monotone voice were unmistakably Amiao. Danzo was moved. Orochimaru? Wait a moment. This is not right. Lord Danzo, please reconsider, he exclaimed, for he was of a lower generation than a mere 1-year-old child. Moreover, could he truly witness such a bizarre scene for free? In any case, since Danzo bore the surname Shimura in this life, and the 2 from the past had no surname, the name Shimura Amiao, which held a subtle significance to Danzo, was thus established. Danzo murmured, "This child in the future shouldn't, right? It's merely a coincidence of names. It won't. The power of the soul shouldn't extend to here." Orochimaru and Amiao. Lord Danzo / Akazu continues to speak in ways that others cannot comprehend / so difficult to understand. Tuanzong dismissed the bothersome young man, and the 2 who appeared to be a grandfather and granddaughter began to exchange intelligence. However, due to one having a low battery, this exchange abruptly ceased as Amiao tilted her head and fell asleep. Tuanzong sighed and remarked, "I truly find myself playing both the role of an elder brother and a mother this time." Despite his tone of disdain, a smile graced his face, for his dearest kin had come to his side. In any case, he pondered, hiring a housekeeper would be wise, as 3 children were beyond his capacity to manage. Uchiha Kagami and the elders heard the news of their old friend Tuan Zhang's newfound daughter, or rather, sister. He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the jovial Sarutobi Hizashi beside him. It was well known among them that ever since Tuanzong had rescued him 3 years ago, he had transformed entirely upon awakening. Yet, despite thorough examination, both his soul and body exhibited no anomalies. Perhaps it was merely the result of overwhelming stimuli. However, it was perplexing to understand why, upon his return, Tuanzong had been so insistent on Hizashi taking on his disciple, Orochimaru, claiming that he had no relatives or partner and desired a sister. Where on earth can one find a sister at this time? After all, isn't she a daughter? Hizashi had been conflicted, questioning whether it was appropriate for Orochimaru to be treated as a sister, only for Tuanzong to suggest collaborating to create an entire sister. The 3rd Hokage, feigning reluctance, ultimately conceded, only to find himself overwhelmed, while the unfortunate Orochimaru remained under the impression that he was conducting research on behalf of his teacher. Thus, 2 children had already been born. Tuanzong, with a face brimming with pride, began to narrate the adorableness of his sister, Amiao, in what was originally a meeting. Uchiha Kagami chuckled. "I won't believe it unless I see for myself." Tuanzong shot him a glare. "She is undoubtedly cuter than your grandson." Kagami immediately protested, and a playful rivalry ensued between the 2. "At your age, you should know better," remarked Nara Shikaku, observing their childish antics with mild amusement. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled. How harmonious your relationship is." This was precisely why Amiao awoke to find several middle-aged men staring intently at her. She calmly surveyed her surroundings, confirming that the person cradling her was Tuanzong, before burying her face in his embrace, as though reluctant to face the veterinary. "Dr. Oh my!" exclaimed the others in sudden excitement. Sarutobi Hisashi seemed to bloom with delight. "Oh, how adorable! Unlike that stinky boy of mine, who only knows how to climb walls to chase after his female classmates." "Just average," Uchiha Kagami grumbled, still cradling his sleeping grandson. Yet a meow seemed to sense something, pulling her face from Tuanzang's embrace to curiously gaze at the child in Kagami's arms. "Ah," she reached out her hand. "Oh, it appears a meow is quite curious about her future friend," Kagami remarked, leaning in closer. No one denied this, for given their relationships, it was only natural that their offspring would be tightly connected. Tuanzong watched, wide-eyed, as a meow leaned in closer to Kagami's grandson, not having the chance to intervene before she bit down on the tender flesh of the child's cheek. The previously amiable atmosphere turned to silence. "What?" The child cried out. Kagami's eyes reddened as he slowly turned to Tuanzong. Tuanzong, drenched in sweat, hastily gathered a meow, leaving behind a hasty remark. "I must ensure the gas at home is turned off to prevent a fire. I won't disturb further. I'll take my leave now," before swiftly exiting. The others watched him flee, contemplating that indeed, if he lingered any longer, he might set the Hokage office ablaze. Kagami, observing his grandson still sobbing with a small bite mark on his cheek, scoffed before taking his leave as well. A meow. Tuanzong lamented, "Must we not alter this habit of wanting to put everything in one's mouth? She was just like that crow." Though there were reasons stemming from their childhood of wandering and insufficient food, one would think she was at least human. "Bun," a meow explained, her pronunciation clear yet dry. Indeed, the children of the Uchiha clan had faces as plump and white as buns. That makes sense now. Tuanzong finally relaxed, acknowledging that it was indeed understandable. Chapter 2. You call me sister, and I call you aunt. Yamato had been observing the newly arrived child, rumored to be the daughter of Lord Father's sister, for quite some time. He was the first child successfully nurtured by Orochimaru, albeit with a few minor modifications over that of an ordinary child. Well, if would release counts as a minor modification. Then Tuanzong had found himself knocking Yamato on the head, insisting, "If you dare to continue with these experiments, I will report you to the authorities. Get out and wait to transition. And do I not want a girl instead of a boy?" Tuanzong, with a look of disdain, scooped Yamato up to raise him, and the following year, he brought home a child named Shin. Orochimaru, bewildered, thought, "Wasn't a girl what you wanted?" Now 3 years old, Yamato stealthily approached their caretaker, leaping onto the small bed to peek inside. He was met with a pair of golden eyes that blinked unblinkingly at him. Startled, Yamato lost his grip and fell to the ground, followed by rustling sounds as he instinctively pushed himself up, gripping his sleeve and looking up. A pair of small hands clutched the bed's railing, followed by a head of black hair and tiny brows, culminating in those seemingly misty golden eyes. And then it vanished, hindered by his height. Yamato realized, rising to guide the child back down to avoid injury. Nichan, the child before him, spoke in a soft, muffled voice. "Sister? Who?" Yamato glanced around, confirming that they were alone. Could the one referred to as sister be him? The two exchanged glances, their thoughts suddenly aligned in worry. Aunt/sister, they both appeared a bit daft. What should they do now? Elder brother. A child with gray hair quietly pushed the door open, in a babyish tone. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" He was met with 2 pairs of vacant, dazed eyes turning toward him simultaneously, sending a chill down his spine. Shin burst into tears on the other side. The two, one large and one small, exchanged a glance, both with a massive question mark hovering above their heads. Tuanzang's original name was not Tuanzong in his first life. He had indeed carried the character Zong in his name, as an orphan. Due to certain issues, he was confined to a hospital bed, relying on videos or games to divert his attention from the pain he endured. One day, after being repeatedly defeated in a mobile game, he struck the bed in frustration, causing his blood pressure to spike and leading to stress-induced cardiomyopathy, resulting in his death. In simpler terms, he died of anger. Then he opened his eyes in the Taisho era, and remarkably, he was named Zong. This time, he possessed a healthy physique, yet due to a lack of entertainment, he spent his days with his sister chasing chickens and dogs, leaping about. Ultimately, after returning from an outing with his younger sister, their mother and the villagers were devoured by demons. It was then that he discovered he had traversed to a place ominously referred to as the Blade of Annihilation. Thus, They wandered for a long time until the Demon Slayer Corps found them and offered them food, clothing, and work, which should have led to a stable life. However, Amiao displayed her innate talent. The moment she grasped the blade, her aura transformed, prompting the Master of Thunder Breathing to consider taking her as a disciple. Initially, Azong was reluctant, but upon witnessing the spark in her once dull eyes, he realized he could not hinder her desire for vengeance against the demons who had harmed their family and village. And so, they became members of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the moment when Azang deemed it appropriate, he divulged all the information he possessed to his lord. After enduring countless arduous battles, the Infinite City finally descended. Though many survived compared to the original narrative, the 14-year-old Amiao ultimately collapsed from exhaustion after a fierce night of combat. Bruised and battered, Azang buried his loved ones and closed his eyes before their graves. Perhaps, in this new world, they might meet again. However, upon awakening, he found himself confronted by a white-bearded, white-haired elder. The familiar old man explained that Azang's soul had been cast out from a neighboring realm, nearly shattered by the chaotic currents of space. That by chance, he had witnessed this and intervened, thus confining Azang to this life. The old man kindly added that Azang's sister had wished to reincarnate alongside him, and while Azang had a ready body, she would need to find her own. This reincarnation was indeed something extraordinary. Azang gazed vacantly, pondering which was more arduous, the world of ninjas or that of demon slayers. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself in the body of Danzo, the source of all evil, without the benefit of any system or golden finger. What a predicament! In summary, he had achieved a remarkable feat, enduring a third reincarnation. After successfully merging the skills of two worlds during the Second War, he had taken in a child. One child is manageable. Two can also be nurtured. Glancing at the storyline where the character Shin met a rather unfortunate end, he felt a pang of compassion. Surely, the root would not become an orphanage, would it? It likely wouldn't. With this thought, Danzo retrieved a document identifying the individual who provided crucial intelligence during the war, the wandering Miko, Yakushi Nanoyu. Although he had promptly reorganized Root, there were indeed war orphans in Konoha with nowhere to go. Why not establish a welfare home, then? At this juncture, the post-war period demanded much of his attention. After a long day at work, he returned home to find a flustered housekeeper holding the wailing Shin, while Amiao was struggling to climb onto a knife rack, inadvertently knocking over a cup, with Yamato attempting to catch it and ending up in a heap on the floor. What a chaotic scene. If he remembered correctly, had he not spent 3 lifetimes without a partner or marriage? How was he now burdened with the troubles of 3 children? Moreover, it seemed Amiao's mental faculties had regressed along with her physical age. Was he to raise her all over again? Quite intriguing. Danzo reflected on his peculiar experiences raising his sister. He recalled Amiao stuffing insects in her mouth, claiming that the food she offered him was from someone else's bucket, only for him to discover it was chicken feed, and how she had kicked him into the water while sleeping under a bridge, nearly drowning him. He was at his wit's end. Ah, so she was indeed a little sister. Amiao, seated on the ground with a knife longer than her own body, listened as her elder brother introduced her to his adopted children. The one resembling a cat was Yamato, and the other, still crying, had light gray hair and was named Shin. Both were boys. She had not perceived this before. What a large family it was. In that case, the mother must be that young man, the old Danzo thought. Orochimaru. As Amiao pondered, her brother attempted to take the long knife from her, only for her to cling on, resulting in him lifting both her and the blade. Brother. Amiao. The siblings exchanged glances under the watchful gaze of Yamato and Shin. Brother. Let go. Amiao. I don't understand, brother. Shin and Yamato. Father's expression is quite dark. In the end, Danzo exchanged the knife for a small wooden one, gazing at the manageable weapon in her hand. Amiao joyfully prepared to name it Spare Me, my lord. Danzo thought in despair. Ah, he knew it. Amiao, upon realizing that such a name could momentarily stun her foes, would never return to her previous self. It was indeed his fault for narrating such bizarre bedtime stories. Now, she had absorbed every detail. This was the reason he found himself on a day off, accompanied by the chattering children and the quietly clutching Amiao, arriving at the Uchiha clan leader's doorstep. He distinctly remembered the elder boasting about how worry-free his grandson was. Thus, he sought his wisdom on parenting. Upon hearing the commotion, Uchiha Kagami opened the door, smiling broadly and welcoming him in. Why were there so many people? After listening to his friend's request, Uchiha Kagami chuckled and began to recount tales of his own grandson. Danzo, invigorated, shared the curious antics of Amiyao over the past few months. Since Shursui learned to walk, he's already broken nearly 10 things at home. It's quite a headache, Uchiha Kagami said with a mix of exasperation and affection. Oh, 10? And what about yesterday? Danzo nodded in agreement, inquiring further. Yesterday? What about yesterday? Wasn't he breaking things every day? The two men exchanged bewildered glances. Father, at that moment, Shin, who had been sent to play in the yard, returned with a bewildered expression. Can we eat fish? Fish? You want fish? Wait a moment. Danzo's previously calm demeanor suddenly turned serious. He noticed Shin's wet sleeves and pant legs. Where did you find the fish? At that moment, Uchiha Kagami felt a similar foreboding. Big brother caught in the pond in the yard. Shin exclaimed with a sunny smile. It's still alive. Oh no. His ornamental fish. Uchiha Kagami's expression mirrored the famous painting, The Scream. Just a moment, Kagami. You've already lost your fish, Danzo exclaimed, placing Amiyao atop his head, scooping up the two mischievous boys as he dashed out, shouting, I have to go. The breeding base at home is about to hatch. In this chaos, he had not gained any experience, yet he felt tears welling up internally as he sensed the small wooden knife striking against his head. Comparison is a brutal teacher, and when it comes to people, it can be even more infuriating. What? Did that ornamental fish cost several tens of thousands yen each? Danzo closed his eyes in exhaustion, overwhelmed by the price of the fish. Truly, the Uchiha clan was remarkable. Their wealth was vast. What a lamentable situation. His subordinates applauded. How elegant, truly too elegant. Chapter 3. The question of waterproofing hay. Orochimaru. So your busy task today involves these two little ones? Tsunade remarked as she, along with her younger brother and beloved, peered into the laboratory. It had been 2 years since the war had ended, and as the workload gradually diminished, Tsunade finally found the time to introduce her brother to her mentor, Danzo's children. Inside the room, 2 small figures stood facing each other in a daze. The younger child had black hair, bushy eyebrows, and golden drooping eyes, while the older one possessed black hair, slender eyebrows, and striking cat-like eyes. Both had bobbed hairstyles, and they appeared rather bewildered. Was this the work of Orochimaru? Orochimaru, this is slander. Adorable they were, indeed. Orochimaru sat in the lab, as today marked the annual checkup for the 2 children he had created. He displayed a vacant stare, cautioning, be careful. One of them could very well be our little ant. Huh. The trio turned their heads in unison. What? Has that old coot Danzo finally lost his marbles? Tsunade gasped, her fingers nervously nibbling on her own hand. How could you say that about teacher Danzo? He merely suffered a brain injury at the time. Shoto, determined to defend his mentor's honor, fervently protested. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from commenting further, for your words do not seem particularly flattering, Kato. Sandwiched between the 2 Senju siblings, offered a wry smile. Suddenly, a strange noise pierced the air. The Senju siblings quickly bowed their heads, realizing that, unbeknownst to them, a little girl stood before them, clutching a small wooden sword, gazing up at them with wide, unblinking eyes. The 3 felt a shiver run down their spines, reminiscent of the lifeless dolls displayed outside. Nice kimono you have there. Quite charming, the little one spoke up. The trio exchanged puzzled glances. What is she saying? I have no idea. Shoto, did you understand? Perhaps it's a new way of greeting. I've heard the teacher mention something like that. Now enlightened, they recognized her as the little sister Danzo had claimed. The girl tilted her head. Auntie. The older boy, Yamato, stepped forward, stating, Father has said not to converse with peculiar individuals. Oh. The girl, designated as Auntie, returned to her spot, dragging her wooden sword along the ground. Such an odd conversation. Was this truly something they could comprehend? Yet, this child's peculiarities were undeniably fascinating, a rarity among the Senju clan. Tsunade, with a beaming smile, produced some candy specifically for Uchiha children, presenting it to the girl. Little Ameo, look what I have here. The girl's ears perked up, and upon seeing the candy, her eyes sparkled momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she reached out to take it. Tsunade proudly placed her hands on her hips, basking in the admiration of her companions. See? No child can resist candy. However, Ameo's piercing gaze suggested otherwise, and Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling that her expression conveyed a sense of treachery. Without warning, the girl swiftly stuffed the candy into Yamato's mouth, declaring, Brother, take your medicine. Yamato, perplexed, chewed thoughtfully. This medicine, munch, munch, tastes fine, gulp. A trial for poison, perhaps? Tsunade heard her brother's laughter from behind. After all had indulged in the candy, the atmosphere lightened, save for Shoto, who had only received a fistful of air. Ameo, savoring her treat, glanced at the taller man's hair, then at the beautiful older sister's hair and the tattoo on her forehead, before turning to the shorter brother. Did you take the exam? She suddenly inquired. The group paused, bewildered. Exam? Ameo leaned closer to Yamato. Oh, is that Aishidao? The foundation is akin to the glamour of the Yugakure streets. Turning back to Yamato with a serious expression, she stated, Brother has said that tattoos and strangely colored hair disqualify one from taking the exam. Yamato nodded solemnly. I see. I understand now. Ameo beamed, feeling a sense of pride in her brother's comprehension. What on earth was this child rambling about? Tsunade's mind reeled as she cast a desperate glance at Orochimaru, who bore a tattooed visage. What are you looking at me for? I can't take the exam either. Who inquired about that? Tsunade's head spun, utterly baffled by the two children's peculiarities. With a determined spirit, Shoto took the initiative. Auntie Ameo, what is the exam? Tsunade was taken aback. You're calling her auntie just like that? What does that mean for me? After work, Danzo intended to take the two children home. Upon opening the laboratory door, he found 4 older children and 1 younger, all looking disheveled and weary, gathered around a chair. The 3 legendary ninjas were assembled here. Have you asked Jiraiya? He was interrupted during his research and is still recovering. Danzo, puzzled, approached his disciples. What's the matter, Shoto? Shoto stood to attention. Teacher, we were playing with Auntie Ameo and Brother Yamato. Auntie Ameo, you say? That's not entirely incorrect, Danzo mused, observing the tense expressions of the children and sensing an ominous foreboding. Speak, what has transpired? Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. Just that her wooden sword suddenly emitted sparks and burned. He sighed. What a genius, to harness chakra at such a young age. But alas, she only succeeded once before muttering about adults being merciful. What sort of ritual is this? Danzo questioned, bewildered. What? Has the breathing technique manifested into reality? And why did you insist on calling it that ridiculous name? Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a chair the children were gathered around, but Ameo, who was squatting on the ground, drawing circles. Father, Auntie refuses to get up, Yamato stated, his face reflecting a hint of despair. Tsunade demonstrated her strength, lifting Ameo from the ground as if she were a statue, without altering her position. Wow, how impressive! Shoto marveled. To have such strength at 3 years old, no wonder she is the teacher's sister. Is this truly the time for such remarks? Kato face-bombed. How did you achieve this? Tsunade questioned, shaking the unmoving child in her hands. It seemed to be a long-forgotten tantrum. The last time she had seen this behavior was at 6 years old when Ameo had snatched a cricket from her hand, and Danzo had calmly reassured her. I'll give you a real knife later. In an instant, Ameo slipped from Tsunade's grasp, dashing to Danzo's side. Really? Indeed. A Leaf Village inhabitant does not deceive another Leaf Village inhabitant. Danzo hoisted both children and departed, leaving the rest to navigate the ensuing chaos, the origins of which remained a mystery. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was New Year's Day. During this festive season, families visited one another. Uchiha Kagami, accompanied by his 3-year-old grandson, knocked on Danzo's door, carrying 2 jars of tea cakes, with a sleek-haired ninja cat trailing behind. The door was opened by Ameo, who inexplicably emanated a burnt aroma, a smudge of soot adorning her face. The interior appeared chaotic, as if an explosion had occurred. She first glanced up at Uchiha Kagami, then leveled her gaze to meet the curious eyes of Shursui. After a moment, she dashed inside to report to Danzo, blackened curly-haired adults. Blackened? Shursui raised an eyebrow at his grandfather. Curly-haired? Kagami looked down at his grandson. Moments later, a disgruntled Danzo emerged, forcing a smile despite his grim expression. I apologize for the lack of hospitality, Kagami. Please wait a moment while I tidy up. With that, the door closed before the duo. When it reopened, Danzo appeared out of breath, standing before them in a now clean room. Where's that child? Shursui inquired, peering into the room. To their surprise, the girl who had initially answered the door was now crouched in a corner, cradling her head, revealing a large bump that was still emitting smoke. The age of Shin has arrived, marking the time for him to embark on the study of ninjutsu. With unwavering confidence, he entrusted both him and Yamato to his subordinates. believing himself capable of single-handedly caring for Ameo. However, he soon found himself engulfed in profound regret. How had he managed to raise a child just last week? After enduring the futile struggle of trying to lather soap, only to discover it was actually a potato, he inquired about the situation with Ameo, who responded nonchalantly, "Practicing my sword skills." This led to an enlightening moment for him. Furthermore, after a lengthy search for a signature pen, he discovered her wielding it like a weapon, and in a moment of misfortune, a spark flew, leaving both of them covered in ink. At that moment, he felt completely defeated. The struggle of guiding a mind as it develops into adulthood proved even more challenging than in his previous life. Shursui, curious about the peer sitting nearby, felt a strange sensation akin to pain on his face upon seeing her. Perplexed, he tilted his head and glanced at his grandfather, who appeared to be engaged in conversation with a friend, before leaning closer to the girl and introducing himself. "Hello, I am Shursui," he said with a gentle smile. The girl turned her face toward him, revealing her striking golden eyes. What a beautiful color, Shursui thought, momentarily entranced. "My name is Ameo," she replied, her expression impassive. "Hello. Shursui, can you do a plank?" she inquired with utmost seriousness. Shursui stammered, I cannot." The topic seemed to shift as the girl's gaze fixated on the ninja cat, Aoyama, who was ambling behind him. Shursui followed her gaze. "Humans can only hold a plank for a few seconds, whereas cats can maintain it for their entire lives," she stated with earnest conviction. A piercing realization struck Shursui. Is that so? Poor Aoyama. Meanwhile, the adults engaged in casual conversation paused, and Uchiha Kagami cast an exasperated glance at Tenzo. If your name is Shursui, does that mean you're waterproof?" Ameo continued her playful banter. The 3-year-old Shursui appeared bewildered. "Waterproof? Can I take a bath then? Wait. Does my name mean that?" He sought help from his grandfather, who silently regarded Tenzo. Tenzo felt at a loss as he pondered how to explain, sensing that revealing the truth would somehow lead to dire consequences. Kagami, fully aware of Tenzo's inner turmoil, sighed. "It's just a name, really. It's hard to explain to you too." Chapter 4. The New Year knock, knock, knock. On the morning of the first day of the new year, a polite rap echoed at the door while the Tenzo family gathered around the dining table. Sitting closest to the door, Ameo exchanged glances with Yamato, who nodded and went to answer it. Tenzo mused, "Can these two truly understand one another's thoughts? After years of raising Ameo, I have yet to achieve that." Was this an example of a peculiar bond between those with expressionless faces? He glanced at Shin, who was blissfully unaware and lost in his meal. "I must protect the sanctity of our home." Yamato returned, announcing, "Father, it's Uncle Kagami and Shursui." The latter, dressed in Uchiha clan attire, peeked in. "Pardon the intrusion. Grandfather Tenzo, I came to see Ameo." Tenzo, suppressing his expression, nodded gravely. 3 generations without a partner, and yet he is still a grandfather. But why is he grandfather while Ameo is simply Ameo? Ameo glanced up briefly before quickly finishing her meal and jumping off the table. "I'm coming." Tenzo sighed, wishing to remind her to finish eating first. Shursui approached Ameo with a smile, saying, "Swallow your food first. No rush." Ameo replied, gulping down her food and instinctively reaching for her sleeve to wipe her mouth. Tenzo intended to intervene, but Shursui was quicker, producing a handkerchief and dabbing it on Ameo's face. As the corner of the handkerchief fell, one of Ameo's eyes peeked out, staring blankly at Shursui. He smiled back, and under his gaze, Ameo wiped her mouth and returned the handkerchief. Truly impressive, Shursui, Tenzo thought, feeling a glimmer of hope that Ameo might become less anthropomorphic under his influence. Ameo leaned closer to Shursui and whispered, "The primary ingredient in humans is water." She nodded, confirming, "That's why my brother says I should drink more water." Shursui gasped, "Is that true?" "Of course. Humans are entirely artificial. They're not healthy to consume at all." "Artificial? Consume?" Shursui was confused. "But Ameo seems different today compared to yesterday." He shifted the conversation. Ameo, her expression unchanged, replied, "Because my brother performed a cranial keratin removal surgery on me." "What surgery?" "Keratin?" Shursui asked. "The CPU overheated," she explained, observing the 2 small heads huddled together, whispering. Tenzo mused about the absurdity of their conversation. It was perplexing. How was it that Shursui, who did not seem expressionless, was the only one unable to communicate with Ameo through mere glances? "Father, what are Annie and the others doing?" Shin inquired, looking puzzled at Tenzo, bringing him a moment of solace. Rising, he He adjusted his clothes and sighed. It's better if you remain unaware. Let us go. Kagami has been waiting for quite some time. Despite having arranged to visit the shrine with Uchiha Kagami the previous day, an unsettling premonition lingered in Tenzo's mind. Last night's snowfall had cast a serene blanket over the landscape, and as Tenzo walked alongside Kagami, he observed Shursui being pulled by Ameo, glancing around with childlike wonder. A peculiar guilt washed over him, as if he were leading another child astray. Kagami remained unperturbed. Your two sons are set to enter the Ninja Academy this year. I presume. Indeed, Tenzo nodded. I feel more at ease with them attending together. I cannot fathom what would transpire if I sent Yamato alone. It's beneficial. The older one can keep an eye on the younger. Shin, with newfound seriousness, declared, Father, rest assured, I will take good care of my elder brother. Kagami was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Yamato appeared lost in thought. Tenzo sighed helplessly, patting both boys' heads. By the way, what was the situation with the mission involving Hitaki Tsukumo last month? Kagami replied nonchalantly. It was a failed mission due to a rescue attempt, and rumors were maliciously spread. I have dealt with it all. As expected of you, Kagami, reliable as always. Just as Tenzo expressed his admiration, a child with dead fish eyes and a messy hairstyle, wearing a mask, approached, carrying a Ameo, followed by a bewildered Shursui. What a little troublemaker, Tenzo thought, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He had just diverted his attention for a moment. Hello, this is my child. Is everything all right? The child with dead fish eyes inquired, releasing Ameo. Nothing major. Just that he suddenly rushed in front of me asking if he could pet Pakin, which startled him, the boy explained. I was merely curious how a parent could let two children roam free. Ameo chimed in, it's a puppy. Ah, Lord Tenzo and Lord Kagami. A large hand rested on Kakashi's head, belonging to a tall, silver-haired man, Hitaki Tsukumo, the very subject of their previous conversation. Happy New Year. I hope for your continued support this year. Hitaki, Kagami acknowledged with a subtle nod, Happy New Year. I look forward to your guidance. Tenzo reciprocated the greeting. They exchanged pleasantries while introducing their respective children. I nearly overlooked it. Ameo truly moves with remarkable speed, Tsukumo remarked, chuckling. She startled Kakashi when she dashed over. Tenzo responded. I apologize. Perhaps I should keep a tighter grip on her next time. Meow, the little dog. Kakashi protested with a frown. I did not. Oh. So Kakashi-kun's retreat a moment ago was not due to fear. Shursui smiled beside them. It seems I misunderstood. You? Kakashi's face grew warm as he suddenly turned to glare at the one who disrupted the moment. Can we still pet that little dog? Meow, who had been staring at him, inquired. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, and his irritation evaporated instantly. You can ask it yourself. After receiving a positive response, the children gathered around to pet the dog. Even Yamato joined in for a few strokes. Park, in a disheveled state, exclaimed, Hey Kakashi, we need the most expensive canned food today. Kakashi, with lifeless eyes, replied, Sure. This is the price of bartering one's body for treats. Shursui sensed a misfortune brewing and swiftly intervened to suppress whatever inappropriate statement Meow was about to make. The three adults exchanged pleasantries while keeping an eye on the children's interactions, sharing a chuckle at the scene. Danzo, feeling gratified, thought to himself, I knew I wasn't mistaken about him. Meow will have a reliable companion in school from now on. I'll leave the task of persuading the stubborn mirroring to him. Even if he has to cling to someone else's leg, he must get a promise. He clenched his fist resolutely. Suddenly, Danzo recalled that Meow was on the verge of starting her foundational training this year. It felt somewhat embarrassing to admit, but in his previous life, he lacked the skills and innate talent for the breathing techniques that Meow possessed, who was 6 or 7 years younger than him. Hence, he could not offer any assistance in swordsmanship. Fortunately, there was a swordsmanship master right in front of him. The legendary White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi's father, was the perfect choice. Both wielding swords and sharing the lightning affinity, they were destined to be a remarkable master and disciple pair. At that moment, Meow ran over and tugged at his sleeve, looking up with wide eyes. Brother, I want to eat that. Following her pointed finger, Danzo noticed Park munching on freeze-dried food, crunching loudly, and it appeared quite delectable. Danzo thought, the immediate concern is to get Meow's diet sorted. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki, scratched his head. Ah, little one. That's meant for the ninja dogs. Meow's face fell in disappointment upon being rejected. Kakashi quipped, do you really want to eat it? Meanwhile, Yamato, who had unconsciously stuffed the freeze-dried food into his mouth, remarked, "It's not poisonous," as he swallowed. Kakashi and Park exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth is happening here? Who eats dog food? Unable to intervene, Shin bore an apologetic expression. "I'm truly sorry. My brother has caused you trouble." Tsukumo reassured him, "No worries. We have plenty of other treats at home." Kakashi snapped, "Who asked you, old man?" Uchiha Kagami looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. No wonder they all come from the same breeding ground. Danzo's face turned ashen. "I truly am foolish. I thought simply being well-fed was enough. Must we go through this on New Year's?" After the three families gathered for a worship ceremony, they returned to their respective homes. Uchiha Kagami glanced at the sorrowful figure of a parent carrying 3 children, seemingly bent by the weight of life, then looked down at his own grandson. His grandson was indeed the most worry-free. However, Shirzue continued to watch Amiao's retreating silhouette. Cough, cough, Shirzue. What do you think of Amiao? Uchiha Kagami decided to foster this budding friendship, aware that his grandson was deep in thought, leaving him with no other friends apart from the distant Ion, the ninja cat. It seemed fortuitous, as while Danzo's child appeared a bit dull, Shirzue seemed unable to think of anything else beside her. More importantly, Shirzue genuinely seemed interested in what she had to say. "What do you think?" Shirzue looked up at his grandfather, smiling. "Amiao is really interesting. I want to be friends with her." Uchiha Kagami felt pleased. "That's great. You can play with her often in the future." "Yes." Shirzue nodded eagerly. "Let's hurry home. Grandpa or Grandma will be worried." The two set off on the road back to the Uchiha clan's residence. Chapter 5. The day of Kakashi's trials. Upon hearing from his father that he had matters to attend to, Kakashi decided to skip training after school and instead went fishing at the South River. He heard rustling sounds behind him. Kakashi turned to look, but saw nothing. Perhaps it was a cat, or more likely, some unidentified Uchiha. He rolled his eyes and ignored it, heading straight home with his dinner in hand. "I'm back." Upon entering, he found 2 children seated in the living room. One was a smiling Uchiha, and the other was an expressionless Shimura. Kakashi sighed, counting the fish in his bucket before shutting the door. "Spare me." At school, one Uchiha was already a constant presence in front of him. The stoic Shimura's gaze shifted from Shirzue to Kakashi as he noticed his return. "Kakashi-kun, I apologize for the disturbance again today," Shirzue politely greeted. How did these two manage to sit so comfortably in his house? Kakashi found himself lost in thought. Several months prior, Kakashi thought the bizarre encounter with the strange child fighting with Park over freeze-dried food had reached its peak, but something even more explosive was on the horizon. That day, after school, he returned home intending to train, only to find his father, who should have been away on a mission, apparently doing something in the yard. Oh, did he finish the mission early? Kakashi excitedly stepped into the yard, and his father turned upon hearing the sound. "Ah, Kakashi, you're back." Tsukumo Hataki smiled, revealing a child behind him. "This is Amiao. You've met her before." Kakashi then noticed another person in the yard, one of the strange children he had encountered during the new year. With her large, golden, vacant eyes fixed on him, she said, "Shixiao." Kakashi felt a chill from her intense gaze, then processed her words. "Shixiao?" His eyes widened as he looked up at his father, who smiled as he patted his head. "Oh, I forgot to mention, she will be learning swordsmanship from me, so she is also your junior." "Yurishiku," Amiao chimed in. Kakashi thought, what a strange pronunciation. Forget it. The unreliable adult had promised to teach him new sword techniques upon his return, yet here he was, accepting another disciple. "Do as you please," he muttered, turning away to practice with his own sword. Tsukumo chuckled at Kakashi's dramatic movements. "Aren't you going to greet Amiao?" "Humph." Kakashi coolly huffed. Tsukumo looked apologetically at Amiao. Doesn't he mean to be unwelcoming? I've just been too busy lately. And it was only after Danzo asked his subordinates to help share the workload that I finally have some time. Amiao, with a look of realization, remarked. "So he is just Sundara." Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a vein pop on his forehead. "Who are you calling Sundara? Is this how kids talk nowadays?" "Calm down, Kakashi. Let me teach you the technique you want to learn," Tsukumo reassured him, then turned to Amiao. "Let us start with basic sword swinging, shall we?" Although Danzo mentioned Amiao was a genius, foundational skills were still essential. "Oh." Amiao slowly drew the unsharpened sword given to her by Danzo and began to practice swinging. Kakashi glanced at the small figure diligently swinging the sword, then looked at his father with a deadpan expression. "Is she really steady with that sword at such a young age?" "That is not a problem," Tsukumo replied. Patting his head, "She started handling wooden swords at 1 year old. but for some reason, that wooden sword is named Spare the Adults, while this one is Hold On. Children as thoughts are truly difficult to grasp. Kakashi huffed twice, begrudgingly acknowledging his father's words. Then why doesn't Uncle Danzo teach her himself? Tsukumo awkwardly smiled. He claims he can't teach. Plus, Danzo has provided so much that we won't need to undertake missions for a long while. Kakashi made a face of disdain. That uncle must be lying. Suddenly, a sound of crackling interrupted their conversation, causing both father and son to turn toward the source. In her hand, the seemingly unremarkable blade wielded by Amiao shimmered with yellow lightning, pulsating as if it were a living creature under her deft movements. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that lightning chakra being released? And this blade is made of chakra metal, yet why does it manifest as yellow lightning? This was the final revelation. Tsukumo Hataki remarked, her talent is indeed quite terrifying. Following this moment, Amiao frequently reported to this place, and it was uncertain when the individual known as Uchiha Shursui began to accompany her. Subsequently, his residence transformed into a habitual gathering spot for the two. Reflecting on this, Kakashi pondered, did his home possess some unique allure for children? He clicked his tongue in frustration. Why do both of them gravitate towards this place? You have someone behind you, Amiao remarked, tilting her head after observing him for a moment. Though Kakashi had grown accustomed to Amiao's occasional startling comments, he still felt a chill run down his spine as he replied, do not scare people. However, Amiao furrowed her brows in confusion. It's true. Shursui, displaying concern, added, indeed. Hataki-kun, what is true? Kakashi involuntarily took a step back but did not encounter the doorframe, for the door behind him had silently swung open. A shiver coursed through him, sending goosebumps across his skin. Wait, is it really that cold? Kakashi, why are you standing there and not entering? His father's voice called from behind. Kakashi relaxed and turned around, only to see his father looking at him with a puzzled expression, holding a bag of ice cream. At that moment, Kakashi comprehended a profound truth. When overwhelmed by the absurdity of a situation, one can genuinely laugh. Uffed, ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, Hataki-kun. Shursui chuckled at Kakashi's expressive face, prompting a glare of indignation from Kakashi directed at both him and his father. Ah, Tsukumo Hataki suddenly realized. I ran into your classmates on the way. They wanted to visit you. Visit me? Kakashi asked, stepping aside to reveal a boy and a girl behind him. Oops, sorry for the intrusion, Obito said sheepishly, scratching his head. Excuse us, Hataki-san, Kakashi-kun, Rin said, bowing gently. Is there truly something in this place that attracts children? Kakashi, also a child himself, found it utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, he did not refuse and allowed the two to enter. Wait, there are others here. Obito exclaimed upon spotting familiar company in the living room. Isn't that the grandson of the clan leader? What was his name again? Oh no, I forgot. Hello, Obito-san. I am Shursui. Shursui introduced himself, demonstrating his understanding. Oh, you know me? Ha ha ha. Obito awkwardly continued scratching his head. Rin, curious, looked at Amiao, who seemed lost in thought. This little sister is so adorable, like a traditional doll. Her name is Shimura Amiao. Just call her Amiao, Shursui informed them. Upon hearing her name, Amiao snapped back to attention, her expression serious. Yuru, Shakur. Yuru? Shakur? Obito was taken aback. Is that some sort of code? Rin, with sparkling eyes, clasped her face in delight. That's just too cute. Shursui nodded in agreement. Kakashi, with a deadpan expression, raised an eyebrow. What exactly is cute about this child who speaks in such an incomprehensible manner? Is it truly a matter of personal taste? Come, let us enjoy some ice cream, Tsukumo said with a smile, distributing the treats among the children before picking up Kakashi's small bucket and heading toward the kitchen. Kakashi, make sure to get along well with your friends. Kakashi, initially intending to escape to the kitchen, slowly turned back to face 4 pairs of eyes. Amiao, don't eat so quickly. You might get a headache, Shursui cautioned as Amiao promptly swallowed her ice cream in one go, then cradled her head as she slumped onto the table. Ah, Shursui sighed. Is it very painful? Here, press your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Obito, holding his ice cream, glanced sideways. Wow, she has a strong resemblance to my grandmother. Kakashi, munching away, muttered, this happens every few days. I'm used to it. Rin, stifling a laugh, remarked, how thoughtful of you, Shursui. So this is what Hataki-sen looks like, Shursui mused, slowly savoring the ice cream while observing Kakashi, who had lowered his mask. After knowing you for so long, I'm finally seeing your true face, he chuckled. Obito, with a disgruntled expression, mumbled, what a silent pervert. Obito, Rin scolded. Amiao, recovering, declared, indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. After finishing his ice cream, Kakashi pulled down his mask with a resigned sigh. Is it just to see my face that you all came here? Obito averted his gaze while Rin looked away. Shursui preemptively restrained Amiao from speaking further. What exactly is your purpose here? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, causing Kakashi to instinctively glance towards the switch. However, he beheld his father emerging from the kitchen doorway, carrying a cake. Oh, Kakashi suddenly recalled the calendar he had seen before leaving that morning. Today was September 15th, his birthday. I've been preoccupied with work and haven't had the chance to properly celebrate your birthday, Tsukumo said with an apologetic smile, placing the cake on the dining table. I'm sorry, Kakashi. Happy birthday. Kakashi stood in stunned silence for a moment before looking around. So, you all are here for? Shursui smiled. Amiao dragged me along. Amiao, with newfound freedom, chimed in, just a mission from my master. We glanced at the enrollment form and thought we'd take a look. Happy birthday, Kakashi-kun, Rin said with a smile. Thank you, Kakashi replied, symbolically blowing out the candles before turning the lights back on and relaxing. However, I will not go easy on you in tomorrow's taijutsu match. You don't need to go easy. Obito erupted as the two began to bicker, with Obito clearly at a disadvantage. Ah, what a lovely bond, Rin remarked. I'm hungry, Amiao said, rubbing her stomach and looking at Shursui. Shursui glanced at the squabbling trio and sighed, just hang in there. We'll be eating soon, hopefully. Chapter 6, Thunder and Noodles? Since that day, Kakashi had refrained from commenting on the frequent visits of the two children. However, their appearances had become alarmingly regular. Did that Uncle Danzo and the seemingly reliable Uchiha truly consider this place a kindergarten? Forced to babysit due to the adults attending a meeting, Kakashi began to wield his blade in frustration. The crackling sound of electricity nearby only added to his exasperation. Hey, Amiao, he finally turned back, deadpan. Practicing with a blade shouldn't require chakra, right? Do you possess such an abundance of chakra at your age? All I did was swing it. And it just came out, Amiao replied innocently, tilting her head. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Next to them, Shursui, practicing the Uchiha Shuriken technique, wiped the sweat from his brow and translated. What Amiao means is that it just happens when she swings. She doesn't know how to extinguish the lightning. At that moment, Kakashi contemplated a serious concern. You didn't unwittingly use chakra without knowing what it is, did you? Shursui paused, looking at Amiao, who expressionlessly gave a thumbs up. Shursui's mouth twitched. Haha. Oh dear, even Lord Danzo should know this is basic knowledge. Kakashi buried his face in his hands. So you expect me to teach you, huh? Unreliable adults. Thus, the unknown genius with dead fish eyes haughtily went to fetch chakra test paper, returning with a sour expression to explain the principles of chakra to Amiao. Chakra is composed of physical and mental energy, flowing through the meridians and ultimately converging at the chakra points. Chakra is categorized into 5 basic attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Certainly, there exist other bloodline limits, such as those belonging to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi observed Amiao, who was intently listening to his lecture, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Despite his initial reluctance to bring a child along, he turned to the primary subject of his explanation. So, it's akin to the breathing techniques, which also involve harnessing the energy within one's body. Amiao nodded. Understood, senior brother. Is that so? I shall tentatively accept that. Kakashi retrieved a test paper and handed it to Amiao. Here, give it a try. She took the paper, inhaled deeply, and swung it as one would wield a blade. Before Kakashi could intervene, the paper crumpled and became damp, ultimately splitting in two, devoid of any response. Its lightning, water, and wind attributes, Shuei observed curiously. Leaning in closer. Both lightning and wind are quite suitable for sword techniques. Congratulations, Amiao. Amiao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, oh, hooray, perfect for sword techniques. Kakashi sighed. Well, I suppose that counts as a success. He reminisced about how his father had taught him sword techniques at the age of 3 or 4. Wasn't it simply a matter of urging him to swing? Come, strike towards me. Kakashi assumed a stance. Your movements do exhibit some semblance of order. Shuei frowned. Wait a moment. Isn't this a tad premature? Oh, all right. Amiao promptly assumed a stance for drawing her sword, her body slightly leaning forward, taking a bow stance, and lowering her head to regulate her breathing. Kakashi's interest was piqued. You certainly have the demeanor. As Amiao inhaled deeply, she raised her head slightly. Her previously vacant eyes now sharp and focused on Kakashi, seemingly shimmering with golden light. Jishui, witnessing his friend's earnestness for the first time after knowing her for so long, widened his eyes, unwilling to miss a single detail. Amiao appeared transformed. Kakashi sensed a slight pressure building up. With a thunderous boom, Amiao approached Kakashi like a bolt of lightning, her pupils morphing into two golden arcs. And with an expressionless face, she executed a rapid strike. Thunder breathing, first form, lightning flash. Clang. The sound of their blades clashing resonated. Kakashi successfully blocked it. Not bad at all, Amiao, he remarked, observing her demeanor deflate after her strike was thwarted. You startled me. I thought I wouldn't be able to block it. Truly, your talent is commendable, as even your father has praised it. Relieved that the child lacked sufficient strength to compromise his dignity, Kakashi quietly exhaled, retracting his blade. Oh, Kakashi is sweating. Jishui approached them, chuckling as he addressed Kakashi. Is this due to practice? That little rascal. Kakashi retorted. Jishui then turned to Amiao, showering her with compliments. Incredible, Amiao. That strike was so swift, I nearly missed it. His eyes sparkled as he leaned closer. Could you do it again? That was so cool. Amiao squinted, momentarily dazzled by Jishui's enthusiasm, and then leaned back, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Jishui instinctively caught her. What happened? Kakashi quickly approached, checking her over before letting out a sigh of relief. It's merely fatigue from excessive exertion with her muscles and chakra. She'll be fine. Just needs some rest and nourishment. At this moment, Amiao was half reclining on Jishui's back. Cool water. Jishui helped her to a seat indoors, and upon hearing her, he sighed. Drinking cold water after vigorous activity is not advisable. Take a moment to rest. But I feel as limp as a noodle. Amiao innocently raised her soft, flabby arm. One must drink cold water to regain strength, she declared. Jishui was baffled. Kakashi, bemused by the scene, chuckled. What a transformation into a noodle. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the two children, he glanced at the ice pack in his hand, hesitated, and then cleared his throat. It'll be ready shortly. Is this not a form of cooling off? Hatake Tsukumo awkwardly observed several elders bickering before him. To think they would even dredge up old grievances from their youth. The incident where the third Hokage fell into Danzo's traps while pursuing Lady Biwa, was truly a tale he could hardly bear to hear. Though he maintained a stoic exterior, deep within, he was tormented. Tomorrow, surely he wouldn't step into the Hokage building only to find himself dismissed, right? Suddenly, a soft rumble of thunder echoed. Danzo, who had been passionately thumping the table, fell silent, while Uchiha Kagami, still bickering across the table, ceased his words. The ever-moderating Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, clearing his throat. An Umbu agent swiftly descended to the ground, kneeling on one knee to report. Third Hokage, it appears the commotion is emanating from the residence of Hatake Jonin. He briefly glanced at Danzo, who was silent and unyielding. It seems Danzo's sister is sparring with Hatake Jonin's son. Although the source of the sound remained a mystery, Hatake Tsukumo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned towards the others. I must take my leave. Hurry along, Danzo called after him, clearing his throat. I shall join you. It appeared he had forgotten to instruct Amiao on something crucial, chakra. Danzo cast a glance back at Sarutobi, who wore a sympathetic expression. Clearly aware of the troubles that befall the parents of mischievous children, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Have you ever raised a beagle? Spare me your sympathy. His bag of rice went unacknowledged. The elders watched Danzo storm out, expressing their astonishment. Having a child has indeed changed him. What vigor he possesses now, unlike the lifeless demeanor he exhibited just a few years prior. Uchiha Kagami, who had just been embroiled in a debate with Danzo regarding the appropriate age for children to enter school and graduate, sighed. Yes, just too passionate. Well, isn't that quite commendable? Sarutobi, a veteran of mediating disputes, offered his unhelpful opinion. Hatake Tsukumo and Danzo arrived at the Hatake residence. Upon entering, he noticed peculiar charred brown marks on the ground in the yard. As he pondered the nature of the lightning release, Danzo interjected, that was Amiao's sword draw. What? Teaching sword techniques at such a young age? Hatake Tsukumo's eyes widened. Danzo, with a serious expression, proceeded into the inner room. Although a ninja's physique is far more resilient than that of the average person, Being a half-alien hybrid, after all, the side effects of the breathing technique were nearly negligible. But do you remember, Amiao, that your body is merely 3.5 years old? Danzo internally screamed. Though outwardly he displayed no emotion as he pushed the door open. He halted abruptly. Hataki Tsukumo, curious about Danzo's reaction, leaned in to see Amiao sitting in a manner that exuded an air of arrogance, with two others attending to her, applying ice and massaging her leg muscles. She even nodded casually upon noticing their presence. What a spoiled child of nobility. Danzo was at a loss for words, wishing to voice his thoughts, but refraining. Forget it. Chapter 7. The Shimizu family's dinner. In the end, Danzo carried Amiao on his hip, with Ji Shui politely declining to hold her. As they made their way home, it wasn't he that he held any resentment towards Amiao. Rather, the child was simply too limp to walk unaided. Under the beaming smiles of Hataki Tsukumo and the complex gaze of Kakashi, Amiao waved her goodbye from Danzo's waist, her expression devoid of emotion. Is this really all right? This little rascal? Kakashi thought, his expression complicated. Hataki Tsukumo affectionately ruffled his hair. Huh? Kakashi is still just a child. Absolutely not. I have grown up. Kakashi, flustered and indignant, attempted to pry away the hand on his head, but failed, huffing in annoyance as he retreated indoors. Although Danzo deliberately slowed his pace, the short legs of a 3.5-year-old child were limited, and by the time they arrived home, Ji Shui was already supporting his knees, panting heavily. Amiao, still being carried, quipped. Shui, you're so red, like Sakura Machi. She swallowed hard, and Ji Shui, unable to contain his laughter at her remark, responded, Really? Please, Amiao, do not devour me. Very well. Amiao's face expressed a hint of regret. It was evident that Toanzo was reminded of a childhood blunder, and with a heavy heart. He lifted Amiao to face him. Do you remember what you promised your brother? Amiao, with a wise look in her eyes, pondered for a moment and confidently replied. To drink more water. Well, that wasn't incorrect. Toanzo sighed in resignation and beckoned Shui to come inside. At that moment, Dei and Xian had already returned home from school and were engrossed in their homework. Upon opening the door, the two little heads turned, greeted their father, and then continued to immerse themselves in the ocean of knowledge. Toanzo decided to showcase a little hospitality to his old friend's grandchildren. Shui, make yourself at home and play with Amiao for now. He rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the kitchen. Your grandfather will come by later to pick you up. Let us have a meal before he arrives. Thank you, Grandpa Toanzo. Shui politely expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Amiao was sprawled on the tatami, her limbs spread wide, striking a pose reminiscent of a starfish. She suddenly tugged at Shui's pant leg and asked, Shui, do you like fruits? Following her pull, Shui sat beside her and replied, Yes, I love them. Amiao nodded. Oh, that's good. Just then, Xian, engrossed in his studies, popped his head up and said, Shui, you're in charge of dinner tonight. Shui, puzzled, replied, Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What am I in charge of? While Toanzo was halfway through preparing dinner, he peeked outside and saw Shui explaining a problem to the two children. Truly, the Uchiha elite, even at such a young age, they were already grasping such fundamental concepts. This was indeed a formidable skill. He glanced at Amiao, who had already dozed off. A small garment adorned with the Uchiha crest resting on her belly. No worries, as long as they can eat and sleep, he thought, returning to the kitchen to continue his culinary masterpiece. 30 minutes later, several seemingly exquisite dishes were placed on the table. Dinner is served. Toanzo wiped his hands and took a seat. The others nudged Amiao awake to join them. Shui politely stated, I shall begin. He then looked at the table. What is this? He stared blankly at the dishes before him. Stir-fried cherry tomatoes with quail eggs? Shui gazed at a small bowl of red and white sitting at an angle. And this blue one is, rice? With purple sweet potato? And this black one, could it be stir-fried small fish? The only dish he could recognize was the hamburger meat. He glanced at the others who had already started eating, feeling utterly bewildered. Is this even part of a normal cuisine? Amiao, recovering her appetite, looked at Shui while munching on the crispy little fish. Shui, don't you eat? Toanzo, with enthusiasm, encouraged, don't be shy, consider it your own home. Okay. Shui cautiously picked up a piece of seemingly juicy hamburger meat and took a bite. In an instant, his mind went blank. Was his taste bud malfunctioning? Why did it taste like grapes? Shui stiffly swallowed and said, Grandpa Toanzo, this hamburger meat has a peculiar flavor. Toanzo could not help but chuckle. This is my newly invented dish, rich in vitamins and protein. Ah, oh, I see. How unique. Shui awkwardly chuckled, lifting the soup bowl for a sip. So bitter. Is this right? He set the bowl down. Tuanzo appeared to have found a kindred spirit. This is a bitter melon soup I learned from elsewhere. It's quite tasty. Isn't it? The other three remained focused on their meals. Shui could only manage an awkward yet polite grin. It's, not bad. The meal was a challenge to complete. Shui sat at the edge of the corridor, waiting for his grandfather to arrive, finally understanding what Xian had meant before dinner. It turned out that Lord Tuanzo craved compliments, much like the children from the clan. However, the flavor was somewhat unpalatable. Xian leaned over and handed him a carton of milk, sitting down to say, "You worked hard today." His father was deeply engrossed in his own artistry, oblivious to the world around him. Cough, cough. Shui nearly choked and secretly glanced at Tuanzo, who was imparting fundamental knowledge to Amiao, and asked, "Did you not mention anything about food safety?" Xian replied with a nonchalant expression. Those three could put anything in their mouths. He had already taken it upon himself to learn cooking, self-preservation. Indeed, just a couple of days ago, Shui had stopped Amiao from trying to eat a cicada she had caught, a moment that had startled him to the core. If he had truly opened his eyes because of that, he might very well have been recorded in the family tree. Shui pondered. Perhaps it would be wise to bring some food next time? Just then, Uchiha Kagami's figure appeared outside the courtyard. "Ah, it's Grandpa. What brings you here?" Tuanzo, having just argued with him at the meeting, began with a sarcastic tone. "Esteemed Uchiha clan leader? Huh, what words are those from the head of the root?" Uchiha Kagami retorted. The two began bickering like children. It seemed they would continue for a while. Shui looked over at the seemingly perplexed Amiao and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand?" Amiao, who had just been learning fundamental knowledge, tilted her head. "The wind that brings people should be the wind of arrival, right?" Shui, "Perhaps, not quite the same?" Finally, after bidding farewell to everyone, Shui followed Uchiha Kagami home. The streetlights flickered along the way, and the shops lining the street were inviting customers within. "Shui, how did you feel today?" Uchiha Kagami habitually inquired about his grandson's day. Typically, Shui would cheerfully recount his day's training and Amiao's remarkable antics. But today felt different. "Today, I recognized the diversity of the human species," Shui resolutely stated. Uchiha Kagami's intention to nod halted. Determined not to let his friends develop peculiar eating habits, Shui began contemplating what to bring tomorrow. As long as he could swap it out before Amiao stuffed it into her mouth, it should suffice. Uchiha Kagami observed his grandson's earnest expression and fell into contemplation. It was the second year of Amiao's training under Hitaki Tsukumo. Feeling that the foundational skills had been sufficiently established, the master was prepared to adjust Amiao's sword technique. Their group arrived at the practice room. "All right, I've heard that Amiao has mastered Lord Tuanzo's sword techniques," Hitaki Tsukumo said with a smile. "Though I merely employ the very ordinary Konoha-style sword techniques, I can still offer you some advice." Amiao nodded and took the sword from Tuanzo. Nearby, Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, remarked, Hey, what is a sword that earned the title of Konoha White Fang during the Second Great Ninja War doing here?" Tuanzo replied, "If I chose you, there must be a reason." Shui chuckled. "Uncle Tsukumo, you need not be modest. Grandpa has mentioned your achievements." Hitaki Tsukumo responded, "I'm honored." Kakashi quipped, "How formal." Tuanzo added, transitioning to manual. Amiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her entire being radiated a fierce aura as she inhaled deeply, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charged towards Hitaki Tsukumo. Shui marveled. She seems even faster than last time. Tuanzo beamed with pride. "Indeed. This is our family's genius beauty." Kakashi scoffed. "She is only a bit impressive." Just a tad. This was met with death glares from the other two. First form of thunder breathing, thunderclap. Oh, Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes lit up. Good speed, but a dull sound echoed. The crackling of electricity resonated where sword met sheath. Hitaki Tsukumo, unblinking, parried the rapid upward strike. In addition to maintaining that unique breathing, you might try activating your muscle cells with lightning chakra. After repelling her, he sternly addressed Amiao, who was half kneeling and had retreated a distance again. No response came. After adjusting her breathing, Amiao closed in, unleashing 5 strikes in near synchronization with the sound of thunder. Second form of thunder breathing, rice spirit. The brilliant glimmer of the blade and the shadows of thunder loomed over Kakashi Hatake like a giant claw. Such a fierce desire for offense. He mused as he rotated the scabbard, effortlessly parrying each attack. The fighting style was strikingly similar to that of Lord Danzo he had encountered before. You two siblings seem to have abandoned all defense, haven't you? However, Amaya, undeterred by the ineffectiveness of her strikes, continued to unleash wave-like slashes centered around herself, targeting Kakashi's various weak points. Third form of thunder breathing, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Yet, only a faint sound, akin to a mosquito's buzz, emerged, starkly contrasting the earlier powerful maneuvers. Kakashi quickly discerned that this technique focused on instant bursts of power. Is there no thought given to sustainability? What sort of technique is this? He successfully blocked the latest attack, observing Amaya, who was now slightly swaying and panting, feeling somewhat exasperated. This technique was evidently a well-established system. However, Amaya was still too young, her strength, speed, and stamina not yet fully developed. Perhaps if your body were a bit more mature, it would be better. He smiled and patted Amaya's head. Relying solely on ordinary chakra for enhancement has its limitations in speed. Chapter 8. Soaking goji berries in a thermos, Kakashi began to retrieve a scroll to explain the underlying principles. Amaya, meanwhile, was adjusting her breathing in preparation to listen. Danzo closely monitored her condition, confirming that Amaya had wisely stopped just short of exhaustion. Beside them, Shursui watched intently, his eyes sparkling, eager to join in on the lesson. His chakra was of fire, wind, and lightning. Could this be considered eavesdropping? Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, quipped, "That kid hasn't drunk the soup of oblivion, has he? To possess such proficiency in so many techniques at such a tender age. Clearly, the past life hasn't been entirely forgotten." Danzo remarked, "You know too much. Kakashi-kun, why not join us? I hear you haven't mastered it yet." Shursui smiled and turned back, teasing, "Be careful, we might catch up to you." Kakashi snorted derisively, crossing his arms. Yet, his body obediently moved toward the door, just as Kakashi was about to unfurl the scroll and initiate his enlightening lesson. He seemed to sense something and glanced toward the door. Amaya turned her head almost simultaneously to the closed door. "Ah, that voice seems somewhat familiar." She tilted her head. "But the other one is a bit strange." Kakashi shot her a glance and whispered to Kakashi, "It seems we have two little guests, Kakashi." Kakashi reacted with a moment of realization, then widened his eyes. Those two fools. With a scowl, he stealthily approached the door and flung it open. Outside, Obito and Might Guy, who had been eavesdropping intently, tumbled into the room, skidding a considerable distance, and offered a deep bow to Amaya. Dazedly raising their heads to look at her, Amaya glanced at the two at her feet, deciding to rise rather than bow. "Stand up," she commanded with an air of authority, waving her hand. The two, still on the floor, looked at her bewilderedly. Shursui chuckled, puffed, cough, "You two are too polite." Obito, who had intended to leap up and start a commotion, suddenly felt a chill down his back. "Oh no, there's a killing intent." They whipped around to see Kakashi, arms crossed, scowling at them. "You two stragglers," he said slowly, forming hand seals. "Have you thought of an excuse?" Originally, they had followed Kakashi, hoping to learn combat techniques. But upon hearing the thunderous sounds, curiosity had led them to eavesdrop at the door. "Wait, that's..." they exclaimed, only to be met with shrill screams. After two piercing cries shattered the air, two smoking posteriors were added to the scene, courtesy of the Hatake family's signature technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. In the ensuing silence, Kakashi apathetically clapped his hands and stood up. Kakashi chuckled heartily. "Ahaha, such camaraderie." Amaya, with her eyes covered by Shursui and Danzo, who was firmly plugging her ears with chakra, wondered, what on earth just happened? Danzo sighed in relief. "Thankfully, we reacted in time." Amaya's ears were still sharp. If she learned such a dirty trick, it would be disastrous. Shursui also exhaled in relief. I feel like it would have been disastrous if Amaya had witnessed that. Thus, under Kakashi's warm invitation, the small classroom welcomed two children rubbing their sore behinds, and they moved the lesson outdoors to a spacious training ground. A proper amount of lightning chakra can invigorate neurons and enhance muscle activity, thereby facilitating swifter movement and quicker reflexes. Kakashi unfurled the scroll and began his explanation. And the dosage is also a crucial point. After a while, he noticed that aside from the attentive Shursui and Kakashi and the seemingly indifferent Amaya, the others appeared lost in thought. Kakashi sighed, "Let's try it directly." Kakashi, you demonstrate first. Kakashi stepped forward, feigning reluctance but brimming with pride. All right then. Obito rolled his eyes, playing hard to get. Guy, full of youthful vigor, exclaimed, as expected of Kakashi. My lifelong rival. Kakashi rolled his eyes and instantly flickered to the opposite side of the training ground. A faint crackling sound of electricity resonated as he dashed to the far end and halted abruptly. Excellent, Kakashi commended, having only taught the prodigy, and clapped in encouragement before turning back to ask, did you understand? Amaya nodded, Shursui nodded, Obito and Guy shook their heads. Danzo, why are you shaking your head? Do you still need to learn this? Kakashi's mouth opened slightly. Amaya, why don't you give it a try? Amaya nodded, standing at the starting point, bending her knees in a stance to gather strength. So, I should channel energy into my legs, distinct from the breathing method, correct? She comprehended. Suddenly, yellow arcs of electricity erupted from Amaya's body, accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity. Ziz. Kakashi intended to marvel at her talent when the steady hum of electricity began to intensify. Kakashi's expression shifted. Wait, reduce the output. It's too much. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom. Amaya, amidst the astonished gazes of her companions, charged toward the unsuspecting Kakashi, propelling him through the air. Kakashi felt as if he had been struck by a furious boar. They soared far before being caught by his beloved father, landing smoothly. In that fleeting moment, he thought he might die. Once set down, Kakashi, breathless and trembling, pointed at the dazed Amaya sprawled on the ground. Can't you watch where you're going? After confirming that both were unharmed, Danzo reassured him, you also served as a break. Shursui chimed in, Amaya didn't mean to, it was a blind spot. Kakashi, too preoccupied to notice his still-living son, marveled, to be able to reach such speed? The two fools exclaimed, huh? What just flew past us? Kakashi responded with a resigned. Danzo, oblivious, and Shursui, uninterested, while their father was solely focused on the pursuit of speed, left Kakashi baffled. Did I just take on a disciple or a Godzilla? He questioned, utterly bewildered. This lesson proved fruitful for all involved. The children gained knowledge while the adults enjoyed the spectacle. A cause for celebration indeed. Thus, time passed serenely in their harmonious training, day by day. Months later, due to Kakashi's recent A-rank mission, Amaya practiced her swordplay in her family's courtyard. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the air. Amaya's ears perked up, and she turned to the gate. Moments later, Shursui stood at the entrance. Amaya. Today, Shursui appeared particularly enthusiastic, smiling as he addressed her. Amaya, are you free today? I want to take you to our home. Still mid-training with her sword, Amaya replied, wait a moment. All right. Shursui skillfully leaped over the gate and greeted Danzo, who was watering the flowers. Good morning, Grandpa Danzo. Danzo grumbled. This kid is becoming increasingly impolite. In a fit of anger, he glanced at Amiao as she finished her sword practice, sheathing the blade and instinctively closing her eyes to allow Shursui to dab her sweat with a handkerchief before leading her away. Goodbye, brother, she called. The children of the Uchiha clan scattered, leaving the solitary middle-aged Danzo to ponder. Wait a moment. This isn't right, is it? Shursui and Amiao dashed across the rooftops. With someone guiding her, Amiao found herself daydreaming, her gaze drifting to the still profile of Shursui. Eishui's eyes are so bright, resembling grapes. Shursui tilted his head slightly and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, you can't eat them, you know. Oh, fine, Amiao replied, a touch disappointed. This time she had guessed correctly, much to Shursui's satisfaction. Despite her peculiar thought processes, which led her to be wrong 9 times out of 10 in the past, he had managed to guess right more often after years of studying her quirks. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's residence, he greeted the doorman cheerfully and took Amiao home. Today, as Uchiha Kagami was at work, it was his grandmother, Uchiha Mikazuki, who opened the door. Hello, esteemed elder, Amiao greeted with a polite bow. Hee, Amiao. You are still such an amusing child. Uchiha Mikazuki welcomed them in. Come in, I've made some red bean rice cakes. They are delicious. The origin of this title stemmed from the first time Shursui had invited Amiao over, whereupon she had remarked, so you are Shursui's esteemed elder, leaving everyone present in awe. However, Uchiha Mikazuki had delighted in this title and encouraged Amiao to continue calling her that. As Shursui eagerly lifted the red bean rice cake, he noticed Amiao's face buried in her bowl. Grandma, this is even better than last time. Shursui praised, to which Amiao nodded in agreement. Her her cheeks puffed up with food. They both received affectionate pats on their heads. Meanwhile, Danzo surveyed the empty house during his break, having not rested in quite some time. With several young ones off to school and others out playing, he decided to tidy up. People are like that. When busy, they yearn for rest. Yet when they finally get a moment, they find themselves preoccupied with other tasks. As he swept up dark strands of hair, he found it clinging stubbornly to the broom. And when he tried to dislodge it, it only stuck to the wall, proving difficult to remove. He contemplated the few strands in his hand, reflecting on his own thinning hair as he approached middle age, his gaze sharpening. So, if not with him, then with anyone else will do? Chapter 9. The unique contemplation of waterbirds. That morning, Itachi had entrusted a small child to Uchiha Mikazuki, bowing deeply as he did so. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the police force, originally planning to take the day off to watch his son due to his wife's absence. He was suddenly called back when a summoned beast reported a case of illegal distribution of adult literature, citing a shortage of patrol personnel. Though he felt secure leaving Itachi at home, his son had been exceptionally mature since a young age. He feared the repercussions should Mikoto return only to find him unaccompanied. Thus, he carried the still reading Itachi to the clan leader's residence and knocked on the door. This was why Itachi was seated there enjoying red bean soup. Shurshui had intended to practice shuriken throwing with Amiao at the Uchiha training grounds, but decided to linger a bit longer. Itachi was not one to refuse his younger siblings. As Amiao gazed dreamily at Itachi, Shurshui observed the two. "Brother Shurshui, is there something on my face?" Itachi asked with a serious expression. "This sister has been staring at me." "Haha, no," Shurshui replied, ruffling his hair. "Amiao simply thinks you are very cute, and by the way, she is not a sister." This last part was unnecessary. Like Daifuku, but unable to bite as promised to Shurshui, Amiao reluctantly turned her head. "Esteemed elder, I would like another bowl." Uchiha Mikazuki smiled. "Come, there is plenty more." After finishing their morning tea, all were rewarded with a kiss on the cheek from Mikazuki, leading them to the backyard. When asked what Itachi wanted to play, he expressed his desire to watch some training. Shurshui scratched his head and exchanged glances with Amiao. "Well, here it comes," he said, holding a few shuriken between his fingers, positioning himself in front of Amiao. Amiao responded softly, her eyes fixated on his movements as her right hand gripped the hilt of her sword, poised downward. Itachi couldn't help but take another look, questioning whether this was the same person as before. Shurshui leaped high, throwing kunai towards Amiao's limbs and vital points. Amiao steadied her right hand. Crack! The blade aligned, reflecting the sunlight, transforming into a radiant gold. With a thunderous sound, Amiao vanished from her spot. Itachi's eyes widened as he witnessed Shurshui land and swiftly retreat, pulling something back with a forceful tug. At that moment, the steel wire became visible, drawing back the kunai that had lost momentum. The shuriken, the wire, and Shurshui seemed to weave into a vast net, ensnaring the vanishing Amiao, who found herself suspended in midair without leverage. Just as Itachi believed this sparring session would conclude with Amiao's defeat, she inhaled deeply while suspended. A crackling sound, reminiscent of electricity, emanated from her direction. Shurshui sighed, altering his stance as he gripped a kunai and disappeared from sight. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound erupted from the center of Amiao, and 4 bright cuts severed the steel wire, causing the kunai to drop helplessly to the ground. Emotionless, she crouched as she landed, flicking her blade to rest against the neck of the person behind her. Simultaneously, concealed by the wire and the shuriken, Shurshui held a kunai against the back of Amiao's neck. 2 seconds later, they simultaneously sheathed their weapons. All weapons were blunt. Shurshui helped Amiao to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothes with a sigh. "Did we not agree to avoid using chakra? You also utilized body flicker." Amiao, maintaining her stoic expression, met his gaze with conviction. "It's a draw." Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Impressive, he thought, having barely glimpsed the fluid movements of the two. As he pondered, something landed beside him, remaining still for quite some time. Assuming it to be a summoned beast, he turned his head. Itachi spotted a dark blue-gray bird perched nearby. It's when I fixed intently on him. As if sensing his gaze, the bird fluffed its feathers and approached stealthily, its antennae rising as it resembled a large cockroach. Even a precocious child could be startled by such an extraordinary sight. Itachi recoiled abruptly, but the protrusion of the artificial hill tripped him. Losing his balance, he fell backward uncontrollably. Just before his head hit the ground, Itachi seemed to hear a rumble. He felt his hands being grasped and was lifted into the air. Upon opening his eyes, which had shut tight in anticipation of pain, he saw Amiao before him. "The back of your head is quite vulnerable," she stated. Her expression unchanged as she gazed at Itachi. Backlit, only her eyes shone brightly. Itachi inexplicably recalled the wolves from the picture books he'd read, shivering at the thought. "I understand now. Thank you, Sister Amiao." At that moment, Shui took Itachi from her arms, checking to confirm he was unharmed before sighing in relief. The three then turned to regard the unexpected visitor. The peculiar bird that had previously crawled in the shadows now stood on one leg, resembling a giant chicken leg. The magnificent chicken leg stood still, embodying the contemplative posture unique to waterfowl. Shui recognized that this waterbird was none other than the night heron, often spotted along the Nagakawa River. However, it remained a mystery as to how it had flown all the way to the Uchiha clan's territory. Amiao felt a sense of familiarity with this bird. She locked eyes with it. Quack! The bird called out suddenly. Shui and Itachi exchanged bewildered glances. Wait a moment. Did it just quack? A flying frog? Mimi? Amiao tilted her head. Immediately, as if a successful connection had been made, the bird tilted its head in response, adjusting its vocal repertoire before bellowing in a raucous voice. Amiao. Amiao? Shui and Itachi were left utterly astonished. The night heron speaks human language. Mimi, Amiao affirmed confidently. Shui hesitated. Amiao, do you know it? Amiao nodded solemnly. It is my emergency food, from my previous life. The once retracted neck of Mimi suddenly elongated. Seemingly in protest. Kugwa. Shui laughed. Ahahaha, this is bad. Now I have another incomprehensible creature to deal with. When did these two get acquainted? How come I was unaware? Itachi, hiding behind Shui, gazed at the oversized, indeterminate flying object that was now half a head shorter than him, lost in thought. Indeed, the saying that pets resemble their owners held true. His father had not deceived him. When Uchiha Fugaku came to retrieve Itachi at noon, he inquired if Itachi had enjoyed himself. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi affirmed, it was delightful. I witnessed the diversity of the human species. Uchiha Fugaku responded with confusion. In the afternoon, after finally tidying up the house inside and out, Danzo glanced at the clock and realized he hadn't bought groceries. Perhaps today would come to an end here. He would first go to pick up Amiao and then grab a few things from the commercial street. Could it be that the Shimura family's meals would return to normal today? Not quite. After knocking, Amiao appeared, holding a familiar bird as if it were a chicken. Prior to this, the two had been locked in a silent stare for half an hour. Danzo focused his gaze, wishing he hadn't tea. Memories long buried were assaulting him, like waking in the dead of night to the unsettling sight of a head outside the window, only to discover it was the Night Master Mimi cosplaying as an owl. He would never speak of the time he was barking at the dogs, only to attract a pack that nipped at his rear. Danzo's expression twisted as he glared at Amiao's waterbird. The shadowy Night Master remarked, Amiao. Amiao replied, Big brother. Danzo, understanding, exclaimed, Got it. I know what it is. It can be raised. With a look of relief, he bid farewell to Uchiha Mingwe and Shui and departed. After witnessing the entirety of their exchange, Shui sighed as he watched their retreating figures. It's not easy. Is it, Grandpa Danzo? No wonder he seems so emotionally stable. Uchiha Mingwe glanced at his oblivious grandson with a sigh. Chapter 10. Our Amiao may experience fission today marked the day when Kakashi returned home after completing a mission with Hitaki Tsukumo. On the surface, Kakashi appeared unfazed. However, the moment the school bell rang, he vanished before the teacher could utter a word. The teacher remarked, Can't control him at all, originally intending to train with Kakashi. Obito and Rin were bewildered when the conspicuous figure of Kakashi suddenly disappeared. The two exchanged puzzled glances before bursting into laughter. He's still the same, Rin chuckled. Obito scoffed. I wonder why he wanted to admit he's not happy. He just heard about Uncle Tsukumo returning to the village, and he couldn't contain himself. What's that word? I remember. It's Tsundere. Rin exclaimed in surprise, pondering before concluding, Obito, you're right. At that moment, midway on his journey, Kakashi suddenly sneezed loudly, startling a gray-blue waterbird perched on a nearby rooftop, causing it to stretch its neck in surprise. Kakashi caught a glimpse and was shocked. Did I just see a bird resembling a baseball bat? I must be seeing things. He continued walking, oblivious to the gray-blue bird retracting its neck slowly before taking flight. I'm back, Kakashi feigned calmness, pushing open the door nonchalantly. A familiar scene greeted him, a smiling Uchiha and an expressionless Shimura, along with another seemingly Uchiha. Wait, there's another one. He incredulously closed the door, then opened it again. The interior remained unchanged, yet the low murmurs of the mischievous child shattered his last shred of hope. Kakashi-kun, this is Uchiha Itachi, my cousin. Jisue grinned. We just happened to meet Uncle Tsukumo on the way, and he invited us to join. Itachi, though expressionless, politely nodded, Yoroshiku. Amiao looked quite pleased, nodding appreciatively. Just as Kakashi was becoming somewhat disoriented, he felt an intense gaze from behind. Turning around, he saw the peculiar creature he had encountered earlier silently positioned behind him, now staring intently. Noticing Kakashi's awareness, it dumbly uttered, Amiao. Kakashi felt his mind tremble. This déjà vu. Would this creature, Amiao, appreciate value? Was he about to be surrounded by such a being? Thus, when Hitaki Tsukumo returned to the ninja school to fetch his son, only to find an empty space, he was reminded by passing Obito and Rin that Kakashi had already returned home. He hurried back, only to witness earth and fire ninjutsu in a chaotic display, accompanied by the sounds of electricity and shuriken clashing. In the distance, a child and a bird were watching the spectacle unfold. What is happening? Hitaki Tsukumo, confused, drew his sword to intervene, only to find himself lifting the dirt-smeared Kakashi and the sheepish Jisue in a single motion. Kakashi, maintaining an air of nonchalance, remarked, "You're back. You actually remembered to return." If this continued, Amiao and the Uchihas would surely seize control of the household. Jisue scratched his head, sorry for the disturbance. Although Kakashi initiated the battle, it was my first time unleashing ninjutsu in someone else's home. I nearly lost control. Teacher, Amiao obediently sheathed her blade. As Hitaki Tsukumo utilized earth techniques to restore order to the yard, Kakashi regained his composure. Where did this night heron come from? He pointed at the water bird, which appeared rather stoic with its neck retracted. Upon receiving Jisue's explanation that it was Amiao's summoning beast, Kakashi took a deep breath. I see, that makes sense. That is not surprising at all. He aspired to graduate from the ninja school this year. Such trivial matters could be overlooked. However, Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who seemed quite harmonious with the night heron. Had Jisue ever considered that his cousin was nearly half Amiao by now? Hitaki Tsukumo, having calmed Kakashi down and after agreeing to some unequal terms, turned his attention to Amiao and Jisue. You two should be enrolling in the ninja school next year, right? He patted their heads. Jisue, I saw you earlier. Your ninjutsu and shuriken skills are impressive, truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. Jisue beamed. You flatter me, Uncle Tsukumo. Has Amiao learned any basic ninjutsu? Hitaki Tsukumo inquired, observing Amiao, who wore a light yellow haori due to the autumn chill. She shook her head. Big brother only practices wind techniques. It is well known that wind ninjutsu requires stringent chakra control, making it unsuitable for beginners. Thus, Hitaki Tsukumo understood and produced more foundational techniques, the body replacement technique and lightning release, body flicker. Based on his assessment of Amiao's talents, he believed she would grasp these simpler techniques quickly. As Amiao listened to his explanation, she scratched her head and slowly began forming hand seals. After an extended wait, she finally completed the hand seal for the body replacement technique, but nothing happened. The same was true for the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. All yielded no response. Having returned several times, the outcome remained unchanged, with not even a hint of variation. Amiao gazed blankly at Tsukumo Hitaki, who began to ponder seriously. Kakashi seemed to have immediately applied what he had just heard. It is said that his two students, his own son, possessed a remarkable talent for ninjutsu, though his swordsmanship could only be described as somewhat gifted. With Amiao, however, her swordsmanship was now on par with Kakashi's, yet her ninjutsu remained abysmal. Logically, she should have been able to imbue her blade with lightning chakra at this early stage. Why was she struggling with ninjutsu? Kakashi, this was unexpected. Why not, Amiao? Try envisioning your fingers as a blade and attempt that lightning technique we just discussed. Shursui suggested an alternative approach. Suddenly enlightened, Amiao crouched down, placing her hands on the ground, and indeed, crackling electricity erupted from her fingertips. Tsukumo and Kakashi, huh? Excellent. Now remember that sensation and attempt to form the hand seals to release it, Shursui encouraged. Following his guidance, Amiao astonishingly unleashed a complete lightning technique. And due to her lightning chakra's superior penetration, even scorched the ground beneath her. It worked. Amidst the crackling of electricity, she lifted her head and dusted off her hands. It's a lightning release. Congratulations, Amiao. Shursui applauded with a smile. Congratulations, Sister Amiao. Itachi joined in the applause. Tsukumo and Kakashi, is this truly how it's resolved? Tsukumo slumped onto the steps, feeling defeated. The principle, he explained, had proven challenging for such a gifted student to grasp. It seemed his experience was still lacking. Suddenly, Amiao's face appeared before him. She bent down, observing him from below, then sighed in relief, turning back to Shursui. I didn't cry. Shursui nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Let us continue learning. Amiao. Tsukumo. Kakashi's deadpan expression. I've said it before. I wonder what these kids are thinking day after day. There seem to be hardly any sensible people here. He sighed, awkwardly patting his father. It's all right, I understand. Tsukumo. Thank you, Kakashi, but it feels even more disheartening. A month later, having finally learned several basic ninjutsu, Amiao strolled home with her small backpack, upon which sat Mimi like a charm. Passers-by, who had once been curious about this duo, were now accustomed to the sight. One even chuckled and asked, Oh, isn't that Amiao? I didn't see Shursui today. Amiao nodded absent-mindedly. He had something to do. Then take your time on the way home, Amiao. The owner of the dumpling shop cheerfully handed her a skewer of dumplings. Here, on the house today. Thank you. Amiao politely expressed her gratitude, taking the dumplings and discussing the monthly tab with the shopkeeper as she walked away. How adorable. I wonder how Lord Toanzo ended up with such a little sister, the shopkeeper mused. I heard she was found on the battlefield, a passerby chimed in. Impossible. She must have fallen from the sky. Do you hear yourself? How does that make sense? You might as well say she was carved from bamboo. Speaking of which, has the police department undergone reform recently? The one who proposed it seems to be as darkness fell early, the streetlights had yet to illuminate, casting shadows in the sparsely populated area. Amiao walked alone along the path. Suddenly, the usually quiet Mimi stretched her neck towards a certain direction and called out, Ashui, 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 trouble. It flew up to a rooftop. Amiao looked up, her expression turning serious as she focused on Mimi. Southeast. A gray-blue waterbird spread its wings, starting to lead her way. All right. Amiao swiftly moved in the direction indicated. After traversing several rooftops, Mimi silently perched on a wall in an alley. Amiao peeked over the eaves. A group of slightly older children had formed a circle around a visibly troubled Shursui, drawing closer with each step. What was that called? Don't leave after school, right? Amiao thought to herself, unhesitatingly vaulting over the rooftop, her haori unfurling like a butterfly as she landed quietly behind Shursui. Amiao? Shursui sensed the familiar presence, his eyes widening in surprise. Yet, he did not turn around, merely leaning back against Amiao's support. Ha. As the grandson of the Uchiha clan leader, you need a blonde girl to save you? The leader of the children, Uchiha, looked disdainfully at Shursui. You have the guts to challenge, but not to face alone? You're truly bringing shame to our Uchiha clan. As he spoke, he attempted to push past Amiao, reaching for Shursui. However, his movements were halted by the blade's sheath, rendering him immobile. Uchiha gasped, looking down. This is a no-pass zone. Amiao raised her head, gazing coldly at him. The tension in the air thickened. Chapter 11. The Moon? Kono Amiauda. After saying that, Amiao felt the warm back pressed against her quiver slightly. Look at how frightened you've made Ashui. Her gaze turned even more menacing. Uchiha shivered under her increasingly frosty golden eyes, an overwhelming sense of offended anger swelling within him. Just a mere outsider. He yanked his hand away from the blade's sheath, drawing a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. It's not too late to beg for mercy now. His companions seemed to cheer him on. Yes. It's not too late. You're done for if you've angered the boss. Huh. Shursui sighed at the raucous scene, tilting his head slightly, and smiled. Amiao, be gentle. Not everyone can withstand your blade's edge like the Hitaki father and son. Amiao did not respond, silently retracting her foot that was poised to step forward, gripping the hilt of her blade, and slightly disengaging the blade from its sheath. Don't underestimate me. Uchiha, provoked by Shursui's words, turned crimson, charging directly at Amiao with kunai in both hands. First, deal with this outsider. As he led the charge, other Uchiha children followed suit. Just as Uchiha's kunai was about to graze Amiao's garment, she suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, the Uchiha children lunging at Shursui found themselves grasping at air. Huh? Where did she go? Uchiha sensed something and looked up. A full moon, no? It was still early in the night. It was Amiao leaping into the air, her haori billowing. The crackling sound echoed, with bright yellow lightning coiling around her, enveloping her in a glowing aura. Amiao seemed to pivot in midair. This time, Uchiha saw clearly. It was a wire that had appeared out of nowhere. Then, the moon plummeted. To the encircled Uchiha children, it illuminated the scene as if it were daylight. Boom. Centered around Amiao's landing point, lightning erupted in a circular explosion, transforming the moon into divine retribution, the blade flashing through the lightning. The sixth form of the breath of lightning, thunderclap. Uchiha, closest to the blast, was almost instantly paralyzed by the massive surge of lightning chakra, his kunai flying from his grasp. The others, caught off guard by the sudden assault, convulsed as they fell after being struck by the lightning. What had once seemed an impenetrable circle now contained only a few stray kittens. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining Uchiha children, who had charged in slower, blinked in disbelief, exchanging terrified glances at the center where Amiao stood, still crackling with fluorescent lightning. Should we just run? What were we here for again? What are you all staring at? A voice tinged with amusement rang in their ears, and in the next instant, their bodies were ensnared by wires, bound together, and lifted off the ground. Shursui brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, turning to a seemingly still unsatisfied Amiao. All right, can you lend me a hand now? We tied up these individuals. Amiao flicked her knife, sliding the blade back into its sheath, her demeanor relaxing. Ashue, shall we resort to severe interrogation? She wore a serious expression. I possess the great memory restoration technique. No, that's not it. Jishue chuckled. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with several small Uchiha who looked at him with trepidation, regarding why they have come to provoke me. Although he was well aware of the underlying reasons, the scene shifted to last night. After bidding farewell to Ao Miao and escorting Itachi back, Jishue was in high spirits on his way home. Midway, he sensed someone following him, their concealment skills woefully inadequate, and he detected them almost instantly. Jishue halted, sighed, and turned to the direction of the presence. Is there something you need? A timid Uchiha darted out, tossing a letter at his feet before fleeing. Jishue exclaimed in surprise. He recognized the boy as the grandson of the second elder, who had always scoffed at his grandfather. Cautiously examining the envelope to confirm there was nothing else, he opened the letter. Tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon, meet at Alley 6, Street 12 in Konoha? Only the timid would be too afraid to come? Such childish provocation. However, it suited him perfectly. Jishue tucked away the envelope, resolved to investigate. Consequently, he found himself surrounded by several Uchiha who appeared to be upper-class ninjas. A glance at the gathering revealed that it was a result of the police department reform enacted by his grandfather. The leftist Uchiha had long disapproved of Uchiha Kagami's lenient methods, and this reform transitioned the police department from being solely Uchiha-controlled to requiring only qualified Konoha ninjas to serve. An examination was held annually, and those who failed were dismissed. This was a thunderbolt for those aspiring to join the police department immediately after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Jishue had heard his grandfather argue with elders about this issue on numerous occasions, returning home to be consoled by his grandmother. Now, it was a union of children ostracizing him. He surveyed the group and pondered. Is there a method of attack that lacks the ferocity of fire style, yet can control all of them? He lacked confidence in using Genjutsu to subdue them all at once. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar presence descended behind him. It was Ao Miao. As she leaned against his warm back, an unfamiliar sensation surged within Jishue. What was this feeling? Returning to the present, Uchiha awoke from a drowsy state, still feeling a lingering numbness in his body. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Jishue sharing food with a foreign child clad in a haori, accompanied by a long-legged frog. A closer look revealed it was a water bird carrying a backpack. Why did the perspective seem so peculiar? He shook his heavy head and finally realized he was suspended by wires against the wall. The nearby Uchiha, noticing he had regained consciousness, called out excitedly, Big brother. Big brother is awake. Woo-woo, big brother, my hand feels numb. Am I going to lose it? Just as Uchiha Yi's mind, still recovering, was buzzing from the noise, a hoarse voice commanded, silence. Where did that come from? Mimi, it's me. They exchanged glances and then turned to see the two children and a bird who had just finished sharing a skewer of dumplings and 3 rice balls. At that moment, Ji Shui helped Ao Miao wipe her mouth, then stood up nonchalantly, retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. It was one of the kunai that Ao Miao had previously sent flying at Uchiha-e. Ji Shui recognized it immediately, as it was the one he had pilfered from his father. Spinning the kunai in his hand, Ji Shui remarked, "This one seems to be sharpened." He tossed the kunai into the air, catching it by the handle. "Uchiha-e, your father should be the deputy minister of the police department. I trust one am not mistaken." Uchiha-e retorted defiantly, "So what?" Ji Shui regarded him with pity before addressing the others, clearly identifying everyone's lineage. With each revelation, the heads of the small Uchiha drooped lower, sweat beading on their brows. "Uchiha Stone, is this your interpretation of the Uchiha spirit? To overpower the weak with numbers and intimidate the small?" Ji Shui concluded coldly. "This matter will be reported in full." He glanced at the corner, then turned away with Ao Miao, who had been peering curiously. The small Uchiha still hanging on the wall fell silent for a moment. "Big brother, what do we do now?" one child asked, his voice tinged with tears. Uchiha-e remained silent, lost in thought. After they departed, a masked figure emerged from the shadows, standing before them. It was a root ninja. Ji Shui guided Ao Miao toward the Shimura residence. Ao Miao glanced at the seemingly cheerful Ji Shui. "Ah Shui, are you unhappy?" Ji Shui paused. Surprised by her inquiry, "I'm not unhappy. Just feeling a bit stifled by the behavior of peers from our clan. As fellow Konoha and Uchiha, can't we truly understand one another?" He sighed, shifting the topic. "How did you find me today, Ao Miao?" With a proud yet expressionless demeanor, Ao Miao lifted Mimi, who was carrying her backpack. Mimi played a significant role. Mimi barked, "Woof." "Ah Shui, urgent investigation." Ji Shui exchanged glances with the water bird. Can it sense things?" Ao Miao nodded. "It can detect familiar presences. For instance, in the infinite city of the previous world, it found me and led me to my elder brother." Ji Shui mused. "I see. I never mentioned this to it before." Then he asked, "Why did you come to assist me this time, especially with several individuals present?" Ao Miao tilted her head, placing Mimi down, and replied, "There's no reason. I will always stand by your side." Ji Shui stared at Ao Miao's eyes, taken aback. "Ah, she is serious." That peculiar sensation returned. "Wait a moment." Ao Miao suddenly leaned in, grasping his arm with a serious expression. "You won't eat people, will you? If you do, I can't assist you." Ji Shui, momentarily interrupted, regained his composure and chuckled. "If you don't help me, what will you do? It seems there are others who look more likely to devour people." Yet, Ao Miao, who often spoke her mind, fell silent, noticing her prolonged quietness. Ji Shui took her hand, resuming their walk. In the distance, they spotted Danzo at the entrance of the Shimura residence. He stood with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for Ao Miao. As the silence lingered, Ao Miao tightened her grip on Ji Shui's hand before releasing it. "See you tomorrow, Ao Miao." Ji Shui bid farewell. "I will kill you." "See you tomorrow, Ah Shui." Ao Miao tossed out that statement before dashing to her brother's side. Ji Shui was momentarily stunned before smiling at Danzo and greeting him as he departed. Danzo gestured discreetly to the root ninja in the corner, signaling him to follow and provide escort. Then, narrowing his eyes, he directed his gaze at Ao Miao, returning late. "Speak. What happened?" Ao Miao replied nonchalantly, "Just some trivial matters." Danzo remarked, Chapter 12, The Nanny Has Arrived. In summary, every last one of those small Uchiha was brought before Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just finished his workday, by the root ninjas. As he prepared to return home to dine with his wife, the third Hokage exclaimed, "What? Is this how you treat him?" Danzo's tactics were indeed ruthless. Sarutobi sighed in resignation, heading back to the Hokage office from which he had just emerged. After understanding the situation, the third Hokage began to contact Uchiha Kagami, realizing that while it appeared to be a children's squabble, it was ultimately the adults' attitudes that had provided them with justification. However, it is a grave offense in Konoha for a comrade to act against another, particularly when the leading Uchiha Itachi was wielding a sharpened shuriken. Consequently, Uchiha Itachi was expelled from the Ninja Academy and stripped of the Uchiha name, while the other participants faced varying degrees of punishment. In accordance with Danzo's words, they would find it impossible to seek public office. And the police department was even more out of reach. The vice minister of the police department, who had been severely undermined by his own son, was completely sidelined, with Uchiha Fugaku, who had excelled in assessments and performance, taking over. The outcome left the elders, who had previously glared at Uchiha Kagami, utterly stunned since most of the participants were their own children. The following day, Uchiha Kagami convened an urgent meeting, and upon seeing the wrinkled, dark faces of the elders, he felt an immediate sense of relief. In light of the commendable performance of his grandson and Ameo, he promptly presented a Jinjutsu scroll for Shisui and Ameo to learn together. Shisui remarked, albeit hesitantly, that he felt Ameo might struggle with Jinjutsu, as she was still grappling with the basic transformation technique and could only manage basic lightning release. Thus, he unceremoniously took another Uchiha sword technique. Uchiha Kagami was taken aback, pondering why his grandson was being so contrary, yet he shrugged it off, recognizing that the two would likely become comrades in the future, so why not learn together? Hearing about such an incident occurring in Konoha, Obito was outraged and demonstrated a military boxing routine at school, declaring that had he encountered those responsible, he would not show them mercy. He insisted on accompanying Kakashi to visit the two children and offer comfort for their wounded spirits. Kakashi, unable to refuse, took Obito and Rin to the entrance, cautioning them that the two youngsters might not be there, as they occasionally trained elsewhere. Upon opening the door, they found Ameo dragging Shisui to a shaded area, where she sat him down under the eaves, wrapping him in a haori. After completing her task, Ameo even patted the bundled figure on the ground with satisfaction. Kakashi wondered aloud what was going on, while Obito expressed interest, exclaiming, "Oh, is Ameo playing hide and seek with Shisui? How adorable." Rin smiled and gently ruffled Ameo's hair, asking if this was a punishment for Shisui being caught. Ameo, with utmost seriousness, replied, "No, I am preventing him from becoming a mushy mess." "What?" Shisui turning into Shisui. They exchanged puzzled glances. Then, a muffled voice emerged as Shisui lifted the haori covering his upper body, his face reddening like a tomato. Whether from embarrassment or the heat, we were conducting a Jinjutsu test. Just moments prior, he had been reviewing the Jinjutsu technique bestowed by his grandfather, which used a small amount of chakra and had inadvertently affected Ameo nearby. Shisui, why are your teeth so sharp?" Ameo paused, her expression gradually turning serious. As Shisui remained bemused, she dashed forward at an untraceable speed, cupping his face to examine him closely. It was then that Shisui noticed that Ameo's golden eyes reflected a pale, monstrous visage with sharp teeth. He recalled that he must have unintentionally unleashed the Jinjutsu that revealed the inner fears of the subject. Was Ameo's fear that he would transform into a monster? He hesitated to dispel the Jinjutsu. At such close proximity, he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Ameo, too near for comfort. He could see her eyelashes fluttering slightly. This was too close. After all, Ameo was a girl. Shisui felt his face growing increasingly warm, just as he could no longer suppress the urge to pull away. Ameo seemed to remember something and released her grip, dragging him back under the eaves. The scene Kakashi and the others had first witnessed unfolded before them. Once Ameo had dispelled the Jinjutsu, she scrutinized Shisui, finally exhaling in relief. "It seems I one need to have my brother box you up after all." Shisui responded with a puzzled expression, while Kakashi, exasperated, remarked, "What? Do you still want to box Shisui up?" Observing Shisui's flushed face, which he was too shy to meet Ameo's gaze with, and Obito blushing while speaking with Rin, Kakashi rolled his eyes and turned to leave. He could no longer endure the situation and decided to practice ninjutsu. At that moment, the tardy Tsukumo Hatake entered, brandishing a spatula. "Ah, you're all here. Kakashi, aren't you having dinner at home today?" Kakashi retorted angrily, "I'm already full." After half a year, Ameo had yet to master any Jinjutsu and was ultimately diagnosed by Tsukumo and Danzo as lacking in-release chakra. Moreover, Ameo's resistance to Jinjutsu could not be described as anything but negligible. However, the Uchiha sword technique she had practiced was swiftly assimilated within months. Yet, she felt that this technique might align better with her and the Hashira than with her own abilities, leaving her to learn it only in her dreams. In the training grounds behind the Uchiha clan, Ameo regretfully unleashed her final strike imbued with lightning, cleaving the distant target in two before sheathed her sword. "Sister Ameo, please." Uchiha Itachi began offering her soy sauce rice balls. "Could you teach me the sword technique?" Sure," Ameo responded, always amicable after being fed. Shisui, munching on rice balls, was taken aback. Isn't little Itachi supposed to learn shuriken techniques from me? He felt somewhat defeated, pondering whether his shuriken skills had lost their allure. Uchiha Itachi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "No, Shisui, I want to learn both. Meanwhile, the nearby Mickey was struggling to tear apart a rice ball, exclaiming, "Gah, can't chew it." "Mickey, this isn't your place," Itachi stated sharply, initiating a quarrel with the innocent bird. Shisui sighed, perplexed by how Mickey had managed to engage in such a dispute. But learning the sword technique from Ameo? Little Itachi had ambition. Practice swinging the sword 5,000 times. Ameo began instructing him, and after some time, you'll learn to climb mountains and endure lightning strikes. Uchiha Itachi paused, his note-taking faltering. Shisui remarked, "It doesn't seem like Ameo is joking." Still, he couldn't shake the concern that Ameo had never been struck by lightning. "All right, I understand." Uchiha Itachi nodded seriously, resolved to choose an appropriate day for the training. No, it's best if you don't learn that," Shisui interjected, sweat pouring down his brow, preventing what could have been a disastrous turn of events for Uchiha Itachi. "Just start by practicing your swings. Can you do that, little Itachi?" "Okay." Itachi seemed to obediently nod. "I'm back," Ameo announced as she entered with a small backpack. Mickey perched on the backpack, calling "Aki, Aki." Danzo, exasperated, poked his head from the kitchen. I know. Wash your hands and feet quickly. It's time for dinner." Having already finished school, Shin and Yamato entered the hallway, helping Mickey clean her feet before sitting down at the dining table. Today's meal comprised dark tamagoyaki, cold seaweed, and a parent-child rice bowl. I missed the days when my father worked overtime," Shin mused, while Ameo savored the crunchy tamagoyaki. Danzo decided to check in on his younger sister, though he had already seen her in a state of exhaustion, without needing to engage in any school-related games. He remarked, "Ameo, the Ninja Academy opens next month. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now." Ameo, cheeks puffed, looked up from her bowl. "Can Mickey come with me?" Danzo's eye twitched. "No." "All right," Ameo replied, disappointed. "If Aki can't go, I can't go to the restroom together." Mickey exclaimed, "Restroom?" Danzo chuckled, relieved. "Well, that is certainly not allowed." Everyone found the situation amusing. Shin chimed in, "The curriculum is quite simple. Little Ant will have no problems." Yamato nodded in agreement. "You'll make plenty of friends." The memories of others seeking out Xin today came flooding back, only to be met with the vacant gaze of his elder brother, causing him to flee in tears. "Is that how you make friends, brother?" He sighed. Tomorrow, he would need to apologize to that classmate. The day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy coincided with the opening ceremony. Amiao stood beside Shisui, listening to the third Hokage's speech. Why is someone giving a speech in their pajamas? Amiao scratched her head. After a lengthy discourse on the arduous journey to becoming a ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally concluded his address. Noticing Amiao's dazed expression, he couldn't help but smile at her. "Oh, how charming girls can be," he mused, unlike the little brats from his family, who only made faces during his speeches. Unaware of Amiao's thoughts, the third Hokage beckoned his old friends to join him. In the classroom, Amiao occupied a central position, flanked by Shisui, while the curious gazes of their classmates frequently darted in their direction. "Is that the Uchiha genius? That child looks a bit dazed." The chattering ceased abruptly with the creaking of the door as Shisui and the entranced Amiao turned their attention to the entrance. A child with black hair, glasses, and dressed in light green strode in with an ostentatious swagger. Ahem, he cleared his throat as he approached the group. "I am the future genius ninja of the Senju clan, here to welcome you to the kingdom of Konoha." Ha! With his hands on his hips, he leaned back and laughed heartily. The entire class was rendered speechless by this display. At that moment, Amiao spoke up with seriousness, pelvis tilted forward. "Classmate, I suggest you see a doctor." Shisui stifled a laugh. Puffed, cough, cough. He couldn't contain himself this time. The boy's face froze, turning a shade of crimson. "What did you say?" Chapter 13. Why should you hold such a high standing among peers of the same age? As he prepared to retort, a teacher from the ninja school entered, holding a book. Student, please return to your seat. Class is about to begin." The bespectacled boy shot Amiao a glare and obediently found a seat far away from them. "I believe some of you have been practicing ninjutsu at home. But here at the Ninja Academy, the emphasis is on teamwork." The teacher, dressed in a Chunin uniform, smiled. "Let us begin with self-introductions. My name is Arashima Sosuke, and my aspiration is to become an exceptional jonin." The students introduced themselves in order of seating. "I am Yamanaka Akiyoshi." After several introductions, 8 out of 10 expressed their desire to become Hokage. Finally, it was Shisui's turn. As he stood, all eyes turned to him. "I am Uchiha Shisui. Pleased to be your classmate, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. He smiled and sat down. The children behind him murmured, "He is really an Uchiha. He seems so kind." The kind Uchiha returned their polite nods, prompting a chorus of excitement. The little Senju scoffed, "Humph, he's just a kid who loves to fake smiles." At last, it was Amiao's turn. She stood up and spoke, "Shimura Amiao. Is that all?" The teacher paused, taken aback by her cold demeanor. Without further ado, she swiftly drew a blade from its sheath, declaring, "This sword is named Shinmen, measuring about half a meter in length, 3 fingers in width, and weighing 18 taels. The blade glides like silk, a rare and precious weapon." She passionately recounted the sword's lineage, even tenderly caressing its surface. The classmates murmured, "It's clear that Shimura-san truly loves that sword." Shursui covered his face with one hand. "Ah, I didn't have time to stop her." The teacher was momentarily stunned before regaining composure. "Wait. Lower grades are not permitted to carry weapons. How did you bring this in?" "Oh no, his salary." The teacher, now sweating profusely, took the sword for safekeeping, leaving Amiao with a thunderstruck expression as she leaned her head on the desk. Shursui, struggling to suppress a smile, said, "Amiao, be strong." By the time the bespectacled Senju introduced himself, he was the last to go. He stood, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. "I knew it. The protagonist always appears last." Then, striking a pose with his palm on his forehead, he declared, "I am Senju Matsuha. Yes, the very Senju of the first Hokage." He flicked his bangs back and changed his stance. "My aspiration is to defeat the Uchiha and restore the Senju to being the strongest clan in the village." Matsuha suddenly pointed at Shursui. "That's right. From now on, we shall be rivals. Uchiha Shursui, I challenge you to a duel." The classmates erupted. "Oh, so impressive. How bold. Truly a Senju." Shursui was taken aback. "Huh? I've never seen such a request in my life." Amiao stood up, facing him. "As long as I'm here, don't think you can lay a finger on Shursui, unless you step over my dead body." The classmates exclaimed, "Wow, so intense." Shursui exclaimed, "What are you all fired up about?" Matsuha, furious, replied, "Why are you always here? Fine, I'll defeat you first." Unable to bear it any longer, Shursui reminded him, Senju-san, you have rice on your shirt." "What? Really?" Matsuha frantically checked his clothes, his bravado crumbling. The teacher, having witnessed the youthful fervor and drama, finally summarized, "Senju Matsuha, sparring is allowed, but private duels among ninjas in Konoha are prohibited." "Why yes," Matsuha replied meekly. "Now let us begin class." Arashiyama Sosuke opened his book. Throughout the lesson on foundational knowledge, Amiao found herself lost, unable to grasp anything beyond history. What are the universal signals of Konoha ninjas? What is a parabola? She couldn't remember anything. Being a ninja seemed so challenging. With a furrowed brow, she eagerly awaited the bell to ring. Curious classmates flocked to Shursui, bombarding him with questions about the Uchiha and Senju clans. "Uchiha-kun, do all Uchiha look this good? Uchiha-kun, why do the other Uchiha look so grim? Uchiha-kun, why is your hair so curly?" Shursui, wearing a weary smile, attempted to respond politely, but there were simply too many inquiries. "Uchiha-kun, how did you get your hair to curl?" Amiao raised her hand to contribute. "I know. It's because Shursui practices his headstands on the way to school." "Huh, so strong. Is that true?" "What? I won't lose either." Matsuha shouted. Amiao covered her face. "Shursui, is she really a genius at causing chaos?" Ultimately, the arrival of the bell and the teacher rescued him from the crowd. After class, Shursui escaped the throng, emerging with the crumpled Amiao from the classroom. "Huh." Shursui pulled Amiao 2 steps from the tree trunk to the rooftop, sighing in relief. "Shimura, it feels like being chased by a pack of wild dogs," he remarked. Amiao tilted her head, inspecting him. Shursui puffed one cheek, pinching Amiao's face. "Don't you dare laugh at me. I won tea, because it's the truth," Amiao replied, unfazed. "Oh, I just got hit on the head by Shimura." Shursui elongated his voice, squinting at her. "I really can't do anything about you." Amiao sighed, holding her forehead. "All right. I'll agree to it. Thank you so much." They both pulled out their lunchboxes. Shursui had a regular hamburger bento, while Amiao opened hers to reveal a whiff of a hellish aroma. Shursui leaned in, trying to see what was in her bento, and chuckled. "Ha! Grandpa Danzo's cooking remains as terrifying as ever." "Exian, can you save me?" Amiao exclaimed, holding up an unidentifiable mass and biting into it. "Want to try some, Shursui? Or would you rather eat my food together?" Jisue, with a face full of reluctance, pushed the bento towards her. "I made a lot. All right, Amiao nodded and, under Jisue's astonished gaze, devoured the unappetizing bento. The taste buds of the Shimura family are truly a mystery, Jisue mused. So, are you implying that this guy threw shurikens at your target? Kakashi, who was picking up the child after school for training, looked disdainful. Does that express a longing for you, perhaps? When you're out and about, don't mention that my father is your master, okay? Amiao clutched the knife she had recovered. Oh, Hataki-kun, how harsh. Jisue sighed. A malicious senior, is it? Our Amiao is so pitiable. That brat. Kakashi exclaimed. Ah, that. Uchiha Jisue. A voice approached rapidly. Belonging to Senju Matsuharu, accompanied by the perplexed Senju Shoju behind him. Uchiha Jisue. My roommate. Matsuharu halted, ready to speak. Huh. And Amiao. You're a new student this year too? Shoju recognized her with a smile. Long time no see. Yes, you've grown taller, Shoju. Amiao replied earnestly, looking up at him. How's work going? Have you found a girlfriend? Shoju began to stammer. What a bizarre conversation, Kakashi remarked. Auntie Amiao. Matsuharu. Witnessing the two's elder-youngster dynamic, couldn't he help but exclaim, Shoju, what on earth is happening? After some introductions, the two Senju finally clarified their relationship. Hello. I am Uchiha Jisue. Jisue smiled at Shoju. Oh, I know you, the genius from Uncle Kagami's family. Shoju exclaimed, realization dawning. He laughed, tapping Matsuharu's head. This is my cousin Senju Matsuharu. Nice to meet you. And this is Kakashi-kun. I've heard about you from Big Brother Hitaki. Quite impressive. His sunny smile illuminated the group. How blinding, Kakashi remarked. Jisue squinted. So this is the Senju, huh? Amiao patted his thigh. You're not bad yourself. Shoju grinned foolishly, really? Thank you, Aunt Amiao. Matsuharu, still grappling with the fact that he had to call a classmate aunt, stammered. Why is it like this? Kakashi smacked his lips. Face reality, kid. If we count correctly, that guy's seniority is outrageous. Ah, perfect. You and Aunt Amiao are classmates, right, Matsuharu? She is a genius who could emit chakra at 2 years old. Shoju bent down, smiling at him. If you have questions, you can ask her. What do you mean, that kid? Was he trying to underestimate me during shuriken class? Matsuharu seemed shattered, crying as he ran off. You wait. I will be back. Shoju hurriedly bid farewell to pursue him. Wait for me, Matsuharu. Kakashi, with deadpan eyes, remarked. This classmate is not underestimating you. Other than everything related to blades, this guy is truly hopeless. Oh, Amiao bent down, picking up a pair of circular frames. Is this glasses? Jisue leaned in. They must belong to Senju-kun. Looks like they flew off during that crying fit. What are you saying, Jisue? Matsuharu is right here. Amiao stated seriously. We must return these to Shoju quickly. Kakashi was taken aback. What are you talking about? Jisue accepted the premise. So, how do we find him? Shoju ran too fast, and now he is nowhere in sight. Kakashi suggested, just write a lost and found notice. He can come collect it directly tomorrow. Oh, right. Amiao pulled out a piece of paper and started writing. Hello, Senju Shoju. Your Senju Matsuharu has fallen on the ground. Please come collect it, and don't forget to bring your glasses frame. Amiao leave. Chapter 14. It ended in an instant. Ultimately, that lost and found notice was affixed to a nearby lamp post, but no one came to claim it. After some training, Jisue returned home with Amiao. Just in time to encounter Danzo, who was returning from work. Amiao directly handed him the glasses. Brother. Danzo, upon seeing this, nodded approvingly. Ah, you brought a classmate home for a visit? Making friends on the first day of school, Amiao is impressive. Amiao nodded. His name is Senju Matsuharu. Is that so? I thought he had a more illustrious name. Jisue observed the warm scene before him in silence, realizing he might know who the true instigator was. Sigh. The next day. Here. Amiao returned the glasses to Senju Matsuharu. Don't lose them again. Matsuharu was momentarily taken aback, accepting them with a soft, thank you. His eyesight was fine. The glasses were merely a product of his admiration for his father, who wore glasses and seemed to embody the protagonist's aura, so he had insisted on getting them made. After searching at home without success, he had been quite distressed. I didn't expect Aunt Amiao, classmate Amiao, to care so much for her peers. Meanwhile, Jisue, who had been observing, chuckled awkwardly. It feels like things aren't quite as they seem. Just as he pondered about his own misfortune, Amiao bent down towards Matsuharu, holding the glasses. You see, only when they are with the frame can they move freely, Matsuharu. Frame? Matsuharu was momentarily taken aback, losing grip of the glasses in his hand, which fell to the ground. Clatter. The frame hit the ground first, and the lenses shattered. It seemed as if thunder and lightning erupted behind Amiao. Matsuharu. She appeared deeply affected, her posture slumped in despair. How could you leave so young? Matsuharu stood frozen, opening his mouth. Huh? Classmates nearby, oblivious, remarked, huh? What is happening? It seems like someone died. Really? Will someone die? Truly remarkable for a ninja school. Jisue facepalmed. The probability of being killed by a classmate is 0. The probability of being killed by Amiao is 50. Matsuharu, bewildered, helped Amiao up. It's fine. It's just a pair of glasses. I still have another one at home. Amiao, looking utterly defeated, locked eyes with Matsuharu. By the way, classmate, who are you? Senju Matsuharu, he exclaimed. He glanced at the bewildered Amiao, then at the shattered glasses on the ground, and suddenly a flash of realization struck him. Oh. So Amiao was always referring to this pair of glasses. Thus, the frame was him. Ha ha. Uchiha Amiao. He let out a thunderous roar. Nearby, unknown birds perched on the eaves took flight, squawking loudly. Finally, it was time for the physical education class. This course primarily involved teaching and then drawing lots for duels, aiming to gain experience through practical combat. Although lower grades were not permitted to use ninja tools or jutsu, the likelihood of injuries during this class was slightly high. After all, it was during this time that grievances were avenged and frustrations were vented. To be honest, teacher Arashiyama was quite nervous. Many of these children hailed from prestigious families and had undergone systematic training. He was merely a chunin, recuperating from injuries sustained during the Second Shinobi War. Could he really keep an eye on this group of children? Watching these young ones eagerly preparing for battle, he felt an ominous premonition. Surely no one would hold a grudge on the second day of school, right? He didn't want to lose his job, but a shout shattered his hopes. Amiao, I've finally waited for this day. I will defeat you and avenge my past humiliation. Senju Matsuharu danced in front of Amiao, claws bared. Amiao looked utterly perplexed. Scratching her head, classmate, do we know each other? Jisue couldn't contain his laughter. Puffed. Matsuharu, frantically scratching his head like an angry little bird, shouted, Aw, you despicable guy. Arashiyama, upon seeing this, felt darkness enveloping his vision, unable to foresee the future. The last descendant of the Senju clan and the aunt of the Shimura family. Thus, when it came time to draw lots, he had never prayed so fervently. Please don't let these two be matched together, please. He still wanted to keep his job. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths heard his prayers, as Amiao drew a Hyuga and was the first pair to compete. Chinsho Songha held the sign of the water stop he had longed for. Damn it. Water stop. Arashiyama Sosuke gave the order. Hinata Kido, Shimura Mew, step forward. Hinata Kido rose gracefully and joined Mew at the center of the arena. The two stood formally before him, 2 meters apart. Be cautious, my fellow classmate. Hinata Kido signaled to Mew with an air of superiority. After all, our Hinata martial arts are quite formidable. Nearby classmates exclaimed, Wow, Hinata, such a gentleman. TCH. Chinsho Songha scoffed, just a pretty face. Hey, Water Stop, aren't you anxious? Water Stop paused momentarily, anxious? About what? Oh, it's just that someone is about to duel with Shimura. Songha rolled his eyes, implying the identity of the someone. Water Stop chuckled, it's merely a friendly spar at school, nothing serious. Chinsho Songha remarked, honestly, Shimura looks so frail. Will she cry if she gets hit? An inexplicable worry crept over him. Mew stood still, seemingly full of vulnerabilities. She looked up at the taller Hinata Kido and said, You know, when a person is killed, they die. Hinata Kido replied, Are you trying to sound tough? Arashiyama intervened. Ahem, the sign of opposition. The two swiftly formed their seals. Excellent, the duel begins, he announced with a flourish. Hinata Kido, standing still, thought to himself, this classmate appears not very strong, and his previous performance in shuriken, throwing and martial arts was quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable qualities. He glanced at Shimura Mew, who seemed nervously adjusting her breathing, and reassured her, Don't worry, Shimura, it'll be over in an instant. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Shimura Mew vanished from sight. No, wait. Hinata Kido urgently activated his Byakugan, trying to discern her location. But in the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by a colossal beast flying out of the arena. He gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds. What just happened? Arashiyama had initially been quite relaxed, as Hinata seemed very composed, but within the blink of an eye, his once poised demeanor lay sprawled outside the arena, looking remarkably tranquil. Meanwhile, the other participant returned to her spot with unwavering calm. The playground fell silent. After a moment, Miu looked at Arashiyama with a puzzled expression. Was it not enough of a hit? She hesitated, glancing at Hinata Kido. Isn't it said that being knocked out of the arena counts as a victory? Teacher, the first match is concluded, Waterstop quietly reminded. If you don't announce the results soon, Hinata will be in for a beating. All right. Arashiyama snapped back to attention, raising his hand to declare, the first match, Shimura Miu wins. Seal of reconciliation. At this moment, Hinata Kido finally managed to rise. Dusting himself off under the gazes of his peers, and approached to form a seal. Shimura, may I ask which school of martial arts you follow? Although he had initially underestimated her and had not activated his Byakugan, he had come to realize that even if he had, it would have made no difference after being struck by lightning. Miu spoke candidly. So it's a family secret technique? My apologies for my ignorance. Hinata Kido walked back to the crowd, feeling relieved. Miu, bewildered, returned to Waterstop amidst the off-filled gazes of the classmates. They whispered, did you hear that? It sounded like thunder. Could it be that Shimura didn't even see how she won? Miu, you're amazing. Waterstop smiled, congratulating her. This time it was even quicker than last. I've been eating well, Miu asserted. I had 3 bowls of rice yesterday. Waterstop chuckled. Is that the food from Grandpa Danzo? Truly, you have a stomach of steel, Miu. Meanwhile, Chinsho Songha, who had remained silent after the first duel, finally regained his composure. Shimura, I won't lose to you. Just wait and see. Oh, Miu nodded. This classmate, please do your best. I told you, I am Chinsho Songha. He resignedly put on his spare glasses. Finally found you, Song. Miu suddenly recalled. You've even changed your style. It suits you perfectly. Cough, cough. Waterstop interrupted. Chinsho Songha chuckled in relief. For the sake of his mental and physical health, he thought it best to keep those glasses on. The duel between Waterstop and Songha concluded the final match. It was filled with moments of them rolling out of the arena after fighting for a long time. And there were even instances of one crying and wanting to call their parents, making it quite the spectacle. Arashiyama, overwhelmed, finally settled the students down. Arriving at the last match. This class is exhausting. I can't take it anymore. I need to eat. He strained to announce the start of the duel. And the two formed their seals with precision, engaging in an impressive display of martial arts. Uchiha's agility, combined with Waterstop's keen insight, allowed for attacks from many unexpected angles. In contrast, the Senju style emphasized straightforward and powerful movements, and Chinsho Songha's foundation was solid, steadfastly withstanding each assault. Arashiyama felt quite pleased. Well done. It's been a long time since I've seen such a proper duel. The match between the two essentially mirrored the essence of Konoha's martial arts. Ultimately, Songha was caught off guard and tripped by Waterstop, who, by the time he realized it, had his hand poised at the back of his neck. Waterstop, showing no signs of fatigue, smiled and said, "Thank you, Chinsho." He then helped him up and formed the seal of reconciliation. You weren't hurt, were you? Thank you, Chinsho Songha awkwardly expressed, but next time, I won't lose. Just you wait. The classmates below cheered, so cool. Truly, the Senju and Uchiha. Arashiyama exclaimed, ah, this is youth. In the 19th match, Uchiha Waterstop wins. Thus, this martial arts class concludes. Students, reflect on your practical experiences, as I will be giving a surprise quiz tomorrow. Class dismissed. With the children's lamentations echoing. School was over. Songha, dragging his bag, blocked the exit to Waterstop and Miu. Seeing you two go home alone is too lonely. I'll accompany you. Waterstop and Miu exchanged puzzled glances. Chapter 15. Are you blushing like a teapot? Hey, today, Uchiha Kagami returned home and heard distant sounds from the training ground, indicating the presence of others. Why, you ask? Because both Waterstop and Itachi were remarkably quiet when training or playing. As for Miu, aside from her occasional declarations of affection, there was not a sound to be heard. Such a vibrant voice was something he had only encountered among certain illustrious clans. So, are these new friends of his grandson? Uchiha Kagami stealthily peeked to see who could capture his grandson's attention. Huh, Cola. Oh, all 3 previously mentioned individuals were present, along with a fresh-faced child energetically throwing punches. Uchiha Kagami instantly recognized the child's identity within a mere second. Chinsho. He nodded approvingly. Good. This is what I wanted to see. Truly a harmonious Konoha. Ah, Miu seems to have glanced this way. All right, 1,000 punches completed. Chinsho Songha cheered, wiping the sweat from his brow, before looking over at Waterstop, who was quietly practicing shuriken throwing. Hey, Waterstop, practicing these is so boring. Are there any fun places around here? Waterstop tossed a shuriken into the air, hitting the target behind him at an odd angle before landing smoothly. He stood up. Well, there are some, but they may not be what you expect. Come on, take me there. Shinsho Songha exclaimed excitedly. It was his first time visiting a friend's home, and everything felt fresh and interesting. Don't pull me. Waterstop sighed. Little Itachi, remember to let me bring Mew along. Oh, sure, Uchiha Itachi nodded, pausing his wooden sword practice. At this moment, Mew was still lost in her own world, swinging her sword. Who is me? Senju Matsuharu curiously inquired. Is that your Uchiha's ninja cat? Shizuku chuckled and pointed to a motionless, hunchbacked bird on the ground beside him. That is a Mayo's summoning beast. Wow. Senju Matsuharu exclaimed, startled, retreating several steps. He had thought it was a statue. To his surprise, it was alive. After his startled cry, the gray-blue waterbird turned to face him. Stretching its neck like a great rock, Matsuharu. Croak. Vegetables. What did it say? Senju Matsuharu looked at Shizuku in astonishment. Shizuku quickly diverted the conversation. Did you not mention wanting to explore other places? Besides, you mentioned it was uncertain whether it was commenting on the color of your clothes. Surely these two won't come to blows, just like little Itachi. In any case, let us move on. By the time Ameo finished her sword practice, only Mimi and little Itachi remained nearby. The two humanoid figures exchanged serious glances. After a moment, it was unclear what they communicated, but Ameo lifted a person up, and Mimi took off. Due north. Water. Due north. As she adjusted her breathing, electrical currents crackled around her body. Zzz. The breath of lightning, traveling style. With a flash of electricity. Only the leaves that fluttered down remained in the spot. Is this the fun place you mentioned? Senju Matsuharu adjusted his glasses, feeling profoundly disappointed as he gazed at the vast expanse of water before him. Shizuka nodded. We often come here to practice ninjutsu. For instance, fire release, and more fire release. Matsuhara hesitated to speak, finally unable to contain his sarcasm. You Uchiha certainly live up to your reputation. How infuriating. I thought I might witness some lesser-known side of the Uchiha. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shizuku formed hand seals. Matsuharu, feeling vexed, watched as Shizuku expelled a massive fireball that illuminated half of the lake. A fish, unable to withstand the heat at the lake's center, leaped onto the shore. Matsuharu was splashed with a spray of water and, wiping his glasses, realized it was a type he often saw on his dining table. An idea struck him. Matsuharu grabbed the flopping fish, about to say something when a distant sound grew closer. Rumble. That sound seems familiar. Where have I heard it before? He scratched his head. Shizuku paused his ninjutsu practice, looked up, and smiled. They're coming. Matsuharu looked up to see the bird that had mocked him descending before him. Ameo here. Boom. Immediately, dust clouds billowed forth. Cough, cough. What is this? He waved away the dust to find a disheveled Ameo, holding a disheveled Uchiha Itachi, with two deep furrows on the ground beneath her feet, as if they had been plowed. Unfazed, she pulled her foot from the furrow and jabbed Itachi into the ground. Here, a gorilla? This is undoubtedly a gorilla. Matsuharu felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Realizing why Shizuka seemed unconcerned about her, he should be worried about someone else. Hinata Kirito's life is truly tough. Having experienced a human-shaped roller coaster, Uchiha Itachi, Shizuka naturally dusted off Ameo, removing dirt and small twigs from her, and offered her a handkerchief to wipe her face. No need to rush. We won't go far. Ameo squinted as she was wiped clean. I just want to see you all quickly. Shizuka stammered. Is that so? Then there's nothing we can do. Senju Matsuharu quipped. Are you blushing for no reason? Did you not hear those two words? What is this feeling of an overbearing mother and a spoiled child? Aren't we the same age? Is this appropriate? He tiredly grasped the flopping fish, while the night heron watched intently. The recovering Uchiha Itachi blinked. There are fish. Mimi opened her beak wide. Croak, croak. Fish to eat. Ameo turned her head sharply, extracting key words. Where? Just jumped up. Senju Matsuharu pointed at the lake's surface. Ameo, let us catch fish together. Fresh fish grilled are delicious. He recalled his father's saying, swallowing his saliva involuntarily. Both Itachi and Ameo looked expectantly at Shizuku. Shizuku, under such gazes, pondered for a moment. I happen to know a shallower stream. Follow me. Ninjutsu practice halted, and the fish-catching activity commenced. It seems children of this age, no matter how mature they usually are, can revert to childishness when playing. What started as a plan to catch 2 fish for grilling quickly turned into a competition. Although they weren't using their eyes, the Uchiha's vision was unparalleled. Shizuku stood on the flowing stream's surface, scanning for suitably sized fish. Throwing out a shuriken with steel wire attached, ensnaring a fish before pulling it up. Matsuharu, however, was quite carefree, not bothering to remove his shoes or socks. Plunging directly into the stream like a brown bear catching salmon, batting a fish aside with a single swipe. Ameo had sparks of electricity glowing in her hands, intending to give the fish a shocking treatment, but was jointly stopped by Itachi and Shizuku. Shizuku glanced at Matsuharu, who was blissfully unaware of the commotion on this side. Over there, they were still laughing heartily. What a big one! Shizuku exclaimed. Can Ameo do it? Croak, that stinky water bird, don't steal my fish. Croak. Vegetables. How infuriating. Itachi commented. Mimi was right. This big brother Senju is almost a vegetable. Thus, Ameo had no choice but to use her knife to fish the fish from the water, while Itachi helped catch and gather them. The speed of their cooperation was surprisingly quick, not slower than a brown bear in full swing. In no time, the stream was raining shurikens, wires, and fish. Eventually, the group stared at a large pile of flopping fish on the shore, exchanging glances. So many. Can we finish them? Senju Matsuhara hesitated. Shizuku contemplated for a moment. Let us divide them up to take home. He could already envision the dishes that would appear on the dining table in the coming days. Shizuku returned home to fetch seasonings and to inform his family of his whereabouts. Matsuharu prepared a fire to grill the fish. How should we handle this? Although Itachi helped with household chores, he had never killed a fish and felt somewhat lost. Just grill it? Ameo tilted her head. Matsuharu, with a deadpan expression. No. This can't be right. The scales and entrails must be removed. Beyond that, I have no idea. Then the question arose, how to handle it without a sharp object. Ameo had a flash of inspiration, pulling out Mimi, who was still a bit smaller than the fish. Having raised a bird for 1,000 days. Using it for a moment was the decision. Mimi swallowed the fish in her mouth, proudly extending her neck. Pika. In the astonished gazes of Matsuharu and Itachi, Mimi's sharper than usual beak pierced through the fish's body, creating an opening. Senju Matsuharu exclaimed, Wait, aren't you a buddy? Though he knew some summoning beasts were stronger than ordinary animals, was this really the moment to use it? When Shizuku returned with tools and seasonings, the scene called for censorship. Several scraggly fish, appearing not fully scaled, were speared on sticks and placed beside the campfire. Their eyes emitted a strange glow. Shizuku thought, I suddenly regret telling Grandpa I wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. During their first outdoor cooking experience, aside from Shizuku, the other children were in a frenzy. The grilled fish either ended up crispy on the outside and raw on the inside or burnt and charred. Ameo's grilled fish even had an ominous aura, intimidating enough to make people retreat. Matsuharu once again stared in shock as Shizuku snatched the charred fish from Ameo's hands, muttering, Ameo, do you lack taste buds? Shizuku shot him a disapproving glance. It's just that her taste buds are comparatively less sensitive. Is that what we call insensitivity? This is clearly beyond human limits, leaning towards extraterrestrial. Matsuharu nibbled on the few edible grilled fish prepared by Shizuku, watching his obedient little Itachi devouring fish, and Shizuku, who kept feeding Ameo, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He waved to Shizuku, a water. Come here for a moment. Shizuku set down the fish he was grilling and cautioned Ameo, not done yet, can't eat. Then he walked over. What's the matter? Senju-kun. Senju Matsuharu gestured for him to lean in closer and whispered, just call me Matsuharu. You and Ameo, are you too? He raised a small pinky finger, reflecting the light of the campfire. Jishui was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, it's not like that. We are comrades. His loud exclamation startled Itachi, who was quietly enjoying his fish, and Amiao, who was salivating over the undercooked fish. Shoo! Mitsuho quickly gestured for him to calm down. Observing the way Jishui's face gradually turned red, though he still appeared perplexed. I think I get it. Just take it easy. I was only joking. It turned out that Jishui was still a bit oblivious. What about the other one? Mitsuho adjusted his glasses, glancing at Amiao's position. She was already reaching for the grilled fish. He compared the two of them repeatedly, sensing that it was quite an amusing sight. Chapter 16. The Taste of Deceit. For reasons unknown, Mitsuho, the newcomer to this family, scrutinized Jishui each time he joined their playful training sessions. adjusting his glasses and revealing a rather eerie smile that sent chills down one's spine. It seemed this peculiar behavior began after that fishing incident. Uchiha Itachi, with his hands crossed and a serious expression, remarked, "Mitsuho, that's rather strange." Due to his disinterest in sweets, after a routine sparring session. When Uchiha Jishue mentioned their next destination was a dango shop, Mitsuho disdainfully declined the invitation, claiming he had some chakra issues that required him to return home. "That is indeed a bit concerning. I really don't want to deal with that creature," Jishue replied, exasperated. Whenever Mitsuho approached Amiao within a 2-meter radius, even handing her water would trigger that almost imperceptible gaze locking onto him. "I told you we're comrades." Jishue glanced at Amiao, who was earnestly enjoying her 3-color dango, and felt an inexplicable urge to sigh. "Why do you want to sigh?" Jishue scooped up a bowl of red bean soup and took a bite. As he reached the last dango, both Itachi and Amiao looked up simultaneously, and a spark seemed to ignite between them. "Amiao, Itachi," they both called out at once, halting in unison. Then, they moved simultaneously. Their small hands collided in midair. "Itachi, you should respect your elders," Amiao said nonchalantly. "Amiao, you also need to love the young." Itachi frowned, his little face scrunching up. The two of them argued for what felt like ages over the ownership of the dango. Jishue watched them, his eyes darting back and forth as they exchanged words. Finally, they both turned to him simultaneously. "Jishue, brother Jishue." Jishue chuckled at the sight of the older and younger ones before him. "Can't you just buy another one?" Amiao and Itachi firmly shook their heads, declaring, "We only want this one." "All right then," Jishue relented. He decisively picked up the 3-color dango and took a bite of the first piece. "Now let's share," he said after swallowing. Itachi stared blankly at him, but Amiao was unfazed, with a look of sudden realization. She took the dango from Jishue's hand and bit into the second piece. "Here." Amiao offered it to Itachi, who did not accept, merely gazing calmly at the last lonely piece of dango. He raised his hand, signaling, "Boss, please bring us another dango." Jishue and Amiao exchanged puzzled glances. On their way back after escorting Itachi home, Jishue murmured, "Seriously, little Itachi, do you really dislike it that much? Perhaps this is the burden of being the eldest." Amiao chimed in with her whimsical insight. "Indeed," Jishue feigned a sigh. "It's all right, I don't mind," Amiao reassured him. "As long as it's from Jishue, I'll eat it all." Jishue froze for a moment before attempting to playfully scare her. "Then I might just poison your food next time." Amiao examined him seriously. The hot weather had caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Suddenly, Jishue felt a warm presence drawing near, a soft sensation brushing against his cheek, followed by a cool touch. "What is this?" His mind went blank. Jishue turned his head slowly, akin to a rusty machine. Amiao seemed unaware of her actions, smacking her lips thoughtfully, then looked at him with a serious expression. "This taste is the taste of deceit. You wouldn't poison me." Jishue felt as if his soul was floating, dazedly replying, "Ah, is that so?" What he truly wanted to know was who had taught her such things. Jishue struggled to regain his composure, but his blood surged uncontrollably toward his still cool cheeks, and his eyes felt warm. "Ah, Jishue, are you running a fever?" Amiao seemed to sense something amiss and leaned in to check his forehead. Jishue observed her mouth, perfectly aligned teeth, and the soft, moist tongue within. The clarity of the moment was overwhelming. He could see Amiao's golden pupils reflecting his own, a crimson hue steadily spreading. Never had he seen so clearly before. He suddenly wanted to get up and distance himself, but Amiao had already grabbed hold of the corner of his clothing, albeit just a small tug. With the combined force of Jishue's uncontrollable impulse to retreat and Amiao's unyielding grip, the fabric, which had already been lightly nicked during their spar, tore apart, exposing a large expanse of his chest and side. Amiao blinked in confusion at the small piece of fabric in her hand, then at the exposed Jishue. Jishue was at a loss for how to react. The heat on his cheeks had spread downward, and he could see his skin flushing red. "Oh, I can't take this anymore." Yet he forcibly suppressed the urge to cry, trembling as he gathered the fabric before him. "It's nothing, Amiao. It's just a piece of clothing. So please stop staring at me." Amiao, however, was undeterred. She meticulously examined the extent of the damage to his clothing, then stated with utmost seriousness, "I will take responsibility." Responsible? Jishue's befuddled mind struggled to process Amiao's actions, watching helplessly as she set down her backpack and began to remove her top. "What are you doing?" He caught a glimpse of the small tank top she wore beneath, unable to articulate his thoughts as he rushed over to pull her shirt back down. If it's damaged, I'll compensate you. Amiao patted her chest confidently, saying, I'm wearing something underneath. Oh no, Jishui lamented. I'm fine like this. Oh, I see. Amiao nodded in agreement. The youth are indeed full of vigor. Uchiha Kagami hummed a little tune as he observed the ornamental fish in his yard. They were thriving, though they appeared to swim with some difficulty, some almost resembling little balls. He pondered who might be responsible for feeding the fish and quickly deduced it must be Amiao. That child had always been this way. Whether it was during meals or feeding others, she would always eat until she was full. Logically, having grown up alongside his old friend, she shouldn't have developed such habits. As he contemplated this, the door behind him opened. It was Jishui. Uchiha Kagami turned around with a kind smile. Didn't you spend some time playing with Amiao today? No, Jishui replied heavily, his back turned as he closed the door. What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with Amiao? The two children had grown up together and had never fought before. Uchiha Kagami approached with concern, gently patting his grandson's shoulder. Are you all right, Jishui? Jishui, with his head bowed, spoke in a barely audible voice. I can't what? Kagami leaned in, trying to hear more clearly. Then, Jishui met him with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. I can't close it. Jishui's tone carried an imperceptible hint of despair, his voice drifting. Grandpa, the Sharingan. I can't close it. Uchiha Kagami was taken aback. What? The first awakening of the Sharingan not being able to be closed was not particularly rare among the Uchiha clan. However, maintaining the activated state for at least 10 minutes while appearing emotionally stable was indeed unusual. Chakra. The chakra is burning. Uchiha Kagami initially intended to take Shisui directly to the clan medic, but as he lifted him, his coat was effortlessly pulled off his grandson. What on earth transpired, Shisui? Why is your clothing torn? At that moment, Uchiha Mingyue also emerged. Father, what's the matter? Oh, Shisui, what happened to you? She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. After a flurry of chaos, Shisui finally managed to deactivate his Sharingan, draping himself in his grandfather's coat, sitting on the sofa like a victim, holding a cup of hot tea. When Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Mingyue anxiously inquired, Are you really not going to see the clan medic? He forced a smile and replied, No, I think I'm fine. They exchanged concerned glances, and Uchiha Kagami bravely asked, What triggered your Sharingan, Shisui? Shisui stammered, It was just an accident. Mingyue misunderstood and exclaimed, Ah, is that child Amaya all right? Shisui seemed struck by lightning, springing up to deny, No, it has nothing to do with her. Uchiha Kagami caught the nearly toppled tea, his gaze sharpening. Shisui, I'm hungry. Shisui interrupted in a fluster, Grandpa, Grandma, shall we have dinner? The two, seeing the impending crimson in Shisui's eyes, quickly acquiesced. All right, let's eat. It had been long since they had seen him in such a state since he turned 3. Old friend, what exactly did your sister do? Could it be that Shisui lost to her in a spar? After dinner, Shisui wearily returned to his room. Once he closed the door, shutting out the gaze of his elders, he finally succumbed, squatting on the floor with his face buried in his hands. Oh, this way of awakening the eyes. He recalled the soft, moist sensation he had felt on his face earlier, his eyes slightly warming. No. He could not dwell on it any longer. Taking a deep breath, Shisui picked up a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. As he passed the mirror, the tranquility he felt suddenly dissipated. Something felt amiss. He stepped back, peering into the mirror once more. The reflection staring back at him was smiling. Huh. Shisui touched the corners of his mouth, confirming that they were indeed turned upward, forming a perfect smile. What? Chapter 17. A Missed Fortune Until Now. Shisui had been quite certain that his feelings for Amaya were merely those of comrades. He had even vehemently denied it when Shinji Matsubo inquired. Though at times he felt an inexplicable sensation in her presence, perhaps it was simply because Amaya was his first friend? But was it truly as simple as that? What about the smile he wore last night? He lifted his gaze. The blood-red eyes reflected in the mirror revealed a spinning Tomo within. Shisui blinked, the red veins on his scara vividly apparent. These eyes, the eyes that bestowed power, blossomed because of Amaya. He cupped water in his hands and splashed it on his face. The crimson gradually faded, returning to a glossy black. Last night, upon seeing himself smile, he had been startled into activating his Sharingan again, and after lying down, he recalled the events of that afternoon, his eyes heating up once more. Sitting up, He gazed into the mirror at the darkened room illuminated by the eerie red glow of his eyes, feeling a headache coming on. Logically, after activating the Sharingan, he should not be able to reactivate it within a few hours due to the consumption of chakra. So what was happening? With another blink, the Sharingan deactivated. In summary, after a night of repeated activation and deactivation, he finally managed to control his Sharingan, no longer swayed by his emotions. The world gradually returned to its previous state. Droplets of water trickling down his cheeks, and Shursui let out a sigh of relief. Yes, just as it was before. At his age, he should not be preoccupied with such thoughts. It was time to call Amaya to school. The weather seemed likely to rain, so he should take an extra umbrella. With these thoughts, he stepped out of his room. Ashi, a familiar voice rang out before him. Shursui paused and looked up. It was Amaya, nestled in Uchiha Mingyue's embrace, the very person he had just been contemplating. Uchiha Mingyue affectionately patted the child's head. Oh dear, Shimura-san brought Amaya over today? Apparently to discuss something with your father. Shursui, why are you still dazed? Come here. Finally snapping out of his reverie, Shursui took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm, and sat down opposite Mingyue. Ashi. Amaya leapt from Mingyue's arms, trotting over to Shursui, rummaging in her hands for a well-wrapped handkerchief. This is my apology for yesterday. Apology? Uchiha Mingyue, still under the impression that the two children had quarreled the previous day, disapprovingly glanced at the somewhat uncomfortable Shursui. How could he let a girl apologize first? How rude. Shursui sighed, with unspoken grievances. He accepted the handkerchief without averting his gaze and opened it. Inside was a vial of black liquid. What is this? He raised his eyes to Amaya. She expressionlessly gave a thumbs up. I made this juice myself. It's nutritionally complete. Shursui's hand trembled, his expression one of sheer terror as he stared at the juice. Then she began to loudly declare, Ashi, I'm really sorry for ruining your clothes and making you cry yesterday. I'm truly sorry. I apologize. Silence enveloped the Uchiha clan leader's residence that morning. Uchiha Mingyue gasped, covering her mouth. So it was like this. Shursui struggled to maintain his composure, but ultimately could not hold back. I didn't cry. Yet Amaya's eyes were red. She looked at him with concern. It wasn't because of the red eyes, was it? That was the Sharingan. Shursui corrected. But memories of the previous night surged uncontrollably in his mind. His eyes felt warm. Could it be? Uchiha Mingyue leaned in, worried. The Sharingan has awakened again. Amaya, who had come closer to observe, remarked, Ashi's eyes are so beautiful. They look just like Mimi's. Indeed, Mimi's eyes were red. In that instant, Shursui's heart felt like still water. Ah, it's gone. Amaya paused. But they all look good, Ashi. Shursui, under his grandmother's inscrutable gaze, suppressed his smile. His expression composed as he picked up his school bag. Amaya, let us go. It's time for school. With a click, the door closed behind them. In the study, the curtains tightly sealed off the outside light, and a lamp flickered on. Danzo and Uchiha Kagami sat in silence, facing each other. So, you came to watch the show? Uchiha Kagami glared at the man before him. I heard from Amaya that Shursui's eyes turned red. She thought she had upset him and insisted I bring her to see you this morning. Danzo remarked, somewhat bemused. What a close relationship they share. Humph. Danzo nudged Uchiha Kagami with his elbow. So, how did it happen? Do tell. He did not believe that Amaya accidentally tore Shursui's clothing and triggered his awakening. There had to be another reason. Uchiha Kagami, with a look of disdain, pushed him away. Go away. This is confidential. In truth, he hesitated to share with his old friend. Judging by Shursui's performance yesterday, it was evident that his grandson's awakening was explosive, regardless of the circumstances. He found it difficult to articulate. TCH. Danzo scoffed, then seriously inquired. Any news on that scorpion recently? Uchiha Kagami's expression turned grave. None. This is troubling, Danzo sighed, rubbing his brow. Although he had been utilizing the resources of the root to search far and wide, whether due to Root's incompetence or the elusive nature of Sasori, he had been unable to track his whereabouts since the defection from the Sand Village. Additionally, in recent years, other nations had begun to stir, having caught spies at the village's borders and even within the village itself. All it would take is a single spark, and the Third Great Ninja War would ignite. Danzo did not want that. He had endured countless battles against demons in his past life, and upon awakening in this life, he found himself on the battlefield. Though Amaya had encountered more battles against demons than he had, he did not wish for his sister Amaya to take up arms for reasons beyond her passion once more. Let her attend the ninja academy merely to acquire foundational knowledge. As for how well she learns, can he even afford to support a girl like Amiao? Danzo let out a tense sigh, feeling a pang of anxiety. If his memory served him correctly, during the Third Great Ninja War, the village, decimated by the harsh toll of battle, had even permitted prodigies to graduate early and rush to the front lines. It was in that relentless maelstrom of war that Uchiha Madara was born. Distorted. So very distorted. Uchiha Kagami gazed at his old friend's anxious countenance and offered reassurance. The Uchiha clan will closely monitor those assigned to missions. There is no need for excessive worry. He chuckled, patting his shoulder. After all, back in the day, your blade nearly severed him. Whether he survived was uncertain. Danzo exhaled heavily. Then I will take your words as a good omen. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that I have forgotten something important. What could it be? Amiao halted midway, suddenly pausing. Shirzue stopped in his tracks and inquired, "What is the matter?" Amiao's expression turned serious as she pondered for a long moment before realization dawned upon her. "Shive, we didn't hold hands today." Shirzue replied, "At this age, shouldn't you be thinking of rejecting her?" Amiao seamlessly stepped forward, clasping his hand. "Are we going?" Shirzue responded, "Then let us go." It seemed natural. He could not bring himself to refuse. After enduring the torment of theoretical lessons all morning, Amiao slumped over her desk. "Hey, Amiao, Shirzue, how about we have lunch together?" Senju Matsuharu, who previously was a homebody, had become more sociable, eager to catch up on gossip, and had now arrived with an enormous bento in hand. "Oh, sure." Amiao nodded, rummaging through her belongings but finding nothing. Seeing her frozen in place, Shirzue asked, "Did you forget your bento?" So that was what she had forgotten this morning. It was indeed significant. Amiao's expression fell, her voice airy. "When I was very young, I was bedridden and relied entirely on my brother for care. I could only walk when I was just over a year old. The thought of my former undignified state overwhelms me. Now, I can only manage 3 meals a day, and now, it seems that will be reduced to 2. A sense of dejection enveloped her. Senju Matsuharu looked on with sympathy. "Oh dear, that is so pitiful. I'll share my bento with you." Amiao sprang up immediately. "Okay." Shirzue remarked, "You just delivered such a lengthy monologue for the sake of a bento. Amiao, you are indeed unfathomable." He joined in with a light-hearted tone. "I've prepared plenty, let us share." The three of them, in the end, enjoyed their meal together. After school, Matsuharu observed Amiao naturally reaching out for Shirzue's hand, while Shirzue hesitated before finally offering his own, adjusting his glasses. It seemed that in the afternoon he had missed a critical development in the plot. He lamented, "If I had known, I would have followed them even if it meant being caught by Dango." Then, during sparring, Shirzue was unexpectedly kicked out of bounds by Shirzue. Uchiha Itachi raised a small sign. 2-1, Shirzue wins. Matsuharu exclaimed, "Shirzue, what have you been eating to improve so quickly?" Uchiha Shirzue replied solemnly, "You wouldn't understand. Amiao is already prepared, Shirzue." Uchiha Itachi reminded him. "All right, thank you, Itachi," Shirzue smiled back. Amiao stood before him, expressionless as usual. The duel begins. Uchiha Itachi waved his hand. Boom. The first form of thunder breathing flashed like lightning. As always, a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, and Amiao struck first. However, this time, Shirzue did not evade as he usually would. Activating his Sharingan, he could now clearly see the spark in Amiao's eyes. Lightning swirled around her as if in adoration. He perceived every detail of Amiao's attack, the trajectory of her muscles, the flow of chakra, and the direction of her blade. He attempted to raise his hand to mitigate her force, but it was all too swift. He could not react in time. Thud! To the astonishment of the onlookers, Shirzue and Amiao tumbled together, landing in a nearby stream. Chapter 18. Glasses do not catch colds. The stream was shallow, barely reaching Shirzue's knees. Although Amiao consciously angled her hand at the last moment to avoid a direct hit, the blade merely grazed his cheek. However, she did not restrain the lightning chakra at all. Shirzue could only watch helplessly as Amiao, wide-eyed, collided with his forehead, crackling with yellow lightning. The pain and intense tingling compelled him to close his eyes. Thud! After a dizzying whirl, he felt an emptiness as he sank into the cool water, resting his head against Amiao's outstretched arm to prevent it from hitting the riverbed. Amiao was always insistent on protecting her comrades' lives. Shirzue opened his eyes underwater, greeted by a sea of gold. Was that Amiao's cloak? No, The gold was spreading. He widened his eyes, bubbles escaping his mouth. It was Amiao's lightning chakra. Upon resurfacing, Amiao emerged from the water. Itachi and Matsuharu rushed to the shore. Are you all right? Amiao did not respond, focusing intently on dragging the dazed Shirzue to the surface. Matsuharu asked, are you okay? Itachi echoed. Ultimately, Amiao pulled Shirzue ashore, but due to the perfect dispersal of water and electricity, he remained in a state of paralysis for a time. Haha. Shirzue, you have your day too. Matsuharu laughed heartily after confirming they were both unharmed. Nearby, Amiao was shaking water from her hair. Uchiha Itachi remarked, Amiao, you splashed me. Oh, my apologies. Amiao ceased her puppy-like antics as the recovering Shirzue wrapped her in a dry jacket. Wet, Shirzue turned to smile. Is it amusing? What kind of curly hair is this? Matsuharu retorted playfully. Just then, Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, Amiao, you're bleeding. Both turned to her, and Amiao, puzzled, touched the corner of her mouth. Realizing she had just bled, she spat out a tooth, displaying the bloodied incisor to her companions. Ah, so that's it. You must have knocked it out accidentally. Matsuharu sighed in relief. My father once said, if a tooth falls out, just toss it on the roof. He opened his mouth wide to show his own missing canine. Amiao nodded, covering her mouth. Imichim. Shirzue recalled her recent slower eating pace. It was indeed time for such occurrences. For the next couple of days, avoid hard foods. He advised after inspecting the small amount of blood. As he wrung out his wet clothes, a thunderous roar echoed, signaling the end of their sparring. Matsuharu lamented his record of 3 losses and 1 victory for the day. Damn it. Amiao is impossible to react to. And once Shirzue activated his Sharingan, it felt like he was toying with me, always dodging just when I thought I had him. Shirzue replied, I was not distracted. I will definitely win back my glory. Just you wait. Matsuharu shouted as he ran off. Achoo. Shirzue sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he turned to the others and said, let us go. Uchiha Itachi glanced thoughtfully at the distant mountaintop and the dark clouds, intending to say something when Shirzue interrupted him, pulling him along. Halfway there, a torrential downpour began. Though they had an umbrella, the rain was so heavy that they had to quickly change course and take shelter at Shirzue's home. Let us boil some water. Amiao declared confidently. Itachi agreed. It feels warm even when it hits us. Achoo. That was Shirzue. Ginger soup is on the way. This is a large pot crafted by Uchiha Kagami, now beginning the distribution of nuclear weapons. Ameo, finish your ginger soup before you leave. Your brother said he would pick you up later. All right. Ameo took the ginger soup and downed it in one go, much to Itachi's astonishment. What a potent brew. This ginger soup is a super concentrated version. Shirzue was once again stunned by Ameo's formidable taste buds. Is this what it means to be a Shimura? He sighed, pinching his nose as he drank the bowl of soup. When Shirzue opened his eyes, he found himself in a room. Nearby, crows were circling and cawing, while he was sitting against the wall, clad in a black uniform, holding a yellow knife. How peculiar. He clearly should be in the warm embrace of his bed at home. The biting cold here made Shirzue want to shiver, but he found himself unable to do so. Or rather, this body was not under his control. Shirzue could only observe through the limited field of vision of this body, unable to move. It seemed that after regaining composure, the body began to rise slowly. It was then that Shirzue noticed that the person was bleeding profusely from their side. His expression turned grave as he analyzed the situation. At this rate of blood loss, if not stopped, death would soon follow. The person silently clutched their side and then ran off quickly. Shirzue's eyes widened. The inverted room created a disorienting sense of space, and the high-speed movement made him feel dizzy. Where am I? Suddenly, his vision fixed, and the previously calm breath turned frantic. A 3-headed monster appeared before him. Behind the creature lay several individuals on the ground, their fates unknown, all clad in black uniforms. Extermination. A chilling voice emanated from this body. It was then that he realized he had been following a woman the entire time. Immediately afterward, a searing heat enveloped him. Shirzue abruptly opened his eyes, as if that warmth had been pulled from a dream. What a strange dream. My imagination is quite vivid. He gazed at the clear sky outside, freshly washed by the night's rain, and sighed in relief. It's time to get up. Why am I still so hot? Shirzue suddenly recalled yesterday's series of water-related experiences and felt a sense of foreboding. Ameo, I have a fever today and can't go to school with you. During lunch, Danzo noticed something scratching at the window. Upon opening it, he found a cat named Ian. Puzzled, He picked up the note clutched in Ian's mouth and, while holding a meat pie he had made, attempted to treat his friend's summoning beast. As usual, Ian darted away quickly, far too polite. I still don't want to die, Ian remarked. After announcing this news, Danzo observed Amayo's unchanged expression. Oh. However, he could tell she was somewhat worried. After once again marveling at the unbreakable bond between the two children, he affectionately patted his adorable sister's head. It's just a fever. I'll take you to see him after school. The head beneath his hand nudged upwards. All right. Meanwhile, the diligent Shinkai was trying to finish his meal. I want a pet too. Yamato glanced at him in confusion and then lowered his head. Go ahead, pet. I wasn't talking about you, big brother. Oh well. It feels about the same. Today, Uchiha is absent, a blonde student from the Yamashiro clan lamented. Beside him, a chubby Akimichi classmate inquired, did you eat something bad? Could it be that he was injured? Yamashiro was worried. Don't jump to conclusions. Shimura is perfectly fine sitting here, sighed Nara, with a deadpan expression. Why not just ask her? Ask her? Yamashiro hesitated. Shimura seems rather difficult to approach. Look at her. She's always coldly staring at the blackboard and occasionally glancing out the window. She shivered slightly. It's a bit frightening. Yeah, and during the last match, she knocked me out of the ring in an instant. Akimichi exclaimed, fear written all over his face. I didn't even have time to react. Nara chimed in, really? I feel like Shimura often daydreams during class. Moreover, isn't every match the same for everyone? He had the fortune of being knocked out by her once. It wasn't particularly painful, and it was nice to fly straight out of the ring, sparing him the trouble of acting. Thus, it could be seen that Shimura was indeed a rare and admirable individual. Good person, Achu. Matsu, ever vigilant, remarked, you're not catching a cold too, are you? Stay away from me. I don't want your germs. The good person stared at him intently. Eishon, how could you think that? With a slight lisp due to a missing tooth, she tilted her head and said, glasses for can't catch a cold. Matsu was instantly knocked out by her retort. You're insufferable. I want to have lunch with you. Amayo quickly corrected herself. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Glasses for can catch a cold. Although you apologized. I'm still furious. In the back, Nara watched as Matsu continuously tried to calm himself. Well, in a certain sense, it is a bit terrifying. Chapter 19. A pain that is hard to watch during the afternoon's physical training class. Inuzuka surveyed the surroundings. Surprisingly, that individual was absent today. He felt a surge of joy. Finally, after enduring rigorous training, he could shine today. Previously, that person had monopolized all the opportunities for him to showcase his abilities. Indeed, he was referring to Uchiha Shirzue. He had long been displeased with Uchiha's eternally smiling demeanor. The last time they fought, he even asked if he was injured. Hypocritical. So insincere. Inuzuka gritted his teeth in resentment. Good looks, strong abilities, and a prestigious Uchiha lineage. Many female classmates admired him. Most importantly, the cold Shimura was also. Shimura not only possessed an adorable appearance, but was also incredibly skilled, defeating the proud Hyuga with a single move. Every subsequent match was a swift elimination of her opponents. Strong, reticent, Matsu, not a bro, but reticent? Did you forget everything? And her strikes came with a cool sound effect. Moreover, he couldn't help but feel a peculiar scent emanating from Shimura. It was food. For someone who had just started school, she was truly a goddess in his eyes. Yet, this Shimura was seen holding hands with Uchiha Shirzue on their way to school. He had witnessed it clearly. How infuriating. Reluctant to admit his envy and jealousy, Inuzuka straightened his chest and prepared to draw lots. As long as he didn't draw Shimura, he still had a chance. The name on the slip of paper read, Shimura Amayo. Inuzuka stared at the slip in disbelief. Huh? I'm fighting Shimura? Seriously? Can I win? Given certain individuals' tendency to eliminate opponents instantly, Teacher Erasure had to devise a new strategy to curb this undesirable trend. Primarily, an instant elimination provided no benefit for either side's physical training. Thus, he had a brilliant idea. They would duel in a forest without the use of ninja tools or techniques. This way, there would be ample space for evasion and also train students to utilize their environment effectively. Inuzuka thought he was a genius, though he didn't show it outwardly. He was inwardly pleased as he called Amayo and Inuzuka to the stage. Upon seeing the change of duel location to the forest, Inuzuka felt elated. Could it be? He might leave a lasting impression on Shimura. The thought of being seen in a different light by his classmates, defeating Uchiha Shirzue, and subsequently reaching the pinnacle of his life as Hokage made Inuzuka want to laugh uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Matsu, observing his laughter, twitched his mouth. Is Ameo putting too much pressure on him, causing him to lose his mind? Why does he look like he's ready to step onto the podium at any moment? In the midst of the forest, Amiao possesses the remarkable ability to dart swiftly through the trees alongside a companion. The duo stands amidst the foliage, while classmates perch on distant branches, observing intently. Do you think Shizumura is truly alright? Yamamoto's concern is palpable as he watches their formation of hand seals. Nara Shikage smirks. Isn't it ironic? You seemed terrified of Shizumura just moments ago, and now you're worried? Yamamoto shifts his gaze. Oh, there are various reasons for my concern. From a bowed branch, Akidu Maru glances up. We all know about your secret admiration for Shizumura. Be quiet. Yamamoto retorts, infuriated, and prepares to leap onto the branch where Akidu sits. Don't come near me. Akidu nimbly dodges her advance. Nara Shikage senses the scrutinizing gazes of their peers and the trembling branches around them. Hey, this is about to begin. Are you all still watching? He sighs. He's merely 6 years old. This is exhausting for him. The playful banter ceases as they focus on the ensuing duel below. Under the instructor's guidance, Amiao and Inuzuka take their positions, with Inuzuka vanishing in an instant. However, those in the trees clearly see him concealed within the underbrush, stealthily maneuvering behind Amiao. Amiao tilts her head, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, remaining motionless. Inuzuka readies himself to pounce. Oh no, Yamamoto's brows furrow in worry. Teacher Kazanami grimaces. Could it be that Shizumura only knows that one technique? Hinata Kido, arms crossed, interjects. You must be aware that Inuzuka's taijutsu is quite formidable. He activates his Byakugan, observing, Shizumura's breathing and heartbeat are unnaturally steady. Beside him, Senju Matsuhana points. Wait, are you conversing with him? Thus, Hinata Kido turns to face him. Shizumura must possess ample confidence to confront the attack, correct? Matsuhana scratches his head, grinning foolishly. Ah, you're really talking to me? Below, Inuzuka has launched his assault on Amiao. All eyes are glued to the duel, anticipating how the undefeated champion of their taijutsu class, Shizumura, will respond. Just as Inuzuka's claws are about to grasp Amiao's shoulder, she vanishes. Inuzuka halts abruptly, crouching low, scanning the surroundings with heightened senses. Under normal circumstances, Kazanami would commend his keen detection skills. Yet now, everyone can clearly see Amiao poised above him, ready to strike. The forest falls into an eerie silence as she perches upside down on a branch, unwaveringly fixated on her target below, seemingly gripping something in her hand. Matsuhana, grinning widely, remarks, that posture looks familiar. It's a painful sight. Just as Inuzuka senses her presence, a crackling sound fills the air. He looks up in terror. Amiao descends like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, she executes the first form of thunder breathing, unleashing a devastating strike. Cough. Inuzuka is struck, his body rigid as he tumbles backward into the nearby bushes. Amiao completes her maneuver with a flourish, her charred branch crumbling to dust as she sheathes her blade. Momentarily pausing, she nonchalantly lowers her hand and directs her gaze towards the instructor. Wow! Did you all see that? Yamamoto exclaims, elated. That technique was unlike any previous encounter. It was true swordsmanship. So impressive. Nara Shikage, with a dull expression, adds. Aside from being a bit clumsy, Shizumura excels in every other aspect. Teacher Kazanami, perplexed, questions, wait a moment. How did she acquire that branch right under my nose? And what she just executed, does it count as ninjutsu or taijutsu? If it's solely utilized chakra, does that not constitute a violation? This dilemma marks the most perplexing moment of Kazanami's teaching career. Meanwhile, Amiao, eager to conclude, appears more impatient than him. Oh, how I miss my missions, he sighs deeply. Once this class is over, I must take on a few tasks to alleviate my burden. He reluctantly announces the outcome and guides the pained Inuzuka away to rest. At this moment, Hinata Kido observes the winced Inuzuka, empathizing with Matsuhana. Do you frequently engage in such duels? Matsuhana, adjusting his glasses cautiously, replies, indeed. Would you like to join? Not a chance. There's no room left in this household. Hinata Kido retorts. Is this Senju fellow a bit off his rocker? In the meantime, Amiao leaps away from the fray, delivering a thunderous strike that sends her opponent sprawling. Matsuhana, exuberantly dancing beside the sickbed, is silenced by a punch from Tsunade, who is conducting her rounds. I've explicitly stated that loud noise is prohibited in the ward. You can't just blurt out everything. Matsuhana whines, "It hurts, auntie. I promise I won't do it again." Jisue, reclining in bed with a cooling patch on his forehead, chuckles awkwardly. "Oh, really?" Amiao recognizes Tsunade. "Ah, Tsunade. Tsunade." Her demeanor softening, affectionately ruffles Amiao's hair. "Oh, it's Miao. My apologies, I still struggle with your name." After inquiring about the patient's condition, she nods. "It appears to be improving. You should be able to return to school tomorrow." Jisue, half-sitting, politely nods. "Thank you very much, Sister Tsunade." "Ah, such sweet words." Tsunade brushes her fingers through Jisue's soft curls before waving farewell to check on other patients. Matsuhana mutters under his breath, "Terrifying." Amiao, with genuine concern, asks Jisue, "Does it hurt?" Jisue pauses for a moment, smiling. "It hasn't hurt since yesterday. It was merely a cold and the eye exam." Amiao, serious in demeanor, advises, "Drink plenty of warm water and protect your eyes. Glasses will suffice." Jisue replies, resigned, all right. The scene shifts back to before the duel, as the hand signs are formed, and the match commences. In the woods, a red-haired girl clad in a chunin uniform gazes towards the source of the sound, her eyes lighting up as if she has spotted something. "Hey, Minato," she nudges the contemplative blonde beside her, gesturing, "Look at that child over there." The blonde boy curiously leans forward, just in time to witness the lightning-fast descent of Amiao. "Which one?" "Wow, that's so quick." "See." The red-haired girl smiles. "You need to master that move quickly, otherwise, it seems this child will soon surpass you." The blonde boy chuckles wryly. Today's children are truly remarkable. These two are none other than Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, who have finished their training and ventured out for a leisurely stroll. Having hit a plateau in their study of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had consulted Jiraiya, Kakashi, and even Orochimaru. Due to the rarity of space-time ninjutsu, none could provide effective advice, and Orochimaru even managed to glean the technique's principles under the third Hokage's tacit approval. Thus, at Kushina's suggestion, they ventured out to clear their minds, coincidentally witnessing children 7 or 8 years their junior in combat. Shizumura Miao has emerged victorious. Is that child from the Shizumura clan? Wait a moment. Minato recalls Orochimaru mentioning that Lord Shizumura Danzo was also researching space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps I should inquire further? He ponders, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, on another front, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure has gone missing. Danzo slams his fist on the table upon hearing news from the root ninjas, exclaiming, "Immediately search for the third." He strides out, declaring, "I will personally handle this." His subordinate, Yakushi Nono, glances at the door, which requires frequent repairs every couple of months, and begins to tidy up her documents. With the boss gone, there's no reason to linger any longer. Time to make my exit. Chapter 20. The collision that elevates you. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was exceptionally tense. Danzo stood up, his expression grave. "Hiruzen, you must comprehend my intentions." Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, merely puffing on his pipe. "Here we go again. This pretentious demeanor of you speak. I listen." Danzo's forehead throbbed with veins as he slammed his palm against the table multiple times. "Enough. I am not jesting." The teacups on the table rattled, splattering tea everywhere. Akimichi Choza flinched at the sudden commotion, muttering under his breath, "This guy, how is he even less composed after gaining a sister?" "Danzo, we all understand your perspective. However, the news from there has yet to reach us, making it difficult for us to act preemptively." Mido Kane also signaled him to calm down. Although the intelligence brought by the root spies was timely, it was almost too timely. "You mean to say that the third Kazekage just went missing this morning? And by this afternoon, you, Danzo, barged in here demanding a meeting?" Tsunade Haruno glanced at the hastily patched door that had been damaged by the earlier commotion. What if he merely needed some time to himself? If he hasn't gone missing, how will Konoha explain its knowledge of the Kazekage's whereabouts upon his return? The carefully placed traps can only reveal their true potential at the right moment. Danzo pondered. Now is the opportune moment. Uchiha Kagami sensed Danzo's aggression. Sipping his tea that he had prepared in advance, he inquired, "So what is your plan?" The remaining few responded, "Supplementing our resources." Seeing that someone was willing to listen, Danzo leaned back in his chair, donning a pair of sunglasses and adopting a contemplative pose. "Konoha is running out of time," he stated gravely. "The only path left for us is the unification of the ninja world." A profound silence enveloped the room. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been incessantly puffing on his pipe, paused to regard him. "Unifying the ninja world? Are you out of your mind?" Tsunade exchanged glances with Mido Kane, who sat beside her. Although Konoha's losses were relatively minor compared to other nations, having birthed the legendary Three Nin and Konoha's White Fang during the Second Shinobi War, the prolonged conflict had taken a heavy toll on its core forces. The various countries had unanimously opted for non-interference. Years had passed, and Konoha had managed to recover from its post-war personnel shortages. During these relatively peaceful years, the fertile soil of Konoha had nurtured numerous prodigies. The most notable among them included Namikaze Minato, who had been granted the privilege to learn the Flying Thunder God, Hyuga Niji, the talented ninja from the Hyuga clan, and Kakashi Hitaki, who had graduated ahead of schedule this year. Meanwhile, Mido Kane discreetly observed Danzo, who sat in deep thought, and Uchiha Kagami, who leisurely sipped his tea. Those two children, along with a descendant of the Senju clan. If another war were to erupt, these individuals would undoubtedly be thrust onto the battlefield prematurely. But entering the battlefield also meant inevitable casualties. The reasons for Danzo's urgency and Uchiha Kagami's covert assistance became clear. He sighed. Danzo, we all empathize with your sentiments. However, Konoha right now. Hiruzen finally set down his pipe. Danzo, if Konoha strikes first, it will only invite an assault from the other four nations, which are already itching for a fight. Danzo fell silent, aware that there were indeed unsettling undercurrents within Konoha, as evidenced by the various foreign goods scattered throughout the Roots dungeon for quite some time. However, turning his sister into Konoha's executioner was something he could not condone. Danzo began to negotiate. What if we disguise someone as the third Kazekage for a while? How long could we stall? Who could possibly disguise themselves as the third Kazekage? Tsunade laughed incredulously. Orochimaru, Danzo replied without a moment's hesitation. Could you not focus solely on one person? Hiruzen clutched his throbbing head. Although Orochimaru's wind techniques are formidable, the bloodline limits are not easily replicated. He made it clear that this topic would not be revisited. Crossing his arms, Danzo declared, then let us commence war. I propose we eliminate the Land of Lightning first. They are the most exuberant. Hiruzen did not even blink. Absolutely not. Danzo, incensed, retorted, you will come to regret this. Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Enraged, Danzo abruptly declared, my sister is about to give birth. Excuse me. With a loud bang, the door swung open, shattering into pieces. The onlookers inside could only watch in disbelief as the already precarious door was rendered irreparable. Uchiha Kagami took another sip of tea, leisurely remarking, I must say, Danzo's perspective is not without merit. Upon returning home, Amaya was immediately enveloped in a flood of tears from her elder brother. Habitually, she patted the head nestled against her waist, then glanced toward the window. Say has caused trouble again. Mimi, who was curled up like a decorative piece, interjected. Not at all. Ugh, it's my brother's incompetence. He cannot even rule the world. Danzo lamented. I simply wish to create a world devoid of monkeys and war. Amaya's expression turned serious. School is on hold. I will take action. Danzo, touched, exclaimed, Amaya? Sob, your brother did not raise you in vain. But what do you intend to pause? Just as the siblings were enjoying their moment, the door behind them suddenly swung open. Hurry, big brother. We might just make it in time to cook for ourselves. The newcomers were none other than Yamato and Shin, burdened with large bags. Shin stared in astonishment at Danzo, who always bore a serious demeanor before them. Yes, we made eye contact. He jolted, flustered and unsure of how to proceed, while Yamato swiftly shut the door. Rubbing his chin, Yamato murmured, was that an illusion? It felt so real. He began forming hand seals. After a few minutes, Amaya opened the door from the inside. You're back. She greeted them with an expressionless face. The two peered inside, discovering that Danzo, who had seemingly been sprawled on the floor moments ago, was now solemnly chopping vegetables. Yamato entered with a knowing look that clearly said, I knew it was an illusion. Shin, at a loss for words, wondered aloud, wait. So what as for dinner tonight? Uchiha Shirsue's return to school was met with enthusiastic welcomes. This manifested as a swarm of students surrounding him the moment class ended. Sitting beside Amaya, Matsuhara grumbled, being popular is great, and being handsome is even better. Amaya shot him a puzzled glance. Why compare appearances? Matsuharu perked up. Oh. So you agree that looks are secondary, right, Amaya? Amaya nodded in agreement. After all, Matsuru, even Kagami has a nose and two eyes. Matsuharu. Shirsue. After school, the graduated Kakashi came to take the children for training at his home. He looked at the three neatly arranged children, disdainfully remarking, "How did we gain more? Come on. Hataki-kun, don't say that. I heard from Uncle Hataki that you've been asking him repeatedly when he would come to pick you up. So, is Hataki-kun actually Tsundere?" Shursui feigned surprise, covering his mouth. "Kakashi, damn it. Why does Dad spill everything? He truly could not get along with this dark little brat." "It's all right, Kakashi." Amaya nodded at him. "Missing me is only natural. Kakashi, this one is quite the heavyweight." He glanced at the last person. Aside from the last encounter where she had run away in tears, this was their second meeting. Hopefully, they would be a normal person. It was revealed that none of the three were normal. Kakashi watched as Matsuhara shouted from afar, "Take this punch," as he unleashed a Earth-style, Earth Wall technique. How amusing. He never expected to see Amaya and Shursui simultaneously caught off guard and sent flying. All thanks to this round's teammate. Ha ha ha. Kakashi reveled in their misfortune. The originally 3-on-1 battle had swiftly transformed into a 2-on-2 match. Amaya, propelled by the immense chakra from the Earth technique, twisted in midair to absorb the impact, while Shursui created several clones in the air, engaging in a fierce struggle with the approaching Kakashi. Such clear division of labor. Kakashi scoffed as he performed hand seals, causing the collision of lightning release and water release from Shursui, resulting in a thick cloud of smoke rising. Matsuno, hands on hips, laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha! I've wanted to do this for ages. How about that? Take this attack." He cackled as he formed seals. Water release, water chaos wave. A significant amount of chakra allowed him to utilize water release even in a dry training ground. The water column surged towards Amiao. She glanced at Matsuno and the earthen wall behind him. "All right, let us do this." Under the directive of Kakashi, they were to engage in a no-weapons duel to assess their physical ninjutsu skills, which led to a congratulatory and yet somewhat hesitant banter. However, it mattered little. She had once fought a demon without weapons for an entire night. Amiao evaded the incoming water column, forming seals and striking the ground with both hands. Lightning release, earth walk. Yellow lightning surged from the ground, but due to its glaring brightness, Senju Matsuno easily evaded it using earth release. Humph. As long as I seal off her movements, that technique of Amiao's will be rendered ineffective. He stood triumphantly atop the earthen slope. Kakashi, overhearing the commotion, turned to Shursui and asked, "Aren't you concerned about that side?" Shursui formed the seals for the body flicker technique, dodging the combined assault of earth release and lightning release. "I'm not worried about Amiao. She's quite formidable." Kakashi rolled his eyes. "You should worry about yourself instead. That pesky Uchiha. Please, enlighten me, Hataki-kun." Shursui responded politely, then raised his gaze to reveal his Sharingan. Kakashi gasped. What happened in his absence? Amiao was already gathering energy. The yellow lightning surrounding her began to flicker. As Matsuno cautiously formed seals, Amiao took her first step. As expected, Matsuno's timely earth release blocked her advance. Yet, she did not falter. Matsuno had erected uneven earthen barriers all around him for protection. Utilizing the momentum, she adjusted her trajectory and stepped onto the earthen wall he had created, then took her third step. Correcting her direction, she stepped onto the edge of the wall. On her fourth step, she exerted force with both her hands and legs, leaping down from the top of the wall, delivering a hand strike to Matsuno's head. Boom, boom, boom. These 4 steps were executed almost simultaneously. The arc traced through the air had yet to dissipate when Matsuno, having just retracted his hands from forming seals, was struck and emitted a cry of despair. Hataki Tsukumo observed the entire process clearly and nodded in admiration. Impressive. He could ascertain that no one below the Chunin rank could evade such a rapid succession of strikes. Amiao is certainly much stronger than I was in my youth. However, Amiao merely tossed Matsuno aside, muttering incantations. Bouncing off the wall sends you flying. Chapter 21. Is there a risk of recovery? Kakashi was still quite comprehensive. Due to the age and experience gap, Shursui was ultimately forced back by his lightning release. Unlike Amiao's lightning release, Kakashi concealed his within a water release technique, utilizing earth release to restrict distance, coaxing Shursui into stepping into the water puddle. After Shursui used the body flicker technique to create space, he sighed in relief. Truly a genius ninja. If he hadn't activated his eyes, he might have been caught off guard in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. The familiar sound of thunder echoed from next door for consecutive booms. Shursui recalled the sensation of being struck by Amiao's lightning chakra and couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi crossed his arms, glaring with his dead fish eyes, pausing his assault on Shirzue. This was because Amiao had already concluded her battle. Apologies, Hataki-kun. But I've never seen a dog's head carved into an earthen wall before. Shirzue suppressed his laughter, though not entirely. It seems the chakra is indeed abundant. Kakashi queried. He didn't provoke that kid, did he? What's wrong with a dog's head carved into the wall? Isn't it adorable? He was willing. Amiao stepped cautiously beside Shirzue, tilting her head seriously. What's the plan? Kakashi felt a sense of déjà vu from an ambush mission. The Shimura clan isn't really involved in any other side businesses, right, Amiao? His nerves tensed involuntarily as he watched the movements of the two children across from them. Shirzue winked at her. Go ahead, Amiao. The rest is up to him. Amiao remained silent, solely focusing on regulating her breath. She raised her head, her golden eyes locking onto Kakashi, sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. Memories from years ago suddenly assaulted him. Though Amiao now resembled a person during certain periods, she still. Kakashi formed seals, utilizing earth release to obscure the line of sight between them, creating a shadow clone identical to himself. Shadow clone technique. One for each of us. He adjusted his forehead protector and calculated the chakra consumption after using the technique. Not much chakra left. A swift resolution is necessary. As the water on the ground gradually evaporated over time, the air began to feel humid. Shirzue decisively formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous fireball surged towards the dog-headed earthen wall. The wall dispersed the flames to either side, trapping both Kakashi and the shadow clone within. Wow, what a terrifying little brat. After all this fighting, she can still unleash such a large fire release, the amount of chakra. However, the air also became dry, temporarily preventing the use of water release. Kakashi exchanged glances with his shadow clone. When the fire release concluded, two shadows emerged from the crumbling earthen barrier. The two Hatakis pondered their next move. The duo made no extraneous gestures, simultaneously charging forward. They aren't retreating, they're coming towards me. Amiao's expression remained impassive as electricity flickered around her. Kakashi formed seals at the sound of the thunderclap. Substitution jutsu. With a thud, Amiao's hand strike hit a block of wood, splitting it apart, leaving a charred cross-section. She shook her slightly pained hand. This guy really intends to kill? Kakashi, sweating profusely, watched from a tree as the wooden block lay in ruins. Beside him, Shirzue utilized fire release, Phoenix fire technique to restrict his position, closing in on another Kakashi. Exhibiting an overwhelming desire to attack, Kakashi raised his arm to block the knee strike aimed at him, flipping the assailant over and forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. He swiftly formed seals while Shirzue was still in midair. That takes care of one. However, the wind release did not hit its target. Shirzue had vanished, disappearing into thin air. The atmosphere turned silent. Even the initial thunderclap faded into nothingness. Ah, is it an illusion? He formed seals to dispel the genjutsu. But a burning sensation followed. The Kakashi on this side abruptly transformed into smoke and vanished. Meanwhile, the Kakashi, diligently evading Amiao's relentless pursuit using the most proficient body flicker technique, thought, seriously, how solid is this genjutsu for someone so young? He stared at Shirzue, who unleashed a fire release to hinder his advance. Forget it. Though it's not complete, let us give it a try. Kakashi formed seals, and a sound of electricity unlike any preceding thunder resonated, gradually intensifying. Blue lightning chakra flickered across his palm, producing a sound akin to birdsong. Crack. This lightning release, being self-created, still lacked a name. Due to the substantial chakra expenditure, Kakashi, sweating, gazed at the approaching Amiao, resembling yellow lightning. The power remained uncertain. At least his father was still around, and he would intervene if things went awry. As Shirzue arrived, he was taken aback. Lightning release against lightning release. Hataki-kun, are you truly an exemplary graduate of the Ninja Academy? He intended to stop it, but their movements were too swift. Unfazed by the multiple evasion attempts, Amiao charged directly at Kakashi. What a flashy technique. Nonetheless, let her hear the roar of thunder. Thunder breathing, advance. Crack. Boom. As two hands, both imbued with lightning release, yet differing in hue, drew closer, a shadow descended. It was none other than the long-observing Kakashi Hataki. With a serious expression, he addressed the two. Do you both not wish for your hands any longer? A sigh of relief escaped Shirzue, whose heart had been suspended in uncertainty. Kakashi, with a headache, looked at the dazed Amaya and the defiant yet somewhat overwhelmed Kakashi. What is going on? I was certain I was instructing two prodigies. Yet the desire to attack is so palpable. Amaya had always been this way, but Kakashi too? All he could see was his son persistently using attacks to counter attacks, leaving him utterly drained. He resolved to inquire with the elder. Kakashi, I am aware you have been developing your own jutsu, Kakashi Hatake remarked with a frown. But this technique appears to have an overwhelming offensive output with virtually no defense. Kakashi replied calmly, I learned it from Amaya. Coach, he has fully grasped it. Hatake, feeling a sense of relief, gently lowered them. If we practice next time, do include me. If your chakra is unstable, it may lead to your hands exploding. He recalled that Kakashi had not always been like this. Turning to see Amaya, who was anxiously checking for any injuries on her hands, he thought, it seems I have found the root of the problem. This individual had exclusively utilized lightning chakra throughout the training, save for a singular lightning jutsu. He observed her dodge a single attack from the young Senju, followed by her rampaging around the training ground, treating Kakashi's ninjutsu as if it were inconsequential. Finally, there was Shursui and the still-dazed Senju Matsuharu. Shursui had a solid foundation, and his jinjutsu skills were quite remarkable, truly living up to the Uchiha genius title. As for Matsuharu, was he truly a Senju? Seeing this variant of Senju for the first time left Hatake in awe. His intellect was truly agile. Could this be the effect of his glasses? Amaya crouched down, poking Matsuharu, who was now dizzy, while Shursui leaned in. This view is certainly more pleasing. Hatake was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Do not worry, it's merely the dizziness caused by the lightning chakra. He should awaken in a few minutes. Amaya raised her head, her expression serious. Is there any risk of recovery? Hatake was puzzled. Recovery? Kakashi chimed in with a teasing tone. Wasn't it said that the original form is the glasses? Why not simply switch frames? Amaya suddenly enlightened. Kakashi, you genius. Hatake was left bewildered. He glanced at the three, who seemed harmonious, and at the little Senju lying on the ground. Bullying? Matsuharu awoke with a shout. I will win back. As he was pulled away by Tsunade, who had come to retrieve him. As Danzo and Uchiha Kagami were occupied with work, Amaya and Shursui politely bid farewell and prepared to head home. Wait. Hatake recalled something. Make sure to return quickly. In crowded places, there may be some issues I haven't fully disclosed. Shursui smiled and nodded. Understood, Uncle Hatake. Amaya looked puzzled but replied honestly, It was only when Shursui reached the street that he understood the reason behind Hatake's warning. Numerous ninjas from the police department were patrolling the area much more densely than before. He subtly glanced at Amaya, who was already fixated on a nondescript corner. At this hour, had Danzo's root ninjas arrived? He glanced at the sky, which had yet to darken fully, his expression growing serious. His grandfather's late-night work was becoming more frequent, and with no events scheduled. Could war be looming on the horizon? Shursui pondered silently. His parents had both perished in the war, and he, an Uchiha, had grown up under his grandfather's care, never having met them. Yet, he could decipher from the sorrowful gazes of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Suki whenever they glanced at old photographs. Those were kin, taken from them by war. The agony of separation had taken root within them. Shursui felt a wave of panic wash over him. What would this war take from him? He stood frozen in place. Amaya, he stammered, sensing her pulling him back. Are you scared? Her somewhat rough palm touched his cheek, bringing a slight tickle. Shursui snapped back to reality, meeting Amaya's golden eyes. The Sharingan. He involuntarily activated it. He saw his own reflection, a rather unsightly expression. Amaya did not speak further. Instead, she gently embraced him. His brother had always said that a broad heart serves as a refuge for others. Surely this embrace was wide enough? Shursui was unaware of her thoughts. He knew Amaya aimed to comfort him. Yet, Amaya, this was in the middle of the street. He could almost see familiar Uchiha uncles and aunts staring in astonishment. Other shop owners cast sympathetic glances. Many eyes were now upon them. The emotions that had surged moments before were swiftly suppressed by an overwhelming sense of shame. A whimper escaped Shursui's throat, reminiscent of a puppy being tugged by its ears, as his face flushed crimson. Amaya questioned, was my embrace not tight enough? Why are you still crying? She, perplexed, tightened her grip. But it seemed the sound only grew louder. Amaya began to feel a headache coming on. Big brother. What should we do in this situation? I'm online, and I'm anxious. Chapter 22. The shift of admiration and the transition of affection in the end. Shursui had no recollection of how he returned home. He only realized he was facing Uchiha Tsuki's subtle gaze as he regained his composure. Beside him, Amaya was bidding farewell. "Auntie, I've brought Shursui back. He seems a bit displeased. Hasn't he spoken a word on the way?" She glanced at Shursui beside her. "Thank you, Amaya," Uchiha Tsuki said, ruffling the boy's hair, smiling gently. "We appreciate your help with Shursui." Amaya patted her chest, assuring, "Leave him to me. You can rest easy." Uchiha Tsuki replied, but Amaya had already waved goodbye, leaving her to smile and nod, casually activating her Sharingan to glance at a corner. "Ah, it's the roots." That's a relief. Her previously cold demeanor softened, and she nodded towards that direction. The root ninja, caught in the gaze of the Sharingan for 2 seconds, thought, "What a shock." The boss never mentioned that this job required facing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. But reflecting on today's interactions between the boss's sister and her young friends, he pondered whether reporting suspicious individuals was necessary for matters involving children. Scratching his head, he followed after the departing Amaya. Uchiha Tsuki knelt down to meet her grandson's eyes. Her expression complex as she spoke. "Tell Grandma, what happened?" Shursui, with a weary smile, replied, "Grandma, it was truly terrifying. In front of family." Shursui couldn't help but reveal his childish side, pouting slightly as he complained, "She always does the most unexpected things." Uchiha Tsuki rested her chin on her hand, smiling. "And what are your thoughts on that?" Shursui hesitated, scratching his face in embarrassment. "What a rare moment. I must capture this in the Sharingan and replay it for my father later." Uchiha Tsuki secretly activated her Sharingan to record the scene. Indeed, the Uchiha children's history was preserved in high definition. "Will this make you dislike her?" she teased Shursui. "No, I just wasn't prepared." Shursui paused, revealing a somewhat shy smile. "I'm very happy to receive Amaya's focused attention." He whispered, "I wish she could stay." Uchiha Tsuki heard and understood completely, very well. She had previously pondered whether her grandson was somewhat unlike the Uchiha clan, being overly cheerful. However, it seems that the intrinsic values held dear are fundamentally the same. As a member of the Uchiha, she comprehends this sentiment well. Yet, is the age at which enlightenment strikes not a tad too young? Observing that child, meow, it was evident that her affection for her comrades was profound. Moreover, surely Mr. Danzo would not consent to this. Absolutely not, haha. Uchiha Mingyue felt a slight headache and resolved to wait for Uchiha Kagami to share in her concern. In the meantime, Yamazaki Nyu was intently observing. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought she was discreetly glancing at classmate Shimizu. Today, Shimizu looked impeccable as always. The curvature of his hair was exquisite. The shape of his haori was elegant, and his eyes shone a brilliant gold, his expression perpetually icy. Truly worthy of being Shimizu. She nodded in satisfaction, despite Narashikage's ambiguous expression beside her. Just then, the teacher entered to commence the lesson. Yamazaki Nyu retrieved her book, determined to continue her observation. After all, coming from a prestigious family, she had already mastered the basics. Thus, this time would be better spent observing him. Quietly, Yamazaki Nyu propped her book up and let her gaze drift over. Suddenly, a smiling face emerged in her line of sight, staring directly at her. She was startled and instinctively braced herself against the desk to stand up. "Yamazaki-san." The teacher at the podium was evidently taken aback and promptly inquired, "Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing, teacher. I apologize for my rudeness." Yamazaki Nyu steadied herself and sat back down. It's fine. Where were we?" "Right, discussing Uchiha Madara," the teacher continued, noticing her composed demeanor. However, Yamazaki Nyu dared not glance in that direction again. That face was familiar. It belonged to Uchiha Shursui. For the first time, she felt that the amiable genius of the Uchiha was somewhat intimidating. Was it merely her imagination? "Hey," Narashikage whispered, "what just happened?" Yamazaki Nyu did not respond, merely opening her book. "I must focus on my studies." Narashikage, He found her amusing. Today, the teacher distributed the results of yesterday's quiz. First place, Uchiha Shursui. Second place, Hyugetsu. Third place, Senju Matsuke's. Teacher Erasure counted them off one by one. "Oh, as expected of Uchiha-kun," exclaimed a girl nearby, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Incredible, you always secure first place. What do you think, Yamazaki?" She intended to glance back at Yamazaki Nyu, only to find her book propped up. "Yamazaki?" She seemed puzzled. It was clear that previously, Yamazaki had been the most interested. What had transpired? 39th place, Shimizu meow. Ample room for improvement. Teacher Erasure encouraged with a gentle expression. And the last place goes to Inuzuka and I. His face fell. Inuzuka, please take this seriously. You've been slipping for several rounds now. If this continues, you might be held back. Wah. Inuzuka and I was stunned. Shimizu, this time was truly lackluster. Akimichi Maru lamented, you were just like Nara, barely scraping by. Nara Shikichi, known for keeping his scores in the average range, remarked, I feel like that's not the issue. He tilted his head, locking eyes with Uchiha beside Shimizu. Meanwhile, Matsuke's was already snickering. Oh meow, Matsuke's chuckled. I didn't mean to laugh. Meow's expression remained impassive. Take it up with my blade. Matsuke stiffened. Slowly sitting up straight, I will be honest. After a few days in the hospital and training, Shui sheepishly smiled, having not yet translated for Meow. However, Meow still struggled with theoretical classes, particularly those involving principles and parabolas. A gaze suddenly fell upon her from behind, directed at Meow. He instinctively turned his head. Oh. This time it wasn't Yamazaki. Shui exchanged glances with Nara Shikichi, sharing polite smiles. Nara Shikichi. He understood why Yamazaki had reacted so strongly earlier. During lunch break. What? You mean Meow was the one who took you home yesterday? Matsuke's exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with food. Shui looked at him with disdain as rice particles flew from his mouth, moving his and Meow's lunch further away. Yes, please swallow before speaking. So what happened? Matsuke's adjusted his glasses, solemnly stating, it was when I was taken away by Aunt Tsunade. Keep your voice down. Shui quickly interjected. The two were conversing while Meow had gone to buy drinks. It was her turn today. After Matsuke's relentless pursuit and signing a lopsided deal, Shui hesitantly shared part of the story, such as how Meow had sensed his emotional turmoil in an instant. Wow. Matsuke's wore a look of both appreciation and disdain. Meow. Such a strong emotional shift. You truly are an Uchiha. After hearing part of the story, he couldn't afford to mourn the live broadcast from yesterday. He had only one question. So, does Meow know or not? Not at all, Shui firmly denied, his expression surprisingly at ease. She views me as a comrade. And apparently, this technique was taught to her by Grandpa Danzo. Thank you, Grandpa Danzo. Matsuke's could no longer contain himself, covering the lower half of his face and striking a cool pose. Huh? What did I say? You didn't admit it when I asked before. How about that? I told you I'm a genius. He laughed heartily. Wait. Shui's smile abruptly turned serious. Someone's approaching Meow, several people, and they don't look friendly. It was Yamazaki, who had been staring at Meow all morning. Matsuke's laughter abruptly ceased. What? How do you know that? Shui shifted his gaze, but moved swiftly downstairs. It was the raven summoning beast he had signed with yesterday, capable of sharing visual perspectives with him. He had only observed for a brief moment. Hey, wait for me. Matsuke's followed suit. Shui quickly located a small cluster of people gathered around something. As soon as he landed, he heard a shout. Shimizu, your eyes are beautiful. Please be my friend. Huh. Shui halted in his tracks. What does this mean? Just as Matsuke's arrived, he was struck by the absurdity, publicly poaching. This is too amusing. Meow looked utterly bewildered. Is Uchiha Kuina Shui? Yamazaki nodded earnestly, continuing her pitch. I have a large flower shop at home, and my ninjutsu is quite good, although my taijutsu is lacking, but, she gritted her teeth, I can accompany you to the restroom. To the restroom. The air turned abruptly silent. Nara and Akimichi, who had been dragged along to bolster her courage, exclaimed, Sister, do you hear what you're saying? What a resounding statement. Matsuke's was already sprawled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Meow maintained her composure. This place is already full. Yamazaki. So, that's a rejection? Your hair is also beautiful. Thank you, Meow replied flatly. Just not suitable for public service. She nodded towards the group and walked towards Shui and Matsuke's. Nara Shikichi looked weary. I told you. Shimizu definitely won't agree. Akimichi Maru weakly asked, so can we go eat now? But the girl before them suddenly flared up. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. She was complimenting my hair. Yamazaki clenched her fists. I will not give up. Nara Shiki sighed. What a bother. A few days ago, it was you who seemed terrifying. And now it is you who wishes to befriend her. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. Chapter 23. The Ruthless Swordsman and the Innocent Flower. During the afternoon martial arts class, Teacher Arashima unexpectedly announced an examination. Oh, how sudden, teacher. Please, no? Amidst the chorus of lamentations from the students, the teacher, whose eyes bore the marks of sleepless nights, sneered, "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Which one of you uttered that if you are defeated instantly, you need not exert effort?" Several students discreetly lowered their heads. "Ah, this floor is truly a floor," Arashiyama Sosuke mused, observing the row of bowed heads before him, his gaze settling on the true instigator, Shimura Miao, as expressionless as ever. She seemed to be lost in thought. "Well, I should have expected this. However, I possess a secret weapon this time." Arashiyama Sosuke called out to the ceiling, "Kaminari-kun, I entrust today to you." The students simultaneously lifted their heads. A golden-haired youth, backlit by the sun, greeted them cheerfully. "Hello, I am today's." He glanced at his palm, examiner. In an instant, he appeared beside Arashiyama Sosuke, grinning as he introduced himself. "I am Namikaze Minato, and I look forward to your guidance." The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. "He is in a Jonin uniform. How cool. Wow, Minato looks so young. What a refreshing smile." The chattering caused Minato's expression to stiffen, and he whispered to Arashiyama Sosuke, "Is it really necessary to make such an entrance?" Arashiyama Sosuke smirked. "This is precisely the effect I desire. It will help to temper their rebellious spirits. The king of troublemakers has arrived." The two had been teammates during the Second Shinobi World War, where Minato was still quite young, and Sosuke had taken care of him, resulting in a cordial relationship. Now, having just been promoted to Jonin, he had been coerced into this role as a teaching tool. Minato sighed in resignation. However, he soon sensed a particular gaze following him since he had taken refuge on the rooftop. As a sensory ninja, he was well acquainted with such scrutiny. He followed the gaze to discover a pair of golden eyes. "Ah, is that the lady's sister? A sensory ninja as well?" Minato politely smiled and nodded at her. Why does that student who resembles Uchiha also seem to be watching me?" In any case, the longer the duel with Examiner Minato lasted, the higher their scores would be. Arashiyama Sosuke waved his hand. "You may freely use ninjutsu and ninja tools." The students erupted in cheers. "Long live the teacher." Minato raised an eyebrow. The first to step forward was Miao, immediately igniting the atmosphere. "Oh, are we about to witness Shimura-san's full power?" Yamashiro Ryu, filled with excitement, tugged at his companion's sleeve. Akito Maru winced. "That hurts. You're pulling my flesh." Narashiki sighed in relief, grateful for his swift escape. Senjumatsu adjusted his glasses and remarked, "What luck. If you went to a casino, you would lose everything." Shirzue queried, "Why a casino?" Matsu turned away, and Shirzue, speechless, noticed Miao's expressionless face that somehow conveyed anticipation. Good fortune in combat?" he ventured. Miao nodded with satisfaction, elegantly securing her sword at her waist as she prepared to enter the fray. "I genuinely wish for success." Shirzue paused, pursing his lips. Suddenly, Matsu leaned in with a mocking tone. "Oh, good fortune in combat." His previously lifted smile fell flat as Shirzue replied expressionlessly, "How strange. How is there a talking pair of glasses here?" Meanwhile, Yamashiro, who had been secretly observing, thought, "How infuriating. I also wish to be looked at like that by Shimura-san." Narashiki, sensing his companion's fiery gaze, broke into a sweat. Hey. As the hand seals were made, the test commenced at Arashiyama Sosuke's command. In an instant, Minato vanished from sight. Miao's gaze was fixed intently on the direction he disappeared, her hand slowly gripping the hilt of her sword. As expected, Minato thought to himself, "She can detect my direction. Truly an exceptional child." In a fleeting moment of contemplation, he launched a shuriken, non-bladed version, courtesy of Arashiyama Sosuke, with unwavering precision. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The gleaming shuriken multiplied into 10, hurtling towards Miao, blocking all avenues of retreat. Miao inhaled deeply, a hum emanating from her body. "Here it comes," Shirzue observed, appearing relaxed. "Where to dodge?" Yamashiro looked on with concern. A sharp sound pierced the air. Second form of thunder breathing, Rice Spirit. 5 claw-like slashes erupted instantaneously, cleaving through all the shuriken before Miao, eliminating her only means of escape. With a burst of energy, Miao propelled herself upward, her leg muscles activated by the lightning chakra, sending her soaring to a high branch. Before Minato, an arc of light flashed as Miao's sword arced upward, executing a draw slash. First form of thunder breathing, Lightning Flash. Boom. An unprecedented roar reverberated through the air. Nearby students instinctively covered their ears. Clang. It was deflected. The crackling sound of electricity enveloped the sword and its point of contact. Miao's eyes widened. For what met her blade was a branch entwined with chakra. Minato marveled, what incredible speed. You are quite impressive, Shimura-san. He smiled as he repelled her. However, one must consider the environment of battle. Miao landed on one knee, her sword scraping against the ground as she slowly rose to face Minato, who had landed below her. Yamashiro was left in awe. Is this Shimura-san's ninjutsu? That sound was terrifying. Such aggressive martial arts. Narashiki observed intently. It feels as if it exists solely for the purpose of attack. Well, it may just be Shimura-san's personal style. At that moment, Miao raised her sword, and the murmurs among the crowd gradually subsided. Wait, she began, pausing for effect. Is there something you wish to say? Minato halted his movements. Miao, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, it is the name of this sword. A low hum resonated around Miao, releasing waves of electricity that launched multi-directional slashes toward her opponent. Third form of thunder breathing, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. What a beautiful name. Minato found himself unexpectedly cornered, recalling his earlier technique, which bore a striking similarity to this scenario. Surely, he thought, she does not harbor a grudge? Shirzue nodded approvingly, a most opportune moment. Matsu, utterly perplexed, turned to his companion. Huh? Aren't they friends? Can such a dark comment also be a compliment? Yamashiro shook his head. Shimura-san is so clever. Narashiki added. As long as she doesn't waver, everything will be fine. Arashiyama Sosuke breathed a sigh of relief. I knew this day would come. Ultimately, it is fortunate he is not the one being used as a teaching tool. Eventually, despite Minato's slight disarray, he relied on his extensive battle experience and vast repertoire of ninjutsu to lift the nearly exhausted Miao within 5 minutes. Returning her to the waiting Uchiha below. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered, who taught her to charge in without considering endurance? The thunder has been relentless. Moreover, her instinctive prowess was terrifying. He glanced at the numerous cuts etched into the ground and branches and concluded that not using a bladed weapon had indeed been a wise choice. In the evening, I felt as though dreams were filled with the thunderous roar of lightning. It was a work-related injury. Bluffing Shueiman, with a hint of resignation, gestured towards Arashiyama Sosuke, implying that this matter required a celebratory meal. Teacher Arashiyama, unfazed, replied, a few meals are fine. You carry on with your tasks. He then announced, next, Uchiha Shirsue. Oh, could it be that very Uchiha who is still serving water to his classmate, Shizen? Shueiman blinked, his eyes narrowing in surprise. This situation felt oddly familiar, as if I had encountered it before. Shirsue paused his actions, eagerly watching Amiao as she filled the cup with water. Once she finished, she took the handkerchief Shirsue offered, wiped her mouth, and said seriously, Aishue, once you return alive, we shall indulge in red bean soup. Shirsue replied, huh? Matsuhu rolled his eyes and commented, what is this? Are we heading to the battlefield? Yet, Shirsue merely smiled in resignation and said, all right, I want the largest portion. Thus, Wolfing Shueimin reluctantly bore witness to Uchiha's mastery of fire-style techniques, their adept body flicker technique, and an array of both basic and advanced illusions. Upon encountering several versions of Shirsue, he helplessly formed hand seals and declared, release. Truly, the Uchiha genius was remarkable. The realism of the illusion was astonishing. How could there be 3 little Uchiha? With a slight hesitation, Wolfing Shueimin threw a shuriken to dispel one of them. With a loud poof, it transformed into a cloud of smoke. So, it was the shadow clone technique. Then, he merely had to eliminate them one by one. But suddenly, he froze in place, as both of his shurikens passed through their bodies. They were not physical. Shueimin composed himself and activated his sensory abilities to locate the real body. No, something was amiss. He utilized water style to block a rapidly approaching fireball and another shuriken hurled by a different Shirsue. Ah, now it made sense. The residual images caused by the body flicker technique, allowing for instant transitions. Impressive, Wolfing Shueimin remarked, such an agile technique. However, perhaps due to a lack of proficiency, he managed to find a flaw, pressing a kunai to Shirsue's neck. Ah, it ends here. Shueimin smiled as he withdrew the kunai. Uchiha classmate, you are quite remarkable. Shirsue, retracting his Sharingan, politely expressed his gratitude. Not at all. I must thank Bluffing Sensei for your guidance. Oh no, too kind. Shueimin scratched his head. Teacher Arashiyama decisively interrupted their exchange. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Next. He longed for the end of the day. Shirsue gracefully exited, greeted by applause from Amiao and Matsuhu's exclamations of awe. Meanwhile, Shuemin continued to play the role of the tool. After witnessing Senju's monstrous strength, where he shouted Earth style while directly punching, and after narrowly escaping from a swarm of shadows, only for Nara to concede defeat, while Inuzuka nearly collided with a tree. It was a series of chaotic experiences. Exhausted, bluffing Shuemin returned to his dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. A sound at the door roused him. He mustered his energy to open the door, revealing Kushina with books in her arms. Shuemin, let us eat together. The fatigue from the afternoon vanished in an instant, and he welcomed her in with a smile, saying, just a moment, let me tidy up. After they finished their meal, or rather, their date, and said their goodbyes, Shuemin returned to his room. What was this book doing on the table? Had Kushina left it behind? Curiosity piqued, he glanced at the cover. The Cold-Blooded Swordsman Falls for the Little Flower? Chapter 24 expressed the author's yearning during the holidays. Shuemin, eyes bloodshot yet brimming with excitement, set the book down. Oh, so that was it. What an exquisite read. Though it ventured through numerous trials, the chemistry between the protagonists had been exceptional since childhood and developed steadily. He couldn't help but smile while reading, unable to put it down. Now he understood why Kushina was always so engrossed in novels. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the cold exterior of the swordsman protagonist felt oddly familiar, and the innocent flower heroine bore a resemblance that tugged at his memory. What could it be? Suddenly, the sweet sound of birds chirping broke the silence. Wolfing Shuemin's heart skipped a beat as he looked up. Sure enough, the morning light filtered through the curtain seams, casting a glow on the floor, inching closer to his desk. The book slipped from his hands with a thud onto the table. It seemed he had read through the night. Slowly lowering his head, he gazed at the culprit. Having already endured the night, he thought, why not revisit the captivating passages once more? With a smile, he reopened the book. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Amiao sneezed 3 times while grooming Mimi in the morning, then sniffled. Mimi shot her a sharp look. The two exchanged glances, and Amiao reproached, bird flu. Mimi retracted her head, resembling a tilapia, and quietly retorted, human flu. Meanwhile, Shoyuta, preparing for breakfast, looked concerned and set down his bowl. Should we go to Inuzuka's, the veterinarian, or the hospital? Shoyuta lamented. It seems teacher Yakushi's lessons on common sense have failed. Brother, wake up. Tuanzong, sporting dark circles under his eyes, burst through the door. Continuous overtime had deprived him of sleep, and he had to rely on Shoyuta for breakfast. Initially feeling guilty, he found Shuta's cooking satisfactory enough to forego his own hour of sleep. Shoyuta prayed, thank you for the overtime, though it feels a bit selfish. I hope father can work a few more days. Tuanzong, oblivious to his son's heartfelt words, reclined on the sofa like a sloth, pondering the purpose of work. Amiao approached with Mimi in her arms. It's time to eat. Tuanzong, suddenly invigorated, playfully ruffled Amiao and Mimi's heads. Who do you think this is all for? Amiao stumbled sideways. It's okay. I can beg for food like my brother did for her. Tuanzong paused, letting out a deep sigh. I'm off to work. In a flash, he grabbed a rice ball from the table, stuffed it into his mouth, and leaped out the window. Shoyuta chuckled, as always. Easy to handle. He turned sharply towards the table. A neatly arranged set of bento boxes stood before him. Father, you forgot lunch. Shoyuta shouted, raising the bento in his hand. Yet, in that brief moment, Tuanzong had already dashed away with his impressive speed. It's up to you now, Mimi. Shoyuta solemnly tied the bento box around Mimi's neck. Your performance determines if father eats today. Mimi, with a weary chirp, acknowledged her task. Amiao finally released her grip on Mimi's neck. With a soft BER, Mimi shrank back into her original form and scuttled away into the shadows. Impressive. Can I learn that? They asked. Shoyuta scratched his head. I don't think humans can. Amiao insisted. We must believe in human potential. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed outside. It was Shursui. Amiao picked up her rice ball and bento, announcing, I'm off to school. And, just like that, she leapt out the window. Shoyuta laughed. At least she remembered to take her lunch, right? Day, already eating, asked, aren't you going to eat, Shoyuta? By the way, today's food tastes a bit different. Of course it's different. After all, my cooking lacks creativity and ingenuity, Shoyuta sighed. Eat, eat, eat. On the last day of the mundane semester, teacher Arashiyama, with a relaxed smile of liberation, announced the commencement of the holiday. Of course, there would still be studies. The next semester will commence with examinations. Arashiyama Sosuke grinned as he delivered the news. The students, initially elated about the holiday, erupted into wails of despair. Oh no, please don't. The protests fell on deaf ears. Teacher Lanshan abruptly slammed the table and announced, "Well then, school is dismissed early today," with a resounding bang. The teacher at the podium transformed into wisps of blue smoke, leaving the bewildered students exchanging incredulous glances. Songha adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Did he really just use a shadow clone? How shameless of you, Teacher Lanshan, to let us out 10 minutes early." Jishui glanced at the sky and turned to Amiao, asking, "Where do you want to go next?" Amiao decisively replied, "To practice swordsmanship." Songha slumped down on the desk, deflated. "I knew it. There's only one answer when you ask her." Yet he perked up again. "Our home has a perfect place for sword practice." Songha was unusually excited, gesticulating wildly. It seems to be a venue left by the second Hokage. The mention of the second Hokage piqued Jishui's interest, as he had frequently heard his grandfather recount tales of his master's great deeds. However, every time the stories were told, Uchiha Mingyue would wear a disapproving expression. What kind of person was he? Jishui yearned to see for himself. Amiao only needed a place to train with her companions, and thus the group set off towards their secret base. "Is this the right place?" Jishui questioned as he surveyed the dense thickets before him, turning to Songha for confirmation. "Is it really here? We're nearly at the village's edge." Songha adjusted his glasses, carefully comparing the map. "It's definitely here." Amiao and Jishui exchanged glances and stepped closer. The three fluffy heads huddled together, peering at Songha's palm where a crumpled piece of white paper lay, marked with crooked lines and distorted flowers and trees. Could it be some sort of secret code? Jishui activated his Sharingan and scrutinized the paper for a long while, but found nothing. "Songha, Amiao," he said, pointing to the right, over there. Songha looked up to see a dilapidated bridge. He lowered his gaze back to the map and suddenly understood. "Oh, so this is a bridge. I thought it was a caterpillar. Ha ha ha. Uncle Shungtai's map is truly childlike." Jishui wholeheartedly agreed, but he was even more astonished that Amiao could perfectly decipher it. Clearly, he had much to learn. Filled with determination, Jishui watched as Amiao drew her sword and started clearing a path, slicing through the weeds from chest height down to knee level. Master of lawn maintenance. Songha applauded as they approached the dilapidated bridge. Amiao sensed something was amiss. "Wait, something feels off." She raised her sword to halt the others. Jishui and Songha cautiously leaned around her shoulders. "What is it?" they asked. "Where are we?" Amiao inquired. Songha scratched his head. "This is the former site of the Senju clan." Jishui activated his Sharingan and paused, slowly reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Songha, unable to see due to the darkness, wondered aloud, "What's wrong?" "The bridge below is off limits," Amiao stated bluntly. "And no performances of transformation either." Songha felt goosebumps rise. "What are you talking about?" A voice distinct from the three rang out from beneath the bridge. Well, the ground, previously just a pool of water and a broken vehicle, began to rise, morphing into the image of a white-haired youth. "Quite perceptive," he said, stretching his limbs with a cracking sound that echoed in the area. It was quite the challenge to slip in unnoticed, yet a few children spotted him at the edge. However, luck was on his side. Kisame Hashigaki licked his lips, keenly observing the small group before him. One had Sharingan, another wielded a chakra blade, and there was a Senju. He struck gold. Taking them back would surely bring wealth. Suppressing a grin that threatened to spread, he feigned a friendly demeanor. "Children, I am simply lost. Could you help me find my way?" Silence ensued. The child who was staring at him with an unsettling intensity crouched, mimicking a sword-drawing stance. Songha adjusted his glasses. "Hey, mister, do you think we're fools?" "Ah, regrettably." Kisame feigned disappointment, shaking his head. "I suppose I must tear you apart then. Selling your parts would fetch quite a sum." It was well known that the land of water was home to simple folk. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed through the area, accompanied by the crackling sounds of fire and earth techniques being unleashed, along with a scream that pierced the air. The root ninja, who had been poised to act, hesitated and then retreated silently. "Perhaps I won't be needed for now," she thought, wiping the sweat from her brow. After a while, the area settled into a calm. "What do we do now?" came the frustrated voice of the glasses-wearing boy. The root ninja stood up, thinking, "Excellent, it's time for me to make my entrance." As she adjusted her wrinkled clothing, she sensed something. The root ninja spun around to see a familiar figure approaching at great speed. Uchiha Fugako halted upon noticing her. and they exchanged glances atop the branches. A crow landed on a nearby branch, its blood-red eyes blinking. Jishui, synchronizing his vision with the ground, thought, oh. He hadn't expected this person to be so weak. To think that a user of lightning release would willingly collide with Amiao. Jishui glanced down at the twitching, bound figure that Songha had swiftly secured, suddenly concerned. Will we be able to interrogate him after being electrocuted like this? He won TB brain damaged, will he? At that moment, the last person arrived on the scene, Senju Shingtai, drawn by the commotion. Upon arrival, he saw the root ninja and Uchiha engaged in a mysterious standoff. Huh. Shingtai scratched his head, addressing the two. What is going on? I think I heard Amiao's voice. Amiao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, it's Shingtai. We're saved. Chapter 25. The Unique Problems of the Chunin Exam. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Shingtai greeted with a silly grin, scratching his head. Have you seen a girl with short hair? About this tall? He gestured, indicating a height of roughly 30 to 40 centimeters. Uchiha Fugaku replied, I haven't seen anyone that small around here. They're probably still in their cradles. What 7-year-old is that short? The root ninja remained silent, shaking her head vigorously. Isn't it common knowledge that the boss's apprentice is already complex enough? Please, no more. How peculiar, Shungtai muttered, before turning to leave. Apologies for the interruption, esteemed seniors. Perhaps I misheard. With light, quick footsteps, he departed, his presence fading away. The 3 children below, who had been holding their breath, finally exhaled in relief. Amiao, who had been curious about Jishui's silence, asked, wasn't it the Senju elder who gave you the map? Songha, looking exhausted, waved his hands dismissively. Actually, I borrowed it without permission. Let us keep that between us. Jishui asked, by the way, weren't there 2 others watching? Amiao flicked her thumb, releasing her sword from its sheath, and asked nonchalantly, do you want me to silence them? No. How about we just let it go for today? Songha flailed his arms in refusal. Next time, I promise to show you. If that woman found out about this, his life would be in jeopardy. Finally, the 2 adults vying for performance arrived at an agreement. If they didn't, the corpses would be cold. They appeared before the 3 children, facing their curious gazes directly. Uchiha Fugaku coughed lightly. The notification was quite timely. Shursui. You did well. If only it could have been a tad quicker. Shursui smiled. It was you who arrived quite promptly, Uncle Fugaku. The root ninja gracefully knelt beside Ameo. Lady Ameo, you have worked hard. Allow me to handle the follow-up. Ameo, ever immersed in her role, nodded solemnly. You may leave. The root ninja promptly acknowledged her and swiftly departed, carrying away the half-cooked human from the ground. Fugaku wasted no time on pleasantries, urging the others to leave immediately and return to the village's center, following that retreating figure. Mitsuho stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Ameo, could it be that you were the heir to some clandestine organization? He was aware of Shursue's identity as the grandson of the Uchiha clan leader. As the youngest direct descendant of the Senju clan, he learned through explanations that Ameo's older brother was actually a high-ranking official in Konoha. Indeed, it made sense, after all. He was the teacher of his uncle Shiboku. Mitsuho, struck by the generational revelations, found himself utterly overwhelmed. The secrets run too deep. Ameo covered the lower half of her face and recited, secrets make a woman more alluring. Shursui clapped in agreement. That makes perfect sense, Ameo. Although he was uncertain which of Danzo's sayings had been imprinted in her memory. Woman? Mitsuho could no longer contain his laughter as he pointed at Ameo. Huh? Woman? Just wait another decade, Ameo. He evaded the first strike she launched and the shuriken from Shursui, leaping onto a branch and making faces at them below. Ah. Can't touch me, Naya. After a moment of playful banter, he stood upright, scratching his head. Why has the fighting stopped today? Shursui and Ameo simply regarded him with calm expressions. Ameo tilted her head. Why don't you check behind you? Mitsuho felt a sense of foreboding. He seemed to hear someone breathing behind him. Slowly, Senju Mitsuho turned around to find the impassive Senju Tsunade, accompanied by her smiling colleague Senju Shiboku. Mitsuho, good afternoon. A piercing scream echoed through the air, rivaling the recent thunderclaps. How bold you are, daring to come here without the adults. Tsunade's furious voice rang out. Wasn't there a masked lady following you? Mitsuho yelped in pain, scrambling in all directions. It appeared that Ameo's evasion training had borne fruit during this time. You dare to say that was Danzo's soldier? She just saved a spy from the land of water at the behest of that root ninja. Danzo would surely learn of this soon. Furthermore, Uchiha Kagami's grandson had been brought along as well. I just wanted a place to train. Oh no. In the blink of an eye, another slap landed on his head. I see you are yearning for the heavens. Tsunade's anger intensified as she prepared to unleash her fists. She wouldn't actually kill me, would she? Mitsuho fled, his glasses askew. Shursui observed the chaotic scene with a subtly amused expression, pondering the force of those strikes. How could one not break bones under such blows? Ah, so this is the Senju? Ahaha. It seems they share a rather amicable relationship. Shiboka chuckled, drawing closer. Speaking of which, I received a thrashing from my sister when I was a child too. It seemed such beatings were a family tradition. Ameo tugged at Shursui. We shan't intrude any longer. My kitty is about to give birth. Ah, that is indeed important. Lady Ameo, please tend to your matters. Shiboku anxiously escorted the two to the main road before turning back. The sun blazed overhead, and soon the pair felt their heads scorching from the heat. Shursui and Ameo exchanged glances, silently agreeing on their destination. They arrived at the nearby Hataki residence, where Kakashi, exhausted from a myriad of mundane tasks including cat wrangling and weed pulling, returned home only to find two vacationing children in his yard, eating watermelon. Kakashi. Ameo greeted him with a straight face. Ah, Hataki-kun, you are back. Shursui replied with a smile. Your father just cut some watermelon. Would you care to join us? Kakashi observed the two comfortably settled under the eaves, contrasting sharply with his own mud-stained attire and cat paw prints. What was the rush to graduate so early? He began to question his own decisions. Considering that his teammates were mostly clumsy genin, he felt an overwhelming urge to collapse. How did I manage to graduate? He pondered. I must, immediately, ascend to Chunin status. This year, determination filled Kakashi's heart. Huh, Hataki-kun just graduated this year, right? Shursui remarked, surprised. Have you already decided to participate in the Chunin exams? Huh. Shiboku also appeared taken aback. Huh. What's with all the surprise, you foolish old man? Kakashi retorted with his signature deadpan expression. The Chunin exam is quite straightforward. Is it not? Yet, Shiboku reminded him. Do your teammates wish to participate as well? Chunin exams are conducted by class, barring special circumstances. Oh right. Kakashi halted, brainstorming. It's fine, Kakashi, Ameo consoled him. Life seldom goes as we wish. Kakashi bit back a retort. What kind of comfort is that? How infuriating. Or perhaps I could eliminate them for you, Ameo suggested, drawing her blade with an impassive expression. No need. Kakashi felt a twinge of offense. I will persuade them. How impressive, Hataki-kun. Shursui clapped in delight. We await your good news. Shiboka looked on with pride at his son, who was typically reticent in social interactions. It seems I've fallen into a trap, Kakashi mused, uncertain, as he observed the unfolding events. A month later, the Chunin exams were held in Konoha as scheduled. Hataki-kun. Such formidable willpower. Shursui couldn't help but admire. You truly accomplished it. Ameo, with her cat perched atop her head, sat nearby, but what was the cost? Beside her, the diligent and newly released Mitsuho pushed up his glasses. Perhaps it was the most precious thing of youth. Looking closely, he noted the band-aids on his body. Wondering what he had endured, it was difficult to guess. In the front row sat Shiboku, the protagonist Kakashi, and a myriad of friends he had unknowingly made. Uchiha Obito bit down on his handkerchief. Foolish Kakashi, this is far too fast. No, I must graduate next year. Rin smiled encouragingly. Yes, I believe you can do it. Obito. And so began the blooming tales of an unknown Uchiha in the background. Meanwhile, Shiboku appeared as a worried mother bird, anxiously observing the spirited Kakashi before him. They found themselves in the stands of the Chunin exams, now in the final selection phase. Although the atmosphere among the nations had grown tense over the years of peace, the necessary face-saving measures remained in place. However, the participant numbers and quality indicated that other countries were preserving their strength. Danzo observed the performances of the other nations with a furrowed brow. The land of Earth had sent almost no one, and those who arrived were swiftly eliminated. The land of Lightning, despite sending a large contingent, had not a single capable fighter among them. Other smaller nations contributed a few participants, but the most peculiar were the two major countries. The land of Wind outright refused to participate, citing poor harvests among the new recruits as an excuse. Even the third Kazekage was absent. Danzo understood well that he could not attend. The land of Water had previously isolated itself. This year, it was unclear what had happened to the third Mizukage, as only a low-ranking ninja showed up, shrouded in secrecy, concealing their full capabilities. It seemed they were seeking a pretext for conflict. The scent of blood wafted even from afar. Danzo recalled the ninja from the Hozuki clan who had been subjected to Ameo's electric therapy, sneering to himself. Truly, the pest had crawled to his doorstep. And the monkeys showed no signs of intervening, merely muddling through, unwilling to speak, or perhaps too timid. If it's the latter, then silence is advisable. Danzo drew forth a blade that had long remained sheathed, gently polishing its edge. Allow him to assist in making the decision. After all, he is the very root of darkness. Chapter 26. The diplomacy of heads. Kakashi was the first to enter the fray. Not for any particular reason, but possibly due to a fit of anger after being ridiculed by Mimi prior to the drawing of lots. With his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, he waved a handkerchief, tears welling in his eyes, while his gaze fell to the ground. Even before the duel commenced, Kakashi was aware that his opponent was a young ninja named Zabuza Momochi, who was 2 years his senior. Yet, he found himself inexplicably displeased by the sight of the dark-haired, disheveled ninja with dead fish eyes and a white bandaged mask. It seemed the feeling was mutual. The two stared at each other, their expressions inscrutable, until the referee, Fugaku Uchiha, cleared his throat, prompting them to slowly form their hand seals. What is going on? In the front row, Obito Uchiha scratched his head in confusion. Hadn't he just been in high spirits? In the back row, Ameo crossed her arms, a knife tucked within, and remarked, they VE collided with their personas. Moreover, the height difference is quite significant. Personas? Obito removed his goggles to scrutinize the two below for similarities. Could it be a case of a double? He gasped as his goggles snapped back to his face. Could Kakashi possibly perish? Did he actually believe that? Rin looked back in astonishment. He did. Shursui nodded solemnly in response to her expression. Mitsuo added fuel to the fire, speaking of which. We haven't seen many from the land of water in recent years. Why are there so many this time? A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy, Obito murmured. His expression contorted. Rin began to soothe him. Obito, calm down. There's no need to make a fuss over such well-known matters. From the back row, the esteemed elder, Minato Namikaze, who had been invited to observe the Chunin exams, caught sight of a few familiar faces below. Isn't that Shimizu Ameo and Shursui Uchiha? He felt a strange sense of déjà vu and could not help but glance again. Ah, that day, the little girl with the sword, how intriguing. Kushina observed Minato, who had been silent for a while, and followed his gaze downwards, spotting a familiar child. So, she truly is studying swordsmanship? How fascinating. She enthusiastically analyzed the situation. Her expression remained cold and stoic. How adorable. Yet, she seemed to have a close relationship with that little Uchiha. Ah, that little Uchiha smile is also quite charming. After conversing for a while without any reaction from the person beside her, Kushina poked Minato. Hey, are you even listening? Minato, with a serious demeanor, muttered something. Then turned to face Kushina, the cold-hearted swordsman and the delicate flower. Kushina replied, wait, isn't that the title of her novel? In a flash, the images of the two children interacting flooded her mind. Could it be? Kushina abruptly looked up to meet Minato's affirming gaze. Lord Danzo, the exam has commenced. Yaoshiro no Nayu adjusted her glasses. Among the hidden mist ninjas not participating in the exam, several have concealed their chakra remarkably well. Their strength likely ranges from mid to upper Chunin, and they are no longer in the audience. Suddenly, she paused, seemingly listening intently. After a moment, her expression turned cold. There is a reaction from the barrier. Someone has intruded. Perhaps it is the one who offended Lady Ameo. Danzo chuckled darkly, brandishing his blade and instructing the non-combat personnel, remain here and do not move. I shall attend to someone. Understood. Yaoshiro no Nayu watched the boss leave with complete confidence. They were situated in an unremarkable tea shop, seemingly poorly managed. However, beneath it lay Konoha's secretive organization, Root. Recently, a special tracking ninjutsu signal had been discovered on a product from the land of water, and upon verification by colleagues in the mountains, it turned out that the individual was a fresh defector from the land of water. The sealing scroll contained a ninja blade known as the Hiramiki, reputed to be the treasure of the mist ninjas. Danzo had glanced at it, then looked again, ultimately claiming it under the pretense of research. Yaoshiro no Nayu adjusted her glasses again. Given the boss's character, he's likely taking it to forge a new blade. Ah, truly an unstoppable boss. Akatsuki, a newly promoted Umbu from the hidden mist village, had disguised himself for the purpose of intelligence gathering and inciting chaos. Yet, He harbored another objective, the twin blades of Hiramiki. The blade's owner had been slain, and a petty thief had stolen it. Although they later placed a tracking jutsu on the thief, who managed to escape after transforming into water due to a moment of carelessness. Thus, the tracking jutsu led directly to this shop, cleverly concealed. He stepped inside, casually flipping through the menu. Salt-flavored tea cakes, grape-flavored dried fish. He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them again. He had not misread. Was this the new trend in Konoha? Akatsuki was taken aback and decided to order only a cup of tea. The apathetic owner slammed the tea on the counter. That will be 4,000 yen. Quite audacious. Yet, Akatsuki had no choice but to pay. After all, he intended to eliminate everyone here later and reclaim his money. As the owner turned back to the counter, he discreetly left a shadow clone behind and stealthily slipped into the inner room, where the aura of the tracking jutsu was even more potent. He arrived at a mysterious iron door underground, directly exhaling boiling release through the door's crack. Before long, the door began to dissolve inward. He stepped inside, revealing a scene of melted chaos, with two large blades lying on the ground. Akatsuki cautiously approached. This guest, a languid voice emerged from behind him. The kitchen is off-limits to outsiders. Akatsuki sighed, forming hand seals, and in a negotiating tone asked, "Can't we just pretend we've never met?" The owner, visibly troubled yet unyielding, replied, "You must understand, if the higher-ups arrive, I would find it difficult to explain." Just as Akatsuki completed the seals and prepared to unleash corrosive gas once more, a fierce wind swept through. Whoosh! The gust snatched the air he had gathered, sending him crashing into a wall and into another room. What? Using large wind techniques indoors. Have they lost their minds? Coughing. Akatsuki was overwhelmed by the heaviness of being discovered, pondering, are they not afraid of a collapse? This is underground. But as he lifted his gaze, he found a pair of enormous eyes fixed upon him, with a long nose in between. The blade aura, imbued with wind chakra, approached silently. Akatsuki shifted his perspective and swiftly lowered himself. He intended to brace himself with his hands, yet for some reason, after the perspective spun, he found himself frozen in place. Ultimately, he witnessed his body standing rigidly, blood gushing from his neck and splattering against the ceiling before cascading down. A rain of blood. The sensation of pain arrived belatedly. So it was his head that had been severed. Unwillingly, he sought to glimpse the perpetrator behind him, but death descended too swiftly. Akatsuki fell into an eternal darkness, his pupils dilating, a sign of brain death. Danzo stood coldly at a distance, avoiding the falling rain of blood, watching as this young man's life ebbed away. The heart possesses a powerful pumping function. Danzo flicked the blood from the blade's edge and slowly sheathed it. In a matter of seconds, a person's blood had drained away. The rain of blood ceased. "Go," he commanded indifferently. The owner behind him obeyed, swiftly collecting the lifeless head of the mist ninja and vanishing in an instant. Only the rigid corpse remained standing, along with the dream beast still exhaling. "Didn't I tell you so?" Danzo's dead fish eyes regarded the dream beast. The oddly shaped summoned creature could only grumble in dissatisfaction, transforming into smoke with a flick of its nose. At this moment, Danzo rubbed his waist and sighed. I forgot to stretch. It seems I might have pulled something." He turned around and met the gaze of the medic, Nono, who had just emerged from the aftermath of the battle. "Is there a way to retain manpower while silencing witnesses?" "I'm in a hurry." Kakashi swiftly dodged a heavy sword strike, slicing through the bandages of the person before him with a kunai. Once the entire face was revealed, Zabuza Momochi, realizing the situation, instinctively covered his wound. The first move, strike the face before the body. Kakashi crouched as he landed, performing a hand seal that unleashed a jolt of electricity upon impact. Lightning release, body flicker technique. Observing the opponent's attempt to evade swiftly, Kakashi utilized the shuriken he had just thrown, now suspended by a wire. Fire release, fireball jutsu. The fireball split along the wire, rapidly forming a fiery cage to confine his adversary. Subsequently, a gust of wind amplified the flames, creating a blazing inferno filled with thick smoke, accompanied by the explosive sounds of colliding lightning and fire. The atmosphere ignited with this powerful and visually striking spectacle, eliciting cheers from the audience. Shikaka Nara stood proudly amidst his colleagues' astonished gazes, declaring, "Indeed, that is my child." A colleague interjected, "We are all aware of that." "That was not our inquiry." Shoten commented, such a heavy intent to kill. However, Amaya frowned in disagreement, questioning, why not continue? What if he isn't dead? Shizuka attempted to soothe the situation, redirecting the topic. I'm sure Shikaku has his reasons. Are you hungry? Above them, Minato and Kushina listened to the children chattering below, unable to suppress a peculiar smile. Exactly. On the spectators' platform, the third Mizukage, Mizuno Kuni, had a suspicious twitch at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the third Hokage beside him. This child, the third Hokage chuckled, after all, he is the son of that individual. Yet, Shikaku's intent to kill doesn't seem as intense as before. As the smoke dissipated, what remained was a tattered water defense, along with the battered Zabuza. The presence of lightning had significantly weakened the water barrier, and after being struck by lightning chakra, Zabuza endured several fire attacks. He scoffed coldly, wiping the blood from his face as he began forming seals. Ninja art, hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped the area, and Zabuza grinned wickedly as he created water clones to flank Kakashi. He raised his heavy sword, silently approaching. To this, Kakashi thought, apologies. But he possesses a wealth of evasion experience. The speed was hardly remarkable in his eyes. Kakashi performed a hand sign he knew by heart. Crack. A sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping erupted, illuminating the fog with blue lightning. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. Zabuza sneered at the flickering lightning. Exposing your position? Are you panicking? He swung his sword at the empty air, the blade striking the ground heavily. The attack from the water clone missed. As Zabuza attempted to lift his sword for another strike, a weight pressed down on the hilt, causing his hand to falter. Then, the sound of 1,000 birds echoed in his ears. As the mist cleared, Kakashi gracefully crouched atop Zabuza's sword hilt, a hand imbued with lightning poised at his neck. The outcome was decided. Fugaku Uchiha announced the result of the duel. Kakashi Hatake wins. After forming the hand sign for reconciliation, Zabuza glared fiercely at Kakashi, who nonchalantly returned to his seat, greeted by applause from the crowd celebrating his triumphant victory. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie, though Amaya's peculiar comments lingered. Obito sighed in relief, thank goodness. Shizuka smiled and clapped. Congratulations, Shikaku. You no longer have to pull weeds. Kakashi remarked, Shikaku is truly impressive. Mizuno Kuni expressed admiration, indeed. That young man is quite extraordinary. Hiruzen Sarutobi, maintaining his official demeanor, added, such talent flourishes in Konoha. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Danzo suddenly intruded. He gave a perfunctory bow to Hiruzen, Hokage-sama. Urgent matters require my attention. Then he shifted his tone. May I inquire if the third Mizukage is acquainted with this individual? Danzo clapped his hands, and a root ninja appeared in an instant. Immediately, the area was thick with the stench of blood, for the box held a severed head. Chapter 27. Whose ingenious idea was this? As if a statue, Mimi sat obediently beside Amaya, suddenly lifting its head to look in a certain direction. AKA, just as it called out, Shizuka swiftly covered its mouth. Shoo. Mimi, lower your voice. We must keep Danzo's movements discreet. However, Mimi struggled, glancing at Amaya for assistance. Where is everyone? Suddenly, Mimi flapped its wings and flew away as Shizuka loosened his grip. Shoten, witnessing the thrilling duel, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, precisely. That's how it should be done. He turned back, but it pales in comparison to Amaya. Where's everyone? Shoten stared in disbelief at the empty space beside Shizuka, bewildered by the sudden absence. He exchanged glances with Shizuka. With a sigh, Shizuka summoned a crow, go. The crow took flight, and after apologizing to the others, Shizuka followed the water bird. Shikaku remarked, ah, what a close relationship. Kakashi chastised sternly, you mustn't let go, Amaya. Mizuno Kuni's expression soured upon seeing the lifeless head. His eyes, which had been narrowed, now widened slightly as he addressed the unflinching Danzo. This individual, Shimura. Danzo introduced himself, then without reserve, launched into his narrative. This must be one of your village's leading ninjas, Terumi Mei. Regrettably, he intruded upon our intelligence stronghold. It was only after he was slain that he was recognized. Danzo offered a polite smile, not allowing the third Mizukage a moment to respond. I presume he entered by mistake? The air fell silent. Nearby, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally reacted, shooting an apologetic glance at Mizukuni and slowly stating, that is indeed unfortunate. I extend my apologies on his behalf. As these words were spoken, Mizuno Kuni felt the weight of many gazes upon him. Danzo stood unwavering, awaiting his response. The third Mizuki's eye twitched, but he eventually spoke. This was merely an accident. The third Hokage nodded appreciatively. Then, shall we consider the matter concluded? He exchanged glances with Danzo. Danzo chuckled softly, stepping forward. I fear that may not be the case. The root ninja behind him had already risen, unfurling a scroll several meters long. Beginning to read aloud, Hisame Hashigaki was discovered within the Uchiha clan territory and was immediately slain. Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared at the border. As the root ninja continued reading, the third Mizuki's expression darkened further. The tension among his guards grew palpable. Not a single one was left behind. They sought to gather intelligence during the Chunin exams, and none of them survived. They were all elite of the Land of Water. The third Mizuki glanced once more at the figure before him, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, fingers drumming the armrest. One of his guards, incensed, exclaimed, "Is this how you treat your guests in Konoha?" Hiruzen raised his gaze to Danzo, only to receive a fierce glare in return. Amusingly, Danzo's expression remained impassive. "If you wish to fight, just say so. I've endured long enough." Danzo, the third Hokage, was taken aback by this declaration and could not help but intervene. "Are you attempting to incite a war among the shinobi?" The guards gritted their teeth, pointing at him as a heated argument erupted. Suddenly, a gust swept through, and a hand fell to the ground. The mist guard let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his severed arm as blood gushed forth. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Lord Mizuki, your subordinate is quite impolite. Allow me to administer a lesson." Danzo sheathed his knife with a crisp sound, his expression unchanged as he regarded the third Mizuki, who remained impassive while witnessing the brutal act. "You don't mind, do you?" The third Mizuki replied. "Please, proceed." Perhaps this move was ill-conceived. He had not anticipated that during this critical juncture of the Chunin exams, Konoha's manpower could extend its reach throughout the village. Moreover, Mizuki glanced sideways at the third Hokage. Had Konoha's leadership previously been so formidable? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not prevent the stroke, and, observing the incredulity in the eyes of the mist ninja, he sighed. Let it be. The minor commotion went unnoticed by the audience, who continued to cheer for the duel below. Danzo bowed respectfully to the two leaders, stating, "Then, I take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he moved with his subordinates, leaving behind two shadowy figures and their respective guards in a tense atmosphere. The Chunin exams resumed. Danzo returned to his office. After a day of exertion, he had managed to apprehend all suspicious individuals, thereby intensifying the situation in the Land of Water. A root ninja hesitated before inquiring, "What should we do with these corpses? The scrolls are almost overflowing." Danzo replied coldly, "Dispose of them." The root ninja was taken aback. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Has the boss truly gone mad? You know it's inappropriate, yet you still ask? It's business as usual. Danzo bellowed. "Hand them over to Orochimaru." The root ninja nodded subserviently and exited, the door slamming behind him. Meanwhile, Yakushi Nanoyu sipped her tea while overhearing her boss's furious outburst. "Oh. It seems all the intelligence I've painstakingly gathered has been put to use. This month's bonuses and funding were secured, and it was time to provide the orphanage with warm clothing." She rubbed her hands together, eager to confront her boss. However, given his current foul mood, would she truly succeed? Just then, the barrier reacted again. "No way," Yakushi Nanoyu sighed, standing up. Yet, her colleagues upstairs did not report any urgency. Could it be? Ameo followed Mimi into a tea shop. The languid proprietor shot to attention upon seeing them. "My dear young guest, what brings you here?" he inquired, his demeanor obsequious. Ameo cast a glance at him. "I'm looking for my brother." The proprietor's eyes widened. If you're seeking your brother, you might need to head elsewhere." Ameo stared at him expressionlessly. The proprietor, sweating profusely, dared not relent. How on earth did this child find her way here? "Lord Danzo, come quickly." At that moment, Yakushi Nanoyu appeared. She glanced at Ameo and Mimi, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Come with me, little one. Your brother is inside. I will bear the weight. I will accept the burden of this Konoha." Just as Danzo was attempting to maintain his composure amidst the chaos, a knock echoed through the room. He straightened in his seat, calling, "Enter." It was Ameo. Danzo was taken aback, standing abruptly. "How did you get in here?" Ameo tilted her head, revealing Mimi peeking out beside her. "Damn it, I knew that creature wasn't trustworthy." Danzo frantically tried to tidy himself, the scent of blood overwhelming. There was no time to change. After a moment of indecision, he resigned himself and sat back down. "What brings you here, Ameo?" Footsteps echoed. Amao's golden eyes appeared beside his hand. Brother, you seem troubled today. She lifted his hand and placed it on her head. Allow me to assist you. Danzo felt the warmth of her fluffy hair against his palm, momentarily rendered speechless. Amao, this world is harsh. He sighed. In this world, one must kill. It's all right. Amao replied without emotion. Harming family and comrades is no different from slaying demons. One must simply take action. Danzo opened his mouth to speak. He wished to ask if Amao harbored resentment for being brought into a world rife with conflict and death. After countless battles against demons, did she not long for a peaceful existence? Yet, gazing into Amao's eyes, he abandoned the thought. She would surely respond, wishing to be with her family, right? Danzo looked at Amao, who had begun to take on a human form under his care, and chuckled softly. It is not yet your turn to assist. He ruffled her fluffy hair. However, when the time comes, I shall call upon you. Go play with Shirzue for now. Shirzue followed a crow to a shop, where he happened to see Amao, her hair in disarray, pulling Mimi to close the door. He did not inquire about her activities, but simply asked, what do you wish to do next? Amao always had but one answer, practice my swordsmanship. Then let us first eat something, Shirzue suggested with a smile. One must be well fed to have the strength to train. I've learned a few new dishes. Help me taste them. Sounds good. Amao nodded in agreement. Shirzue took her hand, and they dashed off. Glancing at them were Minato and Kushina, who exchanged knowing looks, nodding in affirmation. Who was the genius that conceived Amao and Shirzue? After the Chunin exams concluded, the significantly diminished Mist Village raced back to the Land of Water. Compared to their arrival, less than half remained, yet their pace was double that of before. The Mizuki's expression was foul, his eyes wide open. The bewildered lower ninjas exchanged glances. Why are we in such a rush? Where are the other Jonin? The black-haired man beside them, lacking any notable presence, looked perplexed. I don't know. I just got beaten up and haven't recovered yet. His expression twisted as he clutched his abdomen. I'm cramping. Get it together. Zabuza fumed. Can't you show some potential? Before potential could be discussed, the advance of the group suddenly halted. The Mizuki gestured for vigilance. All of you, step forward. Mizuki slowly formed hand seals, and the air around them grew increasingly frigid. A long-haired man emerged with a damp tone. Discovered, have we? How shall we proceed? His head tilted in inquiry. As his words fell, several masked ninjas appeared, surrounding them with an ominous air. A sense of being preyed upon by a cold-blooded creature enveloped the lower ninjas, freezing them in place. Zabuza clenched his teeth, wishing to protect the useless man beside him. However, the black-haired ninja, who moments ago had been doubled over in pain, sighed and straightened. Indeed, tailing the third Mizuki is rather challenging. Before Zabuza's eyes, he gradually transformed into an elegant middle-aged man. Orochimaru, you still need more practice. Hi. The long-haired man, Orochimaru, replied with a hint of fatigue. Mizuki sneered. Uchiha Kagami, and one of the legendary Sannin. Is Konoha attempting to eradicate us completely? Uchiha Kagami feigned surprise. How could that be? Konoha is renowned for its love of peace. He smiled. From the outset, we were not the ones seeking to incite war. Uchiha Kagami raised his gaze, revealing his Sharingan. And as circumstances shifted, blood tears streamed from his right eye. In an instant, everyone except the Mizuki stepped forward, entranced, toward the masked ninjas. Only Mizuki remained rooted in place. As always, this technique was exceedingly effective. Orochimaru licked his lips and began forming hand seals. A yellow Susanoo arm descended, shattering Mizuki's ice shield. He gasped for breath, mockingly gazing at the entrapped Uchiha Kagami. Do you know what your comrade is thinking? Hee. Uchiha's expression remained unchanged as he instructed his junior to check his eyes. He contemplates inciting war and unifying the ninja world. The third Mizuki sensed the gradual ebbing of his life force, casting a reluctant glance towards the Land of Water. He realized he could never return. What about the genin? Confirming that the losses were within acceptable limits, Uchiha Kagami patted the young man's head with satisfaction. Go on, the burden now falls upon you. Lord Danzo had posed a significant dilemma for me as well. Orochimaru chuckled softly and approached the third Mizuki. Then allow me to take your place as the third Mizuki. Mizuki Jin stared wide-eyed at the twisted smile adorning Orochimaru's face, despair flooding his gaze, yet it was already futile. A sound of stretching bones echoed through the air. The new third Mizuki stood firm, flexing his limbs, while the root ninja beside him utilized earth release to restore the land that had been cleaved by Susanoo. Uchiha Kagami transmitted Mizuki Jin's memories to Orochimaru. Once all was completed, he dispelled the Tsukuyami, named Kagami Prison. Zabuza followed the Mizukage on his renewed journey. It was perilous. Fortunately, the Mizukage's strength swiftly dealt with the attacking rogue ninja. However, he glanced at the empty space beside him. It felt as if something was missing. What could it be? Chapter 28. It's all right. You're already impressive. A week after the Chunin exams, the third Hokage convened a council of elders. Sitting at the head of the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe while perusing the intelligence brought forth by the Umbu, feeling somewhat troubled. So, you mean to say that aside from Akimichi Torufu and Mito Kamen, the other three were involved? Sarutobi lifted his gaze toward the indignant Danzo and the elegantly sipping Uchiha Kagami. He then glanced at the aloof Tsunade, who was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Biwa Lake. My head aches. He sighed, setting aside the report to pick up another. What does it mean that there are chakra fluctuations outside the village? With traces suggesting the involvement of Susanoo, as well as Ice and Earth release. ISNT Orochimaru implicated in this. Sarutobi looked up again to find the three opposite him unusually relaxed, even mocking the quality of tea he had provided. They were no longer even pretending to act. He sighed again. So, Orochimaru? He has become the Mizukage? Danzo was taken aback. What? Danzo, what are you doing? Mito came and stood up in shock. If this is discovered, then war. They won't strike unless we do. Danzo rolled his eyes. Did you not see how many troops that old man brought this year? My hands are sore from all the cutting. What? Now it's Akimichi Torufu's turn to be astonished. Why wasn't he informed of such a fortunate turn of events? Mito came in. Is that really the main point? He turned to Sarutobi, who was enveloped in smoke. Hokage, can you please say something? The Hokage was reluctant to speak. After being outmaneuvered by an old friend, Sarutobi discovered that, despite the bloody process, it was indeed feasible. He was aware of Orochimaru's abilities, although the boy was somewhat arrogant. He had always been exceptional. It was just that after recent years of interaction with Danzo, he seemed to have become peculiar. However, with Uchiha Kagami's assistance, Orochimaru could masquerade as the third Mizukage for quite some time without detection. Was it truly he who had gone awry? Sarutobi fell into contemplation. Danzo sneered. What can he do? Just sit back and watch as I eliminate the Mizukage's guards? He hesitates even to make a move. How pathetic for someone who is supposed to be a Hokage. With that, he decisively swept away his sleeves and exited. A profound silence enveloped the room. Mito came in and Akimichi Torufu exchanged glances, refraining from further conversation. Tsunade attempted to mediate. Isn't it good? At least we need not worry about Kirigakure. Uchiha Kagami smiled. Indeed, they have already encroached upon our clan's territory. Sarutobi glanced at the two silent figures beside him and then at the already engaged Uchiha and Tsunade. Was it time for him to retire? Lady Senju invited you all to her home for a visit in a couple of days. Senju Matsuhana proudly announced in the Uchiha Dango shop, a super large mansion, bigger than the Shursui household. Oh, Amaya swallowed her snack. Nodding. So it is the young master of Senju, quite authentic. Matsuhana adjusted his glasses. Huh? Young master? After a moment of realization, he exclaimed, Oh, speaking of which, Shursui is also a Uchiha young master. Uchiha Shursui, who was enjoying red bean paste, looked up. Shursui, can I have a dango from you? Amaya chimed in. Shursui, I would like to have some rice cakes as well. Shursui glanced at Matsuhana, who was keenly observing, and helplessly flicked the foreheads of both. Speak properly. You mischievous little devils. At that moment, the proprietor brought over a steaming kettle. Here, refreshing iced sweet rice soup. Shursui quickly waved his hands. We did not order this. The owner laughed heartily. You often come to support my business. This is a complimentary gift. Thank you, uncle. Matsuhana, who had already poured out the sweet rice soup into cups for everyone, was quite familiar with the owner. Will this really not get us drunk? Shursui awkwardly expressed his gratitude. I truly admire you Uchihas. You all drink sweet beverages. Matsuhana took a sip and grimaced at the sweetness. Shouldn't tea snacks be paired with matcha? Isn't matcha sweet? Itachi curiously asked. Matsuhana adjusted his glasses in silence. As expected of you guys. Amaya lifted her cup, inhaling the aroma, and took a sip, her eyes brightening. Upon seeing this, Itachi no longer hesitated and quickly finished his drink. Another cup, please. Shursui looked at the two with amusement. It seemed their tastes aligned perfectly. He relaxed and took a small sip himself. The icy liquid, imbued with the fragrance of rice, melted on his tongue, followed by a sweet aftertaste. It was indeed quite delightful. Shisui narrowed his eyes. A water-like haze enveloped Shisui's consciousness, rendering the voices of others as if shrouded in mist. Had he just heard Amaya's voice? He slowly turned to the source of the sound. Golden, honey-like. Amaya. The honey before him shimmered. What's wrong? A familiar yet annoying voice nearby remarked. His face is so red. Is he coming down with something? Would you kindly cease your chatter, glasses wearer? The honey moved closer, and Shisui felt a warm sensation on his forehead. It wasn't he hot. He seemed to catch a familiar scent and closed his eyes in comfort. Amaya, stunned, caught the collapsing Shisui, the force causing her to slide on the smooth seat, perfectly cradling Shisui in her arms. Amaya exchanged a bewildered glance with the two opposite her. She frowned. Does your rice soup have poison? Matsuhana had already jumped up. Are you trying to pick a fight? The owner, displeased, rushed over to inspect, only to see a child rendered incapable. His world came crashing down, and he covered his cheeks. What? How can this be? The owner prided himself on being an honest person. Throughout the years, there had never been an issue in his shop. In any case, we must send him to the hospital. Shisui felt a bit dizzy, sensing he was being jostled. Around him, there were sounds like electricity crackling. He opened his eyes in confusion, greeted by rapidly changing scenery. The dizziness intensified. Shisui shifted his gaze downward to focus on the relatively stable patches of black and yellow. His perspective gradually sharpened. Whose back was he on? The black hair and yellow haori revealed the identity of his carrier. It was Amaya. Wait a moment. It was Amaya. How could he be being carried by her? What on earth had transpired? Shisui opened his mouth, intending to ask something. But Amaya glanced back briefly before urging her lightning release to hasten their journey. 200 on the vehicle. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of breathing, an odd remark slipped out. This isn't a dream, Shisui confirmed. He awkwardly squirmed within the grip of Amaya's arm, receiving a disapproving glance from her. All right, fine. Where are we going? Shisui relinquished his struggle, obediently blushing as he lay on Amiao's back. His short black hair framed his delicate ears, which flickered in and out of sight with every shift in direction. His gaze unwittingly drifted towards them. The hospital, Amiao succinctly stated. You just fainted. Oh. Shisui suddenly realized. That was indeed quite serious. He should go take a look. What if his illness were grave? He harbored an ominous premonition. Watergate awaited Kushina. Her teammate was unwell, and she had come to offer her condolences. However, Watergate was not well acquainted with them, so Kushina kindly refrained from allowing him inside. Standing in the corridor, he scratched his head, pondering how he wished to know if Kushina was happy inside. Boom. A familiar voice rang out. Watergate instinctively turned his head. Shisui, flushed like an apple, appeared on the windowsill on Amiao's back. Hey, Amiao greeted, leaping down from the windowsill. Mr. Teaching Tool, do you know where the doctor is? Teaching Tool Watergate replied. Teaching Tool? He glanced at Shisui, who seemed eager to bury his head in Amiao's hair, and, being considerate, refrained from asking further. With a smile, he replied, just go straight to the fourth room. Thank you, I'll spar with you next time. Amiao nodded in gratitude. A crackling sound echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the two children had vanished. A mysterious smile crept onto Watergate's lips. Watergate, Watergate? Came Kushina's voice from behind. He turned back with a smile. I'm here. Watergate decided to share with Kushina what he had just witnessed. Drunk? Matsuhira, Itachi, and the boss, who had just entered, immediately heard this diagnosis. Hinata Kaido affirmed. Indeed, there are no physical injuries or traces of ninjutsu. This child is definitely intoxicated. The group exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at the boss. The boss pondered, scratched his head, and suddenly realized, I remember. The preparation of rice soup requires fermentation. He glanced at the slightly astonished Shisui and continued. Perhaps there is a tiny bit of alcohol? How strange. He had boiled it after fermentation and chilled it. Any alcohol should have evaporated. Hinata Kaido's expression turned serious. Some beverages appear harmless, but may actually have a high alcohol content. Did you bring it? I'll check. The boss obediently produced the sweet rice soup. How peculiar. Hinata Kaido was baffled. With such a low alcohol content, how could he possibly get drunk? Upon hearing this, Matsuhira burst into laughter. Ha! How can anyone get drunk from sweet soup? Don't you agree, Uchiha young master? Shisui smiled. Shisui drew a shuriken. No roughhousing is allowed in the hospital. Get out. The doctor's furious shout rang out. The group was expelled from the office. After the misunderstanding was cleared, They exchanged apologies and thanks with the boss, resulting in a rather chaotic scene. Ultimately, the boss decisively declared, "Discount," and waved his hand as he departed. Hissing. Matsuhira. In the group returning to the Uchiha clan, stretched out, desperately trying to suppress his laughter, though the effort seemed lacking. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the expressions of those nearby. I've never seen Ji Shui so happy before. Is he going to go insane? A meow reassured him. It's all right. Ji Shui, 1 cup is already impressive. Ji Shui covered his face. Woo-woo, how could this be? A meow, a meow. A voice from the sky rescued the trapped Ji Shui. Uchiha Kagami and Danzo arrived. Danzo was clearly here to take someone away. It's time to go, a meow. Huh. He glanced at the rolling Matsuhira on the ground. Did you cast a Jinjutsu on him? No, Ji Shui answered dryly. Danzo and Kagami exchanged glances, determined to uncover the truth. Ji Shui could only watch as the others described the situation, each taking turns. Sigh. He covered his face. Ha ha. This kid Ji Shui is just like you, a lightweight drinker. With no outsiders present, Danzo burst into laughter, slapping the table. Uchiha Kagami's forehead twitched, sneering. I wonder who it is that, relying on their alcohol tolerance, drinks and ends up wide-eyed in the middle of the night, mistaking everyone for a meow and crying on them. What did you say? Danzo instantly ceased his laughter. Why can't I say it? I'm saying it. The smile shifted to Uchiha Kagami's face. The two engaged in an argument, and eventually, Danzo even drew a knife, while Uchiha Kagami, undeterred, revealed his Sharingan. Matsuhira stood dumbfounded. Aren't you guys friends? Ji Shui and a meow exchanged glances. Big brother, grandpa, as the two continued to argue. They turned to face their younger sister's piercing gaze. Garlic bird, garlic bird. That night, Danzo lay in bed, feeling quite pleased as he closed his eyes, ready to sleep. There would be no disturbances from the land of water in the short term, but from the land of lightning, they always seemed to be the most active. So being a lightweight drinker must be hereditary. He couldn't suppress a chuckle, the sleepiness vanishing. Danzo Dodo. Just then, a tapping sound came at the window, followed by a scratching noise against the glass. This ruckus, unmistakably, was from Mimi. What was she doing awake at this hour? Reluctantly, he opened the window. He saw Mimi stretching her neck, a wriggling little snake clutched in her mouth. Spotting Danzo, the little snake seemed to see his savior, writhing its way to the windowsill and crawling onto his hand. Danzo and Mimi exchanged glances, only to find wisdom reflected in their eyes. Accepting his fate, he grabbed the little snake, and the moment he extracted a rolled-up letter from its mouth, it vanished in a puff of smoke, seemingly fearing further misfortune. With a blank expression, Danzo shut Mimi outside, unfolding the letter. Dear Danzo, I have successfully arrived within the borders of the land of water. The environment here is damp and cool, just as you mentioned, very suitable for the progress of my experiments. The local customs, however, are quite different from what you described as simple, but I am adapting well. As long as I can subdue them, everything will be fine. The Mist Village is indeed planning to wage war against Konoha, and coincidentally, I have heard news regarding the disappearance of the third Kazekage in the Land of Wind. I believe that other nations will soon take action as well. Please be cautious. Oh, by the way, I sense the presence of a tailed beast in a pond here. Seemingly the 3 tails, but there is no host? Since they don't want it, can I take it back for research? Also, does Yamato really show no signs of awakening wood release? It would be a rare success in wood release samples. However, that's alright. I can investigate the Kagaya clan regarding their bloodline diseases. They have always been severely afflicted. Therefore, I seek funding, Lord Danzo. The land of water is truly impoverished. Chapter 29. Blade training. Whether Danzo was red-faced from being asked for funding late at night, we cannot ascertain. In any case, the next day, Danzo received intelligence documents from Yakushi Nanoyu. Amid the protests of Root Ninja, Lord Danzo, please calm down. He abruptly burst through the door towards the Hokage building. Another door. Yakushi Nanoyu glanced at the shattered doorframe. Are there any spares? Report, Yakushi-senpai. This is the last one for this month. But this month is only halfway through. Yakushi Nanoyu decisively declared, next month, we'll make revolving doors. She was determined. After the familiar sound of shattering, Danzo appeared in the Hokage office, followed by the sweating Umbu who had failed to stop him. Hiruzen. He slammed a document onto the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he wasn't here to ask for funding. He focused and examined the document. This morning, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Buru, appeared at the border of the land of wind. He blinked. Was this something he could read for free? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation as he stared at the intelligence before him. As Danzo watched him remain silent for a long while, he rolled his eyes. I should have mentioned that other nations are anxious to take action. The spy over there exerted all his efforts, but still failed to prevent the leak of intelligence. However, he managed to buy a considerable amount of time. The next step for the land of lightning is to launch a swift attack on the land of wind, declaring war on both the land of earth and the land of fire. Danzo let out an eerie chuckle in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's perplexed gaze. This time, not only was Hatake Tsukumo present, but all three Sannin remained in the village. If Konoha were to emerge victorious, they would simply have to put Sarutobi Hiruzen back into retirement. And Orochimaru needed funding, approximately this amount. Danzo gestured. As a teacher, you should indulge your disciple's wishes. He would not part with even a single hair. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. What? Orochimaru is already in the land of water demanding funds? He sounds just like a dependent asking his parents for money after marriage. Was it merely an illusion? After a long day of labor, the newly promoted Chunin Kakashi returned home. He observed two individuals in the yard, dutifully entering the house without a glance. He was now a Chunin, a grown adult, and should not stoop to the level of children. Hatake-kun, you returned quite late today, Shursui greeted with a smile. Putting down his shuriken. It seems being a Chunin is quite taxing. Kakashi reflected on another Uchiha he once knew. At least that one was a simpleton who could not outwit him. Do you wish to fight, you little brat? Kakashi revealed his deadpan expression. Huh, Shursui exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise. Hatake-kun, how fierce. The fierce Hatake rolled his eyes and surrendered. Let us spar, 2 against 1. Amaya eagerly responded. I'm coming. With a thud, the door swung open, and Hatake Tsukumo entered with a grave expression. Upon seeing the children frolicking, his demeanor relaxed. What a peaceful scene. He quietly observed the yard illuminated by flickering lightning, until suddenly, splash. Hatake Tsukumo was drenched by his son's water release. Whoa, Dad. Kakashi was equally startled, immediately halting his hand signs. When did you return? He shot a discreet glare at Amaya, questioning why they had just swapped positions, exposing himself to attack. Had they set a trap for him? Hatake-kun, do your eyes feel uncomfortable? Shursui leaped down from the tree, positioning himself in front of Kakashi. You must not avoid medical attention. Kakashi, Hatake Tsukumo found it amusing to see Kakashi, who had been pretending to be mature these past few days, revert to his true self in an instant. Indeed, children should retain their childishness. He approached and ruffled the heads of the three, hesitating before speaking. Amaya, Shursui. The two raised their heads to meet Hatake Tsukumo's gaze. Today, let us practice blade techniques, he said, his tone laced with a hint of regret. Kakashi looked at his father in surprise, then nodded in understanding. War was imminent. Even remaining in the village would not guarantee safety, and many children had fallen victim to their own sympathies towards the enemy. Encountering such realities early would prepare them psychologically. Moreover, given the talents of these children, their presence on the battlefield was inevitable. Hatake Tsukumo had accepted a minor mission, the most suitable one that Uchiha Kagami had spent considerable time selecting. If we are present, we may hesitate, so I entrust this to you, Hatake-kun. He looked apologetically at the man known as Konoha's White Fang. I understand, he replied, recalling the feelings he had when Kakashi first wielded a blade. Yet, the growth of a ninja was such that if one did not kill the enemy, they would be killed by them. He unfurled the scroll. C-rank mission, eliminate rogue ninjas. This task was commissioned by a merchant convoy that had been raided. Mission requirements, total annihilation. At the camp, Hatake Tsukumo concealed himself with Amaya and Shursui atop a tree branch. He glanced at Shursui's relaxed expression and Amaya's usual stoic demeanor. Breath held perfectly. Hatake Tsukumo instructed them to devise their own extermination plan, though labeled as rogue ninjas. They were merely a ragtag group capable of extracting a small amount of chakra. However, these small fry, viewed as insignificant by Konoha, had inflicted catastrophic damage on surrounding villages and passing merchant convoys. Nearly no one survived. Wait, Shursui halted Amaya, who was eager to charge in, his expression somewhat conflicted. Amaya, are you all right? Amaya gave a thumbs up. Don't underestimate me and our bond. That is not what I meant, Shursui chuckled. So, shall we proceed as usual? Though he said this, Shursui's heart raced. Seeing Amaya's unwavering expression calmed him. All right. Amaya tilted her head. The rest is up to you, Shursui. 2 shurikens shot forth, swiftly eliminating the 2 patrolling guards. With perfect angles, they severed throats and spines, with the victims unable to utter a single cry before succumbing. Thud, thud. Vivid crimson blood began to flow. The angle had deviated slightly, cutting into a major artery. Shursui frowned, suppressing his inner turmoil. Fortunately, the 2 were far enough apart that no one heard. He learned from this experience, gently lowering the bodies as he slit the throats of others. Silence reigned. The perimeter was cleared. A total of 10 individuals. Now, it was Amaya's turn. Shursui looked up at Amaya, who had been perched atop the branch above him. Suddenly, she vanished. A few individuals in the camp were still drinking, seated atop the plundered wealth, discussing how the village children fared with their blades. So that's it. A chilling child's voice echoed behind them. Startled, they all drew their weapons and turned toward the sound. A child clad in a yellow haori appeared before them. You are all demons, she proclaimed, pronouncing their fate. What is this child saying? Show her what for. The group rushed towards the child, some struggling to form hand signs. Amaya grasped the hilt of her sword. She had realized this morning that her brother had unleashed her blade. Amaya had come to a profound understanding. First form, thunderclap, 6 strikes. The sound of thunder rang out. The first strike killed. The charred necks could not bleed, and the few corpses slowly toppled, leaving only the crackling of the campfire. Amaya wiped her blade clean and sheathed it slowly. Only then did she exhale deeply. Shursui quietly landed beside her. The 2 had resolved the situation using only physical techniques, without resorting to ninjutsu. Shursui felt an unmistakable sensation that something had changed irreversibly. Yet, being alongside Amaya made it acceptable. A wave of relief surged within him. Thankfully, he was by Amaya's side. So what did Amaya mean by demons? Shursui felt a flicker of curiosity. Thank you for your hard work. Hataki Tsukumo comforted the unscathed duo, patting their heads affectionately. Let us rest at my place for a while. Lord Danzo and Lord Kagami will come to collect you. He was considerate enough to slow his pace. They had departed in the morning, and it was already evening upon their return to the village. Having hastily resolved lunch, Amaya hastened her steps until she rounded a corner. She sped past and suddenly halted. Then she took a few steps back, glancing toward the street. A familiar blonde was desperately trying to pull a large white-haired man away. Amaya tilted her head. What's wrong? Shursui asked, noticing her sudden stop. What is that place? Amaya pointed in that direction. Shursui glanced at the rising steam. Perhaps it's a bathing area? He then spotted the suspicious figure sprawled there alongside his senior, Minato, who was attempting to pull him away. So that's it. Amaya nodded, unsheathing the blade that had just tasted blood. So it seems. We have one more pervert to deal with. Jishuya. The distress within this village regarding how to persuade his master to leave was suddenly interrupted by the familiar crackling sound of electricity. He abruptly released his grip on Jiraiya's arm. Zzz crackle boom. Jiraiya, struck by the powerful current, was electrified, creating a skeletal effect. Once the shocking ordeal concluded, he emerged darkened, exhaling a wisp of black smoke. Jishuya observed the entire transformation of his teacher's hair from straight to curly, unable to contain himself. Cough, 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 cough. Clutching his stomach, he erupted in laughter. A meow single-handedly achieved a double kill of both master and disciple. Jishuya was astounded, even contemplating applauding her. After a simple errand for groceries, the 2 children had vanished, and upon returning, Kakashi Shoma found himself confronted by the chaotic scene before him in silence. He had merely gone to procure food, not to attend a disaster, had he? Jiraiya sighed with resignation. You haven't changed at all. Not even a broken leg can deter your voyeuristic tendencies. Upon seeing the elder, Jiraiya hurriedly brushed off the ash from his electrified form. Oh, Kakashi-sensei knows me well. It's simply research, research. He then diverted the conversation, gesturing towards a meow. Speaking of which, this little beauty is a Uchiha. And who is the one delivering such painful blows? Jishuya smiled as he slowly drew a shuriken. Indeed, she is an Uchiha. I must apologize. It appears this is part of her blade training. A meow pulled him behind her, her expression devoid of emotion. No need to thank me. I merely did what was necessary. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Ha ha. Such a small child calling herself Annie. How adorable. Only he found amusement. The others remained quiet. Why aren't you all laughing? He scratched his head in confusion. Kakashi Shoma cast a sympathetic glance his way before introducing. This is Lady Danzo's younger sister, Shimura, a meow. Finally recovering, Ji Shui patted his chest weakly. Thus, addressing her as auntie is entirely appropriate. I have long admired you, Kakashi-sensei. I am Namikaze Minato. He politely nodded to Kakashi Shoma, then winked at the two children. And you, a meow, Ji Shui? Kakashi Shoma exclaimed. Ah, so it is you, the successor of the flying thunder god. A meow responded. Hello, Tulkuin. Ji Shui smiled. I apologize, a meow is like that. Greetings, Minato-sensei. Minato replied. Ah, thank you for your hospitality. I mean, it's quite all right. Jiraiya was petrified. He recalled hearing about that old man Danzo having a significantly younger sister, but at the time, he had been sent to the hospital by Tsunade's punch and subsequently captured by the police department, which led to his wandering about. However, no one had informed him that the age difference was this vast. He glanced at a meow, who barely reached his waist, and then thought about his previous actions. Ah, teacher, what's wrong? Please don't die. Minato observed Jiraiya's prolonged silence and leaned in for a closer look, realizing he had turned into a mouse. Jiraiya's anguished cries echoed through the streets. The sound summoned the ultimate overlord, Tsunade Senju's attention. Well, Jiraiya, you come back and immediately find yourself here. Truly forgetting the pain once the wounds have healed, she rolled up her sleeves, leaving Kato in place, and charged at him with clenched fists. Jiraiya, startled by the speed of 99 defeated ninjas, jolted upright and scurried away. I was electrocuted before I could see anything. Now I'm not even sure if my legs will hold. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Tsunade swung her fist, and Jiraiya narrowly dodged. The force of her strike sending his forehead protector flying. That power could kill. Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, may you find solace. Minato observed the scene that seemed to be a homicide, silently retracting his outstretched hand. He had faith in Jiraiya's vitality. Meanwhile, the Umbu, summoned by the sudden thunder, glanced at the extravagant setup and turned away. Each time such sounds echoed, they were required to investigate, especially with that lady's sister present. Not to come would risk emptying their wallets if something else went wrong. Yet, they faced scrutiny from two pairs of eyes, the lady's sister and another gentleman's grandson, occasionally accompanied by a bird. Surely, they were Umbu, but why were they so easily discovered? The Umbu, bewildered, returned to their post and began to question their existence. Chapter 30. Are they really taking and eating everything? What? Chozo, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the hilt of a knife that a meow had failed to catch, sending his glasses flying. Ouch, 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 he grimaced, clutching his arm as he continued to inquire about the news he had just heard. Are you saying you went on a mission with Uncle Kakashi yesterday? However, no one responded. Chozo, puzzled, looked up to realize both were fixated on the glasses lying on the ground. It seems a meow can still salvage this. A meow squatted down, poking the glasses resting on one leg. Ah. The glasses tilted slightly before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Chozo, how could there be any movement? I asked. A meow, expressionless, leaned forward in disappointment. You died a tragic death. Chozo protested. Hey. Ji Shui also squatted before the glasses, a serious look on his face. This is dire. We must get him to the hospital. Chozo exclaimed. Hey. A meow raised her right hand as if to answer. I'll do it. I'm quick. Chozo shouted. Is anyone even listening to me? Ji Shui paused, his expression subtly shifting. Ah, perhaps that's unnecessary. Should we do it like last time? Chozo, with deadpan eyes, retorted. Wake up. No one wants to, except you. A meow frowned. Then there's nothing we can do. We'll have to find a way to bury him. Chozo replied. I believe he is standing right in front of you. Ji Shui smiled. I know a beautiful spot. Chozo gazed at the two, conversing rapidly about holding a funeral for the glasses. His blood pressure soared, and veins bulged on his forehead. Look at me. Don't be absurd. You two idiots. He raised his fist and charged forward, prompting the two to scatter for cover. Ultimately, Chozo valiantly reclaimed the glasses from a meow, putting them on and declaring, Chozo Senju, resurrected in all my glory. Oh, a meow responded with an expressionless applause. Congratulations to Ji Shui, who had finally seen enough of this spectacle. So, can we discuss yesterday's events? Chozo was anxious, extremely anxious. Ah, it's that. A meow pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, the demon slaying. Demon? Chozo's mouth formed an O shape, astonished. Are the demons from novels truly real? Indeed, a meow affirmed after reflecting on yesterday's occurrences. Chozo felt as though the sky had fallen, nervously glancing at Ji Shui. Shui sighed, pulling him aside to elaborate. So that is how it is. Chozo breathed a sigh of relief, but then considered what yesterday's events meant for them. He discreetly observed the states of the two. A meow seemed unperturbed. Shui appeared relaxed, yet there was an undeniable air of pressure lingering. Chozo recalled his father's hopes for him to learn medical ninjutsu and become a doctor in Konoha. Yet, he was among the strongest in both physical and ninjutsu among his peers. Chozo couldn't care less about being a descendant. He wanted to contribute something for his comrades. With a hint of indignation, Chozo declared, "Perfect. Let's south head to our estate today." He certainly wasn't returning home to face his father. His great-grandmother adored making snacks. A meow perked up. "Sounds good." Shui, intrigued, asked, "Are we talking about the sweets from the time of the first Hokage?" At the Senju estate, a meow, bouncing along as she followed Chozo, took in her surroundings. "Ah, it is indeed larger than your home." Shui nodded and smiled. "Our place was built by grandfather, so it may not be as grand." Chozo abruptly turned around, arms wide open. Could the Uchiha achieve this? Before he could finish boasting, he was lifted by a hand. "You little rascal, why did you take so long?" Katsuyu cast a disdainful glance at the obedient Matsuhiko in her hands, then shifted her gaze downward to the two little ones gazing up at her. Surprisingly, one might even find that the old man's sister had a certain charm after being watched for a while. Katsuyu's expression softened, and she playfully tousled the hair of Ameo and Shui. "Ah, the texture feels delightful. Come, my dears, your grandmother has longed to see you." With a casual toss of Matsuhiko, she led the way for the two children. Shui sighed, pondering whether these people realized just how troublesome it was to manage naturally curly hair. He glanced at Ameo, who was using a canine technique to shake off water, her hair instantly becoming smooth, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. That was far too swift. There was no time to assist. Unaware of his thoughts, Ameo was solely focused on indulging in some snacks. Were these treats absolutely necessary? She questioned herself. The moment she stepped into the house, she felt a wave of intense scrutiny. Just as she turned to look, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. This sensation was only comparable to what she had experienced before with Kibutsuji Musen, and it was significantly stronger, intensifying by the second. Ameo's hair stood on end as she darted in front of Katsuyu, shielding the others behind her. "Huh." Katsuyu paused, bending down. "What's the matter, Ameo?" Without responding, Ameo gripped her blade tightly, her eyes scanning for an escape route. "Ameo," Shui inched closer. "Is something wrong?" An incredibly powerful demon, Ameo furrowed her brow. "I can't sense its presence anymore." Shui's expression grew serious at her words. Matsuhiko was startled, shivering slightly. "What? Is there a demon in this mansion too?" Katsuyu laughed heartily. "This is the Senju residence. It's quite safe here." Ameo remained silent, resolute, as the omnipresent pressure made her lose all sense of its origin. Until, "Ah, how perceptive, little girl." A youthful voice, imbued with an inexplicable air of wisdom and affection, resonated. Ameo abruptly turned to face the source. "Are you looking for me?" A young woman with red hair stood smiling at the doorway, a distinct diamond-shaped mark adorning her forehead. "Grandmother, great aunt." Katsuyu and Matsuhiko rushed to her side. A grandmother with such youthful features? Ameo suppressed her impulse to draw her blade. Katsuyu smiled, wrapping her arm around the woman. "Have you been out playing again today, grandmother?" Matsuhiko, eager to impress, chimed in, "Great aunt, look at my friends." He gestured grandly, and the young woman's gaze fell upon the two children. "They are from the Uchiha clan, and the child from the Shimura clan, correct?" She approached and gracefully took a seat inside. "Come, join me." At that moment, Ameo felt a wave of relief wash over her, for she could clearly see the sunlight illuminating the young woman through the window. Shui cast a questioning glance, and Ameo nodded. They took their seats. "What adorable children," the young woman remarked with a smile. "My name is Uzumaki Mizuho, the founder of the Konoha sealing class." "Shimura Ameo," Ameo greeted rather impolitely. "Nice to meet you." "Uchiha Shui. It's a pleasure to meet you." Shui responded with a polite smile. Mizuho observed the two well-behaved children, then glanced at the two rather disheveled Senju members beside her. With a sigh, she produced a box from her sleeve as if conjuring magic. "Here, I made these for you good children. Enjoy." She opened the box, releasing an enticing aroma. Inside were several exquisitely shaped baked treats. "Yay!" Matsuhiko cheered, eagerly picking one up to munch. "Wait, isn't this too large to eat without cutting?" Shursui questioned, but seeing the others indulging without hesitation, he reluctantly took a small bite. Salty. It was seasoned with pepper. The sweet-toothed Uchiha politely held the treat, swallowing the disastrous flavor with a sip of tea. He could never finish this. Meanwhile, Ameo had already devoured half of hers. Speaking of which, what were you doing just now? Matsuhiko asked between bites. Mizuho wiped the crumbs from Matsuhiko's mouth. It's the nine tails, isn't it? She smiled at Ameo and Shursui. Perhaps this was not a secret before. Children today know so little. Within me lies the sealed beast known as the Nine Tails. Shursui pondered silently. So it was the Jinchuriki his grandfather spoke of. Thus, Ameo had sensed it earlier. Katsuyu suddenly understood, so that's why Ameo reacted the way she did. She could sense that being. This child possesses quite a strong perception to detect the Nine Tails aura beneath my grandmother's suppression. You didn't think Great Aunt was a monster, did you? Matsuhiko gazed at Ameo in shock. I'm sorry. Ameo quickly stuffed more treats into her mouth, sincerely apologizing. I didn't realize the variety of species in this land was so rich. Mizuho gently patted her exquisitely soft head, instantly forgiving her. Oh, it's quite all right. Ha ha. Indeed. Katsuyu chimed in. The first time I saw that great fox, I was utterly startled. It was as big as several Hokage buildings. Can the animals here be condensed too? How cool. Ameo's eyes sharpened. Please, teach me this. The two Senju members exchanged glances of amusement, yet found it hard to look away. Shursui covered his face. Ameo, isn't this our first visit? Why do we feel like we're becoming part of the family already? Indeed, you can learn, but first, you must master these. Mizuho pulled out a stack of scrolls as tall as a small mountain from her sleeve. These are the fundamentals. Mizuho declared. To condense chakra, you must learn these. This was what her brother referred to as 5 years of sealing and 3 years of simulation, causing Ameo to feel despondent yet expressionless as she accepted the pile of basics. Determined to soothe her wounded spirit, she grabbed a treat from Shursui's hand, one that had only suffered superficial damage. Wait, that's what I was eating. Shursui exclaimed in surprise. Ameo, with a crunch, rebutted, I assumed you wouldn't finish it. We mustn't waste food. Shursui's face gradually flushed. No, that's not why. His words faltered as he glanced at the portion Ameo was devouring. The very spot he had just bitten. For reasons unknown, the young Uchiha's face turned crimson. Oh, Katsuyu observed the scene with a knowing expression. I see now, Matsuhiko. You're the light bulb. She teased softly. Can we really call a companion a light bulb? Matsuhiko whispered back, squinting. But I doubt there will be significant progress in the short term. Katsuyu raised her head to glance at Shursui, whose forehead was flushed as he symbolically resisted Ameo's attempts to gauge his temperature. Then she looked at Ameo, who remained oblivious to the implications of her actions. You are correct, Katsuyu couldn't help but agree. Mizuho sipped her tea, admiring the view. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Eventually, both children returned laden with scrolls filled with the expectations of their elders. During the visit, Shursui was asked about his proficiency in various ninjutsu, and he received a portion of scrolls pertaining to space-time ninjutsu fundamentals. Isn't it strange? Were they not here to visit? Why are they taking food and scrolls? Shursui mused, feeling reassured. Mizuho blew on her hot tea and took a sip. They are all good children. Suddenly, a hidden door opened, and a tall man wearing glasses stepped out with an awkward smile. Thank you, Great Aunt, for your concern. The man was Senju Matsuhiko's father, Senju Kid. He clasped his hands together. I apologize. I didn't expect that child to be so perceptive. If it weren't for Great Aunt Mizuho sensing something amiss and blocking that girl's perception, he would have been exposed. In front of his son, who had cried out. I hate Dad the most. The night before, Mizuho found the family amusing. What can't be discussed amicably? Matsuhiko had declared he would stay here for the day out of frustration. Ah, yes. How should I put it? Kancho Foam scratched his head in distress, eventually conceding. I worry too much, wanting to ensure his utmost safety. Yet, he overlooked the wishes of Song and his own desires. Your concerns are not unfounded. Mito's expression grew melancholic. The Senju clan had nearly sacrificed everything for Konoha. They fought valiantly at the forefront and engaged in strategic marriages, regardless of gender. The Senju made their choices in accordance with the wishes of their revered clan leader. The blood of the Senju intertwined with the very roots of Konoha, nurturing its growth. In a mere 40 years, the once mighty Senju had faded into mere memory. Was this your desire, Hashirama? Mito silently gazed at the setting sun, which remained unchanged. I shall keep watch for you, she thought. That night, Kakashi, nestled in slumber, was roused by the sound of a door opening in the adjacent room. He opened his eyes and got out of bed. Tsukumo Hatake heard the door creak behind him and turned his head. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing him. Ah, did I wake you? Tsukumo smiled. It's just an urgent meeting, nothing to worry about. Kakashi retorted defiantly. I wasn't worried about you. I merely have a light sleep. Hey, Tsukumo chuckled as he approached, vigorously tousling Kakashi's tousled white hair. If children don't sleep, they won't grow tall. Is war approaching? This time, Kakashi did not respond with his usual protest against having his head touched, but instead, he lifted his gaze earnestly to his father. Tsukumo paused, sighed. Indeed, you are Kakashi. It would be too predictable to guess such things. A knock resounded on the door. Tsukumo composed himself, signaling Kakashi to rest. He opened the door to find a masked root ninja waiting patiently outside. Lord Danzo requests your presence. The root ninja bowed respectfully. Chapter 31. Reasonable. Indeed too reasonable. Amiao dreamt a peculiar dream. It struck her as odd. The habits formed in her previous life allowed her to fall asleep instantly upon closing her eyes, leaving no room for dreams. Upon awakening, she found herself in a forest, clad in her pajamas. Amiao furrowed her brow. Before her lay countless golden chains, and in their midst lay a colossal beast, akin to a mountain. It seemed to sense something, its tightly shut eyes opening. Red, the color of blood, fixed upon her diminutive form. Amiao froze in place, instinctively reaching for a knife, only to find nothing. Right? She was asleep, her knife not at her side. As the massive creature began to rise, Amiao pondered. No wonder her elder brother always referred to his blade as his beloved. She had learned. Suddenly, Amiao leapt, evading a black-red claw that shot from the ground. As one missed, more claws lunged toward her. Amiao slipped through the gaps between the claws and the trees, evading with agility. The claws' movements visibly grew frantic. Desperation. After dodging the last wave of claws, she perched upside down on a branch, tilting her head. Insignificant insect. The beast roared. Then, dark red chakra surged toward her like a tidal wave. Can we reconcile? Amiao suddenly retreated, but at that moment, everything came to a halt. The golden chains hummed ominously. The beast was bound in agony, the chains tightening painfully, almost digging into its flesh. Cursed woman, once you perish, I shall tear everything you hold dear to shreds. Amiao's ears rang with the echo of the beast's fury. Return. Just then, a familiar voice reached her. Amiao felt her eyelids growing heavy. Recognizing the voice, she obediently closed her eyes. Amiao? Amiao? Amidst the calls, she mustered the strength to open her eyes once more. This time, it was not a dream. Before her sprawled a starry sky. Ah, the panoramic starry ceiling my elder brother spoke of? Amiao blinked, and a pair of red eyes and two white whiskers appeared before her. Ah, it's you, Cockroach Mimi. Amiao? Southwest. Boom. Amiao sprang from her bed like a coiled spring, grabbing Mimi and the knife on her bedside to evade an incoming unidentified object. She landed in her yard, skimming through the carefully nurtured seedlings her elder brother had cultivated, causing numerous trampling incidents. Looking up, she noticed that several well-grown apple trees had punctured the roof of her home. Why are they called apple trees? Because the object that had just attacked Amiao was a fallen apple. Amiao's gaze sharpened. Could it be the legendary coffin lid of Newton has finally given way? Are you all right, little ant? A window opened, and Shin poked his head out. Amiao straightened up and shook her head. It seems something has happened with my elder brother. Shin analyzed calmly. I'll go find him. He withdrew his head. Amiao exchanged glances with Mimi and looked toward a corner. After a moment of silence, a reluctant masked woman emerged. Ah, it's you, Amiao realized. Today is your turn on duty. The root ninja, having previously witnessed the electrotherapy scene, pondered, what significance does their concealment hold? Hadn't everything been recorded? Resigned, she approached, facing the piercing gaze of the boss's younger sister, Lady Amiao. According to the new Konoha labor law, it is against the rules for anyone to hold a meeting at such a late hour. However, rules are meant to be broken. Danzo wiped his face, attempting to clear his mind. In one life, he battled demons. In this life, he served as an elder. This time, he was still on the side of justice. Everyone had arrived. Several elders and qualified jonin had been summoned. Danzo glanced at the smoking Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head of the table. Damn it, he has so many children at home. I don't want him bringing back the smell of smoke for them to inhale secondhand. Smoking in public is exceedingly poor etiquette. His expression darkened as he turned away. Sarutobi Hiruzen met his old friend's glare, bewildered. Who has offended him now? As the meeting commenced, Danzo did not wait for the third Hokage to offer pleasantries. He spoke directly. We gather here today to commemorate our esteemed Jonin. His sacrifice merits half a day's rest and remembrance. Uchiha Kagami raised his teacup to mask the twitching of his lips. If you wish to rest, just say so. No need for all this flourish. Boss, who has sacrificed themselves? A cheerful man with a bandaged forehead raised his hand to speak. You, Danzo replied without batting an eye, pointing at him. The previously cheerful man's demeanor shifted instantly, now drenched in sweat. Do I need to take my own life? As he pondered the quickest way to do so, Danzo's fist slammed on the table. Bang! The table shook. The Cloud Shinobi actually abducted our esteemed Jonin while he was on a mission. Danzo appeared incredibly agitated. This is simply unacceptable. We must show them our might. His fervent speech left everyone stunned, with nearly all the Jonin staring wide-eyed at one another in disbelief. Wait, am I the one? The Jonin from the land of wind murmured. Meanwhile, the elder group, including Tsunade, nodded in approval. She had always known Danzo's mind to be sharp. Tsukumo Hatake grimaced beneath his mask. Danzo remains as ominous as ever. Danzo retorted, forget about ominous. Just tell me if this plan is effective. Who is in favor and who is against? He inquired, hand resting ominously on his blade. The Jonin lowered their heads, feigning submission. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami spoke with disdain. Danzo, this plan is rather lacking. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Indeed, how would others perceive Konoha if we resorted to such tactics? The Sarutobi clan lacks a bloodline limit. It should be our Uchiha that takes the lead. Uchiha Kagami leisurely added. Coincidentally, our clan has a Jonin who wishes to take a leave of absence. What do you all think? After speaking, he took a sip of tea with a smile. The crowd gasped in astonishment. You must admit, this tactic sounds deceptively simple, yet in practice, it proves to be just as effective. A Uchiha ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan is a delectable bait, regardless of the side. The Cloud ninjas would be thrown into disarray as well. It is indeed quite reasonable, exceedingly reasonable. Sarutobi Hizashi, who had remained silent, felt the sudden rise in temperature in the room and closed his eyes. Teacher Tobarama, do you teach from the same curriculum? It feels like what we learn is rather different. The meeting concluded peacefully. After bidding farewell to his old friend, Danzo yawned and swiftly drifted home like a wisp of smoke. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Passing a small grove, he suddenly halted. Wait, was there always a forest here? Danzo looked up abruptly. In the yard bearing the name Shimizu, a lush array of trees thrived vibrantly. Where's my home? What is this grove all about? At that moment, a disheveled Ameo, clad in pajamas, peeked from the trees and announced, it seems Daigo has sprouted. Behind her, a masked root ninja appeared, nodding obediently. Danzo sighed. Well, it seems I won't be sleeping tonight. Not to mention Danzo's nocturnal endeavors of wind-style tree cutting. The next day, when others beheld the Shimizu residence, looking as if it had been attacked, they inquired in astonishment about what had transpired, only to receive one answer, a gas explosion. Truly, a quintessential excuse from Lord Danzo. Uchiha Akatsuki twitched at the corner of his eye as he placed breakfast on the table. Uchiha Kagami nodded in agreement. Indeed. Shursui expressed his concern. Oh, I hope Lord Danzo and the others are unharmed. It seemed that aside from Daigo, no one else was injured. Uchiha Kagami recalled the scene he had witnessed the previous night while passing an unknown root base. Danzo was frantically cradling the sprouting Daigo, while Shin and Ameo were respectfully held by a root ninja. Kagami, I entrust these two children to you for now. Upon seeing him, Danzo appeared as though he had spotted a savior. I will come to fetch them tomorrow, his voice gradually fading. As Uchiha Kagami passed by the burdened children, he glanced down at the two drowsy ones leaning awkwardly against each other. Then he looked at the awkward yet polite root ninja. Danzo, truly the heroic father of 3 unwed children. Resigned, he escorted the two back home. Upon completion of his reminiscence, a soft click of the door echoed, followed by faint footsteps. Shursui looked over with curiosity. Ameo, still groggy, emerged from around the corner. Huh. Shursui stammered. Ameo? What was she wearing? Usually clad in light colors, Ameo donned a dark Uchiha clan outfit that appeared to be a style Shursui himself had yet to wear. I was up too late yesterday and had to find a new outfit to make do, Ameo explained. Uchiha Akatsuki smiled and asked Shursui, you don't mind, do you? She looks adorable. Those half-open golden eyes are utterly charming. Those crinkled brows are delightful. That tousled hair is simply lovely. Uchiha Akatsuki glanced at the stunned Shursui. You seem quite unbothered. Shursui, under the teasing gazes of his grandparents, feigned calmness. What a coincidence, Ameo. You're here for breakfast too. Oh no, what am I even saying? Shursui could already hear the suppressed laughter of his grandparents behind him. Ameo responded a beat later. What a coincidence, Shursui. You look delicious today, a compliment reminiscent of her school days, her voice still shrouded in drowsiness. Really? That's a bit much. Shursui felt a little lightheaded. His grandparents were on the verge of erupting in laughter. Just then, another door creaked open. The two immediately straightened up, pretending as if nothing had happened. A boy with grayish-purple hair hurried in. Excuse me, Uncle Kagami, Aunt Akatsuki. Shin scrutinized Ameo carefully, bowing apologetically. My apologies. He then produced an unknown comb from somewhere and quickly tidied Ameo's hair. The three Uchiha watched Shin's deftness in silence. Shursui found himself facing a rival, Uchiha Akatsuki thought. Though not in the conventional sense of a rival, Shin certainly seemed to have been shaped by those around him, akin to a conditioned reflex. Uchiha Kagami began to relish the unfolding scene. Once you're done, come eat. You all worked hard yesterday. Where's that? Shin replied promptly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know where to go. Speaking of yesterday, Shin paused. I wonder how my brother is doing. It was truly terrifying. I woke up surrounded by branches. And no matter how I called, my brother wouldn't wake. Ameo tilted her head as if sensing something. Don't worry, big brother is over there. Under the gaze of her golden eyes, Shin's tense nerves relaxed. You're right. With our father, who can do anything, over there, my brother will surely be fine. Their gaze shifted away. Shursui couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He composed himself, waiting for Ameo to take a seat beside him. Today's meal is still top-notch. After finishing their meal, Ameo finally woke up, offering a commendation of high morals. Uchiha Akatsuki joyfully covered her mouth. Oh ho ho, Ameo's words are still so sweet. All right then, go and play with Shursui. She affectionately pinched Ameo's cheek, ushering her out of the dining room. Ameo almost bumped into me, the ornamental fish, which Shursui promptly apprehended. Even if you call her Ameo, this fish isn't tasty, Shursui sighed. Shin, apologetically pinching Mi's mouth. She already ate last night. She's just being greedy, receiving a dark look from the disgruntled fish. At that moment, Ameo happily appeared. Shursui grinned at her. Just right. The fish in this stream that Mi loves to eat. Let us go there. Yay. She chirped, equally enthusiastic. Shin, about to refuse, suddenly paused. Why does it smell like tea? Is that my imagination? Meanwhile, on the other side, Danzo wiped the sweat from his brow. It stabilized, really stabilized. Goodness, that was terrifying. Last night, while on duty, I dozed off, and suddenly, the ominous figure of Lord Danzo appeared before me, holding. What was that? A sprouting prince. The prince has sprouted. Thus, he urgently activated the legacy left by Lord Orochimaru before his departure, finally stabilizing the constantly changing Daigo. At that moment, Daigo had also regained consciousness. He stared blankly with wide eyes at Danzo. What are you staring at? Do you realize we are homeless? You better learn the 3-room, 1-hall technique within 3 days. But ultimately, he merely sighed and ruffled Daigo's hair. Once you recover, I will take you to a place to further your wood-style education. Meanwhile, Tsunade was preparing medical supplies for the impending battle. Achoo. Beside her, Senju Rope questioned as he handed her a tissue. Caught a cold? No way. I've never caught a cold in my life, Tsunade said, wiping her nose indignantly. It must be Jiraiya. That guy ran off somewhere after getting beaten up. Orochimaru only ever mentioned executing secret missions without revealing where. These two were truly outrageous. Tsunade scoffed coldly. So they leave me here alone in Konoha, huh? Just wait. Speaking of which, Grandma asked her to take Ameo back for another visit recently. Is something going on? Chapter 32. Children never make choices last night. I dreamt of the great fox. After practicing with her sword in the morning, Ameo said while idling, it was bigger than the mountains. She nodded as if confirming this. Really? The nearby Shin smiled in response. Did you get to touch its fur? No. Amiao shook her head. Reflecting on the countless crimson and ebony claws that haunted her dreams, they sought to consume her. It was, after all, a nightmare. Exion chuckled softly. poised to offer words of comfort when an unexpected figure appeared beside them. Did Amiao sustain any injuries? Ji Shui inquired, concern etched on his face. How terrifying. Exine thought. Just moments ago, he had been fishing 3 meters away. How had he traversed this distance so swiftly? Witnessing Ji Shui's sudden approach, Amiao questioned. Is there something urgent today, Shui? With a nonchalant demeanor, she placed a hand on her hip and gave a thumbs up, declaring, it cannot catch me. For I am the agile Amiao of the mountains. Exine remarked, little ant, here we go again. At that moment, the sight of fresh fish caused Mimi to stretch her neck, exclaiming, Shui, you're here. Ji Shui smiled, deftly handing her a fish. Exine glanced at the fish in his own bucket, a sudden pang of anxiety washing over him. How could Mimi prefer Ji Shui's fish over his? Hadn't he arrived first? This was serious. Exine pondered gravely. Ji Shui was indeed formidable. Thus, he too would stake his brother's honor in a duel against him. Dahiachu. Flames erupted behind him, accompanied by Uchiha's fire technique. By the time Exine resolved himself, Ji Shui had already ignited the fire pit, preparing to handle the entrails and scales. Ji Shui, I shall assist. Exine hastened to his side. Ji Shui scratched his face, appearing somewhat perplexed. Oh, no need to trouble Mimi. His eyes widened in surprise. Following his gaze, Exine beheld Mimi grappling with a colossal fish, preparing to swallow it whole. Did it not realize its throat was insufficient for such a feat? Resigned, he dashed over and grasped Mimi's neck, attempting to pull the fish free. Mimi, irate, flapped her wings at him. Quack. Wicked little Amura. Exine replied, Ah yes, yes. Once all was settled, Exine returned to the fire pit, utterly exhausted. Is it over already? He stared, dumbfounded, at the fish skewered before the flames, beginning to roast. Was this the prowess of Uchiha? Self-doubt engulfed him. Throughout the spectacle, Amiao observed. Bemused, Shui seems rather hasty today. Ji Shui glanced at Exine, lost in his thoughts, and raised his head slightly to meet Amiao's inquisitive gaze. Shu, he smiled, placing a finger to his lips and winking. I am merely a bit hungry. Ah, it all made sense. Amiao nodded gravely. Hunger is indeed quite uncomfortable. Gradually, she grasped the situation and resolved that the first roasted fish would be bestowed upon Shui. After Amiao finished the fish, both Ji Shui and Exine simultaneously offered her handkerchiefs. Amiao looked quizzically at the 2 hands extended before her. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as if a storm were brewing in the background. She raised her head, eyeing the sky, which appeared devoid of rain. Ji Shui cast an apologetic glance at Exine. I apologize, Exine-kun. I am accustomed to dining with Amiao. Exine chuckled awkwardly. There is no need for apologies. Rather, little ant. You are the one who has truly troubled him. Not at all. It is I who should apologize. The 2 exchanged pleasantries, yet neither withdrew their hands. Amiao's head swayed in rhythm with their conversation. Mimi, having lost interest in the fish, wisely approached Amiao, observing human peculiarities. Little ant. At last, they both spoke in unison, turning their gazes toward Amiao. Whose will you choose? Both smiled gleefully. Amiao's expression gradually turned serious. Her intuition warned her that whichever choice she made, the other would surely be hurt. Thus, she, no longer a child faced with decisions, resolved to act as a mature adult. Amiao seized Mimi, wiping her mouth with its feathers amidst its protests. Tui, tui. A flurry of feathers ensued, accompanied by a flapping assault from Mimi's wings. Ji Shui and Exine exchanged knowing glances. Truly, Amiao is remarkable. They resignedly approached, separating the squabbling duo. In the afternoon, Danzo arrived at the Senju residence with the now stabilized Dahi. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Although he had not intended to acquire the wood release cells, the prospect of facing the Senju clan still made him somewhat apprehensive. For apart from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, no new wood release users had emerged. Yet, they had appeared within Orochimaru's petri dish. Danzo cast a furtive glance at Dahi, then at the door. Are there truly that many? He pondered. What will Orochimaru use to repay his debt to me? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a bespectacled head. Hello, how may I assist you? The owner of the head pointed at Danzo in astonishment. You are the elder brother of the legendary Amiao. What legend? Danzo replied, bewildered, before stating his purpose. You must be Senju Matsuru, as mentioned by Amiao. I wish to meet Uzumaki Mito. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, Matsuru visibly relaxed, turning to shout, Amiao? Your brother has arrived. Huh, why is Amiao here? Danzo stepped inside and closed the door behind him. There, he beheld Amiao clad in Uchiha clan attire striding toward him. Dressed in Uchiha garb? Danzo wondered. Then, behind her, appeared a curly-haired figure, similarly attired. Is this the moment for him to speak? The naturally malevolent Uchiha boy thought. This old man will. Elder brother, did you forget to bring my clothes? Amiao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Danzo recalled last night's events, realizing the oversight. Well, that explains it. Little aunt, I apologize. He bowed his head, appearing somewhat dejected. Such is human nature. Amiao tiptoed, patting his head in consolation. After all, she had once summoned lightning, resulting in a tree explosion that altered her disciple's hair color, yet she had persevered. Danzo observed their amiable interaction, nudging Dehi forward under Matsuharu's curious gaze. I wish to meet Lady Mito. May I inquire if she is home? Oh. It has been a long time since I encountered such familiar faces. A youthful yet weary voice resonated. Danzo looked up to see a woman with crimson hair before him. Indeed, ever since. He faltered, choosing not to elaborate, merely gesturing toward the dazed Dehi. This child may be more suitable for your inspection. Dehi extended his hand, and a green sprout gradually lifted its head, growing taller before their eyes, branching and leafing out into a tree limb. Would release. Matsuharu nearly leaped in astonishment. Is this truly would release? Are you also a senju? He adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Dehi closely. The hair and eye colors matched. Could it be? Mito regarded Danzo with a sense of pressure. This was orchestrated by Orochimaru. Danzo, unceremoniously betraying his comrade, replied. It was indeed Orochimaru's doing. Humph. Mito had heard of this from Tsunade and had initially doubted its ease of success. However, as she gazed at the flourishing branch, nostalgia washed over her. That Orochimaru is indeed a talent, she mused, then opened the door, tossing Danzo out by the collar. Very well, I shall teach them diligently. You need not worry. Danzo. Bang. Turning back, he faced the firmly closed door. With no other recourse, he resolved to focus on his work. Danzo stepped toward the ninja base. Although he had decided to search for the missing Uchiha, a few days of preparation remained before the impending battle. Wearily, he picked up the intelligence reports from the Wind and Lightning nations, beginning with the latter. Just days ago, Barubi had nearly pinpointed their location, almost causing a catastrophic incident for the Wind Nation. After a few days of reckless slaughter, last night Konoha had released news of the missing Uchiha Jonin, and today Barubi was absent from the front lines. After all, they are not merely coveting the Sharingan, they are also wary of it. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is present on the battlefield, and the Sharingan itself exerts a certain suppressive force over Jinchuriki. They've grown up and learned to fear. Danzo nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the scroll. You must do your best, Wind Country. Keep engaging those spirited youths a little longer. We in Konoha await our opportunity. He cheerfully opened the document from the Wind Country. The Wind Country was divided into two factions. One chose to battle the Lightning Country, while the other declared war on Konoha. Danzo stared at the documents presented by Yakushi no Nai, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Upon a second glance, he exclaimed, What? This outrageous situation is indeed true. A path never before imagined. As Danzo scrutinized further, he discovered that the instigator of the conflict with Konoha was none other than Chiyo, an elder from Sunagakure. Oh dear, it truly is you, Danzo remarked. Isn't it just because our Konoha white fan killed your son and daughter-in-law that you have harbored a grudge for so long? Even while you were unable to care for yourself and sought to elbow Konoha. What can I say? He clicked his tongue and turned to Yakushi no Nai. What do you think, Yuan Fong? Yuan Fong adjusted his glasses. It's not Yuan Fong, it's Yakushi. Given the likelihood of personal vengeance, if Konoha cannot resolve the battle swiftly, both the Rock Country and the Lightning Country may take action. We in Konoha are also surrounded. Danzo sighed. Chapter 33. Such a cute boy. Vortex Mito kept the disciple who should have been her husband's younger brother outside, then turned back, for children had already gathered together. Matsuba eagerly implored the child named Yamato to demonstrate once more. So cool. His eyes sparkled. Can you do it again? Please, it's really important to me. Who could refuse a handsome wooden stick? Can we grow strawberry trees? Ameo raised her hand to propose. Aren't strawberries supposed to grow in grass? Shursui chuckled and scratched his face. Ameo candidly admitted, I've never seen one. Shursui remarked, coincidentally, the little Uchiha family has some. Yamato, with wide, vacant eyes, tilted his head in contemplation. It seems like it requires seeds. The branch he had just held was indeed a seed given to him by his father. Last night, while he was in the living room drinking water, he suddenly felt pain and lost consciousness. His father confirmed that those apple trees came from the apples in the living room. Matsuba observed Yamato's familiar head-tilting posture with a nuanced expression. Wow. They say nieces resemble their aunts, and it's absolutely true. He repeatedly compared Ameo and Yamato. Although they differed in hair color, their expressions were not merely similar. They were identical. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Niece. Ameo tilted her head in confusion. Huh. Shursui looked at Matsuba in astonishment. Matsuba, don't you know? Yamato-kun is a boy. He is a boy. A boy. Oh. Matsuba adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Yamato closely. This soft long hair, this exquisite oval face, these vacant eyes. You're telling me he is a boy? I don't believe it. He erupted in anger. You must provide proof. At that moment, Yamato silently appeared behind him, tightly hugging him. Since that is the case, let us see for ourselves. Matsuba felt a chill behind him and struggled, reaching out to Ameo and Shursui. Help me. Shursui smiled kindly. The bathroom is over there. Turn right and go straight to the end. All right. Yamato nodded in appreciation. Aya! Matsuba screamed as he was dragged around the corner. A few minutes later, he emerged looking pale. Did you witness the evil Armstrong whirlwind and the Armstrong cannon? Ameo nodded knowingly. What Armstrong? What cannon? Is it a new weapon invented by Grandpa Danzo? Matsuba wept, covering his face. Mito observed the rambunctious children for a moment. Deep in thought, it seemed that the situation was rather different from that of Hashirama. She recalled her late husband using wood-release techniques over 20 years ago. It seemed like, with a simple hand gesture, he could conjure anything. This is bad. Mito's expression grew serious as she remembered something important. Would there truly be a scroll on wood-release at home? Indeed, there was. After unsuccessfully sifting through her late husband's ninjutsu scrolls, a spark of inspiration led her to check her late brother-in-law's scrolls next door. There, she discovered a detailed explanation of wood-release ninjutsu. She knew that aside from Hashirama, no one understood wood-release better than Tobarama. Unfortunately, no one from the Senju clan could utilize it anymore. Mito brushed the dust off the scroll and picked it up, heading towards the room where the children were gathered. Even as she concealed her presence, the child named Ameo noticed her. Mito felt that as she stepped within 10 meters of the room, Ameo suddenly halted, glancing over. Perhaps sensing her, he turned away, uninterested. This was not merely ordinary chakra perception. Mito recalled the familiar presence she had felt in the ceiling space the previous night. Was it a trace of a soul? She pondered as she pushed the door open. This child might truly be suitable for learning the Vortex clan's soul-related jutsu. However, they were all forbidden techniques. Haha. She would just say they were not. Let them have the ability to rebut her by returning from the afterlife. Mito smiled at the children. In any case, the foundation must be laid first. Matsuba shivered at the sight of her smile. I told you, Auntie, that smile guarantees trouble. Matsuba panted as he ran through the expansive courtyard of the Senju residence, with Shursui and Ameo, both exhausted and speechless, trailing behind. As for Yamato, he wilted in the sun and was tossed into the pool by Mito to cool off. 200 laps. He used to run 150 laps. So why did those others only have to run 100 laps? Ugh, Auntie is so ruthless, he cried, tears streaming down his face as he continued to run. Finally reaching the end, Matsuba managed to keep his legs from collapsing beneath him, while Ameo had already melted into the ground. Shursui attempted to help him up, but, lacking strength himself, stumbled halfway through. Their foreheads collided, and they tumbled together. Matsuba laughed at the two of them. So, how about our rigorous Senju training? Is it impressive? Ameo's eyes were glazed over. I, Ameo, acknowledge you as the strongest. Shursui's eyes were blank. So, Uncle Kakashi's training, is this gentle? Yamato smiled. Vortex Mito, get up. Next group, with weights. She clapped her hands, wielding a ruler. Physical energy is also a part of chakra. Do not slack off. I'm talking to you, little Uchiha. Shursui smiled wryly. Ameo felt as though she had returned to the Thunder Call training camp. It had been a long time since she heard the sound of that ruler being swung. All that was missing was an old man chasing after her with it. She scrambled to her feet, helping the struggling Shursui up as well. Mito narrowed her eyes. I don't know who made your training plan previously, but in my view, he did allocate your energy reasonably. A chain extended from behind her, pulling Yamato out of the pool and placing him neatly. But it's still far from enough. The chains behind her swayed ominously. Continue. Achoo. Hatake Tsukumo inexplicably sneezed while counting the combat personnel. Perhaps Kakashi is worried about him. The kind father Hatake Tsukumo smiled, though it quickly faded. As the famed Konoha White Fang from the last battle, he understood that it would be difficult to refuse this confrontation with the Sand Village. However, he glanced at his companions. Given that the Sand Ninja excelled in puppetry, poison, and the unique sand release, the personnel dispatched consisted primarily of ninjas skilled in fire release, earth release, reconnaissance, and medical ninjas proficient in detoxification. Speaking of ninjas adept in fire release and reconnaissance, Hatake Tsukumo cast a sidelong glance at the few sullen Uchiha below. As expected, Kato Dan was temporarily absent from this mission due to an intelligence-gathering task for the Cloud Village. Hatake Tsukumo sighed. Indeed, the Cloud Village is still stirring. Meanwhile, the intelligence relayed by spies indicated that the Sand Ninja coming to declare war were mostly old acquaintances. As for detoxification, Senju Tsunade was the main force against the Sand Ninja. Hatake Tsukumo unfolded a map, marking a point at the border of the two nations. Although the Sand Village was declaring war, they could not afford to be distracted for the next 2 days. Those proficient in earth release should accompany me to establish defensive fortifications. We will set up camp 1,000 meters back, with the sealing team deploying barriers to allow for frontline adjustments once combat begins. Medical ninjas and reconnaissance patrols will take turns guarding this location. That is all, Hatake Tsukumo announced solemnly. Yes, the personnel promptly sprang into action. Hatake-senpai. Senju Tsunade rushed over. Have you seen Ameo today? Hatake Tsukumo paused, scratching his head. They are not at my place today. Having searched everywhere without finding her, Tsunade recalled the task assigned by her grandmother and exclaimed, could she really be at the Uchihas? She was reluctant to enter, feeling as though countless eyes would be upon her the moment she stepped inside. Only someone like Mitsuha could endure that. Why not ask Danzo-sama? Hatake Tsukumo suggested. Senju Tsunade hesitated. Danzo looks extremely irritable today. She glanced around and leaned in to whisper. I heard there was a gas explosion at his place last night. Hatake Tsukumo inquired, puzzled. With Ameo's keen senses, a gas explosion? Surely that cannot be true. Hey, Shursukun, Aki, where have you been? Danzo, accompanied by Shursui, Ameo, and Yamato, arrived at the Uchiha residence, where Shin voiced his concern. Why do you all look so haggard? Big brother. He incredulously pointed at the lump resting on Danzo's shoulder. Can he still be saved? Danzo's eyes resembled those of a dead fish. He is merely sleeping peacefully. Who understands physical training better than the Senju? After training, the children all looked dazed. Uchiha Kagami chuckled as he brought the expressionless Shursui home, agreeing to continue their training the next day. Shursui-sai? Ameo, adapting well, waved at the group. Kagami and Aki, see you tomorrow. Before Uchiha Kagami could respond, Danzo interjected with a sarcastic tone. Oh, Kagami and see you tomorrow. Uchiha Kagami twitched his lips. I cannot endure this overprotective sibling. Is it just because I called him Kagami and If he knew his grandson's feelings for Ameo, wouldn't he explode? Realizing this, he instantly calmed down. Right. Shursui, quickly say goodbye to Ameo. Shursui complied. Ameo, let us keep up the good work tomorrow. Okay, Ameo nodded. Danzo remarked, a taste of tea, is it an illusion? A month later, Urubi has passed away again. It is truly inhumane. Danzo lamented while holding the document brought by Yakushi Nono. Again? Yakushi Nono inquired. Due to prolonged use of the Jinchuriki, immense pressure led to an explosion at the border, resulting in indiscriminate attacks, only subdued by the Third Reikage's direct intervention. It seems the future duo of Duck Neck is set to launch. Danzo began to ponder when he could deploy Aoi to the battlefield. Just a few days ago, that kid had come to consult him about space-time ninjutsu. Did he really seem like he could master it? However, in an effort to maintain an air of superiority, Danzo recited some vaguely learned phrases from his past life. Namikaze Minato left in admiration, muttering to himself, truly, Danzo-sama. Is that so? Danzo mused. Yakushi Nono glanced at the clock. It was nearly time to leave. She decisively stated, Danzo-sama, are you aware that the Ninja Academy is reopening tomorrow? Danzo, still engrossed in cooking, replied, of course, Yuan Fong, I know. He paused the grilling. What? The break is so brief? It feels like only 2 days have passed. I have to start preparing bento again. Chapter 34. It's an onion, with onion inside. Is this photo of you? Erishire Mountain Sosuke glanced at the photo of Senju Matsumoto and then at the little black monkey in front of him. Only the glasses matched. Little black monkey, hey. Back then I was still quite fair. I just got tanned, grew taller, and built muscle. It's not like I'm unrecognizable. Teacher, what are you saying? Matsumoto hasn't changed at all, Ameo interjected from behind. Senju Matsumoto turned to her. Touched. Is that true, Ameo? He smiled, revealing a dazzling set of teeth. Erasure Mountain Sosuke began to doubt. Could it really be his issue? Ameo nodded seriously. Glasses don't change, do they? They only switch to a black frame. Matsumoto retracted his exuberant grin. He was too early to celebrate. Shursui, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke up. Teacher, we only trained outdoors for a few days. Is that so? Erasure Mountain teacher surveyed the three with suspicion, pointing out a flaw. Then why do Uchiha and Shimizu look completely unaffected by the sun? Shursui scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't sure either. Matsumoto silently observed the two with their fair skin, then lowered his gaze to his own tanned arms. I'm more masculine this way. I don't care about being dark. Can Senju compare? Matsumoto sulkily walked away. Erasure Mountain Sosuke hesitated to speak. But being so dark that even your features are indistinguishable, Senju-san. His face even bore the marks of his glasses, resembling a monkey more than ever. Shimizu, still as stoic as ever. Yamashinku, gazing at the expressionless Ameo seated at her desk, was starstruck. Nearby, Nara Shikage was sweating bullets. Hey, big sister, is Uchiha Shursui staring at you? Has he developed immunity after a vacation? In any case, the promised entrance exam was underway. As the teacher smiled as if about to feast on children, amidst the cries of the children, the test commenced. Ameo, are you all right? Shursui hesitated, glancing at the emotionless yet low-pressure presence beside him. By the way, Erasure Mountain Sosuke hesitated but ultimately decided to speak. Students excelling in physical and ninjutsu skills may consider graduating early. Oh wow, that's fantastic. The classmates erupted in cheers. However, graduating early was not necessarily a good thing. Erasure Mountain teacher sighed and shook his head. It must be due to the war between the Sand Village and Konoha, Shursui pondered. After all, according to Hataki-kun, Hataki-sensei had not returned for a month, and wounded clan members were often seen resting in the Uchiha compound. Yet, he noticed Ameo's eyes brighten instantly. Indeed, Ameo's strength was already exceptional. Shursui glanced at her answers, then calmly averted his gaze. Except for theoretical knowledge, she simply couldn't comprehend it. After the exam, Matsumoto sat by the window in the back, calmly enjoying the breeze flowing through the window, while behind him, classmates chattered incessantly about who would graduate first. It must be Uchiha. No, it's Shimizu. Am I the only one who thinks Hyuga could? Damn it. Why is no one mentioning him? Matsumoto clenched his fists. The wind today was particularly noisy. Shall we head to the rooftop? Shursui pulled out his bento, smiling. Ameo, also holding her bento, looked up. Today, strawberry milk is half price. Let us hurry. It's Matsumoto's turn to buy. Matsumoto, interrupted from his gloomy thoughts, remarked, you guys are so noisy. Is it really that delicious? Songha opened the door, holding strawberry milk and tea, eyeing Amiao, who was expressionless and shedding tears. Nearby, Shursui was already flustered, wondering what had transpired. Confused, he hurried over to glance at Amiao's bento. The colors seemed perfectly normal, just tempura rice bowl. Songha swallowed nervously, curiosity compelling him to reach for Amiao's bento. So spicy. What is this? Just as Shursui finally remembered to retrieve a handkerchief to help Amiao wipe her tears, a sudden scream erupted behind them. Amiao looked up, a tear falling precisely onto Shurzue's hand, and he silently withdrew his hand. Songha was already rolling on the ground, exclaiming, my eyes, it's onions. Your brother added onions. Amiao, amidst tears, gave a thumbs up. Who would have thought tempura onions would be whole and uncooked? He now understood what could make Amiao weep profusely. Upon biting into the outer shell, the crisp raw onion attacked his nose and eyes with a vicious precision. Truly, Amiao's brother had accomplished what others could not. Shursui helplessly watched as Amiao, tears still flowing, attempted to shove rice into her mouth. From behind, he produced a seemingly fresh bento. I happened to make an extra portion. Amiao, why not have this? Before Amiao could respond, Songha leaped up. Oh, how fortuitous that you made an extra. Shursui maintained his composure, continuing, we shouldn't waste food made by Grandpa Toanzo. Let Songha have it. He seems to enjoy it. Look at him. He's lively after finishing. I didn't. No, I don't. Songha exclaimed, shocked. Come eat. Amiao's arm enveloped in lightning chakra swiftly thrust what appeared to be fried shrimp, but was actually fried okra, into Songha's mouth. The sticky texture, coupled with the batter soaked in water, was perplexing. Why did this sauce taste like bananas? Did Amiao usually eat such peculiar things? Overwhelmed by the flavor, Songha's vision blurred, and he seemed to see his mother waving at him from across the river. Shizue relaxed, observing the two as they playfully tussled. He felt a lingering sensation of tears on his right hand, momentarily lost in thought as the image of Amiao's honey-like, tear-streaked eyes resurfaced. What was that taste? He pressed his lips together. Suddenly, Amiao, who had been feeding Songha like a bioweapon, paused and looked at Shizue, whose expression was enigmatic. Was he feeling hungry? Amiao tilted her head. Songha, having narrowly escaped, dashed to the farthest corner of the wall. Hey, you two are graduating this year, right? He attempted to change the topic while hiding in the corner. What do your families say? Your brother won't refuse, will he? Amiao continued eating the DANZO-style bento without waste, deciding to finish Shizue's extra portion. Grandpa supports my decision, Shizue said, watching Amiao with concern. Are you sure you can eat that much? Songha felt a twinge of disappointment. My father. He grimaced. After you graduate, don't forget to train with me. You absolutely must not. Songha lamented as he shoveled rice into his mouth. Amiao and Shizue exchanged glances. All right, we won't forget. Upon returning to the classroom, they were met with Yamashiro's inquisitive gaze. Yamashiro locked eyes with Shizue, flames of curiosity igniting within her. Wasn't it just that Shimizu had gone to school with Uchiha Shizue that morning, fallen asleep leaning against him for 32 seconds in class, and then been whisked away to the rooftop for lunch, only to return an hour later? As for that extra bespectacled sidekick, she paid no heed to him. She truly didn't care. Nara Shikage chimed in. Hey, why are you fired up? Shinshan Songha whispered to Shizue. Why is she looking at me that way? Does she like me? Shizue replied, Yamashiro isn't that bad, Amiao interjected, belching. I think I've eaten a bit too much. Shimizu-san, Shizue-san, they encountered Hinata Kirin just as he exited the teacher's office. He politely nodded. You are also here to apply for early graduation, right? Hello, Hinata-san, Shizue greeted in kind. Oh, it's you, Amiao pondered, suddenly enlightened. That moment ended so quickly. Hinata's face flushed slowly. I apologize for my rudeness back then. He felt a pang of regret for leaving Shimizu with such an arrogant impression, not even remembering his name. Internally, he shed a tear yet maintained a composed demeanor as he said, Well then, I shall take my leave. He quickly exited the scene. Why is he crying? Amiao questioned, glancing back at the retreating figure. Shall we go, Amiao? Shizue reminded her. She turned back, no longer pondering, and pushed open the office door. Arisawa Sasuke, with an expression of profound headache, was grading papers. Upon hearing the door, he looked back. It's Shimizu-san and Uchiha-san. He sighed, having anticipated their arrival. But let's set aside other matters for now. Arisawa lifted a paper. Shimizu-san, are you serious about this answer? Question 1. During a mission, the team discovers an ordinary rope crossing a path in the forest. What action would you take? Answer. Strike it with a flash of lightning. Question 2. When encountering a mist village ninja using silent killing technique, how would you respond? Answer. Slash the surroundings with lightning. Question 3. Which chakra type counters earth chakra? Provide a reason. Answer. Lightning, because it can cut. Gazing at the paper filled with a sense of violent intent, Shizue felt a wave of shame wash over him. He truly regretted not being able to guide Amiao's thinking. However, Amiao remained unfazed, asserting, this is undoubtedly the best approach. I've tested it in my past life. Unaware of her infamous moniker as the Lightning/Queen in the Demon Slayer Corps, Amiao nodded confidently. Why is it the best? She thought, because I survived. Noticing Arisawa's skeptical expression, she drew out her knife for a demonstration. No. Shimizu-san, I believe you. Arisawa was instantly terrified. Shizue also grasped Amiao's knife handle. Let's leave it at that, Amiao. After her warning, the conversation finally shifted to the topic of graduation. In any case, the assessment for early graduation is extremely rigorous. It includes both physical and ninjutsu tests. Theoretical knowledge is also required. The teacher waved them off. The exam is next week. So hurry back to review. Go. After the two received the information and bid farewell, the door closed. Arisawa exhaled deeply, reclining in his chair. The nearby teacher chuckled. Looks like there are a few rebellious students this year, Arisawa-kun. Arisawa buried his face in his hands. If they were merely rebellious, that would be fine. But these students neither skip classes nor disrupt the order. They are simply difficult to manage. However, their way of answering questions reminds me of a previous student. The teacher who had made the comment smiled. Isn't that the son of Kakashi Hitaki? That child initially answered questions quite appropriately, but for some reason, he became increasingly radical. In the end, although his theoretical exam scores were excellent, he lost points on one question. If during a mission your comrade and the target encounter enemies simultaneously, how would you choose? His answer was, eliminate the enemies first, then proceed with the mission. Don't mention it, Arisawa lamented. These children are all geniuses. Do they really have to face the battlefield so soon? The teacher sighed in consolation. Geniuses have their own paths of growth. It seems we also have 1 or 2 students this year wanting to graduate early, one of whom is also an Uchiha. On the way to the Senju family training ground, Matsuo's spirits were notably low. Even Mimi's loud chattering in his ear failed to elicit any response from him. A despondent version of Senju? Quite rare indeed. Master Mimi flapped her wings and flew off to catch fish for herself. It was not until they arrived at the entrance of the Senju residence that they encountered a tall man dressed in a light yellow coat and wearing glasses. The moment Matsuo laid eyes on him, he started to speak. What brings you here, old man? You must be Matsuo's friends. The tall man awkwardly greeted him. I am Senju Kid, Matsuo's father. Greetings, Uncle Senju, responded Shirzue with a bow. Amiao felt a sense of familiarity with this man, but could not recall where she had seen him before, so she politely greeted him. Hello, glasses craftsman. Senju Kid appeared momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses in confusion. Hello. All right, everyone come in, Vortex Mizuto said as he opened the door, pulling the group inside and closing it behind them. Matsuo, you are graduating this year. Matsuo gasped in surprise, huh? Senju Kid echoed, Mizuto, exasperated, remarked. What are you two talking about? Wasn't it your own suggestion? Without further explanation, she added, in any case, let's train for the goal of graduation. Increase the intensity. You should also run laps. She pointed at the bewildered Senju Kid, who wore an expression of me. Yes, you, she affirmed. Thus, both father and son, looking rather unenthusiastic, began to jog in circles. Mizuto observed the struggling duo with satisfaction and turned to Shirzue and Amiao, pondering aloud. Coincidentally, 2 individuals will be arriving today. At the mention of this, Amiao turned her head toward the door. Amiao has already noticed, Mizuto chuckled, patting her on the head as she opened the door. 2 heads, one red and one yellow, peeked inside. Pardon the intrusion, Mizuto Granny. We're here, boomed a lively voice. Excuse us, Lady Mizuto, chimed in another fresh voice. Mizuto smiled and stepped aside to let them in. As soon as they entered, they recognized familiar faces. Shirzue greeted with a polite smile, Naruto-senpai, Kushina-senpai, what a coincidence. Amiao remained expressionless. Yoru, welcome. Instantly, the 2, one red and one yellow, widened their eyes, exchanging glances. Isn't that the cold blade and the little white flower? What are they doing here? Chapter 35. Little Mizuho, unleash your Sharingan. So you all know each other, Vortex Mizuto remarked, seeing their evident familiarity, and nodded appreciatively. No need for further introductions. Kushina, you will teach Amiao, and Naruto, you will instruct little Uchiha. She intended to watch the Senju family drama unfold. Vortex Mizuto gracefully exited, leaving the 2 adults and 2 children staring at each other. Teach? Teach what? How? The 2, adorned in tomato and egg colors, exchanged bewildered glances. Shirzue remarked. Isn't it obvious we know nothing? Lady Mizuto has her own unique way of doing things, he added. Ultimately, he retrieved the scroll containing the basics of space-time ninjutsu, along with Amiao's scroll on sealing techniques. As Shirzue rummaged through his bag, Amiao curiously leaned in to take a look, their curly and smooth hair brushing together as they searched. Suddenly, a commotion arose nearby. Both Shirzue and Amiao turned to see the 2 in red and yellow huddled together, whispering and sporting a peculiar grin. Had they just done something unusual? Shirzue inquired, casting a glance at Amiao, who remained her usual calm self. Forget it. It seemed Amiao was also in the dark. Ahem. Shirzue-kun, are you going to learn space-time ninjutsu? Naruto cleared his throat, forming a fist before his mouth. Yes, please. Naruto-senpai, Shirzue politely bowed. What about Amiao? Kushina, though she had never interacted directly with them before, naturally used their nicknames. Amiao readily handed over the scroll, stating, "To learn this." "Oh, sealing techniques. That's my forte," Kushina exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Where are you at in your studies?" "Table of contents," Amiao replied instantaneously. Kushina paused, questioning her hearing. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." "It's the table of contents." Amiao's eyes gleamed with innocent simplicity. "I recognize the individual characters, but I don't understand their combined meaning." Vortex Kushina was struck with astonishment. Now she understood why Mizuto had summoned her today. No worries, I can definitely help," she declared, determined to lend her expertise. Kushina committed all her 5 years of fandom for Cold Blade Falls for Little White Flower to this endeavor. "Why am I feeling so fired up?" Shirzue thought, dumbfounded. Turning around, he saw Naruto looking equally moved, as if on the verge of shedding tears. "Shirzue-kun, rest assured, I will give it my all." "Is that so?" Shirzue replied, puzzled, but Naruto appeared lost in his own world, oblivious to the conversation. Shirzue sighed, deciding to focus on his studies instead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Senju Matsuhu was running laps with frustration, attempting to shake off his old man behind him. No matter how hard he tried, Senju Keed maintained a comfortable distance of 1 meter behind. "Damn it, am I being controlled in both graduation and training?" Matsuha's breath became ragged, tinged with a metallic taste. "Is there nothing I can accomplish?" Dejected, he gradually halted, standing still. Senju Keed also stopped, but did not approach or speak. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Matsuhu removed his glasses, wiping away tears in anger. Can't he offer me some comfort at this moment? Is this father even worth keeping? He couldn't hold back, muttering in a barely audible voice, in the end. The legacy of the Senju is more significant than my own desires. Senju Keed paused for a moment and sighed. Wiping his nose, Matsuhu put his glasses back on and resumed running. This time, Senju Keed did not follow, yet he felt an almost tangible gaze upon him. He understood that it was that same look. Ever since his mother passed away due to the war, his father had often looked at him with that mixture of regret and concern. Yet he yearned to see the world beyond Konoha. After completing his final lap, Matsuhu wearily glanced at Senju Keed. "Let's go, I'll return with you." Senju Keed adjusted his glasses, puzzled. "Why? Aren't you going to train? What difference does it make?" "I can't go out regardless," Matsuhu retorted. Senju Keed hesitated. Didn't you hear what Mizuto said? She wants you to graduate this year, and then you'll be able to go out." Matsuha's head turned slowly. "Haven't you always opposed me going out?" He thought this time he would be sent to the hospital after graduation. Senju Keed stammered. I didn't say that, did I?" He initially assumed Matsuha's tears were of joy, not realizing what to say next, and now Matsuho, having wiped his tears, was sprinting away like a burst of small universe energy. "It's all a misunderstanding, Matsuho." Matsuho, furious, raised his fist. "What kind of joke is this? How can you find this amusing, you old man?" His furious roar echoed through the skies, startling a flock of crows. The Whirlpool Water Gate observed his son assaulting his father, a scene that evoked a bittersweet appreciation as he cracked sunflower seeds, exclaiming, "Ah, as one ages." One tends to delight in narratives that bring joy and ease. With these lively souls around, life seems to hold promise. The matter of seeking out Hashirama could be postponed. He chuckled. "There is no In chakra, murmured Uzumaki Kushina. "Indeed, a pure yang body." Amiao nodded in agreement. "Absolutely pure yang," Kushina replied with a dry chuckle. The sealing technique was intrinsically linked to In chakra, and Amiao's inability to master illusion techniques indicated a severely diminished In chakra. So, how shall we unravel this sealing technique? Moreover, how did she enter the space sealed by Grandma Mito? Kushina pondered, bewildered. It was said that Grandma Mito had sensed a disturbance in the sealing space at night and discovered a tiny soul within upon inspection. It was a dream. Amiao confessed candidly. The situation demanded clarity, and Uzumaki Kushina resolved to treat the matter as a last-ditch effort. Their thoughts inexplicably intertwined. Though others failed to comprehend the meaning behind Kushina's words and gestures, Amiao nodded in understanding. "Respond to me, lightning chakra," Amiao instructed, squatting down and drawing steady circles on the ground with her lightning chakra. Uzumaki Kushina acknowledged. Indeed, the chakra output is remarkably stable. Next came the water and wind elements. After 2 hours, as Shirzue had finished posing some fundamental questions and decided to conclude the day's lessons, a voice of astonishment erupted from Kushina. Is that not In chakra?" She gazed at the stable In attribute runes on the ground, shocked. "But it seems slightly off." I must fetch Grandma Mito. In a flurry, she urged for assistance. Shirzue leaned in for a closer look, pondering if there might have been an error in the illusion techniques they had learned. Minato chuckled lightly, reasoning that typically, techniques should not falter. Uzumaki Mito was joyfully pushed along by Kushina, glancing at the uneven yet stable runes inscribed on the ground. Her brow furrowed. No, this is not merely yin chakra. There is also a presence of spiritual power. Mito remained silent as she placed her palm upon Amiao's forehead. After a moment of contemplation, she withdrew her hand, her expression thoughtful. There is no issue. Furthermore, it appears that rather than lacking yin chakra, it is entirely accumulated within, intertwined with the soul. This condition is unprecedented. However, Mito was certain that Amiao's resistance to illusions and the strength of her soul were exceptionally high. Perhaps she could harness her spiritual power to directly harm other souls? A test was warranted. Konoha Jonin, I kindly request that you employ a simple illusion technique on Amiao. Mito suggested, as her role is to defend, not to draw weapons. Huh. Oh, very well. Minato replied, swiftly forming seals. Apologies, cold Amiao. Amiao reluctantly sheathed her weapon, nodding in acknowledgement. Shirzue observed the seal with a moment of confusion, then anxiously turned to Amiao. It was the Naraka's gaze technique. He recalled the last time Amiao had believed he transformed into something that would perish under the sun. What would happen this time? Amiao stood unresponsive, not even blinking. The crowd murmured, huh? After a pause, she tilted her head in confusion. Has it begun? It has concluded, Mito laughed. It seems to be precisely the scenario I anticipated. Just to be safe, Shirzue, you should also give it a try. Amiao directed, little Shirzue, activate your Sharingan. Aye, he replied, embracing the title. He lifted his gaze to meet Amiao's eyes. Red enveloped Amiao, and she felt as though she were submerged in warm water, closing her eyes in complete acquiescence. Uzumaki Mito observed, what illusion technique did you employ? Shirzue approached to closely examine Amiao's state. It was merely a standard Sharingan illusion, and quite mild at that. Release, he declared, dispelling the illusion. Amiao opened her eyes and sat up. Indeed, the chakra fluctuations were even less than half of what Minato utilized. Uzumaki Mito scrutinized intently. Unless this young Uchiha's illusionary prowess rivals that of a Jonin, or perhaps. Amiao, did you not resist? Mito posed another query. Amiao's brow furrowed in confusion. How does one resist? Uzumaki Mito fell silent. By conventional logic, one would instinctively exhibit a reflexive defense upon realizing one had been ensnared in an illusion. Yet the strength of this reflex varied from individual to individual. Why, then, had it vanished when confronting Minato, yet remained when faced with Shirzue? She questioned. Shirzue would not harm me. Amiao replied calmly. There is no need for resistance. Her tone was steady, as always, yet resonated with conviction. Silence enveloped the room. Shirzue's face gradually flushed crimson, and after a moment of stammering, he managed, I would not harm Amiao, and I believe she would not harm me. Amiao nodded. Such matters need not be vocalized. I understand. Suddenly, a sound akin to boiling water erupted behind them. They all turned to look. The red-haired member of the Uzumaki clan trembled, gripping Minato's arm tightly. Minato winced in pain, his expression contorted, yet he could not suppress a smile. I apologize. I was merely recalling something joyous. Shirzue comprehended. So that's it. Pure instruction was your ruse, Senior Minato, Senior Uzumaki. Uzumaki Mito surveyed the two equally matched adversaries, hesitating to speak, ultimately letting out a sigh. Perhaps we should seek Hashirama after all. After completing an escort mission, Kakashi returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his father, whom he had not seen in quite some time, sitting enscathed at the dining table. A platter of grilled mackerel, his favorite dish, lay before him. You've returned, Kakashi greeted cheerfully, though feigning composure. Yes, just coming back for a brief respite. The situation there is quite stable. Minato replied with a smile. Kakashi, have you been eating well? He inquired, observing his son's serious demeanor with amusement. Kakashi scoffed. Did you need to ask? How long are you planning to stay? About a month. I hear there will be a Genin team for me to lead. He scratched his head with a grin. I wonder who it will be. Kakashi mused about Uchiha Obito, who was adamant about graduating this time, and his teammate with the dull eyes who had been reassigned. Right. It's so hard to guess. Chapter 36. The Fisherman's Unique Sense of Direction. Old brother, at the dining table. Amiao swiftly finished her teriyaki chicken leg and looked up. I want to graduate. All right, Danzo replied, his attention still fixed on the scroll, casually shoveling rice into his mouth, nodding in agreement upon hearing her desire. Shin was taken aback, glancing at Amiao. Auntie, you're only in the 2nd grade, right? And graduating now means. He hesitated, glancing at Danzo, who remained engrossed in the scroll. No problem, Yamato interjected, his expression unreadable. If Annie says so, she'll surely cut down the enemies. Shin had rarely witnessed Amiao training and was skeptical. Really? Absolutely, Amiao affirmed, giving a thumbs up. I can take them all down. All right, since father has agreed, what would you like for tomorrow's lunch? Shin decided to assist her, now fully possessing the authority to manage the kitchen at home, capable of preparing meals smoothly before Danzo's wits could catch up. Aside from exceptional circumstances, like the first day of school's nutritious bento, Asui said he would make it for me. Amiao mused after a moment. Shin felt as though lightning struck him. Oh no, it seems that person has outdone me. How could this happen? His heart sank as he slumped forward. I can eat that which you cooked too. Amiao stared earnestly at Shin. I want fried shrimp. Shin sprang back to life, thumping his chest in assurance. All right, leave it to me. Yamato glanced at his younger brother, who had suddenly become animated at the prospect of fried shrimp. Danzo finally pulled his head from the scroll, hazily recalling that Amiao had wished for something earlier. He began to lament his failing memory. Old brother, I want to graduate. The expressionless visage of Amiao materialized in his mind. Ah, so it's graduation, is it? Tuanzo was taken aback. Had he not just agreed to this? Exine and Amiao went outside to hang the laundry while Yada, inside, tidied up the dishes. Noticing that his father had been unusually still for quite some time, he approached with curiosity and poked him. Tuanzo collapsed in response, with a serious demeanor. Yada leaned in closer, only to hear the steady sound of breathing. So he had merely fallen asleep. His father truly had an excellent quality of sleep, he mused. Thus, he dashed back into the house to fetch a blanket to cover him. When Tuanzo was jolted awake by a shrill scream, he found himself sprawled beside the dining table, draped in a blanket. Tuanzo. Exine. Father, please don't die. Tuanzo. Amiao. Brother is simply sleeping peacefully. He is not dead. Tuanzo. Should I thank you then? He slowly rose, a melancholic expression on his face. Amiao, are you truly graduating? Yes, Amiao nodded. Very well. Once Amiao sets her mind to something, few can sway her resolve. When you undertake your missions, be sure to take care, he said, his face revealing disappointment. From now on, you'll have a teacher guiding you. It's all right. I'm not bothered in the slightest. Tuanzo felt a sense of unease at the thought of Amiao being away for days on missions. Amiao, how will I survive without you? Amiao embraced Tuanzo in comfort. It's all right. After all, I have already experienced death once. Tuanzo's brewing emotions suddenly faltered. Is this a competition for merits? Amiao, you have won. After several days of intensive last-minute cramming, Amiao submitted her exam paper in a daze. Matsuhira, seeing her listless demeanor, empathized. The questions were exceedingly difficult this time. Shirzue reassured her. It's all right. Physical and ninjutsu comprise a large portion. Amiao mumbled while resting her head on the desk. I just finished the exam, and I could only comprehend half of the major questions. Each question was only half understood. This is the worst. Is it time to compose haiku now, Amiao? Matsuhira chuckled in disbelief. Instead of wasting time, you might as well attempt a few more questions. The ninjutsu examination primarily focused on fundamental techniques, while the physical exam required striking the proctoring chunin within 15 moves. Amiao executed her technique in just a second. Under the approving gaze of Arashima Sosuke, she swiftly severed the proctor's ninja tool pouch with a flash of her blade. She sheathed her sword and returned to her position without a glance backward, coolly stating, "A true woman never looks back at explosions." The onlooking students gasped, "Wow, that was so cool." In the center of the mountain, Yama centered his attention on the Nara deer shadow beside him. Shimizu. Nara. That was a miscalculation. I couldn't evade from 3 meters away. Following that were Shirzue, Matsuhira, and Hinata Kiri, all of whom passed the exam. Finally, Arashiyama-sensei, with an expression of delight, issued their graduation certificates alongside their Konoha headbands. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, your Team S Jonin will meet you in the second-floor conference room. Arashiyama Sosuke sighed. Though it may not be proper to say so, congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on becoming Genin, he concluded by gently patting their shoulders. Matsuhira was whisked away by Tsunade, who had returned for a brief respite, under the pretense of imparting medical ninjutsu experience. However, judging by Matsuhira's despondent expression, it was evident that there was more to it. Shirzue accompanied Amiao to the Uchiha compound. Upon locating Itachi and Mimi, who were idly passing time, Amiao dashed forward, joining the fray with the two, one human and one bird. Shirzue observed Mimi, recalling a nightmare he had a few nights prior. In his dream, there was a vehicle constructed entirely of visceral organs and muscles. He was uncertain. In the dream, he chased after that train at a breakneck speed, each step propelling him far ahead. In his peripheral vision, there seemed to be a bird plummeting from afar. He struggled to remember. Yet as he looked at the two white whiskers sprouting from Mimi's head, he pondered, did that bird perhaps also possess them? Is my imagination truly this vivid? Shirzue. Just as he was lost in thought, Amiao's voice broke through. Shirzue snapped back to reality, turning to see Amiao holding a massive, flailing fish that appeared to be nearly a meter long. Her eyes sparkled. Next, I shall get lost in the village. She intends to pass by her own home without entering. The self-proclaimed grown-up Uchiha Itachi remarked, how childish. Doesn't Shirzue have anything to say? Yet Shirzue merely smiled. All right. I'll accompany Amiao. Uchiha Itachi. He turned away. Mimi, let us go. Ignoring the two. Mimi, ribbit. The following day in the classroom, Kakashi pushed the door open, greeted by many familiar faces, reminding him of his return on that day. He had been undertaking missions alone for quite some time, ever since the war commenced. Escort missions had increased significantly. After finally completing a B-rank escort task, he bid farewell to his temporary teammates and made his way to the mission department. Ah, Hataki-kun. The staff on duty greeted him warmly. Was this mission also smooth sailing? Truly impressive. Kakashi remained composed. Yes, thank you. Oh, by the way, here is a mission letter specifically for you. Please take a look. The staff handed him a letter. Specifically for him. Kakashi accepted it without altering his expression, bidding farewell before instantly vanishing to a corner to open it. A new teammate? He paused momentarily, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Time rewound to the present. That guy's chronic tardiness is truly incurable. Kakashi glared, his eyes resembling dead fish. He should be arriving shortly, right? Rin offered uncertain encouragement. Rin, your assumptions are overly simplistic. Kakashi crossed his arms. He is probably lost on the road of life again. In this classroom, children of varying ages, all freshly graduated genin, sat or stood. Among them, the three most conspicuous figures stood, not much taller than their seniors seated. Shirzue, properly adorned with a Konoha headband, laughed at the remark. Hataki-kun is so concerned about his friend. How close are they? Kakashi felt a chill. Ugh, that little brat is at it again. Matsuhira, adjusting the Konoha insignia on his arm, expressed astonishment. Wow, Shirzue is as fiery as ever. Amiao, clutching her sword, remained silent, and upon closer inspection, it appeared she had fallen asleep while standing. How can this girl sleep while standing? Matsuhira marveled. What other surprises do I not know about? Yet at that moment, Amiao suddenly opened her eyes, raising her head to gaze toward the entrance. The headband was draped around her neck. The genin, observing her line of sight, followed it. At the doorway, a group of tall figures appeared, among them, a shorter one. Ah, someone seems to be missing. Hataki Tsukumo and several jonin appeared at the entrance. Counting heads. 2 lakhs, a jonin frowned with arms crossed. Minato smiled, attempting to diffuse the tension. Well, perhaps there was an urgent matter. The students began to whisper excitedly. It's him. Konoha White Fang is so cool. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by frantic shouts. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm going to be late. Crash. The door was flung open. A black-haired boy wearing goggles burst through, panting heavily. Sorry I'm late. He was startled by the simultaneous gazes of the towering jonin. Ah, it's Obito. Hataki Tsukumo smiled at the familiar face. Just be more mindful next time. Go take your seat. Obito bowed gratefully. I'm very sorry. Then he hurried to the seat Rin had saved for him. Kakashi gave a thumbs down in disdain. Too late. And you've increased the Uchiha presence in the room. Obito shot him an angry glare, while Rin tried to mediate. Ahem. Kakashi Hataki cleared his throat, signaling for a moment of respect, and began to call out names. All right, those whose names I call, please follow your jonin leaders. Kato Jin and Shimizu Hiroshi. A group of genin followed their jonin out the door, leaving only 6 genin along with Kakashi and Minato Namikaze. Ah, familiar faces. Kakashi relaxed his demeanor, seated himself, and began reminiscing. What a hassle. I rushed here straight from the battle debriefing without even having a sip of water. Minato chuckled beside him, knowing full well this was not something he could attend for free. It's been ages, Ami, Shirzue, and Matsuo. Congratulations on your graduation. Kakashi waved at the trio. I will be your Jonin leader from now on. I look forward to working with you. Sure, Kakashi-sensei, as always, Ami replied cheerfully. I hope to trouble you in the future, Shirzue said politely, bowing. Uncle Kakashi, please take care of us. Matsuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you share some thrilling experiences from the battlefield? We would love to hear. Kakashi hesitated. That's currently classified information. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. Ami tugged at the forehead protector around her neck, discomfort evident on her face. Do I really have to wear this? It's such a burden. It serves a purpose beyond mere identification. It also provides a degree of protection, Shirzue said, adjusting her forehead protector to alleviate the pressure against her neck. Is it better now? Ami turned her head and, feeling more comfortable, replied, Shirzue, you're quite skilled. Shirzue chuckled lightly. It's just a minor adjustment. Minato, casting a glance in their direction, mused, Kakashi. It seems he won't allow his father to lead him. The three were inevitably teammates. He glanced at the Uchiha beside him and then at Rin, covering his face in resignation. Would he ever escape the Uchiha clan's shadow? Wasn't there an overwhelming number of Uchihas in this village? Thus, Kakashi Hitaki, Rin Noera, and Uchiha Obito were the trio. Minato observed Kakashi with a hint of envy before turning to his own three students, flashing a bright smile. I am Minato Namikaze, your Jonin leader. I look forward to working with you. Minato-sensei looks so young. Obito raised his hand to inquire, how old are you? Is this really necessary? Minato scratched his face. I'm 15. How impressive. Becoming a Jonin at such a young age. Obito exclaimed, astonished. Unlike certain individuals who are perpetually late. There's no way they could achieve this so quickly, Kakashi remarked sarcastically. What did you say? Obito slammed his hands on the table, standing up. I will become Hokage one day. Being a mere Jonin is nothing. Is that so, Obito? You, the perennial underachiever? Kakashi retorted. You foolish Kakashi. The two faced off. Minato paused, puzzled. It seems he didn't say anything too offensive, so why are they arguing? He exchanged a weary glance with the only female classmate in their group, who wore a calm yet exhausted expression, as if caught between two bickering children. Unsure whether to intervene or how to do so, Minato felt a sense of foreboding. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he had never imagined such a raucous beginning. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Kushina, Chio, come here. Kakashi and the others agreed to meet the following day at their usual place, the training ground. And Kakashi handed Ami a bundle of items to deliver to Danzo, who had specifically requested them. Kakashi, I might be late returning home tonight. So don't wait for me. Kakashi glanced at him during the commotion, signaling his understanding. Then, Kakashi stated that he had another meeting and would need to leave early. Thus, the initial gathering of Team Kakashi concluded in mere minutes, as their familiarity rendered further introductions unnecessary. Matsuo adjusted his glasses, perplexed. It feels just like before. Doesn't he it? Perhaps there's a test tomorrow, Shirzue pondered. It's best to rest early today. Meanwhile, Ami had already begun stacking the items on the table for easier transport. Shirzue leaned in, extending his hand to assist. Ami glanced at his outstretched hand, tilted her head, and frowned in contemplation. Fine, if Aceway wants to help. She handed him a few items, effortlessly lifting the rest, and moving on. Shirzue, momentarily taken aback, thought, wait, that's not what I meant. Yet, he carefully cradled the items and hurried after Ami. Matsuo observed the entire exchange. How embarrassing, Shirzue. At that moment, Minato finally managed to separate the two feuding students, sighing in exasperation. He could already envision their future dynamics. Chapter 37. Ami, open the door. My goodness. The White Fang of Konoha. The owner of the photo studio greeted Kakashi with the excitement of meeting an idol, shaking his hand vigorously. It's an honor to have you in our humble shop. I've grown up hearing your stories. Kakashi, wanting to respond but hesitating at the sight of the owner's wrinkles, stammered, I'm honored. However, growing up is not to be underestimated. Ami whispered to the two, the owner looks quite aged. Honestly, he doesn't just look old. He appears to be in his 40s or 50s, Matsuo muttered softly. That makes sense. Ami nodded in agreement. Shirzue watched as Kakashi smiled back at them, then chuckled nervously and tugged at Ami. Kakashi remarked, "Is there any possibility that I might overhear?" Upon learning that Kakashi was bringing students for a photo shoot, the owner's eyes lit up, presenting a photo with great enthusiasm. "This classic style would be perfect for you." Kakashi glanced at the rigidly posed photo and laughed awkwardly. I don't think that's necessary." He had come for a group photo, not to partake in peculiar promotional activities. At that moment, Kakashi regretted his impulsive decision to come for the photo shoot. Ami leaned in on tiptoe to peek, spotting a handsome man in a kimono with delicate makeup, poised to speak to the camera. It's Momo," she realized, punching her left palm with her right fist in epiphany. Then, Kakashi covered her eyes and pulled her over to Shirzue's side. "What's that?" Shirzue and Matsuo pondered, their heads adorned with large question marks. In the end, Kakashi could not resist the owner's enthusiasm and settled on a style he could accept. Amidst Matsuo's astonished exclamations of wow, he wearily stepped into the scene. "Madam, that hairstyle is quite dangerous." Ami commented on Kakashi's low ponytail, which was styled askew, only to be hastily pulled away by Shirzue. Let us hurry and take the photo. If we linger, Uncle Kakashi might break down." Breaking down would be trivial. They still had a test to prepare for. Ultimately, the group managed to finish the photo shoot amid the owner's continuous accolades for Kakashi. "My goodness," Matsuo murmured, covering his head. "How terrifying. Are these the fans of Uncle Kakashi?" The photos would take a few days to develop, and Kakashi ignored the owner's attempts to retain him, swiftly departing the scene, clutching his belongings. "Oh wow," Matsuo exclaimed excitedly, akin to a dog enjoying the wind. "Uncle Kakashi, that was awesome." Ami adjusted her position as Shirzue pondered. "Did we forget to pay?" Kakashi led the group to the training ground, exhaling deeply, only to be met with the varied gazes of the three students. "Ahem, let me see the results of your special training," he declared, mustering his authority while producing a jingling bell. "If you can snatch this bell, I will teach you my signature technique." The three students exchanged glances, suddenly ignited with determination. Forgetting previous misgivings, they charged forward. "Bring it on. Breath of Thunder, activate." In an instant, the sky thundered as Ami transformed into a streak of light, lunging toward Kakashi. First form, Thunderclap. I hadn't even said to start, but whatever. Kakashi sidestepped just in time to avoid Ami's attack. The momentum of this reckless charge was even more formidable than before. Truly, the training of the Senju clan was remarkable, he mused. Ami pivoted, her feet carving two lines into the ground as she halted, supporting herself with one hand. A crackling sound of electricity emanated from beneath her palm. The lightning release technique. The connection has indeed become smoother, thought Kakashi. Moreover, the area of the lightning release has expanded. At the same time, Senju Mitsuho began forming seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The air gradually became humid. Mitsuho effortlessly summoned a water dragon that lunged at Kakashi, who was attempting to evade the encroaching lightning on the ground. Their coordination, though slightly awkward, was impressive for their age. Kakashi, caught in a pincer attack, lamented the absence of one of their number. Suddenly, a shuriken appeared beside him, ensnaring him within wires. Jisue finally revealed himself, his Sharingan slowly rotating in his eye sockets. That sensation from earlier was an illusion technique, albeit a subtle one that I failed to notice. Yet the timing of its activation was impeccable. At this moment, Amiao had drawn her blade once more, and the water dragon was about to strike the ensnared Kakashi, while Jisei tugged the wires tightly. Faced with simultaneous attacks from both the front and the rear, Kakashi merely smiled. In an instant, a flash of steel. Whoosh. The blade, infused with violent wind chakra, severed the wires effortlessly. The humid sensation in the air dissipated instantly, and the water dragon was abruptly cut off, evaporating before it could touch the ground. Midair, Amiao felt as if she was caught in a fierce gale, tumbling wildly across the ground. Thud. Jisue appeared beside her, halting her uncontrolled rolling, while Mitsuho had already conjured an earth flow wall for defense. "Come here," Mitsuho shouted at the two. Amiao grasped Jisue's arm in response, activating the lightning breathing, travel type. In a flash of lightning, they plunged behind the wall. Mitsuho, still catching his breath, exclaimed, "Wow, Kakashi is truly impressive. I could barely breathe just now." He had never felt such an overwhelming pressure from anyone else before. Glancing at Amiao and Jisue, who had always outperformed him, he noted their disheveled appearances. "Wow, Amiao's bangs are completely blown away. and Jisue's hair is an absolute mess. The resistance was substantial. Amiao frowned as she removed her Haori. Jisue nodded in agreement, taking the garment from her. The barriers here are quite scarce. Mitsuho adjusted his glasses, grumbling. Isn't this just bullying the honest ones? Use that technique. Amiao stretched her arms. No problem, Jisue replied. What technique? Mitsuho asked, bewildered. The storm outside gradually subsided, yet the trio dared not peek outside. Good coordination. A voice of reassurance came from the other side of the wall. At your age, achieving this level of synergy surpasses what I managed in my youth. Mitsuho proudly placed his hands on his hips. Of course. He remained oblivious to Amiao's tense posture beside him. Dodge. She pushed Mitsuho aside and leapt up the earth wall. Ah! Mitsuho yelped. A pair of hands emerged from the ground, perfectly positioned beneath where he and Amiao had just stood. With a look of regret, Kakashi emerged from the earth. Oh dear. I used to catch at least one of you. Indeed, under Amiao's perception, such a sneak attack proved ineffective. Boom. He raised his blade to block Amiao's descending strike. The clash of lightning chakra and wind chakra erupted with a resounding bang. The area where their blades met produced a cacophony that grated on the nerves. Mitsuho fell to the side, even feeling sparks erupting from the collision. Unfortunate. Amiao, Kakashi chuckled, glancing at Amiao, who was poised to strike from above. Wind and lightning. I am more adept at wind. Coincidentally, it counteracts lightning chakra. Amiao remained unfazed, feeling the force intensifying in her hands, allowing the opposing blade to graze her cheek. Kakashi was startled and attempted to withdraw, but Amiao's blade, charged with lightning chakra, was already upon him, forcing him to helplessly throw both her and the blade away. Mitsuho's earth release and Jisue's fire release followed. Jisue, not glancing at the airborne Amiao, formed seals atop the earth wall. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Mitsuho encircled the area with an earth flow wall, trapping Kakashi within. This doesn't seem right, Kakashi thought, bewildered by the approaching fire release and the shuriken concealed within. Didn't they say that seizing the bell was the objective? Clearly, these children were aiming to incapacitate their target. Amiao, thrown far away, landed on a tree at the training ground's edge. Without her Haori to cushion her fall, she had to grip the trunk with her blade to slow her descent. By the time she reached them, Mitsuho was already organizing his acceptance speech. This time, I was definitely the quickest to react. Hee, don't forget to thank me. No one responded, as the earth wall behind him shattered. He slowly turned around to find Kakashi, enscathed within the water barrier. Greeting the trio. Have you thought of how to attack next? How are we supposed to fight this? Mitsuho exclaimed in despair, forming seals, multi-shadow clone technique. Bang! Dozens of Mitsuho clones surged onto the training ground, charging at Kakashi, transforming the spacious area into a chaotic marketplace. Wow, Mitsuho can even split. Amiao marveled. Indeed. There are suddenly so many pairs of glasses. It feels quite strange, Jisue noted. Forming the seals for the body flicker technique and placing a hand on Amiao's shoulder. Amiao, it's time to go. Amiao prepared to spring into action. Kakashi, feeling the onslaught of Mitsuho clones attacking him, could only think. Excess chakra could be donated to those in need. Uncertain of which was the real Mitsuho. He found himself restricted in his blade technique, fearing he might strike the genuine one. Kakashi sighed, opting for lightning release. The blade crackled with a bluish hue. After swiftly striking each Mitsuho clone with the back of his blade, no trace of the little Senju remained. Kakashi, huh? Wasn't the real body supposed to have come? He chuckled in disbelief. Amiao and Jisue stood at a distance, unsure of what to do, while Jisue's two shadow clones approached, seemingly without intent to attack. Yet instinctively, he raised his blade in defense. His intuition proved correct, for in the distance, Amiao suddenly appeared before him. Lightning breathing, second form, rice spirit. 5 claw-like blade energies slashed forth, and Kakashi swiftly parried each one. Then, the Amiao before him vanished. At the moment Kakashi was deflecting his attack, she reappeared at one of Jisue's locations, on his left side, the very side he couldn't defend in time. Or rather, the location of the bell. Lightning breathing, 5th form. Heat wave thunder. The crackling electricity ignited a high temperature, distorting the air surrounding Amiao's blade. Crack! A bolt of lightning surged forth from the blade, striking towards Kakashi. Was that the body flicker technique? Kakashi thought, quickly retreating. No, Amiao had not demonstrated such mastery apart from her swordsmanship and lightning release. Another Jisue appeared at his side. It seemed that every location where these Jisue clones had arrived was where Amiao had just been. Kakashi decisively swung the back of his blade towards the Jisue at his side. The blade passed through him. A mere afterimage created by the body flicker technique. But the next second, this Jisue smiled slightly, and shurikens rained down like droplets. At that moment, Amiao arrived in an instant. Lightning breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. A whirlwind of high-speed rotating lightning surged from all directions, converging with the rain of shurikens. Facing the onslaught of fierce electricity and shurikens, Kakashi reflected, even if it's an afterimage, can I still move among them? To my surprise, I can take Amiao along with me. What a terrifying talent this explosive charm is, capable of detonating at any moment. However, let us conclude today's events here. He earnestly raised his white fang, a representation of his identity. With a clang, in a single strike, all the lightning and shurikens were sent flying. Amiao seemed to be affected as well, her knife momentarily swaying. At that instant, a sudden flash of red appeared before Kakashi Hatake, who had been skillfully evading the gaze of the little Uchiha Sharingan. It was Amiao's warning. The smooth blade clearly reflected a pair of slowly rotating Sharingan. Those eyes, slightly squinted with a smile, activated the Jinjutsu. The illusion merely halted Kakashi for a moment. Yet, in that fleeting second, a child burst forth from the ground. It was Matsuharu. His hand reached directly for the bell hanging at Kakashi's side, just a hair's breadth away. The smooth sensation filled Matsuharu with delight. Then he was lifted up, locking eyes with a pair of cheerful eyes. Kakashi-sensei, how unprincipled. Matsuharu struggled, bound and dangling from a tree branch like a fish, resorting to such underhanded tactics against us children. Matsuharu felt indignant as he was hoisted by Kakashi's shadow clone. Kakashi chuckled. I didn't expect you all to be so capable. Originally, that shadow clone was meant to prevent you from getting hurt. But who would have thought it would be used here? Moreover, during the tests, Matsuharu had been careless multiple times. He remarked, "You're solely focused on winning, aren't you? How childish to take it so seriously against children." Amiao, hanging silently from a tree, wore an expressionless face as she reprimanded him. Kakashi sighed helplessly. "I haven't even asked you yet. If I hadn't held back, that mark on your face would be much deeper. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Are you not defending at all?" Shizuku, also suspended, expressed concern. "Kakashi-Ajisen, Amiao's wound hasn't been treated yet. It looks quite painful." Kakashi responded, "That sounds rather odd." He sighed and set all three children down, patting their heads. "Overall, you performed exceptionally well, especially your teamwork. As my disciples, you must always be prepared for battle." Kakashi solemnly produced a large bento box. "But right now, the most important thing is to share this lunch." Upon opening it, they were greeted with a bounty of eel rice. Matsuharu quipped, "What does this have to do with anything? I must inquire." Realizing, Amiao had already assumed a stance to draw her blade. "Wait, are you intending to use your sword to cut the bento? Aren't we supposed to share it?" Amiao shot him a bewildered glance. "Is there no other tool for cutting eel?" Matsuharu exclaimed, "What about shurikens?" "Shurikens." At that moment, Shizuku quietly retrieved a slightly dusty haori, shook it off, and produced some medicine, calling out, "Amiao, let's treat your wound first." Matsuharu eagerly raised his hand. "Oh, I've learned medical ninjutsu. Let me do it." Medical ninjutsu? Amiao turned her steps towards Shizuku, but then pivoted to face Matsuharu, seriously stating, "Give it a try." Matsuharu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Shizuku, stop looking over here. He is truly just treating." Kakashi had already begun enjoying his eel rice. Youth truly is wonderful. Chapter 38. The innate attraction of the elder Saint Body Meow. A plump tabby cat struggled in Amiao's grasp, appearing quite displeased. Amiao, half squatting on a tree branch, expressionless, brought it closer. The cat transformed into a western diamondback rattlesnake within seconds. Amiao tilted her head. Below, Matsuharu, sporting several scratches on his face, looked up. "Did you catch it, Amiao?" This was the first mission for Kakashi's team, a D-rank task to apprehend a cloud. The three of them searched separately, with Matsuharu encountering the cloud first and chasing it up to a tree after being scratched. While Amiao was scanning the surroundings from her perch, a shadow darted past her. Where did that giant black rat come from? She instinctively reached out to intercept it, and upon closer inspection, recognized the muscular build and scarred eyes of Sang Biao. "Why do they call you Cloud?" Amiao expressed her confusion, only to be met with a hiss from the cat. By the time Shizuku arrived from another direction, having observed the situation through the crow's eyes, Cloud had already assumed a spiky-backed dragon form in front of Amiao. Old Wu! Old Wu! It spotted Shizuku rushing over like a savior, tail and ears tucked, darting behind him. Mew! Shizuku glanced down at the cloud caught between his paws before looking at the expressionless Amiao. This scene feels eerily familiar. Is it just my imagination? Amiao solemnly quoted a famous saying, I am not disliked. No, no, it is evident that it dislikes you, Amiao. Matsuharu chimed in. It wasn't this obvious when I was chasing it. He was hit on the head by a stone, glaring angrily at the approaching direction. Up in the sky, a crow flew by. Sometimes, one cannot even discern whether the enemy is human or bird. He resignedly turned back. So, when do we submit the mission? Shizuku held the meowing cat, allowing Amiao to examine it. Soon, it will be ready. After a long day of D-rank missions, Kakashi, under the fiery gazes of the children, chuckled awkwardly. Due to a shortage of lower-rank ninjas, I'll be stationed at the battlefield starting next week. This was somewhat reassuring. And the three children nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi mused, most lower ninjas are reluctant to head to the battlefield. What on earth is wrong with these kids? Kakashi recalled that back then, even Kakashi wasn't this difficult to manage. After a busy day, Master Meow returned home to be greeted by Mimi. Mimi slowly strolled over. Standing still, the intensity of Mimi's gaze sharpened. Amiao suddenly remembered the lingering scent of cat on her. You smell like its perfume. Mimi elongated her neck, chasing Amiao and pecking Amiao. The thieving cat. You know my heart. I've merely divided it into several pieces, Amiao explained while dodging. Can we have beef rice for dinner? Xin peeked from the kitchen. I want 3 bowls. Amiao raised her hand in indication, only to turn back to battle as Mimi nearly pecked her Haori off. Xin hummed a tune, merrily cooking amidst the clattering sounds. When Danzo returned home with Yamato, he found an upturned sofa, a toppled cabinet, and feathers strewn everywhere. Meanwhile, Amiao was standing upside down on the ceiling, locking eyes with the flying Mimi. On this day, Danzo was reminded of the terror of being governed by Amiao. He painfully held his forehead. Xin, oblivious, emerged from the kitchen. Father, elder brother, you're back. Dinner is ready. Yamato replied, all right. He had just learned how to make a room today, and it was just the right time to put it to use. Danzo questioned, wait, what are you sending? Thus, Kakashi's team spent a week on D-rank and C-rank missions. Finally, the afternoon before their departure to the battlefield, Kakashi solemnly handed each of the 3 a scroll. Although the tasks assigned to you are not dangerous, the battlefield is ever-changing. You must remain vigilant. He expressed unease. If any one of you encounters trouble, the village will tremble. He asked again, what should you do if you meet the enemy? Matsuharu cheerfully replied, if we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. Amiao drew her blade, strike first. Shizuka smiled, don't worry, sensei. I will keep an eye on them. It's about notifying the leading jonin for assistance. Kakashi sighed deeply. Well, with Shizuka here, I suppose he is a sensible child. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Amiao-chan. 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 Danzo clung to his sister's waist, tearful. Is Amiao really going to the battlefield? Fully armed, Amiao reminded him of the days when the Demon Slayer Corps lived in constant fear, never knowing when they might face danger. His life had always been akin to walking on thin ice. Although Tsukumo Hatake was a mentor chosen after much deliberation by Danzo, one couldn't help but wonder why he had to join the battlefield so soon. Was Konoha truly in such dire need of personnel? Hey, it's time for dinner, father, aunt, and brother, Shin called out, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the moment. Amiao dragged his brother to the dining table and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. When I return, we'll go out for barbecue together. Danzo let out a sharp exclamation. Don't jinx it. Although he longed to accompany them, the situation in the Land of Lightning was escalating beyond control. Both he and Uchiha Kagami were required to remain on standby. Danzo reluctantly leaned against the doorframe, watching as Amiao waved goodbye while heading towards Shursui. What are you doing here? He blurted out, quickly regaining his composure. It's quite early, Shursui. Shursui averted his gaze momentarily, causing Danzo to think he had imagined it. Yes, Grandfather Danzo. I happened to be walking with Amiao. The path was indeed convenient, connecting the northwest and northeast of the village. Danzo sighed internally. He was aware of the close relationship between the 2 children. Safe travels, he waved dismissively. feeling overwhelmed by the busyness of the day. How can you all sleep at a time like this? At the assembly point, Matsu and Jun exchanged shocked glances at the two beside them. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night, exclaimed one. Amiao's backpack peeked out, quack. Wow. Matsu jumped in surprise. When did you get there? Only children can't sleep the night before a trip, Amiao sharply remarked. It seems we are indeed just kids. Shursui looked skyward. Sakumo Hataki stood with his arms crossed, observing silently. Playing the mysterious expert, are we? Matsu eyed him skeptically. After a few moments, both he and Amiao turned their gazes in unison towards a single direction. Sakumo greeted them with a smile. You're here. Hataki-senpai, Minato appeared with a flash. Sorry for our tardiness. No worries. Just try to hurry along, Sakumo reassured them. Everyone's lagging behind, Kakashi remarked, casting a glance at his father and the three children beside him. The atmosphere thickened with the presence of Amiao and the Uchiha. Obito, over here. Rin's voice grew closer as her figure materialized before them. Whoa, Grandma, take it easy, I'll help you. Obito shouted, triggering an unexpected twist. That's how it is, Kakashi shrugged. Minato, sorry about that. He scratched his face in embarrassment. Kakashi had previously thought Obito's excuse for helping an old lady cross the street was a cover for being late, until one day they decided to stake out the area. Well, the timing seems just right for departure, but whose child is helping 7 or 8 old folks along the way? They watched helplessly as Konoha's elderly seemed to flock towards him. Since that day, no one questioned Obito as tardiness again. This boy is truly honest, Sakumo mused. Indeed, Kakashi and Matsu simultaneously remarked, a natural magnet for the elderly. They paused, exchanging glances. Could it be you as well? What are you two gossiping about, you silly Kakashi? Obito chimed in, only to be gently hushed by Rin and Minato. Perhaps in the future, he might encounter an old man in a cave who will bestow upon him the secrets of martial arts, Amiao muttered. Amiao, that's something that only exists in novels. Shursui sighed. Moreover, the one encountered in the cave may not necessarily be an old man. Kakashi leaned closer to Matsu. Have you ever felt, for just a fleeting moment, that you were exceptionally brilliant? Matsu nodded in agreement. It's supposed to be a 3-man team, after all. They both sighed simultaneously. Sakumo and Minato exchanged knowing glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation akin to that of a teacher facing their students. And he humbly acknowledged, thank you for your hard work, Minato. Not at all. Minato quickly waved his hands. Kakashi is truly outstanding. Although sometimes he can be reckless, even more so than Obito. Isn't this atmosphere a bit familiar? His gaze slowly fell upon a cold, unknown swordsman clad in a haori. Upon reaching Konoha's encampment established for the battle against the Sand Village, the atmosphere of war began to reveal itself gradually. Within half an hour of their arrival, 3 ninjas had already patrolled the area. Sakumo took the lead in organizing the changeover of tents, tasks that were beyond the capabilities of Genin and Chunin. The 6 children, upon receiving orders to repair the trenches, made their way to the rear of the camp. Previously, several puppet masters had launched a suicide attack using numerous puppets. Although no casualties occurred, some defensive measures had been damaged and were now in urgent need of repair. They were assigned to tackle part of that work. Ugh, Matsu lamented. It's not as impressive as that woman's punch. The ground remains unscathed. Surely, you're not referring to Lady Tsunade, Kakashi thought to himself. That was indeed the case. None present could withstand her single blow. Not far away, several teenagers and a Chunin stood in their path, sternly blocking them. Hey, this isn't TA playground. Whereas your supervising teacher. They're in a meeting. We were instructed to come here first, Rin replied politely. Is there a problem? This area is quite dangerous. The Chunin frowned, scrutinizing their heights, which suggested they could barely perform a few jutsu without chakra. What if something goes wrong? Your supervising Jounin is far too. Boom. A loud explosion interrupted him. An enemy attack. The Chunin exclaimed, looking up in alarm. On the other side, a petite girl clad in a yellow haori had just sheathed her sword, and the massive boulder standing before her had split smoothly in half. Well done, Amiao. A bespectacled boy with a sun-kissed complexion cheered, throwing his arms in the air. Yash, I can't fall behind. He aggressively threw a punch, sending half of the boulder crashing to the ground. On the other side, a rather delicate boy with curly hair sighed. That was a bit too loud, Amatsu. Everyone is looking over here. Wasn't that initial sound for me? The boy named Amatsu questioned, pushing his glasses up. Oh, you all are amazing. A slightly older boy wearing goggles rushed over. Watch this, fire style, Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted forth. The Chunin silently turned away. That's how it is. A white-haired boy with a mop of hair covering half his face shrugged. I'll handle any issues that arise. Thank you for your reminder. The girl with 2 streaks of paint on her face nodded slightly, and the two turned to rush towards the commotion. Wait, isn't that the genius? A nearby genin whispered. Yeah, I think it's him, Kakashi Hitaki, another genin replied. The son of the White Fang of Konoha? Truly remarkable. Wait, he is only 8 years old and already a Chunin. The Chunin, who had been listening, couldn't help but ask. 8. He turned to confirm the scene once more. Lightning and sparks danced in the air, earth techniques and shattered stones coalescing. Indeed, geniuses seemed to attract one another. Finally, the Chunin gazed at the progress of their cleanup and mused, but why are they still smashing things? I haven't seen them start repairing yet. The Chunin scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps this is the thought process of a genius? Meanwhile, Shursui remarked, have we forgotten something? Ashui. Amiao called out to him from a distance. Come over here and help with the fire. Never mind, the important details will come to me soon enough. He instantly appeared beside Amiao. Chapter 39. An incomplete understanding of art, yet some knowledge of swordplay. Upon finishing their meeting, Tsukumo and Minato were informed that the 6 children had encountered a sand ninja at the border. Upon learning that no lives were in danger, both breathed a sigh of relief. As the report concluded, the Uchiha Jonin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It was merely an increase of 10 meters in the damaged defense area. That is all. The 2 individuals released a sigh of relief, only to inhale once more, exchanging glances before simultaneously uttering, your student, your disciple. The Uchiha who came to report questioned, what? Is that not needed anymore? He had yet to finish his sentence. The ones in danger were not them, but the sand shinobi. Kakashi pondered in confusion. Had Shursui failed to hold them back? Minato was equally baffled. Had Rin not managed to dissuade them? In any case, this is how the situation unfolded. Ameo was dismantling stones when, midway through, something shot out from the nearby bushes. Without a flicker of hesitation, Ameo kicked up a stone to shield herself and unleashed a strike in that direction. Thunder of the breath of lightning, 4th form, distant thunder. Crackle. The bright, fluorescent yellow lightning struck instantaneously. Silence enveloped the bushes. Thud, thud. Stones tumbled to the ground, with several kunai embedded within them. Shursui appeared in an instant atop a tree beside the bushes, gazing downwards. His Sharingan could discern the fine strands of chakra gradually severing. Although Ameo had not sensed anyone in that direction, the fluctuations in chakra were undeniable. With a sense of assurance, he followed the trajectory of Ameo's earlier attack, gathering a substantial amount of chakra before delivering a powerful strike. Boom. The ground split open, revealing a puppet cleaved in 2. What in the world is happening? The Chunin, alerted by the unusual commotion, rushed over. After all, they were just children and required some care. 3 younger children faced the same direction, while a girl with painted face crouched down, frowning at the stones where the kunai were lodged, revealing a corroded blackness. It was poison. She lifted her gaze to Kakashi beside her. A puppet. Kakashi cast a glance at the puppet, decisively stating, Ninja from Sunigakure. Remain vigilant. What? The Chunin quickly signaled the still-working genin. Stay alert. Go inform the jonin. Yes, yes. Suddenly, the first fleeing genin was ensnared by something, screaming as he was hoisted into the air, only to be choked and thrust toward another person. The remaining genin froze, gazing in that direction. There stood an individual, seemingly disheveled yet exuding excitement, adorned with the headband of Sunigakure, surveying the crowd below from atop the fortifications. Fortunate, truly fortunate. This individual was a jonin from Sunigakure, who had feigned death to recuperate within a puppet after sustaining severe injuries, intending to escape, but unexpectedly finding a stroke of luck. He observed the genin and chunin repairing the defenses, clenching the hostage in his grasp. Before the Konoha jonin arrived, no, even when they did, they would not disregard the life of a genin, would they? Truly, heaven does not forsake its people. With a flick of his wrist, the sand shinobi rendered the genin's body numb, ensnaring him with azure chakra threads. The genin, in terror, realized he was moving against his will, drawing a kunai to attack his comrades. Get away, hurry, he cried in despair. Another genin, similarly ensnared by the chakra threads, shouted in confusion. What is happening to my body? The sand shinobi, reveling in the chaotic scene, laughed heartily. I've realized the puppeteer's power has its limits. I shan't remain a puppeteer any longer. If I can paralyze a person's movements, I can control them, and it's far more comfortable than handling puppets. I shall become a master artisan of the people. At that moment, Chunin and others arrived 100 meters away, witnessing the frenzied spectacle. You bastard! Obito could no longer contain himself, furiously brandishing a shuriken towards the sand shinobi. The latter glanced over, captivated by the sight. Ah, splendid materials, he thought. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, this would surely add to the excitement. In an instant, a formidable aura surged forth. Gulp! Obito swallowed hard, sensing his body tremble. The group halted in their tracks, all experiencing the true killing intent befitting a jonin. It descended upon them like a landslide, an oppressive pressure that rendered them trembling. The Chunin, merely a novice elevated to Chunin status just 2 years prior, had seldom encountered a battlefield involving jonin. Quickly, seek out a jonin. He grit his teeth, nudging Kakashi, who appeared stunned, signaling for reinforcements. If you flee, don't blame me for being impolite. The sand shinobi deftly manipulated the 2 genin, who, under the terrified gazes of their peers, hurled their kunai at one another. No. The Chunin's eyes widened in horror. Clang. A blade intercepted the kunai. Crackle. In the Chunin's astonished gaze, the child he had perceived as merely chaotic appeared between the 2 genin, disregarding the sand shinobi's murderous intent. She shimmered with fluorescent yellow lightning, which erupted instantaneously. Crack. Thunder of the breath of lightning, first form, thunderclap. The strike, infused with searing electricity, severed the chakra threads binding them. Without the threads to support them, the 2 genin toppled backward. Thud. Kakashi and Shirzue timely caught the falling figures, exhaling in relief. Had Ameo not reacted swiftly, those 2 genin would have surely suffered. They exchanged glances and nodded. Ameo was furious. She had once experienced the torment of teammates being manipulated to attack her. Veins throbbed on her forehead in anger. Hiss! The cold air rushed into her scorching lungs, refusing to allow her to cool down in the slightest. Without turning back to Shirzue, she felt a familiar hand rest on her shoulder. The timing was impeccable. Ameo's right hand grasped the hilt of her blade. What? The sand jonin's enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted as he coughed twice, gritting his teeth. You insects. Do not obstruct my artistry. Boom. The thunder roared. The small yellow figure that had just been beneath him darted past, like a flash of lightning. Thud. Something fell to the ground. The sand shinobi glanced down to find a severed hand. Pain arrived belatedly. He clutched his severed right arm, wailing, my artistic prowess. You bastard. Boom. Before he could finish, another thunderclap resounded. The sand shinobi instinctively dodged. Rip. His already injured back was torn open. Excruciating pain flooding his senses as he felt air rush into his lungs from other directions. The late-arriving terror finally awakened him. Desperately, the sand shinobi struggled to escape. But it was too late. Boom. The final thunderclap echoed. Thunder of the breath of lightning, first form, triple flash. The sand shinobi felt an intense burning sensation around his neck. His vision blurred as he was hurled high into the air, only to crash down to the ground. In his fleeting glance, he caught sight of a headless corpse slowly toppling over. That can't be my body, can it? As the sand shinobi's consciousness began to fade, he heard the words of his executioner. Though I do not comprehend artistry, I possess some understanding of swordsmanship. Ameo sheathed her blade, tilting her head, her golden eyes fixated on the severed head on the ground. Take your artistry with you to the grave. The sand shinobi died, his eyes wide open, gazing into the brilliant gold. Did we survive? The Chunin's legs turned to jelly as he sat down. That person, has he died? So soon? In his eyes. The sand shinobi had stood still. Suddenly 3 arcs of light flashed by like lightning, followed by 3 thunderous booms, and his head had rolled off. Kakashi, observing Rin and Shirzue attending to the 2 genin, remarked with a deadpan expression, perhaps. Otherwise, would one survive after losing their head? Indeed. It is like the rebirth of a yakusha, murmured Obito. Why a yakusha? The first words spoken by Ameo, who was brought back by Shirzue, were this very question. Curiosity piqued, she inquired further. Obito jumped in surprise, truly startled. In his startled leap, he landed squarely in Ameo's arms, dazedly lifting his head to meet her expressionless gaze. After a moment, Lin, who had turned back after a lengthy silence, gasped in astonishment at the sight. Matsuho looked at him with sympathy. Brother, you are finished. Kakashi turned his back to the scene, his shoulders shaking. Surely, he was not crying. Obito, how long do you intend to linger? Shursui, perhaps still reveling in the aftermath of battle, had yet to retract his Sharingan, and he was smiling at Obito. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Obito sprang up. Why yes. I'm so sorry. It's completely fine. Ameo politely replied. Obito dashed up a tree, crouching with his head cradled in his arms. Being princess carried by a girl much younger than him felt worse than death. Lin, I'm so sorry. I just wanted a plastic chair. Ignoring the quietly shattered Obito, Ameo stroked her chin. It would be best if it were non-biodegradable. Shursui, puzzled, retracted his Sharingan. Is there a purpose to this? Ameo replied seriously. I heard from my elder brother that it can grant us power. Shursui, is this some new training method? The other Chunin, eavesdropping, thought. These geniuses seem quite different from my expectations. Hey, what is going on? A patrolling ninja, arriving late, appeared serious upon seeing the chaotic scene, his Uchiha coloring unmistakable. His Sharingan scanned the oldest Chunin present, who shrank back under his gaze. Ah, Uncle Goru. Shursui smiled and stepped forward. Long time no see. I didn't know you were here. The Uchiha, referred to as Uncle Goru, relaxed his expression. Congratulations on graduating early. Shursui. The Chunin gasped. What? Young master? Matsuho muttered to himself. Who isn't a young master? I'm a Senju myself. The Chunin gasped again. What? Young master Senju. He began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Is this a gathering of privileged connections? Kakashi and Minato approached the defense fortifications, weary from their endeavors, ready to tidy up after their students. Upon arrival, they witnessed a boy fervently gripping Ameo's hand, declaring, I can never repay the kindness of Miss Shimura. His reaction was so exaggerated it was as if he were shouting loyalty. Ameo's response was simple, I'm merely a passing Leaf Genin. Chapter 40, Night Raid. What Leaf Genin can defeat a Jonin in a split second? After the Uchiha Jonin confirmed that the fallen Sand Ninja was indeed the direct disciple of Elder Chiyo from the Sand Village, he fell into contemplation. He turned to assess the boy again. Still expressionless, he bore the demeanor of a recluse. Does he look somewhat familiar? Uchiha Goru suddenly had an epiphany, recalling a figure in a yellow Haori. Ah, isn't that. He turned back towards that direction, only to find Shursui smiling and gazing back at him. Uncle Goru, is there anything else? The case was solved. Uchiha Goru turned back, relieved. Nothing at all. So it was young Master Shursui I saw that night. No wonder he graduated suddenly. How splendid. Now he understood everything. Speaking of which, where was that other little Uchiha? Hey, what are you doing? From a distance, a girl with a pineapple hairstyle rushed over, shouting, Why are you dismantling the defense wall? The children exchanged glances, finally letting Lin politely address her. Our mission was to dismantle and rebuild the damaged defense barrier. Is there something wrong with that? The girl with the pineapple hairstyle asked expressionlessly. Didn't you notice anything amiss while you were dismantling it? For instance, how intact the barrier is. No, not really. Lin replied, glancing at Ameo, who had struck first. At that moment, Obito, in the task area, finally jumped down from the tree under Shursui's scrutiny. Pulling out a map, the mission clearly states this area, yet the writing is reversed. Shursui silently flipped the map for him. Ahaha. Uchiha Obito broke into a cold sweat under the gazes of the others. You fool. You actually held it upside down. Kakashi, furious, kicked him away. Matsuho looked at the very flat ground, swallowing hard. So, the defense barrier wasn't brought down by the Sand Ninja, yet you all dismantled it completely? Ameo scratched her head. I don't know. I just cut it open. I'm really sorry. We thought it was the mission area. Shursui bowed apologetically. Well, it's already done. There's no way around it now. Kakashi scratched his head, exasperated. Shall we rebuild it? The girl with the pineapple hairstyle remained silent for a moment, glancing at the tearful Obito, sighing as she turned to Uchiha Goru. Indeed. Intelligence can never be compensated for by postnatal effort against inherent flaws. Uchiha Goru replied, Why are you looking at me? However, he cast a glance at the responsible individual whose forehead was twitching and decided to distance himself from this troublesome situation. I'll go call their Jonin. Uchiha Goru swiftly vanished. At that moment, one of the rescued Genin had received a temporary antidote and was being supported by the Chunin, trembling as he approached. Miss Shimura. This was the scene that Kakashi and Minato witnessed upon their arrival. The Genin, overwhelmed with emotion, wept. If you do not reject me, I am willing to be your dog. A rather thunderous declaration. The Chunin regretted having brought him along. Ameo's head was filled with a large question mark. In the next moment, a hand landed on the Jinin's arm, freeing Amao's hand from his grasp. I'm sorry, this is quite troubling for Amao. Shursui explained with a smile. The Jinin, after receiving an apology from the Chunin, left in humiliation. The atmosphere became somewhat peculiar, with others falling silent. Amao glanced at Shursui, who was smiling yet seemed a bit upset, thought for a moment, and poked him. Actually, I prefer cats. I just don't understand why they run away when they see me. Oh, really? Shursui seemed to ponder something, stuttering. Well, that's acceptable? Acceptable? Amao tilted her head. Did Shursui's ears appear to redden? Kakashi rolled his eyes and turned away, glancing once more at the dejected Obito and the comforting Lin beside him. A sigh escaped both of them in unison. He looked up and saw his father, looking pale, watching the scene. Beside him was Minato, who appeared inexplicably excited. The responsible girl with the pineapple hairstyle had a glimmer of parental retribution in her eyes as she marched towards the two. So, you mean to say you only needed 3 strikes to slay the Sand Ninja, yet it took you an entire hour to break the stone? Kakashi gazed at the shattered remnants of what was once the defense barrier, slowly covering his face with both hands. Truly comparable to the destructive power of a tailed beast. Beside him, Minato bowed deeply to the irate responsible individual. I apologize for the trouble caused, but considering these children dealt with the Sand Ninja, I hope you can be lenient. The girl, clearly taken aback, replied. In any case, it must be restored to its original state today. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Let us get to work, Kakashi said wearily. The group began to take action. Matsuho now deeply regretted using Earth Release to compact the ground so firmly. Now, it is well and truly beyond repair. With a furrowed brow, he pondered for a while before ultimately deciding. Boom. The sound and tremor startled the hand-signing Obito, causing him to falter in his gesture. A mouthful of fire getting caught in his throat. Coughing, tears blurred his vision as he turned to discern the source of the disturbance. There stood Matsuno, disheveled and dirty, being hoisted by Kakashi Hatake amidst a vast expanse of devastated earth. How did you even think of detonating several explosive tags at once? Kakashi, looking utterly exhausted, remarked. Had I not diverted my attention to this commotion and intervened in time, there might have been some familiar faces turning into acquaintances here. I merely aimed to loosen the soil, Matsuno chuckled sheepishly. Amai and Shursui, who had neither learned Earth Release nor possessed Earth Chakra, stood by, assisting with directions and occasionally adjusting the shape of the earth. Some Chunin had also come to lend a hand. Scratching his head, he noted, after all, they are our saviors. We must help where we can. As the sun set, everyone sighed in relief at the sight of the defensive barrier before them. Amai, feeling exhausted, almost sank to the ground, only to be caught just in time by Shursui. Matsuno let out a deep sigh, causing both of them to tumble over. The 3 children leaned against one another, sitting in a haphazard manner. You all performed admirably today, Kakashi said, crouching to ruffle the filthy yet fluffy heads of the trio. But next time, do pay heed to the mission requirements. The fatigue from prolonged use of the breathing technique caused Amai to see stars, and she promptly dozed off against Shursui's head. As Kakashi continued speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of even breathing. Looking down, he discovered Amai had fallen asleep within the angle formed by Matsuno and Shursui. Neither dared to move. Matsuno shot him a significant glance. Kakashi mused. He hasn't finished speaking. But oh well. She has indeed worked hard today. He nodded to Minato and Kakashi, saying, We'll take our leave. Amai has already fallen asleep. He then declined Shursui's suggestion of carrying Amai, who also appeared weary, and instead hoisted all 3 of them up, with Amai slung over his waist, vanishing in an instant. Minato looked on with a sense of satisfaction, then glanced down at the trio who seemed to be waiting for his cue. Are you hungry? Shall we have a meal first? He ultimately acquiesced. Hooray! Obito replied eagerly. I am absolutely famished. Rin added with a smile. Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, commented. If it weren't for some certain individual who misread the map, we would have already been resting by now. Damn it! Obito retorted, unable to counter. Rin interjected, well, perhaps it was because we were lost that we stumbled upon that Sand Ninja. Obito perked up. Look, this is what youth is all about. Minato thought to himself, feeling a sense of contentment. Was I like this when I was younger? That night, Amai awoke, feeling ravenously hungry. The unfamiliar tent ceiling loomed above her, and her stomach was empty. She propped herself up to survey her surroundings. She found herself in a makeshift tent, with Rin sleeping nearby. The intense hunger pang she had not experienced in a long time made Amai feel a bit anxious. She pressed her hand against her belly and resolved to seek out food. Moving quietly, she restrained her breath and gently roused Mimi, who was nestled beside her. Mimi, still drowsy, expertly led Amai to a spot where the aroma of food wafted through the air. On the table inside the tent lay a bento, placed right in the center. It was prepared by Ajui. Amai swallowed the last morsel of food, the sensation of her stomach being filled allowing her taut nerves to relax. However, after lying down for quite some time, Amai still could not fall asleep. She glanced at the now sleeping Mimi and made a decision. In the morning, Shirzue felt an unusual heaviness in his body, as if something was pressing down upon him. Was it the blanket? Or perhaps the exhaustion from yesterday's endeavors had left him unable to recover? With bleary eyes, he opened them to find the tent ceiling above him. The sound of nearby breathing caught his attention. Huh, why is it so close? Shirzue instantly woke up, on high alert. There, unmistakably, was Amai's face. Her honey-like eyes were closed, her cheeks flushed with health, as she breathed evenly. Huh. Shirzue halted his movement. Slipping down from his chest was Amai's arm. Then what was the sensation on his legs? Huh. His muddled mind began to piece together the situation. So that's why he felt so heavy. No. This was not the time to think about such things. This was no dream. How could Amai be here? His thoughts stumbled as they began to process. Shirzue instinctively glanced toward the source of the commotion. At that moment, Amai seemed disturbed from her slumber, furrowing her brow before pulling him back into her embrace. Huh. Shirzue tumbled into her arms, warmth enveloping him. He curled up helplessly, praying that Matsuno, sharing the same tent, wouldn't he wake up too early, at least not before he could extricate himself without disturbing Amai. But then voices echoed from outside. Uncle Kakashi, have you seen Amai? It was Rin's voice, who shared a tent with Amai. That child might have gone to practice her sword. Is that not Mimi? Do you know where Amai is? Kakashi's voice followed. Water, Mimi succinctly replied. Perhaps she went to freshen up. The voices faded away. Shirzue's tense body relaxed. But Amai had awakened. Ajui. Shirzue's mind buzzed as he lifted his head to look at Amai. Through her sleep-laden gaze, her golden eyes appeared somewhat hazy. She looked at Shirzue and said, Sakura cake. Then, she bit down on his cheek. First, it was soft, then a sharp pain, followed by an unforgettable, slippery sensation. A warmth began to spread from the spot where Amai made contact with him. As she nibbled on his cheek and tugged at it, finding it flavorless, she surrendered and lay back down, turning her head to fall asleep once more. Leaving Shirzue in a daze, covering his face, his Sharingan activated without him realizing it. Staring at her. Was that it? Did she not bite down harder? After a pause, I told you not to eat. Shirzue sighed, disappointment washing over him as he tucked the blanket around Amai. He then looked up to meet another pair of eyes, Matsuno, who had remained silent on the other bed. The two shared a wordless exchange. Finally, Matsuno, wearing a complex expression, regarded Shirzue and said, Brother, why are your eyes still open? I'm quite frightened. What if I am killed for stepping into the tent with my left foot tonight? Chapter 41. Crying? Crying counts as time too. Shirzue was well aware that his family was rife with peculiar rumors. Tales of encountering a Uchiha at the dango shop at any moment, or that if they stared at someone, it was a sign of disdain, or that one must not gaze directly into an Uchiha's eyes lest something terrifying occur. Most of these were mere fabrications, or were they? However, within the clan, one rumor circulated more widely than others. Uchiha did not divorce, they only experienced widowhood. When he first heard this as a child, he had inquired about it from his grandfather and Uncle Fugaku. Their reactions were always, oh dear, divorce? Is that even a thing? It was not merely a rumor. He had been profoundly shocked and expressed his confusion. His grandfather had only chuckled and tousled his hair, saying, Shirzue is still so young, how adorable. At that time, Shirzue had been oblivious to the meaning behind those words, until the day he opened his eyes. So that is how it was. After the excesses of the tent had fled like a phantom, Shirzue turned back to gaze at Amai. Just looking at her brought him joy. A feather-like lightness filled his chest. He gently bent down to caress Amai's cheek. Soft, fair, the Sharingan allowed him to see the blood flowing slowly beneath her skin. She looked delectable. Shirzue swallowed hard. Did he not only yearn to be devoured but also to consume Amai? Was such a sentiment truly normal? Rationality still lingered in thought. Yet the body succumbed to an uncontrollable urge to approach Amiao. Alas, what a predicament! Ji Shui, in a moment of acquiescence, gently bit Amiao's cheek. It was as soft as he had imagined. He lifted his head and licked his lips, only to find no sweetness. Instinctively, Ji Shui glanced at the spot he had bitten, finding no trace left behind, before locking eyes with a pair of golden orbs. Eek! He covered his mouth as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner. He had bitten his tongue. Amiao sat up abruptly, prying Ji Shui's hand away, and said sternly, "If you bite it off, it will be disastrous. Behave, let me see." Ji Shui, feeling the pressure in his hands, nearly cried. He wished to show Amiao his dashing side, yet here he was, in such an embarrassing predicament. Now it made sense. Amiao could not sleep and sought a familiar sensation. Minato smiled as he leaned down to observe Amiao practice with his sword, and then Amiao replied expressionlessly, 1,399, 1,400, then dreamt of eating Sakura rice cakes. 1,401. Oh, it seemed Ji Shui's face bore the imprint of teeth. Lin, passing by, gasped and covered her mouth. I was startled when I couldn't find Amiao this morning. If he was looking for Ji Shui, I would have felt reassured. She smiled as she ruffled Amiao's hair. Such a good relationship. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, remarked, "Hey. Seriously, I'm quite impressed with Minato-sensei's carefree demeanor." He exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead and glancing back at the fierce battle between the Uchiha and Senju clans. There was Suigetsu, being chased by Ji Shui, exclaiming mid-flight, "I don't want to be named. Why not say I'm just a frame?" Meanwhile, on the ground lay Obito, peacefully asleep after succumbing to a Jinjutsu from the Sharingan. Kakashi sighed. How long would this adjustment period take? Father had already returned to the front lines. He did not wish to remain here. On the battlefield, Kakashi Shomo encountered Chiyo. Or rather, he was directly sought out. The Konoha White Fang, Chiyo's gaze was sharp, fixating on the figure standing before her, Kakashi Shomo. The man bore no expression, holding his short blade with a steady grip. "I'm here, what is it?" A sense of oppression enveloped them. In the intelligence reports from Sunagakure, the name Konoha White Fang was etched in countless blood. It was you, wasn't he it? Chiyo inhaled deeply. "My disciple, Suna no Yuki. You killed him, didn't he you?" Kakashi's grip on the blade faltered slightly. "Who? You needn't feign innocence here." Chiyo scoffed at his expression. Just yesterday, his summoning contract vanished. Kakashi seemed to recall. He offered a slight, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I'm not quite clear on the specifics. Perhaps we can discuss this after our battle? Could it be the same one Amiao had slain with 3 strikes just yesterday? It was rather too coincidental." "Very well." Chiyo's temples throbbed as she formed hand seals. Art of puppetry, unity of mind and body. The scroll exploded in a cloud of smoke, revealing 2 life-sized puppets crafted from actual corpses hovering in the air. "Let them come and seek vengeance." Chiyo's fingers danced. The sharp sound of air being sliced rushed toward Kakashi. This time it truly isn't me, Kakashi sighed, yet he recognized the 2 figures. With a swift motion, the White Fang unsheathed his blade. Just as the puppets of Chiyo's parents approached ominously, Kakashi transformed into a streak of white light, slicing accurately at the joint of the puppets. Crack! The arms of the puppets fell apart. Kakashi rose to face Chiyo. "Is that all? If you seek revenge?" "It seems a bit lacking." "Kakashi." A sudden thud echoed as a ninja dog appeared at the defensive barrier. It was Pakin. "What's wrong?" Kakashi paused, his hands still forming seals, looking at the dog. "It's Shomo." Pakin lowered its head, remaining silent for a moment. What is it?" Kakashi inquired. "I have bad news and good news. Which do you wish to hear?" Pakin scratched its ear with its hind leg. "Don't keep me in suspense. Spill it." Kakashi gripped the nape of its neck. The young one was quite impatient. "The bad news is Shomo encountered a puppeteer named Scorpion and was poisoned, and the enemy managed to escape." Pakin quickly began to defend its reputation. "And the good news?" A familiar voice suddenly chimed in. Pakin turned to see a familiar child. This child isn't the one who wanted to snatch his freeze-dried food. "The good news is Lady Tsunade happens to be returning today." It scratched its ear again. Speaking rapidly, Shomo means he wants his students to complete their tasks well and have Minato-sensei bring them to the battlefield. That is all. Pakin transformed into blue smoke and vanished. Amiao's expression fell in disappointment. "Ji Shui, aren't you fond of cats?" Minato, who was about to lead 6 children, exclaimed. Me? Led 6? And go to the battlefield? Is that for real?" A week later, boom. A flash of yellow light was followed by a thunderous roar. A sand ninja, clutching his neck that had almost been severed, trembled in cold sweat, hiding in a crevice of a rocky pillar. Had it not been for the sand clones saving his life, he would be dead. The sound of crackling electricity was alarmingly close, echoing in his ears. The sand ninja, terrified, covered his mouth to stifle any sounds of fear. After a while, just as he felt he could no longer hold back, the footsteps receded. He let out a sigh of relief. Where on earth did that come from? Without a word, they had aimed for his neck. Their speed so swift it was nearly impossible to evade, accompanied by a lightning chakra strike. He could still feel the numbness coursing through him. He had not encountered such a style on the battlefield just days prior. The sand ninja stifled a sob. How infuriating! Who was spreading the word that besides White Fang and Uchiha, the rest of Konoha posed no threat? What was that yellow entity? Ayasha? Tap. The sand ninja froze. Something seemed to be behind him. He slowly turned around, looking down. In the corner, where there should have been nothing, a pair of lifeless golden eyes stared back at him. The owner of the golden eyes tilted their head, asking, "Are you crying?" Eek! A scream erupted. Amiao gazed at the weeping sand ninja before him, sighed without expression, and drew his sword. Crying? Even that counts as time. Boom! Thunder rumbled once more. The cries abruptly ceased. Amiao flicked his blade, free of blood, and sheathed it. Minato, who had witnessed the entire scene, twitched his mouth in disbelief as he glanced at the 5 children beside him. Wow, so strong. As expected of Amiao, they chattered excitedly. Minato guided them to adapt to the battlefield, releasing them one by one for better management. In contrast to others who were still inexperienced in facing enemies, Amiao simply drew his sword and began to strike. Was this truly his first time on the battlefield? Had he forgotten to drink the soup of oblivion? Watching Amiao finish off his opponents before glancing in his direction and continuing on his predetermined path, Minato rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Is this some sort of test of management skills from Kakashi-senpai? This examination feels exceedingly difficult. Chapter 42, Minato. I've got it. No, wait. How have the children performed? You've worked hard these past few days, Minato-kun. Lying in bed, looking robust, Kakashi Shomo chuckled. In front of him stood Minato, who looked as though he was about to lose his soul. Yes, it has been a bit exhausting, However, he had just experienced 6 children, 4 of whom were ready to abandon ship at any moment, sensing that those he caught were the fastest runners, who could summon thunder and lightning at any time. At first, he could teleport perfectly to intercept them, but since Jishui entered the fray with his own teleportation technique, things had become complicated. Such a technique, capable of carrying others, was one Minato had personally taught. Wonderful, I've truly dug my own grave. Ultimately, the situation improved only when the Flying Thunder God technique was directly stamped onto their clothing corners, except for Amiao. In a moment when the Flying Thunder God arrived, Amiao had pulled him away several meters. Such a diminutive stature, where could such strength come from? As Watergate reminisced, he marveled at the swift progress of the children. Merely speaking of it exhausts me. Shikaku remained silent for a moment, feeling a sense of regret. Just then, the door was flung open, and both turned to see Tsunade. She carried medicine in one hand and Mitsuho in the other, followed closely by a shy Rin. Oh, you're all here. How fortunate. I was reluctant to make the trip myself. Tsunade cheerfully set Mitsuho down and patted his shoulder. Mitsuho cried out in pain and crouched down. In any case, let these 2 follow my lead until they are capable of standing on the battlefield alone. Tsunade grinned. I will teach them well. Wait, what? Watergate was taken aback. Wasn't this the most stable child in their team? No problem, Shikaku responded, already acquiescing to Mitsuho's tearful expression. Please take them. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. The 2 groups had always operated together. This way, the 2 medical ninjas could support each other, reducing the likelihood of this kid's demise. Indeed, she is simply a genius. Oh, and here is today's medicine. Let us see if there is any improvement. With that, Tsunade whisked the 2 children away. The door closed with a thud, sealing Watergate's unspoken words inside. His hand, which had reached halfway, slowly fell. This is fine. For children are certainly better than 6. Shikaku continued to chatter beside him. Watergate envisioned a future where Rin would no longer be there to guide Obito and Kakashi, while Amiao and Shirzue ran amok without Mitsuho to provide warnings. Was this hell? He drifted away slowly. In the second week, northwest, the night heron in the tree alerted those below. Someone is injured. Hurry. Watergate's expression turned serious. All right, please. Night flash, moonlit blue. With a flap, The night heron took flight, and everyone followed suit. Isn't it called Mimi? Kakashi remarked, trailing behind with a blank stare. No worries, Mimi likes that name too. Amiao coolly retorted. It can distinguish between a full meal and a meager one. Obito quipped. Ah, it seems this low pressure isn't as inconsequential as it appears. There were 4 visible enemies. Shirzue utilized his Sharingan to connect with the crow's vision. 3 were injured, and 1 was under siege, with no enemy reinforcements detected nearby. Quite precise. Watergate nodded approvingly. Whether it was Amiao-S or Shirzue-S or Kakashi-S summoned beasts, they were all adept at tracking. However, while their tracking abilities were formidable, their combat prowess remained weak, rendering them rarely deployed in ordinary battles. Then came the series of events that had transpired in the past few weeks. Just 2 days prior, everything had shifted after he received an unexpected assistance mission. Upon hearing it was an assistance mission, Amiao promptly summoned her summoned beast, which swiftly took flight after seemingly communicating with nearby birds, guiding them along. During this time, Shirzue and Kakashi's summoned beasts provided route corrections and new intelligence. The mission concluded with astonishing success, arriving at the destination in record time and miraculously. No child was lost along the way. After receiving the gratitude from those they assisted, Watergate thought he was dreaming. Thus, he continued to accept such missions the next day, realizing it was no dream, it was real. Ah, good. He has got it. Watergate was moved to tears. Thank you, Kushina, for your blessing. By the time they rushed to the scene, 3 sand ninjas were besieging a leaf ninja, while another was using wind release combined with sand to eliminate the injured on the ground. In the terrified eyes of the 3, the sand surged like a wave sweeping towards them. Despicable, the besieged individual cried out. Amiao was suddenly enveloped in electric light. Boom. The first form of thunder breathing. Thunder flash. The thunder roared as she appeared before the 3, attempting to block the attack. Wait. The 3 were astonished, then worried. Run, little sister. Watergate covered his face. Does lightning release counter wind release? Amiao, are you serious? However, it must be noted that she always prioritized the safety of those she was assisting during missions. Such a good child. Yet, the sand waves could not merely be severed by blades. Huh. Shirzue formed hand seals. His cheeks puffed as he unleashed a technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The sand waves were dispersed, losing their previous momentum. However, the remaining sand still splattered across Amiao's face. I thought it was someone noteworthy. It turns out to be just a few stinky kids, the sand ninja one sneered. Kakashi leaped in front of him, rolling his eyes as he began to form seals. If you lose to these kids, you might as well end it all. The sand ninja one's expression soured. Don't think anyone here will show you mercy. Are you all right? Shirzue inquired, taking advantage of their standoff to check on Amiao. I forgot to adjust my sensitivity, pressed the wrong button. Amiao stood up, shaking off the sand from her hair. Let us go again. At this moment, the injured 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing towards their companions. A golden-haired figure, dressed as a leaf jonin, appeared nearby. He smiled gently, nodding. You've all done well to hold on until now. Please leave the rest to us. Reinforcements. The injured ninjas felt a surge of joy. Might Guy? Wonderful, we are saved. The somewhat injured Might Guy replied, oh, thank you, but I'm fine. The sand ninjas 3, 4, and 5 scoffed. That golden-haired brat and a few stinky kids appeared from nowhere. As long as they used the injured as leverage, they would be at a stalemate. This peculiar ninja, who only knew taijutsu, was injured as a result. Leaf Village, truly admirable in brotherhood, they taunted each other, casting glances in that direction. Huh, where did they go? Not only were the 3 injured individuals missing, but even the taijutsu ninja had vanished. Apologies, but if you're looking for them, it might take a while. The golden-haired individual in front smiled apologetically. Perhaps you'd prefer to join us over there? The sand ninja, too, suddenly shivered. This method of movement, he had heard of it before. Perhaps today was not a suitable day to be out. He took a step back. Leave this to me. Prepare yourself. Fire release. Great fireball. Uchiha Obito formed seals and expelled a massive fireball, engulfing Sand Ninja 2. Meanwhile, Sand Ninjas 3 and 4 faced a child wielding a knife and a smiling child. What is happening? That golden-haired brat isn't doing anything? He merely stood atop a rock pillar, observing the battle below. Sand Ninja 3 understood. They were the training dummies chosen by this golden-haired child. Sand Ninjas 2 and 4 were already embroiled in combat. Sand Ninja 3 cautiously regarded the seemingly unthreatening child before him. exchanging glances with his companion. What thoughts lay behind those lifeless eyes? He resolved to employ his puppet technique. A towering puppet was extracted from a scroll and lunged directly toward her. Amiao pondered whether she could commence training in total concentration and patterns. Additionally, through battlefield observation, she noted that while thunder breathing was swift, it could only deliver localized strikes. Thus, how could she enhance it? The puppet, exuding an overwhelming presence, swung a barbed whip toward her. Amiao gripped her blade. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled. Crack. Boom. In an instant, Amiao unleashed a flurry of lightning slashes. The sixth form of thunder breathing, lightning strike. The sand ninja felt a sudden flash of lightning before his ears buzzed, and the enormous puppet he controlled ceased all movement. It shattered into countless fragments, cascading down like the ruins of a collapsed structure. Amid the falling debris, he beheld the small figure deftly sheathing her blade. Memories of a rumor resurfaced. Intelligence indicated that the apprentice of Konoha's White Fang had also arrived, her appearance shrouded in mystery, save for her weapon. It was said she specialized in hunting puppet masters. Could she be? Suddenly, the sand ninja coughed up a mouthful of blood. Staring in disbelief at the ground, he felt sharp cuts appearing across his body, blood gushing forth. In a scene reminiscent of a torrential blood rain, he collapsed to his knees. Like legendary Yasha, the others swiftly concluded their battles. These sand ninjas were merely at the level of Chunin, easily dispatched. Thus, Minato felt at ease watching over them. Ha! I am truly formidable, Obito boasted, rubbing his nose with pride. This year's Chunin exams. I will surely graduate. A moment of silence ensued. Hey, can you react a little? He exclaimed. Shizuka observed Ameo standing before the fallen sand ninjas, curiosity piqued. Ameo, what are you doing? With a stoic expression, Ameo prayed, in memory of those who repeatedly offered their lives. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Are they going to revive? Aren't there two still alive? Shizuka smiled. Kakashi, do you perhaps possess the bloodline of the Hyuga clan? Kakashi retorted, you little brat. Obito interjected. Hey, is anyone listening to me? Minato awkwardly interjected. We should head back. If we linger, those two will run out of breath. We still need to interrogate them. However, after Mitsuho and Rin departed, a second issue arose. Shizuka always seemed to provoke Kakashi. Was something amiss that he was unaware of? Minato's gaze shifted to Ameo, who appeared lost in thought. Upon meeting his eyes, Ameo tilted her head in confusion. Then, as if comprehending something, she turned to Obito. Obito, congratulations on passing the Chunin exam in advance. Her expression remained unchanged as she began to clap. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, punctuated only by Ameo's solitary applause, while the others silently observed her. Obito, are you mocking me? Minato buried his face in his hands. Goodness, Lord Danzo, how did you raise your sister? As they prepared to return, Minato lifted the two fallen sand ninjas and sensed an unusual aura. It felt like a moving corpse. He halted, signaling the others to remain alert. Shizuka and Kakashi quickly grasped the situation, continuing their banter while subtly suppressing their presence and scanning the surroundings. Obito continued to murmur, but eventually ceased his movements. What? No Chunin exam this year? Ameo slightly turned her head, resting her hand on the hilt of her blade. It seemed everyone was aware of the gravity of the situation. This thought flitted through Minato's mind. They had been operating at the periphery of the battlefield, and the deeper they ventured, the more perilous it became. Today marked their first foray this far. He maintained his composure. Very well, I will escort the injured back. You all stay here and do not move. Kakashi sighed. Hurry back. Since Ameo had sensed something, it indicated the enemy was nearby. Shizuka glanced at the impassive Ameo and cheerfully suggested, Obito, Ameo, let us dispose of these two. Cleaning up the battlefield was also a critical aspect of their mission. I'll keep watch. Kakashi leaped into a tree, crossing his arms, clearly reluctant to remain with those who had just quarreled. Ah, how reassuring. Minato smiled, winking his left eye. See you soon. With a swift motion, he vanished with the unconscious sand ninja. How impressive. Obito admired. Minato-sensei's method of movement is extraordinary. Perfect for leaving work. Ameo offered a sharp critique. Shizuka sighed as he dragged the lifeless sand ninja by the leg. Ameo, you've cut them too finely. It will be messy to clean up. I apologize. I forgot we still need to collect the bodies, Ameo admitted, lowering her head in shame. Previously, it had sufficed to kill. Obito consoled her. Well, those of us who have taken lives know that while killing is easy, Disposing of the bodies is challenging. Kakashi from above remarked. This conversation sounds rather off. Ultimately, they resorted to using earth release to gather the remains, much to their relief. Obito lifted one while Ameo and Shizuka used a waterproof tarp to collectively carry a pile. Their roles clearly delineated as they joked together. Suddenly, numerous sunbon flew toward them at an alarming speed from the shadows. In an instant, Obito threw the sand ninja he was holding, perfectly intercepting the incoming sunbon. As the corpse was propelled behind them, a towering, wild-haired man appeared before them. Huh. Ameo frowned. There was no life force. He resembled a corpse. Shizuka, with his Sharingan activated, wore a grave expression, yet there is chakra flowing within. A zombie. Obito shuddered. As their attention remained fixed on the approaching undead, the sunbon on the fallen bodies began to tremble and fall, then aimed at the three of them. Danger. Kakashi formed a hand seal. Earth release. Earth wall. The sunbon pierced deeply. Kakashi quickly formed another seal, securing them firmly in the earthen barrier. Quickly, put away all metal. It can be manipulated with magnetism. Shizuka grimaced, staring at the puppet of the third Kazekage before them. Can it utilize bloodline techniques? The group hastily stowed away all metallic items. It is a pleasure to meet you, son and disciple of Konoha's White Fang. The puppet calmly stated once they had completed their actions, its voice echoing that of a youthful boy. Its gaze fixated on Ameo and Kakashi, clad in yellow garb. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Ameo, perplexed, glanced at the imposing zombie puppet. So what you mean is, for revenge, you killed the leader of your own village? It bore a sense of absurdity akin to the lower moon slaying Muzan out of vengeance against the Demon Slayer Corps. Do not mind the disdain of others. Focus solely on your own artistry. Ameo earnestly advised. Coughing, Shizuka, struggling to maintain his composure, remarked, perhaps it has been captivated. Obito, astonished, retorted, Dude, are you for real? This is the one who killed the third Kazekage. How dull. The weak can only wield empty words, the third Kazekage puppet proclaimed. Its arms outstretched as the magnetic sand flowed from its sleeves like a living entity. The oppressive aura emerged as if a scorpion revealed its stinger. The group momentarily froze. Crack. The magnetic force caused the trembling sand to darken Ameo's expression. Wait, do you not remember our days of slaying demons? You should be pleading for mercy. Ameo sighed, feeling her blade respond with agitation. Given this, there is but one answer. The magnetic sand surged towards them. Crackle. Lightning release. Chidori. Kakashi darted forward, his hand glowing with azure electricity, the cries of 1,000 birds resonating. Lightning release can disrupt magnetic fields. Ameo, unleash your strongest lightning technique. With a hiss, power gradually returned. The lightning chakra enveloped the blade, calming the previously agitated weapon. Good child, Ameo softly reassured. Just as she drew her sword, all the lightning surrounding her extinguished. Shizuka blinked, widening his Sharingan in surprise. Wait, Obito, spitting fire, exclaimed, What are you doing, Ameo? This is not the time to falter. Minato-sensei, where have you gone? Kakashi felt he was on the verge of collapse when a sudden bright yellow light dazzled his vision, followed by a brief ringing in his ears. Huh, what just flashed by? Kakashi wondered, turning around to inquire what was happening. Amiao felt the familiar sensation of her blood surging, reminiscent of her past life. This was a technique she had never employed since her arrival. Yet it was the final strike she had executed in her previous existence, the 8th form of thunder-breathing, thunder prison slash. Boom. A Z-shaped trajectory illuminated the air, enveloping the entire area of magnetic sand. In an instant, the falling thunder and electric field distorted the magnetic forces within, causing the puppet's form to falter, and the magnetic sand to gradually settle. Obito felt a momentary relief. He was startled. If such a technique existed, why had it not been used earlier? It was rather frightening, nearly shocking them. As he formed the hand seals, he caught a glimpse of his cousin's expression, momentarily taken aback. What an awful face. Who had upset him? After the chaotic magnetic field settled, Amiao did not pause. She half-squatted on a tree trunk, disregarding the pain in her legs, and forcefully stomped her foot down again, sending splinters of the dry wood flying. Boom. The still visible Z-shaped mark connected at both ends, forming a massive lightning symbol. She darted past the crowd, instantaneously arriving at another direction, the place she had initially glanced towards, the hiding spot of Scorpion. Scorpion, hidden in the crimson flow of the sand, was taken aback by how quickly he was discovered. However, Did she dare to rush in directly? He moved his fingers expressionlessly, and as he lay down, his sharp, venomous tail was poised before her. Welcome, the mocking tone echoed in Amiao's ears, anticipating her reckless charge towards the stinger. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Hey! Kakashi reached out. Obito stared in disbelief at the pierced yellow fabric. This has to be a joke. They were merely on a rescue mission. Where on earth is Teacher Minato? Wait, why was Shursui beside him, unresponsive? Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly. It felt light. Was it due to her youth? But it had indeed struck true? Clang. Suddenly, in Scorpion's line of sight, his tail dropped stiffly, crackling with electrical energy. Quite the hospitable reception. A voice filled with mirth reached Scorpion's ears. It was that Jonin. How had he returned so swiftly? What followed was that no matter which direction Scorpion attempted to flee, that mysteriously cheerful man appeared beside him like a shadow. Ultimately, he abandoned Scorpion's shell and used every puppet he had amassed during the battle to escape. Truly, Amiao was remarkable. She could locate such sentient beings more accurately than Pakin in a short distance. It was also fortunate that she had affixed her flying thunder god mark on the tail of that puppet. The inexperienced young Minato returned to the children's location, where he witnessed a rare sight. Shursui was throwing a tantrum at Amiao. Minato instinctively glanced at the sun. It was in the west. Was it an illusion? No, it was indeed afternoon. As soon as Obito and Kakashi saw him arrive, they rushed over. Quick, Teacher Minato, you need to explain. Explain what? He was bewildered as they pulled him along. Why did you charge in alone? Shursui crossed his arms, his expression serious as he looked at Amiao. Amiao tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Because the enemy was right there? And the teacher was beside us. Minato. He still hasn't remembered his name, has he? Amiao? Shursui sighed. What if Teacher Minato wasn't here? Amiao stared blankly. But he is here. Yes, he is indeed here. If Amiao hadn't tossed her Haori to avoid the attack, he could have used Flying Thunder God to retrieve her. Otherwise, do you think the third Hokage's puppet would have been easily defeated by electricity? He was also quietly contributing, wasn't he? Shursui puffed out his cheeks, ultimately deflated, and murmured, Does your leg hurt? Minato, I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already angry. What is my purpose in coming over? Oh, Amiao scratched her head. It hurts, but I'm used to it. Just then, Mimi landed atop Amiao's head, poking her repeatedly. Silly Amiao, silly Amiao. Shursui said nothing, allowing Amiao to sit on a rock while he bent down to remove the bandage from her leg. Beneath lay blood and torn skin. Drip. Blood trickled from her foot onto the sand. Oh no, Obito exclaimed. Quick, go find Rin. It's fine, just need to rest a bit. Amiao explained. My body couldn't bear that last move. Shursui gently pressed a disinfectant cotton ball against Amiao's wound. It didn't hurt, but it was slightly itchy. Amiao flinched, silencing her words. Kakashi stared wide-eyed. Your swordsmanship is astonishing. The worst I experienced while practicing Chidori was nothing like this. Amiao. Minato's expression turned serious. I will have a proper discussion with Danzo. It was no wonder Shursui was angry. After all, he had managed to injure himself so badly. And one could not blame Shursui for his ire. One shouldn't adhere too closely to the persona of the cold, ruthless swordsman. Amiao, there are countless sword techniques. But safety is paramount. If one does not adhere to proper conduct, tears will flow for loved ones. She resolved to master total concentration breathing, doubling her training regimen. As Minato prepared to hand her over to Tsunade, Amiao pondered silently. A rare visitor indeed. Tsunade smiled as she received Amiao, unwrapping the bandages, only to close them again. Her smile gradually fading. Who did this? Shursui remained silent, merely watching Amiao. Kakashi said nothing, just gazing at Amiao. Obito was also silent. Amiao, expressionless, raised her hand. I did. Tsunade. I see. Amiao, you are indeed a handful, just like that wretched brother of yours. Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. Everyone disperse. Prepare for surgery, it requires stitching. Amiao, bewildered. Isn't this sort of injury just treated with medicine? Tsunade seemed to see through her thoughts and ominously warned. I'll give you all a memory you won't forget, like stitching without anesthesia. Oh. Amiao nodded in sudden realization. That's acceptable. She had been through emergencies before. She could endure. Tsunade, not good. Shursui reached out, grasping Amiao's hand. Don't treat yourself this way. He lifted his face, his eyes glistening as he looked at Amiao. If you're in pain, I'll worry too. The air fell into silence. Tsunade blinked, confirming by glancing at the large and small figures beside her. I'm still here, right? Why does it feel so bright? No one answered her. Minato gazed excitedly at the scene before him, fists clenched beneath his chin, a strange smile gracing his lips. Obito was moved to tears. Wow, Shursui, you are incredibly brave. Kakashi, in a daze, is it alright if he leaves? Obito bit his handkerchief. Wah. I want to pet Rin's hair too. Chapter 44. Perhaps in this lifetime, there will be no more joys or sorrows. Konoha night. Just as Danzo prepared to lie down, he heard the sound of wings flapping outside the window, followed by a series of knocks. A persistent tapping echoed 3 times, initiating a scratching sound against the window. This unmistakable noise could only belong to Mimi. With a roll of his eyes, but a heart lightened with joy, Tuanzong opened the window. Surely, it must be a letter from Amiao. He reservedly took the note tied to Mimi's leg, dismissively patting its head. How thoughtless to write only after such a long absence. Truly heartless, reminiscent of a past life. Halfway through reading, his hand trembled slightly. Amiao? Amiao. The memories of the past were assaulting him, bringing forth vivid images of Amiao's relentless pursuit of vengeance in their previous world. Initially, the 2 siblings trained in the thunder-breathing technique. However, after his persistent failure, the old man recommended him to a trainer of the wind-breathing technique. Perhaps your ethereal mindset will harmonize well with wind-breathing, were the old man's exact words. Could it be true that he would learn the same technique as that irritable old man? How amusing it was. Regardless, he attended the training. The immense workload left him no time for distractions. By the time he realized it, he stood on Fujiki Mountain, reunited with Amiao. The skip technique proved remarkably effective. Naturally, he passed through, and Amiao even displayed a look of disappointment for not finishing her task. Initially, their missions as members of the Demon Slayer Corps were trivial, dealing with minor demons that fell with a single strike, until they were assigned to operate separately. After Akazu suffered a lung injury from overexertion and was admitted to the Butterfly Mansion, he caught sight of Amiao through a door. She lay pallid on the sickbed, eyes tightly shut. Akazu burst through the door. Amiao? Who are you? A member of the Butterfly Mansion shouted. Quick, fetch Lady Konoha. You are her brother, right? The older sister of the Butterfly Mansion arrived, looking pained. Her condition is a result of accumulated injuries, insufficient rest, and excessive exertion. Your sister is recklessly charging down the path of demon slaying. She sighed, turning to Akazu. By the way, what caused your injury? Akazu shifted his gaze. I'm not quite sure. In any case, he had thought Amiao had changed her reckless habits. Was it still the same? He chuckled, wondering who had caused her injuries. With a heavy heart, Tuanzong resumed reading the letter. Gua, it's time to eat. Mimi flapped her wings, darting away just before his temper flared, and nudged the letter through the window. A root ninja's head poked in from below. Lord Tuanzong, we have urgent intelligence. Tuanzong gestured for silence, his frown deepening the more he read. Finally, with a whoosh, a tornado of chakra erupted, slamming the partially open window against the wall with a creaking sound. The root ninja looked up in terror, nearly being struck by the window. Is this morning grumpiness too severe? With a ferocious expression, Tuanzong declared, I shall slice you into mincemeat. Scorpion. He then turned and began to gather his belongings. The root ninja, trembling from the chakra, cautiously inquired, Lord Tuanzong, where are you off to? To the battlefield in the land of wind, came his irritable response. The root ninja recoiled, feeling the pressure. Perhaps he should seek out elder medic, Yao Shiyena. Ultimately, Tuanzong, on the verge of leaving the village, was intercepted by his subordinate. My lord, I understand your urgency, but please, hold on. Called in for overtime, Yao Shiyena approached Tuanzong with evident frustration. Yuan Fong, what brings you here? Tuanzong halted his steps, confronted by the overworked medic. Not Yuan Fong, but a Yui ninja has appeared at the border of Konoha and was promptly exterminated by Lord Jing. She adjusted her glasses. The situation in Sunagakure is dire. Perhaps your intervention is more needed here. Tuanzong crossed his arms, exasperated. TCH, that bunch of muscle-headed cloud ninjas, starting to feast on red beans again. What did the Hokage say? The Hokage expressed a desire to retire. Tuanzong paused, then beamed with delight. Wonderful. He's finally come to terms with it. Is such a statement free to hear? Yao Shiyena pretended not to hear. So, does my lord intend to surprise the Cloud Village? He ominously caressed the hilt of his sword. Perfect. My blade has long been sheathed. Weren't you the one who previously felled a dozen Miss Jonin? Yao Shiyena thought to herself, but respectfully replied, "Your decisions are never wrong, my lord." Then began the painfully saccharine exchange of compliments between superior and subordinate. The patrolling police ninja remarked, "Encountering the boss before dawn is truly unfortunate." Tuanzong declared, "In any case, write a letter to Amiao and have Hitaki Sakomo assist. Wrap things up quickly." Sighing, he thought perhaps he should let Shirzue exert himself a bit more. The next midday, inside Amiao and Rin's tent. Achoo! Amiao sneezed. Wiping her nose. Rin, engrossed in a medical book, looked up. Oh? Did Amiao catch a cold? Amiao shook her head, continuing to practice her swordplay. Due to her injuries, she refrained from participating in missions today. The news of this reached the equipment manager, stirring a mix of regret and relief within him. Why? Amiao sensed his confusion. The door creaked open, and Tsunade entered with Sho and a bowl of medicine, Sho respectfully offering it. Finish all of today's medicine. Although the wounds were ultimately healed with the palm healing technique and caused minimal pain, this reckless child who neglects her well-being must still endure her share of hardship. Tsunade smirked. This is good stuff. Drink up. It's a concoction brewed with the most bizarre medicinal herbs to strengthen the body. Sho glanced at the oddly fragrant medicine. Hesitating, I think the effects might not be great. Oh. Amiao set her sword down and took the medicine bowl. Without a change in expression, she drank the concoction Tsunade claimed was the most peculiar, smacking her lips. Is there more? She asked. Will drinking more hasten recovery? Tsunade? That doesn't seem right. Sho shrugged. If you knew what she had been consuming. Tsunade stormed out in a huff, snatching the weight command on her way out. During the recovery period, refrain from practicing sword techniques. Focus on something else. Don't injure yourself further. Sho was astounded. How casually did she identify Amiao's weakness? Could she truly be a genius? Amiao, momentarily stunned, raised her hand to stop. Wait, clang. The door shut, separating Wait from Amiao. Instantly, Amiao fell to her knees. Despairing, Rin gasped. Wow, Amiao, what's wrong? My heart has been captured by Wait. Perhaps I shall never know joy or sorrow again, Amiao murmured. Rin was taken aback. Knock, knock, knock. Amiao, it's time to eat. Shirzue called, entering after completing his mission, cheerfully declaring, Today's dish is grilled fish. What are you up to? In an instant, Amiao, who had been kneeling on the ground, sprang up. I'm hungry. She then dragged the bewildered Shirzue out. Observing the entire scene, Rin chuckled heartily. Ah, Amiao is truly a fascinating child. Lacking a sword and a mission, Amiao resolved to train herself, perhaps in total concentration constant. She rose, rummaging through the scroll her brother had given her, pulling out wooden stakes, explosive tags, protective gear, clean clothes, and weights. Amiao strapped the weights to her arms and began to get into the zone. Inhaling deeply, she filled her lungs with air before exhaling. With a steady demeanor, she began to move, gradually escalating to a run. Had Sho still been present, he would have noticed her speed was considerably faster than during previous physical training. Cough, cough, cough. After running a kilometer, Amiao could no longer maintain that state, and blood began to taste in her mouth. She gasped, wiping her lips. No blood meant she could endure it. Amiao rose, inhaling deeply before resuming her run. The nearby ninjas assumed the little ninja was engaged in physical training, greeting her with cheerful encouragement. Oh, it's Amiao. Keep it up. Might Due observed the petite figure and mused, wow. I never realized Amiao was so diligent and youthful. Truly a picture of vigor. I've decided to run 200 kilometers. A teammate beside him twitched his lips. Hey, didn't you just finish running? When Jisue and the others returned from their mission, Amiao had already been running for quite some time. Jisue was aware of this. During Amiao's training, a crow had persistently accompanied her. Amiao merely tilted her head, tacitly acknowledging its presence, reminiscent of the crows belonging to the young lord of the Infinite City. While Jisue found this somewhat peculiar, he couldn't help but allow the crow to draw nearer. Amiao was sweating, maintaining an extraordinary rhythm in her breathing, akin to being perpetually poised to strike. This state felt oddly familiar. Was it a unique foundational technique from the Shimura clan? It had never been mentioned before. Jisue then gazed at Amiao, who had lifted her head upon sensing his arrival. Might it be connected to those previous dreams? Yuri, the malevolent spirit, Mimi, and the familiar cadence of breath. His curiosity piqued. He couldn't resist moving a little closer. As Amiao approached, her breath faltered momentarily, followed by a few coughs before she resumed her casual stride. Asui, are you ready for a meal? She inquired, grasping Jisue's arm. This doesn't feel right. Why is your grip so strong? Jisue stumbled, astonished, and gazed at Amiao. Perhaps we should wait a moment? Huh. Amiao glanced at her hand in confusion, then, as if struck by a revelation, released the weight she had been carrying. Thud! The wrist guard fell to the ground, sending dust flying and creating a small crater. Jisue observed the pit in silence. Amiao, unfazed, explained, Tsunade-sama told me to refrain from practicing my sword techniques. So I focused on endurance training. Tsunade-sama meant for you to avoid strenuous activities. Yet you've added weight. Jisue sighed, covering his face in exasperation. Let's head to Tsunade-sama's place. Huh. Amiao tilted her head. Asui, are you injured? No, I just woke up with a bit of a stuffy nose. I might have a cold. Jisue intended to soothe her first, conducting a preliminary check. However, events soon escalated beyond his expectations, as Amiao seriously unloaded all the weights and, with astonishing speed, swept him off his feet. What? Jisue froze in her embrace. In that case, let's hurry, Amiao declared, a flickering yellow current dancing along her legs. Training is paused. I will take you. The thunder-breathing technique has an urgent form. Boom. What? As Jisue's voice mingled with the thunderous roar, a brilliant yellow arc swept across the camp. The passing trio of Minato exchanged bewildered glances. Was that Amiao? Obito scratched his face, incredulous. Why the rush? It was Amiao carrying Jisue toward the medical department. Upon realizing this, Minato maintained a composed demeanor and suggested, since Rin is here this afternoon, let's pay her a visit. Absolutely. Obito enthusiastically concurred. The two turned simultaneously, casting eager looks at Kakashi. Kakashi replied, destruction awaits. Let us move quickly. Chapter 45, Explosion. Bang. The office door was flung open. Crack. The pen in Tsunade's hand snapped as she turned slowly, her expression one of fury upon seeing Amiao and, Jisue, who was covering his face in her arms. Tsunade's anger momentarily stifled. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. You must be exhausted, Amiao. Please. Put me down, Jisue said, relinquishing his hand from his face, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the flush of his cheeks. Not at all. Amiao even lifted him slightly higher, leaning in to nuzzle his forehead, concerned by the heat she felt. Asui, you're so warm. Do you have a fever? Jisue, feeling the softness against his forehead, stifled a gasp and, trembling, covered his face once more, as though steam were rising from his head. Amiao exclaimed, help me, little Tsunade. Don't call me little Tsunade. Call me Tsunade-sama. Tsunade sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Just put him down. It turned out to be a foot-on-the-ground virus closure therapy. Amiao nodded obediently, gently placing Jisue on the ground. He exhaled a sigh of relief upon being set down. Bang! The door swung open again, and Matsuri rushed in, panting. What happened? There was such a loud noise. He then met 3 pairs of eyes, each a different color. Ah, Matsuri, you're here too, Amiao greeted, raising her right hand. I came, but is it a bad time? He adjusted his glasses hesitantly. No, your timing is perfect. Tsunade beckoned him over. Come help me write a medical record. She was eager to uncover the details. Matsuri, momentarily at a loss, thought, had I known this would happen, I would have stayed away. Patient's complaint. Accelerated heartbeat for 2 minutes, facial warmth for 1 minute. Tsunade diagnosed. Heart racing, just let it crash. After much insistence from Jisue, she showed Amiao the results. Patient's complaint. Leg injury recovery in 1 day, running with weights for 3 hours. Tsunade diagnosed. Stubborn, go buy some tofu and bump into it. Ultimately, she scrutinized Amiao, frowning as she checked. The results revealed that her leg injury had not worsened. This child seems to be in better condition than yesterday. Aside from a slightly elevated temperature and peculiar breathing, this didn't seem right. Recovering so quickly from weighted running, could it be Amiao's genes? Tsunade began to question her old comrade, Orochimaru. Innocently sneezing at a meeting, the third Mizukage wondered what was happening. Matsuri, having set aside his half-finished medical record, though it was hard to dismiss the suspicion that it was intentional, exclaimed, could it be that Amiao is also a Senju? Jisue replied, it doesn't seem like it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Tsunade-sama, do you have a moment? It was Minato. So many people. Tsunade muttered, rolling her eyes, come in. A surge of individuals entered, the leading blonde boy exclaiming, sorry to interrupt, Tsunade-sama. Is Rin here? Then came the hurried Uchiha, followed by the last one, a boy with dead fish eyes shrugging innocently. I came to find my dad. Tsunade sighed, tossing the latter two out before shutting the door. What is it you want? I saw Amiao and Jisue coming this way. What happened? Minato inquired seriously. As their temporary team leader, I wish to understand the situation. Really? I don't believe you. Tsunade shot him a skeptical glance. Honestly, I swear, Minato assured. Tsunade-sama, is Amiao in any condition to continue like this? Jisue raised his hand to prompt Tsunade to focus. Tsunade paused, her head throbbing. In theory, she shouldn't engage in strenuous activities the day after treatment. But Amiao's recovery speed exceeds expectations. It's best to consult with Elder Danzo regarding her physical condition. Amiao tilted her head, I know. Why is no one asking her? Oh, they exchanged puzzled glances. How strange. Why didn't we think to ask her? Matsuri remarked. I feel like she might say something only a few would understand. He was silenced by Jisue's glare. Matsuri replied, I'll behave. It's our family's ninja body technique, Amiao explained, which involves maintaining a continuous combat state to enhance physical abilities and accelerate wound healing. Coughing from speaking too much, Amiao suddenly stumbled forward, but Jisue swiftly caught her. Tsunade rushed forward to examine her. What? I understood that. Matsuri exclaimed in shock. Jisue commanded, shut up. After her examination, Tsunade stated, you're completely drained. Your chakra is excessively depleted. Amiao, you should rest for now. Jisue insisted, there will be plenty of time for practice. All right. Amiao decided she would try again later that night. Jisue thought, it doesn't seem like it will be that easy. Is that just a feeling? Thus, Tsunade came to understand. It was the unique breathing technique that allowed Amiao to possess the yang chakra for restoration. She recalled witnessing a similar phenomenon during her past battles alongside the old man Danzo, where he displayed a healing speed that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Everything seemed to have a reasonable explanation, save for one matter. She displayed a deadpan expression. You may train as you please, but must you push yourself to such extremes? She had sensed it earlier. As soon as that breathing state dissipated, Amiao appeared utterly drained, as if all her energy had been expended. Without a blade. You still managed to exert yourself so? Shirzue sighed, casting a complex glance at Amiao. Amiao responded, I have been far more cautious than in my previous life. My lungs are perfectly fine. Yet, feeling a certain instinct, she added, I will be mindful. Minato, with a smile, remarked, it feels a bit unusual without Amiao around. In various aspects. Matsuharu, feeling a bit awkward, piped up, what about me? I want to go out and play too. Tsunade retorted, what are you on about? Have you finished your medication for today? Have you prepared for your studies? I shall be questioning you shortly. Matsuharu, unable to rise again. Tsunade continued. Since you're all fine, you may leave. Do not linger here like a roadblock. With a clang, the door closed, and Minato lowered his head to share a glance with the two children. Amiao, you made quite a ruckus upon your arrival, he chuckled, winking at them. Shirzue stumbled slightly, feeling caught. After all, Minato-sensei would only be pleased, because it seemed Amatsuki had caught a cold. Amiao furrowed her brows in thought. How is it so hot, yet you do not have a fever? Oh dear, Minato covered his mouth, feigning surprise as he looked at Shirzue. Minato-sensei, have you been away from the village for too long? Shirzue smiled widely. Has the elder Uzumaki not sent you any letters? You appear quite relaxed. Minato replied, it seems I've ruffled some feathers. Ahem, I shall go fetch Kakashi and Obito. It's nearly time for dinner. With a swish, he vanished from sight. Shirzue turned back with a smile. Let us go, Amiao. Oh, Amiao reached out to grasp Shirzue's hand. Are you upset? Why? Is it because I carried you? Her older brother had previously mentioned that such actions would tarnish his image, and he would be displeased. Amiao was puzzled. After all, Amatsuki had looked quite pleased when lifted. Had she misread the situation? That night, fully concentrated, Amiao opened her eyes and gazed at the doorway. The sound of fluttering wings reached her ears. She stilled her breath, rose, and opened the door, stepping onto a tree in the camp. Mimi, who had been absent for a day, flew to her side. Amiao picked her up and shook her gently. You've gained weight. Mimi extended her leg, revealing a note. Are you polite? Her leg had thickened, evidently. The little fish was delectable, Amiao commented. Mimi squatted nearby, beginning to puff up. Amiao unfolded the note. To Amiao, by the time you read this, I will be on my way to Kiri. I've seen Minato's letter. He remains as unconcerned as ever. Amiao, this place is different. We no longer need to carry the weight of hatred. Initially, I merely wished for you to be an ordinary child. However, I cannot interfere with your choices. You have grown up after all. The following contains some scribbles and critiques of Konoha. No need to hurry. I am here. I hope you take care of yourself. Your older brother. Amiao's expression turned serious as she tucked the letter away and leapt down from the branch. She decided to pretend she hadn't seen the last sentence. Something was watching her. In a state of heightened concentration, her senses sharpened. Amiao protected Mimi, turning warily. Quack. Mimi looked puzzled. It's nothing. That feeling vanished in an instant, no longer traceable. Amiao glanced at the scattered sparrows perched on the nearby branches, frowning slightly. Somewhat familiar. But for now, it was best to sleep. She swiftly and silently returned to the tent. At that moment, a sparrow, seemingly in a doze, stood up, flapped its wings, and opened its eyes, revealing the crimson Sharingan. Inside the tent, Shirzue opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, even with the use of Jinjutsu, one could not entirely conceal their presence. Amiao was far too perceptive. A week later, under the watchful eyes of Tsunade, Matsuharu, and Rin, Amiao retrieved a massive gourd. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully blew into it. Bang! The gourd exploded. Did it just burst from blowing? Matsuharu, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed in astonishment. May I give it a try? Amiao handed him another gourd. Do not use chakra. Oh, all right. Matsuharu inhaled deeply and blew forcefully. His face reddened. Yet the gourd remained unyielding. He surrendered, panting heavily. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? Amiao brushed off the gourd fragments from her clothes, expressionless, giving a thumbs up. The human body is quite remarkable, is it not? Tsunade remarked. How is it that she is unaware of the human body's wonders, yet she brings all the trash back? Rin laughed. Amiao, you are truly spirited. Today marked Amiao's checkup day. Although Shirzue was away on a mission, the crow with red eyes quietly perched on her shoulder. Each time Matsuharu laid eyes on that crow, he felt a pang of bitterness, yet when he inquired Amiao about it, she appeared completely unfazed. Shirzue summoned beast? I am aware. Is there a problem? She noticed the peculiar expressions on the others' faces, feeling somewhat bewildered. Tsunade rubbed her forehead. I can't shake the feeling that old man Danzo is about to explode. Indeed. The recently discharged Kakashi agreed with a nod. Tsunade exclaimed, Where did you spring from? Chapter 46. From afar, I could see your health bar. Your blade, put it away. Tsunade tossed a knife, which seemed short to her, to Amiao. Amiao caught it with both hands, expressing her feelings without a trace of emotion. Wife, you have finally returned. Wife? Rin's smile froze. Ha ha ha, at such a young age. You already have a wife? Tsunade laughed heartily while ruffling Amiao's hair. Do you even know what a wife is? Matsuharu cast a sympathetic glance at the motionless crow on Amiao's shoulder. Eating together, fighting, sleeping, training, Amiao counted on her fingers, having carried me through injuries. That indeed qualifies as a wife. She nodded in conviction, glancing at Kakashi, who wielded a blade as well. Master, you understand, do you not? Amiao's golden eyes, devoid of emotion, fixed on him. Ahaha. Well, Kakashi replied. I don't think Kakashi is ready to call White Fang mother yet. Tsunade hissed, stroking her chin. It feels as though there is some truth to that. Matsuharu adjusted his glasses, stating meticulously, I believe there should be reproductive isolation between them. Rin covered her face. Wait. There aren't even cells. You all need to wake up. Then, does Shirzue count as a wife too? Matsuharu winked at Amiao. He could qualify as well. Amiao scratched her head. That seems unlikely. Kakashi said only girls can be wives. Kakashi paused for a moment. Huh? Kakashi? Oh. That was during the escort mission on the battlefield, Rin recalled. Due to the need for disguise, one of them had to impersonate the mission's issuer's wife as a bodyguard. Among the attendees, Amiao had sufficient combat prowess but was too short, while she herself, though tall, was a medical ninja and not combat capable. The task fell to Obito and Kakashi, who nearly came to blows. Ultimately, Minato-sensei bore the brunt of it all. It was indeed as Kakashi had previously stated. However, Amiao appeared to be daydreaming, yet she had heard everything. Rin patted Amiao's head. Amiao, you are truly remarkable. Amiao, huh? Ga. A sand ninja was ensnared by a fire-infused shuriken and wire, screaming as he fell. Minato observed Shirzue, who remained in a state of Sharingan activation, still wielding a large fire technique. Shirzue, do you have enough chakra? Jisue utilized his illusion technique to swiftly incapacitate another enemy. Turning back with a smile, this is more than sufficient. It should surpass that persistent Kakashi who has been relying on Chidori. Kakashi, having just severed an enemy's arm, extinguished the Chidori in his hand and glared over with a scowl. Are you deliberately provoking me? Ah, my apologies, Kakashi. It was unintentional. Jisue feigned surprise, covering his mouth. Kakashi rolled up his sleeves. You little brat. Minato, observing the suddenly tense atmosphere, humbly interjected. We're still on the battlefield. Can we save the bickering for later? Obito glanced at Jisue, who wore a sinister smile, shivering slightly. Who has angered him? Shikaku returned to the battlefield. The moment his blade illuminated the area, the morale of the Sand Shinobi plummeted. This contradicts Elder Chiyo's words. One Sand Shinobi, legs trembling, plopped down onto the ground. Did Elder Chiyo not say he was afflicted by a peculiar poison and would never return to the battlefield? What do we do now? Another Sand Shinobi cried in despair. They had already lost the war against the hidden cloud village. Could this also mean defeat here? What a sight! Matsuhira exclaimed excitedly, adjusting his glasses. It's so exaggerated. Obito clicked his tongue. So terrifying in the eyes of the Sand Shinobi, is he? It's akin to a mouse encountering a cat. During the Second Great Ninja War, Shikaku had single-handedly slain hundreds of invading Sand Shinobi to earn that title. Minato, reflecting on this, gazed longingly at Shikaku's figure. Perhaps one day he too would. Kakashi crossed his arms with an air of modesty. It's merely average. Kakashi greatly admires Shikaku. Jisue smirked, poking fun. Caught off guard, Kakashi retorted, TCH. Well, it seems we're about to begin. Everyone stay calm. Rin attempted to mediate. Ameo had remained silent. Her gaze fixated on the opposing Sand Shinobi, clearly poised for action. In Minato's perception, Ameo's chakra presence had significantly intensified in recent days, though it had now retracted. So, it turns out that swordsmanship isn't everything. What a terrifying talent. Alright, I won't lose. Though Minato had become adept at using Flying Thunder God to capture the children, it was still insufficient. He yearned for the enemy to retreat upon sensing his presence, much like Shikaku did. Minato steeled his resolve. At that moment, the terrified Sand Shinobi finally gritted their teeth. With a mindset of taking down as many as they could, they manipulated their puppets or formed hand seals to advance. Oh, let us go all out. Shikaku, exasperated by the commotion, remarked, You're the ones who started this battle. Regardless, he grasped his short blade once more. Please convey my regards to Elder Chiyo. A flash of white light darted past. Scorch release, vaporization, a feminine voice announced. As several blazing orbs shot toward Shikaku, each infused with enough heat to evaporate flesh. Unfazed, Shikaku countered with swift slashes. The wind chakra granted his blade unmatched sharpness. The orbs shattered like a chessboard, losing their momentum. In the distance stood a female ninja with green hair and orange bangs. Allow me to be your opponent. Shikaku regarded her with indifference. Scorch release, Yekara. Minato furrowed his brow. She once single-handedly turned the tide against the cloud and sand ninjas. However, she withdrew after being severely injured by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Now, watching the visibly relieved Sand Shinobi, Minato prepared himself. He produced a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. You all should keep your distance. With a swish, he vanished from sight. As Shikaku faced off against Yekara, the advancing Sand Shinobi squad suddenly erupted in a spray of blood. Cries of anguish echoed, and the previously rising morale of the Sand Shinobi plummeted once more. What was that? Someone just vanished. A ghost. Humph, Minato-sensei is just showing off. Obito remarked, rolling his eyes. Alright, let's join in. He turned to look back, only to find Rin sheepishly scratching her face while the others had already vanished. What? You lot moved too quickly. Obito exclaimed. Ameo indeed had accelerated. Jisue, who previously matched her speed with his Sharingan, now found it challenging to keep up with her movements as she unleashed a strike that cleaved through a puppet, dispatching the puppet master Sand Shinobi hiding behind it. Several Sand Shinobi quickly surrounded her. Let us take them out together. Being young often led to underestimation. It's fine. They will realize their mistake. Jisue began forming hand seals. Body flicker technique. The Sand Shinobi facing him suddenly witnessed the boy before them split into 3 clones. What? Is this just a basic clone technique? One Sand Shinobi mockingly drew a kunai. What use is that now? Matsuhira, Jisue replied calmly. Here it comes. Matsuhira excitedly accumulated earth chakra in his palms, slamming them onto the ground. Earth release. Crumbling, earth palm. Boom, boom, boom. In the astonished eyes of the sand shinobi, the ground within a radius of several meters cracked open, forcing them to leap away in evasion. Are you joking? The range of this jutsu. Is this really something a child can use? Having just landed after dispatching the puppet master, Ameo found Jisue's shadow beside her. She looked up to see the sand shinobi still suspended in midair. Oh, Ameo understood. The moment Jisue's hand rested on her shoulder, she unleashed her strike. Thunder breathing, 8th form, thunder prison slash. A fluorescent glow materialized before the descending sand shinobi. It was only then that he realized the previously distant yellow figure had used his comrade as a springboard to carve a Z-shape in the air. His companions, bewildered, were met with a spray of blood as they fell heavily to the ground. Are they going to die? The sand shinobi raised his head in confusion, only to be met with the final strike. I will die. Moments later, a deafening roar reverberated. Ameo landed gracefully on the ground. From a distance, another sand shinobi, who had avoided the chaos, trembled as he gazed at the corpses on the ground, shouting, "Thunderclap, yellow lightning chakra, it's Yasha?" Then, he locked eyes with a pair of slightly narrowed, cold Sharingan. The owner of the Sharingan smiled. Not Yasha, it's Ameo. Consciousness spiraled into chaos. Meanwhile, Shikaku sheathed his blade. The white arc of light seemed to linger in his vision, while Yekura's body had already stiffened. There was no pain, only a chilling sensation spreading from her neck. A thin, hairline cut appeared. She opened her mouth, but found her throat filled with liquid. Impressive ninjutsu, Shikaku remarked calmly. But your eyes cannot keep up. No sooner had he spoken than Yekura slowly knelt, collapsing onto the sandy ground. The brilliance of scorch release extinguished without a sound. The sand shinobi witnessing this scene halted their assault, numbly raising their hands. They understood. The hidden sand village had been defeated. Too weak. Danzo sat atop a pile of cloud shinobi corpses, sneering. Are there no stronger opponents? Surrounding him lay dozens of precisely severed bodies. In the distance, the remaining cloud shinobi cowered behind their defensive barrier, asking one another, have those esteemed individuals been contacted? When will they arrive? Our defenses are nearly depleted. What are you rambling about? Even copying it to Pinot won't open it. Danzo boredly flicked his thumb against the hilt of his blade, then closed it again. He sighed as he listened to the muffled voices of the nearby ninjas attempting to conceal their fear, rising to his feet. Hearing no response from that direction, the cloud shinobi peered out cautiously. A pair of eyes were fixed upon him. Yun Ren's mind came to a sudden halt, overwhelmed by an acute state of stress. As he thrust his kunai forward with utmost speed, only to miss his target. Almost immediately, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he slowly collapsed. From a distance, he could see the depletion of his health bar. This was the last phrase he would ever hear in this life. Chapter 47. From Baichao Garden to Sanwei Bookstore, a great defeat in the Land of Wind. Once the ninjas of Konoha had cleared the battlefield, they began to count their casualties. With Tsunade's slug companions present, minor injuries were treated as negligible, and severe injuries were downgraded to minor ones. The casualty count was reduced to a remarkably low figure, rendering this battle astonishingly successful. Sunagakure was left with no fighting capability. A Chunin glanced at the children chatting merrily beside Kakashi Hitaki and Minato Namikaze. Were these children truly so resilient? Just moments ago, he had witnessed an enemy's head fall before him, startling him. It turned out that a girl named Amiao had merely passed by, running too swiftly. The bespectacled child, endowed with immense strength and a wide range of ninjutsu, exclaimed, I always catch up only after I've cut through. The river was filled with mud and sand, devoid of stones. The expressionless girl wiped her blade and remarked blandly, cough, such a fierce aggression. The bespectacled boy dramatically clutched his chest in awe. Amiao, would you care for some rice balls? Chimed in the curly-haired Uchiha, who was using body flicker technique to distribute large weapons across the battlefield. Wait, I can help you wipe. Sure. The girl nearly teleported to his side. I'll take two. The taller, white-haired masked boy tasted a rice ball and rolled his eyes in disdain. Tempura shrimp rice ball? By the way, this kid without a mask is practically a miniature version of Kakashi-senpai. The curly-haired Uchiha gasped in surprise. Kakashi-senpai, I apologize for not realizing you dislike this. Another bespectacled Uchiha beside him was also eating. Being picky is not good, Bakakaka. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, retorted, "Did you not also say that mackerel is unpalatable? A bottom feeder? Ah, that time, I got pricked by a bone," protested the bespectacled Uchiha, attempting to redeem himself. The Chunin was left astonished. How could this group of children maintain such a light-hearted atmosphere while dining amidst the battlefield? "Ah, I would like one too." Minato Namikaze, the Jonin renowned for his flying thunder god technique, approached with a smile. "Having fought all day, I am quite famished." The Chunin mused. So this is the legacy of the master. Meanwhile, a Genin, who was being bandaged, remarked, "I feel like you might have overdone the wrapping. If it's just a hand injury, is it really necessary to wrap the entire arm?" His hand felt somewhat numb. On the other side, at the border of the land of lightning, the wind picked up. The defensive barrier, seemingly carved away by a hurricane, emitted a mournful sound. Danzo reclined on a rock seat he had fashioned himself, one leg crossed nonchalantly. Not bad. Quite the pose," he nodded in satisfaction, resting his head on his hand. Eyes closed. "I've chopped too much. Time for a break." The reinforcements from Yunin arrived later than anticipated. A delay attributed to the unusual reports from a Wagakure that Yuan Fong had shared with him. Nearby, other ninjas were collecting the deceased. A root ninja knelt before him, Lord Danzo. Except for the one sent to deliver the message, all others are accounted for. Danzo did not open his eyes. "Wait. Yes." The root ninja nodded and swiftly retreated. Aside from a faint smell of blood and Danzo seated upon his rocky throne, the area was deserted. At 4:04 p.m., a peculiar figure sporting strange glasses appeared, extending a hand towards Danzo. "Hey, old man. The days of you pretending to be profound with your eyes closed are over, you fool." Danzo's eye twitched, and he sighed. "If you want something, come and take it yourself." He stood and turned to face the intruder. "What do you mean by take?" The robust young man with dark skin, bearing 7 blades on his back, questioned. No one understood his humor, prompting a regretful sigh from Danzo. He had even shaped his seat into a form resembling an indestructible plastic chair. "I miss Amiao," he thought, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, the figure of Killer Bee vanished. "Old man, taste my descending blade technique." 7 swords simultaneously unsheathed, creating a metallic storm that surged towards Danzo's back. Clang! In an instant, Danzo's blade was drawn, enveloped in spiraling chakra, intercepting all the incoming blades. Wind-breathing, third form, clear gale tree. 3 tornado-like slashes clashed with Killer Bee's 7 blades, the sound of metal reverberating throughout the area. After the clash, both combatants retreated a step. "Old man, you have some skill." Killer Bee wiped a streak of blood from his face, as the red chakra of the tailed beast began to envelop him. Danzo, expressionless, gripped his sword, raising it before him. Whoosh! In the next moment, he vanished like a gust of wind. The blade appeared at Killer Bee's throat, entwined with a pale blue aura. Wind-breathing, 7th form, fierce wind heaven. The ultra-fast slash erupted before Killer Bee, who barely discerned 7 azure streaks of wind chakra. Yet, they were swifter than his 7 blades, and he could not defend against them all. The red chakra, akin to butter, was sliced open, revealing his dark skin beneath. Danger! 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 The final strike. Killer Bee felt the cold steel approach his skin. Ugh! He could only turn to evade the lethal blow, sustaining a wound from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. He let out a pained cry. The tailed beast chakra fluctuating violently as 3 tails extended to shove Danzo back. Danzo tilted his head, dodging one tail, but a shallow cut was made on his side as a 3rd tail lunged for his face. Without blinking, he reversed his grip on the hilt and struck back. Wind-breathing, 5th form, chilling autumn wind. A precise vertical cut severed all 3 tails. Simultaneously, the momentum of the blade remained unyielding, aimed directly at Killer Bee's neck. Killer Bee's expression shifted to shock. This old man did not dodge at all. Fortunately, a blue figure appeared amidst the smoke. Danzo's strike missed its mark, clearly having sliced through something. He turned to observe the source. As the dust settled, a tall figure emerged, panting, gripping Killer Bee by the collar, shouting, "You little brat. Running so fast. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? If it weren't for my hell stab just now, the 3rd Reikage would have almost lost the 8 tails Jinchuriki again." Killer Bee, who had been grinning and attempting to explain, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, a line of blood flowing out, which he quickly covered. The 3rd Reikage's expression turned grave. Although he had swiftly relocated him, Killer Bee was still injured. The 2 strikes he sustained were intended to kill. Did this man not know that if a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast would explode? Danzo, unfazed, replied, I know. So what? This is not in Konoha. He was well aware that the last incident occurred within the borders of the Land of Wind. He was merely seeking retribution for the Land of Wind. Danzo stood his ground, yet the arrival of the Raikage posed a minor complication. However, a smile crept upon his face. He had resolved to carve his path from Baichao Garden to Samway Bookstore. What Raikage? The wind was too strong to hear clearly. In the distance, the earlier route ninja observed the newcomer, his expression serious as he relayed to his companions. Go report, aside from the Jinchuriki. The third Raikage has also appeared. No need to report. A Uchiha suddenly materialized beside him. The clan leader has arrived. The root ninja felt a surge of emotion. Is it true, my adoptive father? He certainly did not wish to flee the battlefield while dragging along the dazed but still eager Danzo. Uchiha felt exceedingly uncomfortable under that gaze, and in his irritation, he snapped. Shut your face. Minato cast a glance at Amaya and Matsuhira, who were napping beside Shursui. Oh, how quiet they have become, these three little ones. Adorable. Shursui met his gaze and smiled. He was quite different from the other Uchiha in the village. However, an Uchiha is still an Uchiha. He recalled that red-eyed raven. Yet, it was fortunate that it was Amaya. He winked at Shursui and stealthily slipped away, no longer wishing to intrude. At present, the Konoha ninjas were resting, preparing to set off at dawn, aiming to reach Konoha by morning. Before them, a pot simmered, bubbling with a stew of wild vegetables and meat, gathered by the children during their leisure time. The aroma was quite enticing. Finally, Amaya was roused by the delicious scent. Sitting upright, have we eaten? Soon, Shursui replied, nudging Matsuhira. Go call the others for dinner. Matsuhira squinted lazily and reluctantly went to summon Kakashi and the others. The Chunin had sent over several skewers of grilled mushrooms and meat as a token of gratitude for their care on the battlefield. Shursui smiled as he offered some rice balls to the children in return. Oh, this is what my elder brother meant when he spoke of being soft when receiving something and short when receiving a hand. Amaya suddenly understood. But except for that ugly pot demon, even demons have long hands. Amaya began to ponder. It is soft when receiving something, and short when receiving a hand. Shursui sighed helplessly, glancing at the skewers in his hand. The mushrooms were overcooked, almost unrecognizable. They probably wouldn't taste good. He sensed Amaya's expectant gaze beside him and hesitated. In truth, the flavor was acceptable, though the texture was somewhat peculiar. The children shared the food. Rin, disliking mushrooms, abstained from eating. That night, Rin sensed something in her dreams, suddenly opening her eyes. Before her bed stood a figure. Startled, she sat up and realized it was Amaya. Rin breathed a sigh of relief. What is wrong, Amaya? Are you hungry or unable to sleep? Amaya shook her head, looking perplexedly at the ground beside her. Following her gaze, Rin saw someone lying there. Obito. She gasped and rushed over. Is he unconscious? Rin looked up at Amaya. What happened? Amaya scratched her head. I found him dancing outside, and no matter how much I called, he wouldn't respond, so I knocked him out and brought him back. Rin? Dancing. She felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly, Amaya raised her head towards the door. A rustling sound came from outside. Amaya, are you there? It was Shursui. Chapter 48. The little flying stick arrives under Rin's watchful gaze. Amaya opened the door without a hint of caution. The sky was overcast, and the pitch-black camp lacked any moonlight, save for Shursui as Sharingan, which glimmered faintly with crimson light. What a familiar scene. Shursui stared intently at Amaya, who felt as if she were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit. No, she mustn't think that way about Shursui. It must be a mere illusion. She shook her head to clear her mind and pulled him inside. Once Rin helped Obito sit up on the ground and turn on the light, she saw another little Uchiha being dragged into the tent by Amaya. Shursui followed closely, appearing remarkably obedient. Unlike his usual smiling demeanor, he wore a blank expression. Shursui was pressed into a seat by Amaya, and as he looked up at her, she noticed his eyes were brimming with tears. He blinked, and a tear streamed down his cheek. Amaya sensed Shursui's profound sadness and, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Did you see something terrifying?" Amaya exclaimed, "Is it because there is no food?" Rin beside them twitched her lips, likely thinking otherwise. Matsuhira, groggily waking up, looked confused. "Ah, Rin, why do you have two heads? But you look good, haha." Rin, she assessed Matsuhira's condition, suspecting it was a toxin affecting his nervous system. Her expression turned serious as she pondered. Was it a conspiracy from Sunagakure? No, the symptoms were too mild, and neither she nor Amaya, who had eaten together, were affected. Poisoning, hallucinations, and ramblings. Could it be? Rin's mind sparked with realization. Was it the mushrooms from dinner? Hadn't Amaya eaten the same portion as her? How was she completely fine? In any case, they needed to administer the antidote quickly. After forcing a pill into Obito's mouth, she commanded, "Swallow it." Obito obediently gulped it down, then opened his mouth to show he had finished. Rin sighed in exasperation. Is he still a child? So who else ate the mushrooms tonight? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the adjacent tent. Help! The glasses are talking. Matsuhira's horrified shout echoed. Rin thought, oh no, and dashed outside. Minato-sensei, dressed in casual clothes and still half asleep, had already lifted Matsuhira. Just then, Kakashi's father arrived, inquiring about the situation. The lights flickered on, and Matsuhira, seeing the gathered figures, turned pale, trembling. Ah, the glasses have come to life. The entire camp was awakened. Before Amaya could turn to see what was happening next door, she was halted by Shursui tugging at her clothes. Shursui leaned into Amaya's embrace, staring at her with wide eyes. Are you feeling very unwell? Amaya was startled by his action and firmly supported him. Shursui remained silent, shaking his head, his fluffy warm head brushing against her chest. It seemed he was indeed quite unwell, unable to speak. Amaya seriously picked up the antidote that Rin had given her before leaving and offered it to Shursui. Yet, no matter what, Shursui refused to open his mouth. How did her brother manage to get him to take medicine? Amaya tilted her head in thought. Why did that memory feel so elusive? AKA, you don't need to coax him. He just swallows it when it's near his mouth. There was only one way left. Amaya's gaze sharpened as she pinched Shursui's face, forcing him to open his mouth. Here comes the little flying stick. She attempted to pitch her voice higher, but ultimately spoke with a neutral expression. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. Amaya, Shursui whimpered like a small puppy. Be good. Hold on a little longer. Amaya's resolute voice rang out. Rin paused her hand, which was about to push the door open. This voice. Her heart raced with erratic thoughts. It was a bit too early for this, and judging by the sound, Shursui seemed to be unwilling. Wait, wasn't Obito also in there? She cupped her face in silent scream. Rin, have you seen Shursui and Obito? Kakashi's father's voice came from behind her. I couldn't find them in the tent. It's quite troublesome. I sensed they might be inside. Before Rin could ponder how to respond delicately, Minato-sensei, carrying Kakashi, arrived and opened the door. Rin covered her face. I'm sorry, Amaya, Shursui. I hope Amaya's perception can work now. She reluctantly peeked through her fingers. She saw Amaya shoving something into Shursui's mouth, and Shursui made soft noises as he swallowed. So, you're here, Minato-sensei said calmly. You gave me a fright. I thought it was an enemy attack, haha. Just as Amaya closed Shursui's mouth, Rin realized. Ah. So it was just feeding him medicine. Uh-huh. But does feeding medicine require fingers to be shoved into the other's mouth? Rin pondered hesitantly. Obito, still dazed from the medicine, spotted Kakashi's familiar white hair and pointed at him, laughing. Stupid Kakashi has turned into a three-headed dog. Kakashi, still in a haze, retorted reflexively. You're the one, the lowest of the low. Minato paused for a moment, casting a subtle glance at Kakashi's father. The father of the three-headed dog exhibited no discernible change in expression as he ruffled Amiao's hair. Amiao should take the medicine as well, although there are no apparent symptoms. One must not be careless. After a brief interval, the few who had taken the medicine gradually regained their composure. However, the actions they had previously undertaken remained vividly etched in their minds. The world had lost 4 individuals who could never rise again. Jishui's face flushed dramatically. Unable to glance at Amiao again, he swiftly covered his face and fled. Amiao blinked, turning his head, his gaze precisely landing on a small bird with red eyes. Why resort to a spirit beast for observation? Wasn't it just here? Amiao found himself perplexed. Songha, cradling his head, muttered, It's over. I'll be a laughingstock for a lifetime. The notion of medical ninjas succumbing to poisonous mushrooms is utterly absurd. Nearby, Kakashi and Obito exchanged jabs, their juvenile banter prompting Lin to deliver a punch to each of them in exasperation. The world fell silent. Tsukumo Hatake and Minato Namikaze mused on the essence of youth. Thus, a tumultuous night passed. The genin responsible for mushroom gathering among the Chunin witnessed their predicament and slid on his knees in apology, exclaiming, I deeply regret that you all fell ill. Amiao patted his shoulder, saying, You accomplished what the Sand Ninjas could not, taking down 4 members from the Hitaki and Namikaze squad single-handedly. The Genin, overwhelmed by the accusing glares of the 4 children behind him, nearly wept. Mama, help me. I shall never dare to gather pretty mushrooms again. The Genin broke into tears. At the borders of the Land of Lightning, the defensive barrier bore new scars from blades, as the howling winds stirred up clouds of dust. 2 figures intertwined with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. DANZO's blades sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound, while the third Reikage's lightning armor shimmered with a brilliant blue light. 4th form of the breath of wind, Sandstorm. 5 fierce azure blades of wind surged toward the Reikage. Lightning release, Hell's piercing strike. The third Reikage's fingers aligned as his chakra surged, piercing the oncoming blade of air. With a frown, Danzo sought to swiftly alter his attack, but hesitated for an inexplicable moment. 2nd form of the breath of wind, Feline wind. 4 horizontal gusts of wind collided directly with the Reikage's assault. Boom. Danzo's palms split from the impact, sending him crashing against a stone wall, where he landed and used his blade to absorb the force, leaving a long mark on the ground. He wiped the blood streaming down from his forehead into his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the dizziness as normal. It seemed something had tripped him. Such exquisite timing. Must I assist even when gravely injured? That rapscallion. He recalled that the Tsuchikage was also stationed here. The Reikage bore several deep gashes across his arm, resembling claw marks. Furrowing his brow, he tore at his tattered clothing. Did you kill him? You scoundrel. The Reikage's aura surged. Danzo felt a twinge of confusion. He seldom inquired about names before eliminating targets. Digging into his ear, he sincerely asked, Which one are you referring to? I could assist you in locating them if necessary. Under the Reikage's intense gaze, Danzo shrugged helplessly. However, I may have reduced them to fragments. You might need to piece them back together yourself. You insolent fool. Lightning release, thunderstorm. He rapidly closed the distance to Danzo, unleashing a pale blue blade of lightning from his hand. Now this is getting interesting. Danzo smiled, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow as he unleashed his swiftest attack. 1st form of the breath of wind, dust whirlwind slash. The vacuum-like airflow, imbued with the power to shatter all, sliced through the Reikage's armor, leaving a long scar on his right arm. The Reikage's hand blade skated across Danzo's shoulder, severing a patch of muscle. Unfazed, Danzo formed seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. In the Reikage's widened eyes, several colorless air cannons erupted from Danzo's mouth, halting his advance. The billowing smoke obscured the third Reikage's vision. Oh, he never mentioned Hiwun-T utilized ninjutsu. Danzo smirked, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, bracing for what was to come. As the moonlight descended, he relished the moment. It has been quite some time. My state is satisfactory, my temperature is rising, and my heartbeat quickening. You mean to say you could withstand 2 strikes from Danzo and still evade him? Uchiha Kagami remarked, marveling at Killer Bee's resilience. Truly impressive, from Kumogakure. You exhibit remarkable fortitude. Others who received a single strike from him perished. Killer Bee found himself speechless, entrapped in the kaleidoscopic illusion known as the mirror prison. For now, this chapter concluded, it was time to shift focus elsewhere. Uchiha Kagami wiped the blood tears from his face, signaling for Root Ninjas and Uchiha to keep a watchful eye on the situation. He sighed, reluctant to confront what lay ahead. I knew it. Uchiha Kagami maintained a calm exterior while internally crumbling as he observed Danzo, who, though battered, grew ever more exhilarated. He is always present on the battlefield. The third Reikage felt the situation becoming increasingly troublesome. Why does he seem to thrive in combat? Due to elemental disadvantages, the Reikage's body was marred with numerous cuts. In a moment of respite, he noticed a figure approaching from Killer Bee's direction. It was Uchiha Kagami. Greetings, third Reikage, he offered amiably. The presence of Uchiha Kagami indicated that Killer Bee was nearby. Enraged, the Reikage bellowed, What exactly does Konoha intend to do? You will be held accountable for your actions. Haha, then I shall bear full responsibility while you retain your life. Danzo laughed maniacally as pain coursed through him, revealing deep green markings resembling windmills on his face. We are here to locate the missing Uchiha Jonin, of course. Haha. Ugh. Uchiha Kagami felt an internal struggle, but his body instinctively activated Susanoo, shielding Danzo from a barrage of attacks. Danzo's sclerae were now veined with crimson, and he grinned as he clutched the hilt of his sword. Are you ready? Here I come. Uchiha Kagami retorted. Who announces their intentions before a fight? The third Raikage laughed heartily. You possess quite the audacity. Come forth. Uchiha Kagami was taken aback. What? Fifth form of the breath of wind. Hurricane of Vritra. Danzo summoned nearly all his chakra into the blade, vanishing in an instant. Lightning release. Hell's piercing strike. The third Raikage's chakra surged, raising his finger to point at Danzo before he too vanished. The clash of azure and pale blue shockwaves erupted in the air. Boom. The tremendous explosion reverberated, sending tremors through the root ninjas stationed nearby. Whoa. They trembled. Lord Danzo has created quite the disturbance. Didn't we agree to be discreet? No gunfire? A nearby Uchiha observed with a subtle expression. Are you suggesting that two Kaga-level ninjas are here for a sneak attack? This is hardly stealthy. Lord Danzo is brazenly engaging. The root ninjas wore expressions of disbelief. Indeed, replied the Uchiha. Unbeknownst to them, Killer Bee's hand twitched slightly. As the dust settled, Danzo lay amidst the rubble, spitting blood mixed with fragments, his facial patterns fading as exhaustion took hold. It doesn't hurt nearly as much as I expected, he murmured. Surely, I'm not losing consciousness. I can't possibly be dying. A voice, both incredulous and pained, emerged nearby. I caught you, all right? Oh, I forgot about Kagami. It turned out that in the instant of being struck and propelled, Uchiha Kagami's Susanoo had enveloped both of them, absorbing the damage before shattering. Danzo, rising to meet Kagami's incredulous gaze, wiped his mouth. His right hand was unable to form a fist, trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, the Raikage was not as fortunate. He had collapsed, having severely crushed multiple stone walls, unconscious. The surface of the right hand was exceedingly coarse, resembling something that had been minced through a meat grinder. Danzo maintained his composure. Bring it on, Aizen. He seized the knife beside him with a sharp snap. Upon hearing the sound, Uchiha Kagami shifted his gaze from the Raikage to Danzo, only to witness the bluish-white knife shatter into countless fragments. Danzo silently covered his face, letting out a scream. Ah? My beautiful wife. A roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of chakra that rushed towards them. The two exchanged glances and fled in that direction. Our subordinates. Chapter 49. The injured duo Danzo, hurry up. The tears of a root ninja gushed forth from the holes in his mask, resembling a fire hydrant. Behind him, Uchiha, forced to endure the onslaught of tears, exclaimed, Come on, buddy, can you really run this fast while crying? They were the strongest among their group, engaging the Eight Tails until the others had retreated, but now they were at their limit. Suddenly, a colossal tentacle descended from the sky, crashing down behind Uchiha and shattering the ground, sending shockwaves that nearly toppled him. It was over. The young Uchiha felt the ominous rush of air barreling toward his back without even turning around. Just as despair filled his mind, he felt himself being yanked away by none other than the root ninja, who, still sobbing, dragged him towards the ink-drawn giant eagle. Brother, you're my real brother. Can you run any faster? Uchiha glanced at his purple hair and replied, Thanks, but Uchiha do not possess such hair color. Who asked you that? The root ninja retorted angrily, tears still streaming down his face. The giant eagle spread its wings, propelling them far into the distance. Flying was indeed faster than running. Yet, some things could catch up without the need for running. The bull demon, reveling in newfound freedom, conjured a tailed beast ball directed at the insect-like creatures soaring in the sky. Uncertain of what had just dispelled the illusion, it decided to assist Killer Bee. As the incessant chatter in its mind was becoming unbearable, a seemingly inconspicuous sphere formed within the Eight Tails' mouth, and in the next moment, a beam of pure chakra erupted forth. Boom! The night sky was illuminated with a grand display of fireworks. The Eight Tails, shaking its smoky mouth, turned away. The one who had supposedly struck that boy twice, along with the Uchiha who had ensnared him in an illusion, evoked some troubling memories. Perhaps it was best to retreat. Cough, cough. Your Mangekyo is useless, isn't it? A feeble voice remarked. Shut up, came the breathless retort. If you don't want to stay, then leave. The Eight Tails turned in surprise to see the yellow giant illuminated in the sky where the tailed beast ball had struck. It was none other than Danzo and Uchiha Kagami, sprinting with all their might. As they descended, the root ninja, tears in his eyes, exclaimed, Boss, you've finally come to save your most loyal subordinate. It should be you going down, Danzo replied, rolling his eyes dramatically, abandoning all semblance of dignity. Care to guess who arrived first? Uchiha Kagami wiped the blood tears from his eyes, laughing in anger. Want to guess how many pieces you would have shattered without me? The young Uchiha gazed in disbelief at his usually composed clan leader's current state of fury. As the two continued their bickering, the root ninja thought to himself, seeing the bosses argue like school children, I wonder if I will last until next month's pay. The Eight Tails scratched its ear, contemplating, if it keeps making noise, maybe it should just leave. You can't go. Who said you could leave? Just as it prepared to escape, both bickering figures turned in unison, glaring at one another. Copy me, they said. The root ninja nearly fell to his knees. My lords, if we must argue, can we not do so back in Konoha? This feels rather embarrassing. Sensing the root ninja's discomfort, Uchiha fell silent. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails was preparing a second-tailed beast ball. Danzo wondered how many more strikes he could manage. Uchiha Kagami resumed his stance and began forming seals. TCH, don't you see my wife is in pieces? Danzo grumbled, pulling the young Uchiha's sword from his side. I'm borrowing this, and I want to return it. The young Uchiha stammered. Wait, my chakra blade. With 3 strikes, he gripped the hilt coldly. He was already on the brink of collapse. His lungs ached, his left shoulder throbbed, and his entire body was in agony. Was this the price of vanity? Nevertheless, having commenced, he would see it through to the end. A blue-wind chakra enveloped Danzo, who felt as though he might perish at any moment. After delivering the final blow, blood poured from his mouth uncontrollably. Even when Uchiha Kagami activated his Jinjutsu, the Eight Tails had already escaped, having earlier confirmed that one-tailed beast ball had been redirected to the third raikage, resulting in a fatal blow. A profitable exchange. However, it seemed Killer Bee was not yet a perfect Jinchuriki, as he should not have been able to escape the Jinjutsu. Suddenly, Danzo recalled a dark, looming presence. How could he have forgotten? Ugh, Danzo laughed, blood spilling forth, shocking the medical ninja beside him. Danzo, has your brain been injured? Uchiha Kagami, wearing a soothing eye mask, could only shake his head in disbelief. You're on the verge of death, and you still laugh? What on earth are you thinking? Morning dawned as everyone returned to Konoha. Matsuri inhaled the familiar air. Ah, what a relief. Passers-by ambled along the streets, breakfast vendors lined the sidewalks, and morning joggers were out, including Mike Guy, who exuberantly shouted, Youth! Burning! Oh! A cloud of dust swept past them, and soon they watched in astonishment as he tumbled back. Dad! He rushed toward his father, Might Dai, who gazed at him with pride. Kai! Seeing you work so hard makes me truly emotional. Dad! Seeing you still so full of youth brings me joy too. The father and son embraced, oblivious to their surroundings, vowing to jog around the village for 200 laps. Wait, seriously? Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, remarked. You just returned from the battlefield, and you're already jumping into such intense training? The education of Konoha has prevailed. Nearby, Obito mumbled, 200 laps? I can manage that too. Rin encouraged, Yes, Obito, I believe in you. Obito felt touched, Rin. You're so kind. Kakashi, unimpressed, replied, No, let us start with a few less. He didn't want to have to rescue anyone during their mission. Except for the injured, the rest returned home to recuperate after bidding farewell to Shikaku. Now, only the teams of Shikamaru and Minato remained. Ami, there's a vendor selling fried cakes over there, Shursui said with a smile. Shall we get some? Ami turned her head towards the nearby bushes, nodding eagerly. I want some too. Matsuri dashed toward the stall. Boss, give me 10. Sure thing. The enthusiastic vendor replied. Tsunade scoffed. 10? Is that for a cat? Make it 20. Of course. The vendor responded with equal enthusiasm. Shikamaru found it amusing and suggested to the cheerful Minato. How about we share some? Minato scratched his face, smiling sheepishly. Sorry, Shikamaru, but I want to hurry and see Kushina. Before he could finish his thought, both he and Shikamaru glanced sharply at the nearby bushes. Amidst the rustling of the bushes, 2 figures emerged, belonging to the Umbu. One of them swiftly approached Tsunade, murmuring for an extended moment until her expression grew increasingly solemn. Casting a glance at Amiao beside her, she promptly followed the Umbu. Matsuharu, perplexed, called out, Are we still going home for dinner? Shurzue, having observed Tsunade's glance at Amiao, hesitated before suggesting, Amiao, let us return home together later. Amiao nodded, munching on a fried pastry, having not seen her elder brother in quite some time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hokage requests your presence. Another Umbu respectfully knelt. The smile on Minato's face gradually faded. Shikaku sighed, patting his shoulder in sympathy. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage welcomed them, addressing the assembled Jonin with warmth. Firstly, as the third Hokage, I wish to convey my gratitude for your service. As the crowd internally reveled in this announcement, the third Hokage slammed his palm on the desk. However, we have a troubling matter at hand. A Uchiha Jonin has been missing at the borders of the Land of Lightning for several months. An elder Danzo along with elder Uchiha have already set out to search for him. Unfortunately, they have been met with a notably unfriendly reception from the Hidden Cloud Village. Pausing, he continued somberly, Elder Danzo is now gravely injured and currently being treated in the medical department. A wave of shock and anger rippled through the crowd, as Shikaku and Minato exchanged knowing glances, sensing something amiss. What about the enemy casualties? They inquired, looking toward the third Hokage, who merely winked playfully at them. Indeed, there must be some losses on their part, he coughed, attempting to regain order. During my tenure, we have faced 2 battles, and I am deeply pained by this. Therefore, upon the conclusion of this conflict, I have decided to step down as Hokage and join the ranks of the elders. Both Shikaku and Minato were taken aback, realizing the third Hokage's gaze was directed at them. With a light nod amidst the stunned expressions of the Jonin, he turned to gaze at the rising sun, proclaiming, "The future of Konoha still belongs to the youth." Upon reaching home, Amiao discovered the absence of her family, finding only a familiar root ninja sister waiting within. A premonition stirred within her as she exchanged a glance with Shirzue before pushing open the door. "Lady Amiao," the root ninja knelt upon her arrival, "you have returned. Although Lord Danzo did not permit us to inform you, we felt it necessary to keep you informed. Lord Danzo has sustained severe injuries and is currently under Tsunade's care." A jolt of electricity coursed through Amiao. "He didn't even tell me about his injuries. Isn't this just like the last lifetime, brother?" Shirzue gently urged her to remain calm. Addressing the root ninja, "Excuse me, where can we find them? Given Lord Danzo's condition, our grandfather is likely not far behind." Taking a deep breath, Amiao commanded, "Lead the way." Tsunade, while administering medical ninjutsu to Danzo, rapped his head with the great slug, expressing relief. This is better than last time. No need for surgery this time." Danzo attempted to speak, but was muffled by the slug's embrace, managing only a stubborn thumbs up. The various instruments and 4 drips nearly slipped from his grasp. "Thank you. I understand," Tsunade remarked, her voice laced with playful malice. "But who could have dealt such damage to both of you, Uncle Kagami?" Kagami, propped up in bed, stiffened momentarily before coughing. Well. We encountered the third Raikage and the full form of the 8 tails." The nearby root ninja, exasperated, released her grip on the arm of her companion. "Did you not notice your clan leaders growing despondence?" Is that so?" Tsunade scoffed. "I seem to recall someone once claiming, if they encountered one, they would fight. But if faced with 2, they would flee. What a fuzzy memory you have, old Danzo." She abruptly tugged the slug away, revealing Danzo, who appeared like a frightened mouse. His hands folded peacefully on his chest. Truly, you remain unchanged, Lord Danzo." The remaining slug attended to the deep wound on his forehead, lamenting every time. "It's either minor injuries or severe ones. This makes it quite difficult for us. You are not getting any younger." Tsunade delivered the final jab. Danzo's eyes widened as he protested. Cough. "Nonsense. I am eternally 18. Indeed," Tsunade feigned enthusiasm. "Next time, avoid such severe injuries. After all, you will still be 18 years old in 18 years. Aside from various lacerations and blunt force trauma, muscle strains, and lung damage, all were self-inflicted." "Is this a family trait?" Tsunade recalled Amiao's leg injury, feeling a headache coming on. "Surely not." Knock, knock, knock. "Lady Tsunade, 2 children have arrived, claiming they wish to see their brother and grandfather. Shall I let them in?" It must be Amiao and Shirzue. "Old man, do you wish to see them?" Tsunade gazed in shock at Danzo, who had visibly deflated, mumbling strange words about a time machine. Kagami, calm, replied, "Since they have come, let us allow them in. By the way, Uchiha Rin, and that one, my code name is Hui." The root ninja raised a hand. "Yes, Hui, you should attend to your injuries first." What an unexpectedly lively root ninja. Did Danzo not claim to be Konoha's shadow? Where was the shadow? The 2 exited, making way for 2 small figures to enter. Such an imposing presence, Kagami mused. Chapter 50, The Arrival of Illusions. "Danzo, quickly see who has come." Kagami warmly beckoned the 2 children closer. "Are you here to visit us?" What good children you are. Shirzue nodded. Amiao was worried about not finding grandfather Danzo at home and asked everyone where he might be. At that moment, Tsunade, having completed her treatments for the day, leaned in, relishing the unfolding drama. Oh, old Danzo, look how much Amiao cares for you. She knows you have been bedridden for several days and came specifically to see you. Thankfully, this time it was merely internal injuries. Had there been broken bones, I would have had to painstakingly piece you back together in the operating room like a jigsaw puzzle. With each of her remarks, Amiao's gaze grew sharper, eventually sparking with electricity. Her soft, short hair fluffed out like a sea urchin. How would our Danzo respond to the electrifying glare of this sea urchin? Trembling, he swiftly pulled the covers over himself, concealing his entire being. Uffed. Kagami burst into laughter, whispering to Shirzue, "Cough. You mustn't learn to evade reality like Grandpa Danzo." Shirzue smiled. "By the way, does Grandma know you were injured?" Kagami froze, his gaze wandering as he stammered. Tsunade scoffed, "You old men are so weak." Meanwhile, Amiao attempted from various angles to unearth Danzo from beneath the covers, but he summoned an unexpected strength and began a tug-of-war with her. With a tearing sound, the blanket was ripped apart, leaving the siblings holding the remnants of their once cozy cover while casting a glance at Tsunade. Tsunade's forehead pulsed with veins. Her hair wild. "You too. If you continue this ruckus, I will throw you out." "Throw us out. I excel at rolling." Danzo seemed all too eager to discharge himself from the hospital. "Apologies, Tsunade, but the funds will be deducted from my brother's salary." Amiao halted his movements with one hand and turned to meet the fleeting gaze of Danzo, whose eyes were tightly shut. Is it possible for one to stoop so low to avoid her reproachful stare? "Brother, you scoundrel." Without a hint of mercy, Amiao pulled back his eyelids in front of the astonished crowd, revealing his golden eyes wide open, staring intently at him. "Brother, I truly must take control of you." "Oh dear, here it comes." The limited edition angry Amiao. Danzo, on the verge of tears, silently condemned. "Woe is me, you are injured as well." Amiao retorted confidently, her expression impassive. "I am not incapacitated by my injuries." "Danzo, that's mere sophistry." Ultimately, he feigned submission, lying back down obediently. "I was injured while battling the third Reikage, and there was also an 8-tails Jinchuriki involved. The opposition was formidable, and I activated the pattern." The prison mirror also came to assist. Noticing Amiao's expression change, he hastily added, "My subordinates were present as well. Those two earlier were among them." Amiao's demeanor softened. "Wow." Tsunade was utterly dumbfounded. She had never seen the otherwise flamboyant and easily ignitable Danzo appear so earnest. "Genjutsu? Release." She blinked but saw no change before her. "It is real." Amiao, truly unfathomable. After repeatedly assuring that she would never allow herself to be in such a predicament again and that the pattern bore no side effects, Amiao finally returned to her usual self. She grasped Danzo's hand, squinting as she rubbed her face against it. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." Danzo sighed in relief. Feeling he had passed this trial, he felt jubilant internally. The tender moment was fleeting, and Amiao looked around. "Where is my sister-in-law? I shall assist my brother in caring for her." Danzo instantly appeared despondent. "Woe is me, my wife. She has perished, shattered into several pieces." "So, Amiao learned to treat a blade as a wife from you." Tsunade and Shirzue identified the true culprit. "Was it that Reikage?" Amiao nodded, quite displeasing indeed. "He destroyed your wings. I shall annihilate his paradise." She promptly drew her blade. Danzo raised his hand, timidly interrupting. Regarding that matter, he is already dead." "Huh." Amiao's doe-like eyes turned back. "Then the Cloud Village? I believe it would be better for you to upgrade first," Danzo advised cautiously. Amiao expressed disappointment. "Is that so? It will take more than a day to finish." Uchiha Kagami observed the entire scene in astonishment. As expected of the sister of an old friend, they share the same thought process. Nonetheless, he discreetly glanced down at Shirzue, who had remained silent for quite some time. He noticed his grandson's cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling as he gazed in that direction, hands clasped on his chest, exhibiting an eager demeanor. Was their family's education truly flawed? Uchiha Kagami found himself perplexed. That night, at the Shimura residence. "What? Father is injured and hospitalized." Xin was feeding a rather plump Mimi for some unknown reason when he heard the news, astonished. "Can we eat?" "I shall prepare a meal for the patient." "Yes, it is stable now." Amiao nodded, then reproachfully looked at Mimi. "Speak, how much did my brother give you?" To ensure it wouldn't relay the news to her immediately. Mimi remained silent, merely retracting its head to peck at its food bowl, resembling a hen. Meow offered a condition. Next time, I will give you double. Mimi instantly straightened its neck. No problem, boss, you are so generous. Yamato glanced at the two. Scratching his head, I wish to graduate this year. He also wanted to do something for his father. Just right, I learned a jutsu called Super Beast Imitation, which seems quite powerful. Xin appeared full of vitality. I shall join my brother. Surely we can help. Meow sensed the anxiety within the two. She tiptoed and extended her hand. Xin and Yamato exchanged glances, bending down. Meow stroked their heads, softly saying, "Good children. I wonder what they think while my brother and I are on the battlefield." The two, comforted, quietly moved closer to Meow, and Mimi flew to her shoulder, nuzzling her face. A few children and a bird huddled together, spending the night in harmony. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, a mass of black, muddy substance seeped through the cracks in the earth. Once fully revealed, a pair of yellow eyes and serrated white teeth appeared upon it. To think it could accomplish the feat of slaying the third Raikage and still retreat unscathed from the Eight Tails minions. Has Konoha grown this formidable? Their chances of victory in this battle seem significant. This cannot be allowed. It cackled to itself a few times, squeezing into a passage. Black Zetsu, you have returned? A white figure inquired upon seeing it. Have you been gone for so long? Ah, I know. You must have gone to relieve yourself. Black Zetsu snapped in irritation. Shut up, Obito. Oh, how fierce. Obito exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. A frail, aged voice emerged from the darkness. Where have you been? A pair of Sharingan eyes illuminated the dimness. You know my purpose, Lord Madara. I went to find a suitable successor. Black Zetsu ingratiated itself closer. And the outcome? The old man, who was none other than Madara, inquired with a stoic expression. Alas, I have a candidate. However, it is currently back in Konoha and cannot be summoned. Black Zetsu hastily defended. Surely you were just slacking off. Obito murmured. Black Zetsu. Sometimes, I genuinely wish to obliterate this white Zetsu. It endured. Fear not, Lord Madara. I have a plan. It began to redeem itself. With just a minor maneuver, we can incite war between the Earth and Fire nations. After all, the Earth nation is already restless. Madara acknowledged, signaling it to proceed. Once all beings had departed, Madara began to meditate. An unusual sensation arose in his chest. He pressed his hand to his chest, coughing a few times. Is the rejection response truly taking this long? Truly, it is worthy of that individual. He closed his eyes once more, and in a daze, it seemed he returned to the era of Konoha's founding. Yet, everything is but an illusion. Only the ephemeral peace can alleviate the suffering. It is far more important for everyone to embark on missions joyfully. Matsuke's raised his hands to his mouth and shouted. The echo reached the opposite bank of the river. I truly envy Matsuke's, who perceives this matter as simply uncomplicated. Meow boldly stated. After all, being the bespectacled Matsuke's, he lacks intellect. Shursui sighed in disappointment. Matsuke's, with dead fish eyes. Have you finished talking? Where are the individuals we are to escort? He jumped up, pointing at the task location. I know you are anxious, Matsuke's, but please do not rush. Obito emerged. Perhaps they are helping an elderly lady cross the street. Do you think everyone is like you? Kakashi rolled his eyes in sarcasm. He gazed at the excited group and sighed. Due to their outstanding performance on the battlefield, after some evaluations, the third Hokage made a decision. If they could complete this C-rank escort mission without the accompaniment of a Jonin, these little ones would be promoted to Chunin. Kakashi would serve as the safety net. What about Rin? Rin was called to the hospital for assistance, leaving only a medical ninja, the glasses wearer, in the team. Originally, Matsuke's was also supposed to go, but after the incident of him rolling on the ground, Tsunade deemed it too embarrassing to keep him and shoot him out of Konoha like a fly. Minato anxiously reiterated before their departure, be sure to be cautious. Do not act impulsively, and if you cannot win, make sure to flee, and so on. It is merely an ordinary escort mission. Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin. I have completed such tasks alone several times already. In summary, nothing happens. It is exceedingly dull. However, he knew this group well. As a Chunin senior, Kakashi cleared his throat, assuming a serious demeanor. If unexpected situations arise, report immediately. Do you hear me? What are you doing? He had yet to finish. Matsuke's climbed onto a tree, gazing into the distance. Oh, I think I see a carriage. Amaya, who had been intently watching the cicadas chirping on the tree, paused and lifted her head. Several individuals were present. She frowned. Shirzue, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Amaya to prevent her from stuffing insects into her mouth, finally released a sigh and suggested, "Shall we go take a look?" "Great idea." Matsuno readily agreed. Kakashi interjected, "Hey, I haven't given my consent yet." But Amaya had already vanished. "Amaya, don't flip the cart," he admonished, hastily following after her, urging speed over caution. Amaya's voice echoed from the front, gradually fading away. Meanwhile, Matsuno, still running, proposed, "How about we name this little group Team Thousand Hands?" "You only think of yourself," Shirzue chuckled, forming a hand seal. "I think that's not a good idea." Before Matsuno could counter, he disappeared from sight. "Or perhaps we should call ourselves Future Hokage," Itachi suggested. "That's a terrible name." Trailing at the back, Kakashi replied coldly, outright rejecting it. Thunder rumbled ominously. Kakashi sensed trouble. As the trio approached, they saw a trembling man and woman huddled beside a carriage. The woman, dressed in male attire, was flanked by several individuals in guard-like clothing, who appeared to be unconscious. Near Amaya, 3 figures dressed as rock ninjas had been reduced to 2. A foreboding sense enveloped Kakashi. This mission must be more than a mere C rank, he thought, addressing the 3rd Hokage in his mind. After the group cooperatively subdued the rock ninjas, Matsuno immediately began to tend to the guards. "Is this Lord Morikawa?" Kakashi inquired, emotionless. As he approached the woman, "Could you tell us what happened with the assailants?" Morikawa trembled and looked up, stuttering, I don't know." "Is that so?" Shirzue sighed. "Then we must cancel the mission." "Oh, that wouldn't be good, would it?" Matsuno gazed at his subordinates, who had not yet fully revived. "Should we continue?" Amaya, who was cleaning her blade, turned her expressionless gaze towards Morikawa. She seemed to exude a sense of danger, aside from her height. However, Morikawa understood that one could not assess a ninja by ordinary standards. Just moments ago, that child had decapitated an assailant in an instant. To kill her would indeed be a simple task. I'll tell you," she stammered, raising her hand. To be frank, Kakashi rubbed his temple. "Your mission appears to have escalated to a B or a rank. The princess of the land of grass inexplicably appears here, dressed as a man. What sort of performance art is this?" I know, but I truly have no money left." Morikawa covered her face. "I was merely studying in the land of fire. But upon hearing of my father's illness, I wanted to return home quickly. Yet my family hasn't sent me money in ages. I thought it would be a simple matter of going home," but she continued to weep. Itachi felt a pang of sympathy. "Wow, that's really touching, sister. Don't worry. Well, definitely. You idiot, Kakashi, why are you hitting me?" "So, trailing at the back is just trailing at the back," Kakashi remarked with disinterest. "Do you believe everything others say?" When they arrived, Morikawa was in the least vulnerable corner of the carriage. Moreover, after Konoha issued the mission, she had brought along so many guards. Wasn't that a sign of foreknowledge for self-preservation? The atmosphere grew tense. Only the sound of Morikawa's sobbing remained. At that moment, Amaya stepped forward and said calmly, "You're lying." The sobbing girl paused, looking up in apparent confusion. "What are you talking about, little girl?" "It's easy to verify my father's illness." "You were smiling when you said that," Amaya interrupted, tilting her head. "What were you happy about?" Her golden eyes fixed intently on Morikawa, and after she spoke, all eyes turned towards her. Morikawa's voice quivered. "You're joking, right?" "She is serious," came the reply. Morikawa's heart sank. Under the dual threats of Kakashi's firm stance and Amaya's blade-cleaning menace, which was rather non-threatening, Morikawa divulged everything. The tale began with her birth. Matsuno, what? That far back. Morikawa was the legitimate daughter of the daimyo of the land of grass. Her mother, having only her as a child, doted on her. Though she could not leave the palace, she would fulfill any request to the best of her ability. Her father, aloof and indifferent, would only bestow a smile on her during significant occasions, which mattered little to Morikawa. Under her mother's expectations, she studied various subjects, all focused on becoming a great lord. Though those days were arduous, they were also the happiest of her life. Until that fateful day when she turned 13. Her father returned with a pregnant woman. Things began to change. The woman, pale and devoid of color, had delicate green hair that shimmered softly, both beautiful and fragile. When questioned calmly by her mother, the woman stammered, her tears flowing as she collapsed into her father's embrace. For the first time, her father scolded her mother, claiming she was a tree that bore no fruit, better suited to be chopped for firewood. Was it truly so? In his eyes, her beloved mother was merely a disposable tree? Morikawa was furious. She drew her bow, intending to shoot her father, but was stopped by her mother. With a face ashen, her mother bit her finger and wrote a farewell note in blood, promising Morikawa she would come for her once settled. Then her mother met with a fatal accident on the way back to her homeland. Perhaps it was indeed an accident. But Morikawa no longer had the heart to discern right from wrong. After announcing this event, her father coolly informed her of her impending betrothal to the daimyo of the Land of Earth, a man who, if memory served, was older than her father. Clutching the blood-stained letter left by her mother, she gritted her teeth in acceptance. In the following week, just before the betrothal, Morikawa, armed with her bow, stealthily navigated past the guards to surprise her father in his chamber. However, upon placing a foot on the window, she saw her father soundly asleep, while the woman appeared to be conversing with something white emerging from the floor. A chilling sensation crept down her spine. Who? The woman's voice transformed into a coarse, inhuman tone. Morikawa fled without looking back before the guards arrived. Where to? She crouched in the sewage beneath a bridge, listening to the footsteps above, her mind wandering to her mother's homeland, the Land of Fire. Matsuno commented, "You wanted to cultivate land, but how would you do that?" Huh. Morikawa responded, "So, you fled the Land of Grass after a failed assassination?" Kakashi concluded decisively. Coupled with the rock ninjas, this is certainly an A-rank mission. We should retreat. This is beyond our capabilities. No, please listen. I truly do not know why there are pursuers from the Land of Earth. Morikawa pleaded as she saw them preparing to leave. These individuals are merely temporary hires. I feared something might happen on the way. She recalled glimpsing something green and white flash across her family's wall just before she left. Though she thought she might have been mistaken, the unease led Morikawa to hire several guards. Her mother, being of ordinary noble descent, did not wish to cause them trouble. After selling her clothing and jewelry, she disguised herself as a common woman to work here. So this is all my savings. She anxiously clutched her hem. Shirzue and Kakashi exchanged glances. Indeed, her hands bore no resemblance to those of a noble, calloused and scarred, with a certain muscularity. Though such a situation could also be a ninja's disguise. Shirzue had observed her with his Sharingan. There was no chakra fluctuation. Let me rephrase my question. Kakashi crossed his arms. What do you plan to do upon your return? Mori-chuan paused momentarily, his expression resolute. I will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. The others exchanged glances. Only Obito moved to tears. Woo-woo. You must have endured tremendous hardships these past years. Mori-chuan responded, Well, not really. Kakashi sighed. Don't embarrass yourself. This mission involves the Land of Earth, and is beyond our capability to resolve. Shizuka waved his hand, and a raven alighted on his arm. Matsuho hesitated, saying, But our assessment, seeing that the others were genuinely unwilling to continue the mission, Mori-chuan gritted his teeth. Wait. If you take me back, I will reward you with a monetary compensation for an S-rank mission after it's accomplished. The air fell silent. Matsuho adjusted his glasses. Counting on his fingers, an S-rank mission is worth 1 million yen? 20,000 for each of us. His expression transformed as he turned to Mori-chuan. Is that true? Mori-chuan was taken aback, rationally analyzing. Unless something unexpected occurs, that child is only 5. And I am already 18. Without any other relatives, that person must weigh their options. I support the legitimate daughter in selling off her stepfather. Amiao raised her hand. Well then, what about the Land of Earth? Shizuka asked, pressing down her hand with a smile. You don't think that inheriting the Land of Grass means the Land of Earth will do nothing, do you? Mori-chuan solemnly replied. Regarding this, the daimyo of the Land of Earth is already dead. And Obito tilted his head. Mori-chuan glanced at the individuals on the ground, confirming they were unaware, then motioned the others to come closer. The new daimyo of the Land of Earth will undoubtedly wage war against the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. At that time, they will have no time to concern themselves with smaller nations. The group paused. Kakashi's gaze was sharp. How can you be so sure? Mori-chuan proudly pointed to his head. Analysis. My mind is quite capable, you know. I haven't forgotten a word my mother said. Having been raised by his mother with the perspective of a daimyo, she possessed a keen instinct for politics. Wow, that's impressive, big sister. Matsuho scratched his head. But is it truly all right to share this with us? The heavens know, the earth knows, you know, and I know. Mori-chuan waved his hand dismissively. There's no one else here. This young lady is remarkably astute. A voice that did not belong to a child chimed in. Mori-chuan was taken aback and turned rapidly. Behind her stood a blonde Konoha ninja, a plump waterfowl nestled on his shoulder. He smiled and inquired, "Am I late?" "Eh?" Obito exclaimed, pointing at the man, then turning to Amiao. "Eh?" Matsuhu remarked, "How swift, sensei." Shizuka chuckled softly. "Kakashi, it seems the time for the squad leader has come to an end." Kakashi rolled his eyes, feeling as though he had been ensnared in some elaborate scheme. Though he lacked evidence. "Come here, Mimi," he called to the child who had remained silent after initially exposing Mori-chuan, who waved, inviting the plump waterfowl to perch atop her head. "When did this happen?" "From the beginning," Amiao replied, glancing at her. "You have an exceedingly unpleasant aura." Mori-chuan asked. The man sighed regretfully. "Iacent Night Flash under the moonlit sky, a lovely name? Hello, I am Minato Namikaze. I will be the leader of this mission. Please take care of me." He squinted his eyes with a smile. "Ah, I see." Minato nodded. "But I must speak frankly. Due to the existence of that peculiar entity in your description, it may be futile to send you back afterward." Mori-chuan remained silent for a moment, then closed her eyes. "Double?" Minato asked. "Pardon? Double what?" "The S-rank mission reward, double." Mori-chuan fixed her gaze upon him. "I will fulfill my mother's expectations." "All right. You have quite the spirit," Minato nodded. "Then please sign here." He produced a contract. Mori-chuan gasped. "A contract of servitude? Are you suggesting I must work in Konoha for a lifetime if I cannot pay?" Minato replied cheerfully, "If you think of it that way. There's nothing I can do." She swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and signed. Upon confirming the task details, Minato nodded, ruffled Kakashi's hair. "Sorry, Kakashi, but I will take charge this time." Kakashi crossed his arms, responding coolly with a hum. Matsuho and Obito looked equally dispirited. Minato declared, "Since this is an assessment, I will remain hidden unless absolutely necessary." "Is it truly such a pity?" he mused, observing the children. Amiao and Shizuka seemed to be the most sensible. Minato gazed appreciatively at. "Wait, how are they already eating?" He glanced at Amiao, who was gnawing on a rice ball, and Shizuka, who was smiling beside her. "Are they this relaxed? I want to eat too." 2 days later, within the borders of the land of grass, torrential rain poured down. "Come over here." A maid beckoned to Mori-chuan from within the carriage. "It's pouring heavily." Mori-chuan hesitated, glancing at the weather. The maid tilted her head, seemingly enlightened, and continued, "My lady, come over here, it's a downpour." Mori-chuan replied, "Ah?" Matsuho nearly broke character, almost dispelling the transformation technique. Gah. At this moment, they were playing the roles of a wealthy noblewoman seeking an audience with the daimyo, her maid, and 4 bodyguards. Bodyguard 1 rolled his eyes. "What was that noise earlier? A duck?" Bodyguard 2 chuckled. "Must have been the glasses getting wet and rusting." Bodyguard 3 scratched his head. "Huh? Glasses? Where?" Bodyguard 4 erupted in anger. "Don't be absurd." The group bickered under their umbrellas, escorting Mori-chuan to the daimyo's estate. Nearby, Minato observed, "It's easy to recognize." However, he failed to notice Amiao, immediately commenting on the surrounding foul odor. But since Amiao had mentioned it, there must be an issue. If not on the ground, could it be underground? At the daimyo's estate, detecting nothing amiss, he signaled to the others, preparing to scout elsewhere. Although the daimyo was gravely ill, upon hearing of a seemingly wealthy noblewoman seeking an audience, he strained to present himself. "I hail from the land of rain, married into the land of grass, hoping to lead a tranquil life." Who could have imagined? Mori-chuan covered her made-up face. That wretched husband ran off with his sister-in-law. The allure of gossip is inherent to humanity. The daimyo pressed, cough, and then what? Mori-chuan paused, lifting her head. "Do you remember this face?" The daimyo was startled, looking up to see a familiar yet strange visage before him. It was the bloodied face of his former wife, appearing like a ghostly apparition before him. "My daughter. Where is she? Have you lost her?" "Ah." He had never encountered such a scene, instantly screaming. "I didn't cough. She left on her own." Silence enveloped the room. The daimyo opened his eyes again. The unfamiliar woman appeared frightened, supported by a nearby maid, hesitantly asking, "Hey, are you all right?" You suddenly began to breathe heavily. The daimyo's face turned ashen, labored breaths echoing in the room. The guards quickly sent word, "Hurry and summon the lady." Moments later, a light footfall, barely audible over the sound of the torrential rain, approached. "Ah, my lord, how can you be so agitated? Your illness is not yet cured." A pallid green-haired woman hurried to support him. The woman turned back, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but I see that today." Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and no one could discern what she was saying. But the next moment, her head rolled off. Thud. It rolled once on the ground. Mori Chuan, the daimyo, and the guards were all taken aback. Then the woman's body gently collapsed. Not a single drop of blood spilled. Crack. The maid slowly sheathed the blade that had emerged from nowhere, the sound ringing clear amidst the storm's roar. What are you doing? The daimyo's face turned a shade of deep crimson. What will happen to my illness now that she's gone? Kill her. Kill these two. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the torrential rain and the labored breaths of the noble. Cough, cough. Are you deaf? He shouted in fury, hurling a bamboo slip at the guard. The guard remained unperturbed. Something was amiss, despite his loud calls. Where were the guards outside? Why had no one come to handle these two? Shout. The maid tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze on the noble. Shout until your throat is raw. No one will come to save you. What a pair of eyes she possessed, like a demoness, surely. In a fit of sheer terror, the noble rolled his eyes back and fainted. Miao looked at the dagger in her hand. It hadn't even been drawn. At that moment, Morikawa hastily grabbed Miao's arm. I intended to take revenge on that old fool, but I never meant to kill this woman. Perhaps she is a victim of circumstance. Just then, the window opened, and the guards poured in. They all sighed in relief, reverting to a state of calm. Upon hearing the thunder, I immediately set up a barrier. Matsuno gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Obito clapped. Kakashi sighed. The proficiency of the barrier was lacking. It almost failed to muffle the sound. What on earth is going on? He frowned as he observed the corpse on the ground, only to be struck dumb. The next cross-section was white. The group stood stunned before this extraordinary sight. What is this? Not human, Miao declared coldly. But it doesn't resemble a ghost either. It hasn't vanished after being slain. This unnatural spiritual aura has yet to dissipate. She frowned, covering her nose. Could it be a ghost? Obito's voice trembled. Surely you jest? Miao. No. Setting aside everything else, in terms of perception, Miao was the strongest in their team. And although she often acted aloof, she would never jest about such matters. Kakashi crouched down, frowning as he examined the body closely. Inside the neck's severed area, something viscous seemed to be oozing out. Just as he picked up a kunai to lift the head that still bore a semblance of its former smile, it splattered. The head and hair disintegrated, transforming into a pool of white goo that slowly spread around. Kakashi quickly stepped back. Morikawa was evidently startled by the scene, covering her mouth to stifle a scream, interrupting their thoughts. But it was no longer necessary to hold back. As someone else screamed, "There's a ghost. Don't come near me." It was Obito, hiding behind Shizuka and Miao. Kakashi facepalmed. What a disgrace. The employer hasn't even acted yet. In my eyes, while it was still alive, its chakra resembled that of a human's ninjutsu, Shizuka stated seriously. Its Yamato-s would release, though it seems to have been mixed with something else, allowing it to blend with its surroundings. He leaned closer to observe. No wonder, even Lord Minato failed to notice earlier. Kakashi pondered. It appears to be rather concealed. So, this old man has been living alongside a non-human for 5 years? Matsuno, while keeping the noble alive, bluntly added, then this creature is the offspring of the old man. What would that be called? Hybrid? What do we call hybrids? Morikawa twisted her face. Ugh, stop. I already have an image in my mind. Miao comforted. No, think of it this way. Perhaps what was born is not human. Miao, your consolation is commendable, but perhaps it's best to refrain from comforting next time. Morikawa weakly replied. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It seemed the guards outside had grown impatient. My lord, is it over? Came the voice from outside. My lord, I heard some commotion. Are you all right? Morikawa cast a panicked glance at the noble, still clinging to life, and silently asked Kakashi what to do. Kakashi remained calm, opened the door, let Miao out. With this soundproof barrier in place, coupled with the noise of the rain, the outside world shouldn't hear anything. And you, Kakashi, are quite adept at directing others, Shizuka sighed. This will surely earn you the ire of future students. Kakashi replied with a deadpan expression. Perhaps you should check behind you. Moreover, Miao had already placed her hand on the hilt of her blade. Whatever lurked outside was undoubtedly not human. Are you all right? Are you all right? The voices outside grew increasingly frantic, repetitively asking the same question. The door began to shake violently under the increasingly agitated knocks. Are you all right? Are you all right? The voices outside became sharper, and then, bang! The door was pierced by a blade. A guard with a pale complexion and a stiff smile appeared. My lord, are you all right? You may need to watch a 30-second ad to revive. Miao casually remarked. Then quietly added, they're coming. Keep your eyes peeled. Shizuka and the others responded in kind. What surroundings? Morikawa nervously drew a bow from her wide sleeve. Suddenly, the walls and ceiling erupted with white, fleshy tumors as if something were parasitically invading. These tumors sprouted features and green hair, descending from the walls. What is this? Infinite reproduction? That's excellent. The labor force of the land of grass has been saved, Matsuno quipped, even at this moment. At that instant, the noble abruptly opened his eyes, expelling a white substance that collided violently with Matsuno. As he expelled this substance, the noble's breath rapidly weakened. Whoosh! An arrow swiftly pierced him, pinning him to the ground. Thank you. Matsuno paused momentarily, then erupted in fury. How dare they underestimate me? Not only did they attack first, but they also stole my patient. Mind your language, Kakashi warned, remaining vigilant. Morikawa spoke calmly. It's fine. If it dies, it dies. That arrow was meant for the old fool, but I didn't get the chance. The white, non-human beings stretched their hands toward them, drawing nearer. Miao grasped the hilt of her blade, her eyes flashing with determination. Boom! The sixth form of thunder breathing unleashed a storm of slashes centered around Miao, precisely striking each non-human. Morikawa's eyes lit up, fists clenched. So cool. The fallen corpses dissolved into a viscous fluid. That's bad. An unending stream of white tumors erupted from the walls. Though the group fought swiftly, the creature's strength was not formidable. Nonetheless, such continuous consumption was untenable. Lord Minato had warned them to maintain the integrity of the employer's residence. Kakashi sighed. Only one is the main body. Miao closed her eyes, and after a moment, spoke, follow me. Ever since arriving here, a faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air. Miao had sensed it emanating from the initial non-human. Yet the others emerging from the walls seemed devoid of that scent. Thus, they would head toward the source of the strongest odor. Along the way, the walls and ceilings seemed to spawn white entities in a manner akin to dumpling making, and the group followed Miao at breakneck speed. Strangely, the entire noble estate was deserted. Morikawa experienced firsthand what it meant to have one's body racing ahead while one's spirit lagged behind. She was oblivious to whether she had uttered a sound along the way. The wind's howling had rendered her ears deafened. By the time Morikawa regained her composure, she found herself at the princess residence, shielded by a Bido. You, young man, seem quite familiar. A non-human being. Its face formed of spirals, and possessing only a single hole where the right eye should be, lowered its head to gaze at him. Behind this non-human stood several children protecting the unconscious maid and guards, continuing to battle the emerging threats. Yet, inexplicably, white entities sprouted from their bodies. Do you know what it means to have the urge to relieve oneself? Before him, the non-human entity spoke with a tone of mockery. This young man. My name is Afei. Oh, Dato, startled with his head full of white spores, exclaimed, you mean to say you have no urge to relieve yourself? You lack intestines. Miao, passing by mid-sentence, interjected, is that the crux of the matter? Kakashi, whose chakra had dwindled due to being parasitized by the spore technique, furiously retorted, it is right before you. Do something. Kakashi-senpai, are you feeling unwell? Matsuo scratched at the growth on his face and then smashed the white entity before him with a punch. I don't feel much. After all, it's Kikikoin. Shirzue utilized the body flicker technique to break free from the infestation, throwing shurikens while forming hand seals, exclaiming, fire style. Phoenix fire technique. The flames ignited the wire, slicing through the growth, and at that moment, the liberated Dato could no longer endure. An urge is an urge, you fool resembling excrement. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi could only extend his hand. Wait. Complete it. Boom. The white entity appeared to be a highly flammable explosive, igniting upon contact with fire as it flooded in from the doorway. Dato's fire jutsu engulfed the entire corridor. I am terribly sorry. He screamed, apologizing to Morikawa. Not at all. It's fine. Just do what needs to be done, Morikawa replied. Kakashi's expression grew complicated as lightning flickered in his hand. You have no idea what the consequence of that statement is. Morikawa questioned what? Miao, who had just used her technique, exclaimed, so it can be dismantled? Then I shall not hold back. Matsuo sighed in relief. Then I need not restrain my strength. It's a bit uncomfortable. Morikawa was bewildered. That was close. Afei dodged the flames, wiping sweat from his brow. Really, it was just a question. Oh, I remember now, you were part of that. Our grand plan. At this proclamation, a hush fell over the room. A plan? Kakashi halted his attack, his expression complex. Are you referring to this laggard? Is it true? But. A Fae turned to Shirzue, who had shifted all the maidens and guards into a corner. Perhaps, there is also a backup? At this moment, without hesitation, Amiao drew her sword. Thunder breathing, 8th form, thunder prison electric slash. In Morikawa's eyes, black and white flickered, and then, boom. The sound of torrential rain outside was overshadowed by the deafening thunderclap. The walls where she struck crumbled, attacking a Fae. Ouch, ouch. A Fae split apart at the first strike, but was still severed by the second, losing most of his appendages. You violent little dwarf. Can't you see I'm still contemplating? It restored its former shape and began to stomp in frustration. You rude creature, it's decided. You shall be my target. A Fae's upper body split open, attempting to engulf Amiao in an octopus-like manner, seemingly wanting to consume her. Just you? Too slow. Before the expressions of those behind her could change, several streaks of yellow fluorescence flashed, and the entity known as a Fae was cleaved into uniform pieces, the edges charred from the intense heat, exuding the aroma of wood and mushrooms being fried. Thunder breathing, 5th form, heat lightning realm. Click. Amiao sheathed her sword with a flourish. Dato remarked, impressive. I want to learn too. Matsuo adjusted his glasses. He was wondering why there was no commotion from Shirzue's side. It turns out they didn't take a Fae seriously. Morikawa clenched his fist. That was indeed cool. Kakashi, with an expression like a dead fish, commented, showing off again. How stringent Kiki-kun is, Shirzue's side. Kakashi responded, ah yes. Yes, I knew you would find that truly impressive. After a Fae was sliced apart, the surroundings ceased to generate more entities, and the group swiftly dealt with the remaining non-humans. This room, Morikawa glanced at the shattered walls, the work of Amiao, the embedded shurikens, courtesy of Shirzue, the large indentations on the floor, thanks to Matsuo, and the charred remnants of the building, the handiwork of Dato and Kakashi. It seems the first order of business will be the reconstruction of the Lord's mansion. That will certainly be lively, Morikawa chuckled. The foul odor still lingers, Amiao frowned. Based on her past experiences, she knew that the stench of a slain demon would dissipate with the death of its soul. If it still existed, it meant something remained. Amiao closed her eyes, amplifying her perception. Seeing her in this state, Shirzue solemnly addressed the relaxed others. Wait, perhaps it is not over yet. Morikawa inquired, there is more? The notion of being surrounded by repulsive entities was still not concluded. Amiao concentrated her senses into a thread, touching something. She advanced further along the foul aura. Amiao sensed a malevolent soul reeking of decay. Ugh! She gagged the moment the soul entered her range, covering her mouth. Grasping Shirzue's arm for support, she gasped for breath. Overwhelmed by a tide of malevolence, a stench of rot. What is this? Is there truly something more repugnant than musin in this world? A sense of foreboding washed over Amiao. Underground caverns of the land of grass outside, the rain poured heavily, while within the caverns, the dampness caused drops to echo. Obito opened his eyes. Before him, the ground slowly writhed to form a Venus flytrap. Lord Madara, the ninjas from Konoha have arrived here, White Zetsu reported respectfully. Is that so? Madara closed his eyes. What have they done? They have blown up the Lord's mansion of the land of grass. White Zetsu continued. Madara opened his eyes wide. What? Where did they blow it up? The abandoned mine. Minato sensed an incongruity. He lowered his head, pinching a handful of earth. The soil was decent, with good thickness, yet the vegetation was remarkably sparse. In a land abundant with grass, this was a curious anomaly. Within this 100-meter radius, he detected no signs of life. Even in the rain, one would expect some small creatures like rabbits to seek refuge in caves. Yet, he felt not even a single insect. Strange. Furthermore, this was the third time he had unconsciously sensed a detour around this area. Should he continue to investigate? Minato brought his index and middle fingers together, crouching to perceive carefully. A faint trace of chakra left behind gave him a chilling sensation. Minato opened his eyes and sighed. Perhaps Amiao had indeed sensed something. The affairs of the land of grass were not as simple as they appeared. He began to feel grateful that he had seen Yashan and the others come. Otherwise, he would have been clueless about what might befall those children. At that moment, Minato was unaware that skirmishes had already taken place there several times, and even the Lord's name had changed. He resolved to obliterate this area. Chapter 64. I have returned from hell afterward. Shirzue could hardly recall what transpired. He only remembered Amiao's calm expression and the warmth of her hand as it brushed against him. So warm. Instinctively nuzzling closer, he thought he heard a sharp scream. Shirzue could think of nothing else. He simply gazed at Amiao, his vision gradually blurring. Amiao appeared momentarily stunned, then softly reassured him, "It's all right, it's all right." Her fingers gently wiped away the blood mixed with rainwater from his face. "You did very well." Shirzue stared at her still pale, soft lips. Those lips, which had just comforted him, had earlier uttered such cruel words. "Kill me." That phrase seemed to echo in his ears. In the dark corners of his mind, something whispered, "She is like this. If you were not here, she would find a way to seek death," the voice said. "That is her choice," Shirzue replied. "You think you truly have her grasped? I have never had the desire to seize her." "Ha ha ha. Do you believe that yourself? Come now, since she has chosen death. Let us allow her to choose life." "Impossible. Deep down, you are quite eager, aren't you?" The voice taunted. Shirzue struggled. "How pitiful. Our kaleidoscope has never truly been closed. This is not how it is. Come on, enough. Silence. Stop speaking, O divine being." Before Shirzue could control the use of his ocular technique, he forcefully shut his eyes. "I only wish for Amiao to be Amiao." Consciousness plunged into darkness. Amiao intended to rise in Shirzue's embrace, but was firmly rejected by Matsuno and Yinji. "Please rest, dear lady. We narrowly escaped being skewered by you. The wound has yet to stabilize. Take it easy," Hinata gently reminded from the side. She had no choice but to remain prone, accepting her brother's calm gaze. Dryly stating, "I have returned." Her brother's previously tense expression suddenly relaxed, and he sighed, "I truly have no way to deal with you." Turning her head, Amiao saw Shirzue's right eye still bleeding profusely, fixated on her without blinking. It appeared she had frightened him. Amiao raised her hand, intending to wipe the blood away. However, upon seeing her outstretched hand, Shirzue leaned in closer. Amiao was momentarily taken aback, then realized it must be uncomfortable for him with blood smeared on his face. How peculiar, Tawanzo thought, observing his old friend's grandson nuzzling Amiao's hand like a docile cat. Even more curious was hearing Amiao softly cooing in a gentle tone. It seemed he had indeed used such methods to soothe Amiao in her childhood. "Amiao, have you applied all that you learned here? Do you wish to become Shirzue's mother?" "No, that is quite terrifying." Before he could ponder further, Shirzue suddenly closed his eyes and fell backward. "Whoa!" Matsuno reacted swiftly, catching Shirzue, while Tawanzo swiftly lifted Amiao. He glanced at the dark opening behind them, which seemed to harbor an abyssal gaze. Tawanzo's heart began to wrestle with dread. Nevertheless, the cough of his sister prompted him to gesture a friendly sign towards the opening, leading several others, heads adorned with immobile birds, away. Unbeknownst to Tawanzo, who was unaware that Kurizetsu had perished at Amiao's hands, he had been preoccupied with other matters in recent years, and now it became evident that he had underestimated the situation. Kurizetsu, Uchiha Madara. He will undoubtedly return. When Kakashi Hatake reunites with Tawanzo at the quickest pace, he finds the shadowy figure of Konoha, with a disheveled bird perched atop his head, a black curly-haired form on his back, and cradling what appeared to be Amiao. Behind him, a cacophony of unknown creatures clamored. "Grandpa Tawanzo, wait!" Matsuno shouted. "Huff, huff, I can't run anymore." Hinata Kido collapsed, a wisp of spirit escaping his lips. "I'm dying." "Did Amiao find you?" Kakashi asked in surprise. "Yes, let us go," Tawanzo nodded. Retaining his composure, "Those two are your responsibility." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace of him. Hinata Kido was astonished. Is it possible to be even faster? Kakashi scratched his head in confusion, lifting the two, gently advising, "Be careful not to bite your tongue." Swish! Is this the world of the shadows? Hinata Kido felt the wind so strong that it threatened to close his eyelids. Awe enveloped him. "So, you mean Matsuno, bandaged and seated beside the hospital bed, remarked, 'Was it your advanced Sharingan technique that allowed me to treat her?' Beside him, Obito, with his arm in plaster, fumed. 'It's called the Mangekyo.'" Kakashi, with his bandaged eye, deadpan replied, "Stop bickering. You're the one lagging behind." "What did you say?" Obito exploded. "You one-eyed fool. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead." "Thanks, but were it not for Lord Minato, you'd be dead too," Kakashi retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically. Rin, with the least bandages, interjected, "Well, being alive and not gravely injured is already a stroke of luck." The situation had indeed been dire, surrounded by several rock shinobi jonin. And it was only after Obito activated his Tsutomu that matters improved slightly, yet he still nearly succumbed beneath a falling boulder. After the deafening crash, both Kakashi and Rin were brought to tears. Fortunately, the reliable Lord Minato arrived, shining as if a deity descended from the heavens. Upon their return to the village, they were greeted with a flurry of shocking news. What? Amiao is missing. What? Amiao has been found. What? They are all hospitalized. What? Shisui activated his Mangekyo. Each revelation left them more stunned than the last. Then, Lord Minato, bewildered, was called away by an umbu and has yet to return. Shisui chuckled softly. How strange. Why does the frame of my glasses speak and drop crumbs while eating? Matsuno, having bandaged his ears and forgotten his glasses, angrily stuffed a snack into his mouth. Shisui remained unfazed. Apologies, but I seem unable to comprehend the language of non-humans. Therefore, Obito, with great enthusiasm, raised his hand. I heard that each Mangekyo has its own name. What is yours, Shisui? Kakashi thought. Hey, isn't this supposed to be a secret of the Uchiha clan? Mine? Shisui pretended to ponder. One name is called Konoha Tsukumi. Obito replied excitedly. Wow. What is the other name? Others leaned in, eager to hear. Tsukuyami. Obito and Matsuno exclaimed in unison. Wow, that is incredibly cool. Kakashi's left eye twitched slightly. Did no one find these names peculiar? Konoha Tsukumi, Tsukuyami. It all felt rather ominous. While Obito learned the conditions for awakening the Uchiha's eyes might be in a moment of crisis, he pondered what could have transpired to transform Shisui into his current state. He discreetly glanced at the dark circles under Shisui's eyes and the seemingly superficial smile that floated upon his face. Moreover, they had yet to see Amiao. Inquiries only yielded news of her recuperation and the inconvenience of visits. Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances, solidifying their decision to provide emotional support over the next few days. Until 2 days later, as the group reconvened before the esteemed Lady Tsunade's rounds, a figure pushed the door open. I have returned from the depths of hell. The pallid figure wore its usual expressionless demeanor. After a moment of silence, Amiao tilted her head in confusion. Why does everyone remain silent? Shisui sighed. Amiao Matsuno swallowed the apple in his mouth, weakly stating, Your aura from the depths of hell has left us in shock. It felt as though uttering a laugh after that would earn a reprimand from Granny. I heard you went missing, Amiao. Obito, ignoring Kakashi's glare, inquired, What happened? Kakashi noticed Shisui's hand beside the bed twitch involuntarily. You fool, can't you read the atmosphere? However, Amiao cleared her throat, covering her face with one hand, and spoke softly. This matter must begin with the time I killed the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Who? Killed whom? Kakashi, Obito, and Rin exchanged glances, confirming they were all hearing the same shocking revelation. So it was you, Raijin Yasha? Kakashi could hardly believe it. Yes, impressive, right? Matsuno puffed out his chest proudly. This was accomplished by Amiao, slice by slice. Kakashi knew that the title of Shunshin belonged to Shisui. However, Raijin Yasha, whose very name instilled fear in the hearts of the Cloud Shinobi, was something to consider. Lord Minato had nearly single-handedly penetrated a front line, earning the title of the Yellow Flash. Alongside him were his father, the White Fang of Konoha, Towanzo's Wind of Extreme, and Uchiha Kagami's Mirror Flower, Water Moon. He had thought Raijin Yasha was some unknown umbu or root shinobi. To think, Kakashi observed the still-speaking Amiao and the seemingly cheerful Shisui. A monster, indeed. He resigned himself to listening further. Resignation was not an option. Amiao and Shisui are indeed in a dire predicament. Although Amiao refrained from divulging certain details, the final events, albeit heavily abridged, sent shivers down Kakashi's spine, while Amiao only briefly mentioned being controlled and ultimately resolving the situation. He could easily surmise the reasons behind Shisui's activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Glancing beside him, he saw Obito, already in tears. This is just too cruel. Amiao and Shisui are completely oblivious to the situation. Rin, standing nearby, gently patted Amiao and Shisui's shoulders, reassuring them that everything was in the past. It wasn't until Lady Tsunade came to check the room and found no one that they fled as if for their lives. That night, the blade sliced through skin, tearing through fascia, muscle, diaphragm, and pericardium as if in slow motion. Knowledge from the books flooded Shisui's mind. Then came the heart. The knife pierced completely, releasing a spray of crimson. The world seemed reduced to that blood-red hue. Suddenly, Shui jolted awake, sitting upright, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. Was it merely a dream? Yet, the sensation lingered in his palm. His stomach twisted violently, and he couldn't suppress a dry heave, tears streaming down his face. Amiao? Where are you? For reasons unknown, his body moved of its own accord, instinctively weaving past the people in the corridor, climbing up to the windowsill. Circumventing the watchful root ninja, and in a flash, he entered the hospital room. He beheld Amiao, peacefully asleep, and his tense body relaxed. Drowsiness washed over him. Shui allowed himself to curl up beside Amiao, inhaling the familiar scent, and closed his eyes. This time, he thought, he would not have nightmares. Amiao opened her eyes expressionlessly. Though a stranger lay beside her, the presence felt too familiar. The sweet scent of rice cakes mingled with a hint of match's bitterness. Is that you, Shui? Unable to sleep, you came here? Amiao noticed he was clad only in a hospital gown, and she adjusted the blanket to cover him. Turning to face him, she observed the furrow in his brow and the dark circles under his eyes. I'm sorry for causing you so much pain. With me here, you can sleep soundly. She pressed her forehead against his, closing her eyes. Shui's brow gradually unfurled, and his tense body relaxed. A night of peaceful slumber ensued. Shui was roused by a commotion. Blinking groggily, he found Amiao's sleeping face before him. Still dreaming? Where is Uchiha Shui? The panicked voices of the medical staff echoed. He was here during the rounds last night. No way. Who else besides that esteemed person would dare escape the hospital? I better not catch him. Tsunade's ominous voice followed. Overexerted chakra, excessive use of the eyes, and still daring to run away? I must report this to the Uchiha clan leader immediately. Shui thought. Oh no, now I'm fully awake. Amiao, still asleep, curled deeper into her blanket, seemingly wishing to evade the ruckus. At this moment, it would be best to wake her? No, she is too exhausted. Let her sleep a little longer. Before Shui could finish his internal debate, his hand instinctively covered Amiao's ears. Sigh. At that moment, a masked figure peeked in from the windowsill. Amiao? The small voice called softly, recognizing the face outside the blanket. Shui was smiling at her, signaling for silence. She glanced at the raised blanket, realizing Amiao was still asleep. Which was not surprising. Not surprising at all. But wait. The entire building is searching for you, Shui. How did you bypass the night watch? And why are you so adept at this? She had countless questions, yet under the scrutiny of his increasingly red eyes, she silently retreated. Given the circumstances, it was best to report to Lady Tsunade first. She was merely a humble worker. The commotion outside gradually subsided. Shui reclined once more, taking Amiao's hand that had ventured outside the blanket and gently pressing it against his eyes. Breathe. Patience, Shui. Chapter 65. Grandpa Snail, the third Hokage, has finally returned to his beloved Konoha, following the victory in the Battle of the Bridge of Godless. And after triumphing over the Hidden Stone Village, this 3-year-long excursion has reached its conclusion. As Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitantly pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, he was met with a mountain of documents and the Nara clan leader, seemingly suffocated by an aura of palpable grievances. His once proud pineapple hairstyle now drooped disheartenedly, dark circles shadowing his eyes. This does not bode well. Hiruzen halted his instinctual urge to flee, reminding himself, "You are the Hokage. You can do this." The Nara clan leader glanced up weakly from the doorway, muttering, "Just a moment, let me finish this document." He then returned to his reading, only for the paper to slip from his fingers with a loud thud. The Nara clan leader's head snapped up, his gaze fierce as he pointed at Hiruzen, shouting, "Capture him." Hiruzen, huh? Capture who? Me? With a flurry of movement, several Umbu rushed forth, intent on restraining him. In the blink of an eye, the esteemed third Hokage vanished into a wisp of smoke. The Umbu collided in a heap. Perched on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Hiruzen began to reflect. Wait, he intended to run. Why did his legs betray him? Perhaps he should wait for Nara to calm down before descending. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice emanated from behind him. A vice-like grip seized his shoulder. Why must he say again? And Hiruzen swallowed hard, turning to face an unblinking visage. Third Hokage. Are you trying to escape? It was the Nara clan leader. So you mean to say, Danzo left a note and took Kakashi and Minato with him, right? Yes, Hokage-sama. The Nara clan leader calmly continued organizing documents. The captured third Hokage tapped his pipe, opening the letter. This fellow left me nothing. Monkey. Previously, after Amiao went missing, She was taken by him, and now the summoning beast has memorized the scent of the cave. You've been out for 3 years and haven't found her. Have you? I'll take 2 people for a thorough investigation. Danzo had left. Sigh. Hiruzen set the letter down. How rude. There was no such thing as being too cautious regarding Uchiha Madara. However, he raised his gaze to the seemingly insurmountable pile of documents before the Nara clan leader, who wore a forced smile. Kakashi has important matters as well. This is part of the documents I could not finalize last month. The towering stack of papers multiplied before his eyes. It was his turn now. Hiruzen peacefully closed his eyes. Achoo! Kakashi sneezed. Odd, though it was early autumn. It wasn't particularly cold. Nearby, Minato listened as Danzo recounted Amiao's ordeal. This is too. The narrative returned to 2 days prior, back in the root laboratory. Danzo burst in, cradling a drowsy Amiao. Quick, prepare treatment and isolation. Pharmacist Nanoyu set down the documents he was organizing and pressed a button on the wall. A massive tank filled with green liquid appeared before them. This device, previously activated by that one, was now operational once more. Amiao, stay awake for just a moment longer. Danzo's voice was unusually gentle, soothing the girl struggling to keep her eyes open. It will be over soon. As Amiao was immersed in the nutrient solution, she felt as though she were sinking back into her mother's womb, slowly closing her eyes and curling up in tranquility. Although temporary measures had been taken, the harm inflicted was irreversible. A faint glow emanated from her chest as the sealing technique surrounding the vast cultivation tank was activated. A sigh of relief escaped Tuanzo's lips. Now, it was time for Yuan Fong. He spoke coldly, subordinate present. The pharmacist Yanao appeared beside him, inquiring, "What are your orders?" A binding curse seemed to linger over Amiao's heart. Tuanzo's tone carried a dangerous intent. First, check if it has been damaged. If not, seal it with minimal cost. Understood. Yanao acknowledged before withdrawing. Tuanzo glanced at the sleeping Amiao, picked up several bottles of eye drops specifically for the Uchiha clan, and made his way to the hospital. The kaleidoscope of Shursui seemed different from what he knew. Night fell, and Uchiha Shursui awoke. A dull pain radiated from his right eye and head. Even the muscles of his body ached. Yet, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Amiao. Where was she? He struggled to open his eyes, wishing to sit up. Stay lying down. Came a familiar voice. You've sustained serious injuries, and your chakra is depleted. It was Amiao's brother. Is Amiao all right? Shursui murmured. She is fine. Tuanzo remarked, observing Shursui's dazed expression. He sighed and poured a glass of water, placing it on the bedside. Shursui remained unresponsive, muttering, I'm sorry. If only he could have been stronger indeed. Anyone forced to kill their own comrade would be engulfed in self-doubt, especially someone from the Uchiha, a clan known for its delicate psyche. Amiao, do you truly comprehend what you have done? Tuanzo reassured, there is no need for apologies. That was Amiao's choice. He patted Shursui, who covered his mouth and coughed, as if something had taken root in his throat, preventing him from uttering affirmatives or negatives. But fortunately, it was you who saved her, Tuanzo stated earnestly. I owe you my gratitude. Shursui paused, shaking his head. Regardless of whether you accept it or not, I must express my thanks. Tuanzo placed the eye drops on the bedside as well. These drops soothe the meridians around the eyes. Your grandfather uses them too. Moreover, awakening the kaleidoscope at such a young age, could there be an impact from the bloodline disease? It's rather unfortunate. I've decided to summon Orochimaru. He would surely be intrigued by this. However, there is something more pressing. Though it may seem untimely, I wish to inquire about your kaleidoscope's effects. Here it comes. Shursui closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, his left pupil transformed into a 4-blade pinwheel shape, slowly spinning, while the right, bound in bandages, remained concealed. This is the name of the kaleidoscope, Futon Shin. Its effect is to rewrite will. How would Tuanzo's grandfather perceive this? The eyes awakened by Amiao, and then what? Tuanzo smoothly accepted this revelation, indicating he was unaware of certain matters. Shursui asked, is this correct? Some absurd reactions caused Shursui's previously taught nerves to relax momentarily. The other one is called Shikami Goku. Its function may be to pause a person's time. Shursui paused. Currently, I cannot utilize it. Tuanzo appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, well done. That explains everything. He then produced a package of snacks and fruits. As Shursui gazed at the table piled high with treats, Tuanzo retrieved a scroll. Your grandfather is not here. I'll give you his secrets for protecting your eyes, he said, placing the scroll atop the tower. I'm off to check on Amiao. With a swift motion, Tawanzo vanished before Shui could reach out. Coughing, he fell back onto the bed, succumbing to a fit of coughs. Amiao, I miss you. The door creaked open, revealing a vigilant Uchiha Fugaku. He immediately noticed the changes, exclaiming, "Whoa, is that you, Tianluo?" Shui, interrupted repeatedly, twitched his lips before sighing. It's Tianluo's grandfather. The next morning, Amiao was making quite the noise in the nutrient solution container. Tawanzo, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sighed, "Ancestor. Even selling your brother wouldn't suffice to buy this." Amiao expressed flatly, "You should go to sleep." Tawanzo, avoiding the topic, picked up some documents, muttering, "How can concrete be mixed with ramen?" A faint crackling of electricity filled the air. Tawanzo sprawled on the adjacent bed, eyes closed. "Good night, Makabaka." The device on the cultivation tank fluttered its wings mockingly. "Please, you are quite weak." Tawanzo, unable to express his anger, quickly fell asleep. By the time he awoke, it was already noon. After confirming that the binding curse had been dispelled and there was no longer any danger to her life, Amiao was extracted and began recounting her experiences of the past month. "Is Heiju dead?" Tawanzo rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he had just heard. "You mean to say you defeated that mass of black mud with a single blow?" Amiao tilted her head in contemplation. "Yes. After killing it, the foul stench vanished." Tawanzo was astounded. "My goodness, esteemed Amiao. You truly brought about an unexpected conclusion." Time was of the essence. They must assist the elderly in removing the tubes. He called upon Kakashi and the newly returned Minato, ready to set off. Returning to the present, Tawanzo reassured, "Fear not, Lord Tawanzo. I have experience." Minato gave a thumbs up. "After all, I managed to hold out for an hour under his command." Tawanzo's expression turned serious. "Is that so? That's quite impressive." "Well, it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Amiao. They would have perished, huh?" Minato laughed heartily. "Kakashi, can you still find humor in this?" Shui inquired. "Speaking of which, Minato-kun, are you preparing for marriage upon your return?" Tawanzo suddenly remembered, asking. "Ah, yes, indeed." Minato scratched his head shyly. "I've been preparing for quite some time. By the way, once Mirai finishes with the Hidden Mist Village, the next Hokage election will likely commence." Tawanzo made a bold statement. After all, Hiruzen has long since wanted to retire. Perhaps a wedding gift will be the Hokage position. "Is it possible to listen to this for free?" Minato exclaimed. "No wonder he hasn't returned after 3 years." Shui added, laughing. However, as they discussed the Hokage election, Shui turned toward Minato. "Well, it seems this is now your responsibility." Minato looked puzzled. "Is it?" Shui clarified. "After all, he has politely declined. Whoever wants to be Hokage may do so." At this moment, those searching for Shui gazed at the empty hospital room in bewilderment. "Has he been discharged?" Obito complained. "He could have at least informed us." "But his belongings are still here." Rin expressed her concern. "Could something have happened?" "Let us go find Amiao. She must be there," Kakashi concluded decisively. Matsuri, who had already received news from that woman, affirmed, "Indeed. Kakashi-senpai, you truly are a genius." Upon reaching Amiao's hospital room, Obito casually pushed the door open. "Amiao, do you know where Shui is?" He abruptly halted, not for any other reason, but because he met Shusui's sharp gaze. Instinctively, Obito muttered, "Sorry, wrong room," before shutting the door. Kakashi rolled his eyes, pushing the door open again. "What are you doing, you slacker?" This is not right," Obito stammered. "Did I just miss-see? Why is Shui lying in Amiao's bed? It must have been a mistake." He glanced at the nameplate. Shimizu Amiao. His mind reeled. And Obito silently screamed, crouching down. Kakashi sighed, pushing the door closed once more. "What nonsense is this?" Kakashi appeared composed as he suggested, "Let us return this afternoon." Mitsuho urged, "Hurry, hurry." Inside the room, Amiao finally awoke. She attempted to rub her eyes, but her hand was firmly held by someone, rendering it immobile. "Huh." A slight itch emanated from her palm. Upon opening her eyes, she found Shui gazing at her with a warm smile. The source of the itch was the gentle flutter of his eyelashes as he blinked. "Good morning, Amiao," he said, the soft sunlight illuminating the right side of his face, casting the left into a pallid hue. "Did you sleep well?" Amiao furrowed her brow and reached out with her other hand to pinch his left cheek. "Asui, you need not smile if you do not wish to." Shui paused, then chuckled softly. "Amiao, what are you saying?" Amiao propped herself up and looked down at him from her elevated position. "It tastes quite bitter. The essence of Asui." Shui instinctively followed her hands with his gaze. and upon hearing her words, his expression stiffened as he met her honey-like golden eyes. Silence ensued, and an unwelcome voice echoed in his mind. You know how perceptive she is. Indeed, he was aware. You cannot conceal anything from her. Yes, she will undoubtedly detest you. Have you forgotten? No, she might consume anything. But her most loathed flavor is bitterness. Is it truly unnecessary? The voice inquired, filled with anticipation. No one will discover it. We merely need to observe her as we are now. Shirzue was on the verge of being persuaded. His Sharingan involuntarily manifested, the tomo spinning rapidly before morphing into the shape of a four-blade windmill. Chakra surged toward his left eye. How beautiful! The figure before him leaned closer, the golden hue nearly enveloping Shirzue's entire field of vision. So beautiful, Asui, she murmured, it appears delectable. Stop, do not jest. The internal voice fell silent. Shirzue blinked, awakening from his reverie, his eyes feeling parched. Is that so? Would you like to taste it, Amiao? Amiao stepped back, puzzled, sensing a slight improvement in his flavor, and humbly inquired, how should I taste it? A blush crept across Shirzue's face, his voice drifting, just scoop it out. He smiled as he took Amiao's hand. Come now. Amiao, the Uchiha will not allow anyone else to touch their eyes. But if it were you, the entirety of this eye exists solely because of you. Chapter 66. After all, I am not a devil. Shirzue guided Amiao's hand toward his left eye, even when her fingers brushed against his lashes. He showed no inclination to stop or blink. He suppressed the discomfort of having his vital part nearly touched and continued to lead Amiao forward. Come, come. Let me belong to you forever. The mere thought of a part of him eternally merging with Amiao sent shivers of excitement through him. Yet, just as her hand could feel the warmth radiating from his eye, it withdrew. So it was. Shirzue sighed, disappointment and confusion washing over him as he looked at Amiao. Do you not desire it? I do not want this. Amiao simply shook her head. She did not wish for it. After all, the Uchiha clan was renowned for the Sharingan, and she had just remarked that it looked quite appetizing. An inner turmoil began to swell within him, but Shirzue forcefully stifled the lump in his throat. Is it that this eye is not beautiful enough? He gazed at Amiao with an almost obsessive intensity, his left eye welling with blood tears. It matters not. Perhaps the taste will be different. His face was cradled by slightly rough, yet warm hands. Asui, you crybaby. Though the person before him bore an impassive expression, Shirzue felt as though she were laughing. Soon, the warm sensation graced the corner of his eye. Amiao had kissed him. Shirzue did not close his eyes, instead remaining dazedly transfixed on her. Salty, she remarked as she licked her lips. Shirzue's gaze shifted from her honey-like eyes to her lips, now stained crimson with his blood. The vibrant hue, akin to lipstick, contrasted sharply with her usual pale shade, making him feel as though Amiao had taken on his color. An immense wave of happiness surged through Shirzue, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Then, Amiao embraced him. I wish to be family with Shirzue. Amiao narrowed her eyes, rubbing her face against his neck. I truly like you very much, Shirzue. Reason warned him that this might not be the affection he yearned for. Yet the voice within him clamored, promise her, answer her. Shirzue stifled a sob, covering his face, while his other hand instinctively tightened around her. Oh, do not bully me, came a voice reminiscent of a long-lost puppy's plaintive whine. Huh, is this considered bullying? Amiao gazed at the curly-haired head nestled in her neck, bewildered. Then, should I have only bullied you? Boom. Emotion momentarily overwhelmed the remnants of his rationality. Amidst the internal cheers, Shirzue inhaled deeply, striving not to let his heart leap from his chest. I promise you, as family, I hope that no matter what, Amiao will never die before me. He nuzzled against her. That might be a challenge. Amiao began to ponder with her limited knowledge. What if I do not outlive you? In that case, I have my own methods, Shirzue replied swiftly, a smile gracing his lips. So what is your answer? Okay. Amiao nodded eagerly. Just as I expected from Asui. You easily thought of a solution I could not. Yet, she sensed a hint of danger just moments ago. Perhaps it was a mere illusion. This room contains only you and Asui. This embrace continued until Amiao drifted into a drowsy slumber, perhaps due to her recovering health. Her sleep had lengthened considerably compared to before. The healthier complexion of Amiao, much improved since the rainy night, compelled Shirzue to gently kiss her fingertips, reverently, as if bestowing a kiss upon a deity. After tucking her in, he descended from the bed. Gradually, His almost boiling thoughts began to cool, and Shirzue belatedly realized the implications of his emotional actions. Why? Why could I not restrain myself? What if? Even if it were not so bad. How would it end? This is Konoha. After calming himself, Shirzue leapt out of the window and returned to his room, pausing to greet the figure of E, who seemed to be admiring the scenery from the windowsill. He looked up. I have something I am unsure whether to say or not. Shirzue smiled. Best not to. He lowered his gaze. Then never mind. You did not allow me to speak. As Shirzue nimbly landed in the hospital ward, he spotted a familiar figure seated on a chair beside the bed, sipping tea, while another stood at the door with arms crossed. It was his grandparents. Shirzue's movements froze mid-rise. The cup was set down with a clink. You have returned. Uchiha Mingyue smiled, though her tone held no trace of mirth. Where have you been? I went to find Amiyao, Shirzue replied honestly, standing before Uchiha Kagami's sympathetic gaze. Uchiha Mingyue continued with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Perhaps you are still aware that you are an injured person? She had rushed back from the battlefield in the land of water upon hearing news of her grandchild's hospitalization, hastily finishing her tasks before learning of the situation from Tsunade. What? You say he awakened what? Although only a select few were aware of this matter. As the primary physician, Tsunade was privy to the details. Mangekyo, just like Uncle Kagami's. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami erupted with concern. Is Amiyao all right? Tsunade hesitated. She just entered the hospital yesterday. She's a bit weak. A sigh of relief escaped Uchiha Kagami. Thank goodness. He cast a glance at the silent Jishue before him, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Let us not leave him standing barefoot on the ground. The weather has turned chilly. Jishue replied, I can't control it. Mingyu, not having heard clearly, inquired what? Jishue sighed. I cannot control it, Grandpa, Grandma. He offered no further explanation, simply raising his gaze. In that moment, the two witnessed the events Jishue had experienced a few days prior. The family fell into a profound silence. It is well known that the extreme Uchiha would follow a single path to its bitter end. We're doomed, Uchiha Jing thought silently. Now, Jishue will never let that child go, even if it costs him his life. He won't be chopped into pieces by his furious old friend, will he? Uchiha Mingyu pondered grimly. And all this because of those two kaleidoscopic effects. Jishue won't be joining the police department after this, will he? However, that child, Amiyao, possesses such formidable resolve. It's almost terrifying. I would love to know how our old friend, Danzo, raised her. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, so, what did you discuss? Jishue's face flushed. She said she wanted to be my family, and we've made a pact. He cupped his face, feigning shyness. Either I die first, or we die together. I see. Uchiha Jing nodded. That seems quite reasonable. Uchiha Mingyu concurred. Jishue has indeed been very measured this time. From the window above, he exclaimed, what is reasonable about this? Where is the measure in this? Are all Uchiha's brains malfunctioning? If this continues, she might call the police on us. In the afternoon, Shin and Dei returned to Amiao's hospital room, escorted by the battlefield of the land of Earth. Upon opening the door, a cacophony erupted. Goodness! Matsuharu, how can you be so strong? Obito muttered, having been defeated by Rin, who had gone to find him to lament. Meanwhile, Matsuharu, with a hand resting on the table, adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, Next, please. The next was Kakashi. Kakashi, devoid of hope, was pushed to the table by Amiao and Jishue, extending his right hand. If it weren't for his desire to ask Amiao a question, he would not be seated at this table, competing in an arm wrestling match against a Senju. Thus, when Kakashi was swiftly defeated, Matsuharu triumphantly shouted, Who is next? Afterward, the group finally noticed the two at the door of the hospital room, where Shin greeted, Hi. What's all this commotion about? Dei, holding 2 lunchboxes, added Aunt. We brought food and snacks, though it's not enough for everyone. Oh, thank you for your trouble, Amiao nodded. Grandpa and Grandma brought some too. Jishue smiled as he produced a large food container. Let us eat together. Shin clicked his tongue. What a blunder. Next time, we must be better prepared. During the culinary tasting, Obito, with his right hand in a cast, was happily fed tempura by Rin on his left, while Kakashi begrudgingly fed him rice with his right. Matsuharu remarked, It's more important for those 3 to enjoy their lives than anything else. With keen ears, Kakashi remarked, Byakugan. Meanwhile, Danzo frowned as he observed the cavern's interior, finding no signs of life. After sensing something, Minato cautiously spoke. Kakashi Shigeru unsheathed a short blade. slicing through a seemingly new cave limb. Inside lay many withered branches, reminiscent of the white creature they had previously tracked, which had spontaneously generated trees after death, only to wither away underground without sunlight. Danzo had mentioned that this creature might be related to the first Hokage's would release. Mimi, is this all there is? Danzo turned to ask the fish-eating Mizunari beside him. This was already the third cave they had discovered. Playing whack-a-mole? Mimi stretched her neck, swallowed the fish, and, after discerning the air's scent, gestured for them to follow. Minato marveled. Incredible, night flash under the moonlight. The birds in the sky seemingly took pride in circling around. How lively, Kakashi Shigeru chuckled. Danzo muttered, what kind of naming genius and steward is this? Anyway, let us follow it. Mimi squawked in displeasure, leading them onward. This direction brought them closer to the land of rain. However, it made sense. After Kagaya's demise, there was no one to assist, and many matters had to be handled personally. For instance, arranging things prior to resurrection. Yet, as long as he was present, revival would remain out of the question. Danzo thought mercilessly. The intelligence department that has been nurtured for so long is not for nothing. If Uchiha Madara's plan succeeds, we shall sell them as the next idols. After all, he was no devil. He let out a sinister chuckle. Ugh, Minato shivered beside him. I can't shake the feeling that Lord Danzo is contemplating something quite ominous. Kushina, I miss you, he said, glancing at the moon in the sky with a sigh. I wonder how she is doing. Oh, here, Jishue opened his eyes, once again feeling the sensation of uncontrollable high-speed movement. This time, it seemed he was pursuing someone in a dim alley. Don't come near me. The person, trembling with fear, raised a blade similar to a Meow's. I'm now a member of the upper ranks. Is that so? The person, or rather the grown Meow, spoke this time. A waste turned into a demon can only remain a waste. Your first act of becoming a demon is to betray your comrades? She coldly stated. They nearly perished. So what? Who do you think you are? The opponent began shouting. It's just that old man favors you more. What makes you so special? Just a yellow-haired girl. And what about that waist? Why? Seemingly losing his sanity, he charged forward, roaring. Then the first person I'll consume is you. This so-called genius. Black lightning surged toward a Meow. What an absurdity. A Meow sidestepped, drawing her blade. In the eyes reflecting the upper rank symbol, fear spread. I see you understand nothing at all. After that, the perspective shifted rapidly. Amidst the cries of I'm sorry. Please spare me. We're not comrades, are we? The blade was sheathed. The head fell, turning to ashes amidst curses. A Meow fell silent for a long time before stepping out of the alley, carrying the injured person. Was this a Meow's companion from her past life? In high-speed movement, unable to see the surroundings, a Meow swallowed her food. Glancing at the somewhat troubled Kakashi, is it the one that crackles in hand? That's Raikiri, Kakashi replied with his dead fish eyes. How did a Meow resolve it? Seeing clearly doesn't matter, right? A Meow replied, perplexed. If one strike misses, just try again. Kakashi, cautious, asked. What if they wield a weapon or use a substitution technique? Then be faster than them. Sever the arm first, then the head. One of them must be real. A Meow stated earnestly. Kakashi felt a sense of enlightenment. But it seemed feasible. Listening to this exchange, Matsuharu clicked his tongue. Is this the Thunder Knight demon? Obito, what are you doing? At that moment, Obito was earnestly bowing 3 times before Jishue. I'm making a wish. Jishue replied helplessly. Obito, even if you bow to me, I cannot guarantee you will awaken your Sharingan. Rather, it's best not to experience the awakening personally. Sighing, Obito lamented. Then what do you suggest? Should I seek out Lord Minato to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? He truly wished to become a Jonin soon. Kakashi had already achieved that. Isn't Lord Minato home with Aunt Kushina for their wedding? Matsuharu questioned. Aunt Kushina has been back for quite some time. He went on a mission with Dad, didn't he? Kakashi inquired. Wasn't he called away by the rude shinobi? Rin questioned. The group exchanged glances, simultaneously looking at a Meow. A Meow pondered. It seems they went to the dungeon together. Obito sighed in disappointment. I still want to meet Lord Minato's child soon. I want to be his teacher. Kakashi rolled his eyes. You better not mislead the child. I would be the more suitable teacher. The two individuals began to debate over the yet-to-be-born prince or princess, leaving Lin caught in a dilemma. How childish and absurd. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Uchiha Fugaku, who, though wearing a serious expression, radiated joy. He disregarded the unfamiliar faces around him and produced a handful of candies, offering them with a smile. Please, take some. Uchiha Shursui accepted the candy, stammering, Uncle Fugaku. This is. Uchiha Fugaku's seemingly calm demeanor betrayed a hint of pride. Itachi is going to be a big brother. Huh. Before Shursui could finish his sentence, the door closed, and the sound of footsteps suggested someone was distributing celebratory sweets to other rooms. A moment of silence ensued, and the glances exchanged between Amiao and Matsuhisa grew sharper. I'll go, they exclaimed in unison. Shursui remarked, who just called someone childish. Moreover, it is certainly about him. Chapter 67. Do you want a wife or not? Before them stood a colossal statue, the Outer Path Golem. Upon closer inspection, it was even more grotesque than anticipated. It was surprising that Amiao had spent so long in its presence. Danzo silently pondered as he observed the elder seated before him, contemplating the sight of a man of such stature. Perhaps he was finally fed up with the disturbances, for Uchiha Madara leaned back in his chair, scythe in hand, gazing at the newcomers with a nonchalant expression. You've arrived, he stated. Kakashi Hitaki and Minato Namikaze cautiously gripped their weapons, avoiding eye contact. However, Danzo stood firm, meeting the legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, with unwavering resolve. Danzo locked eyes with Madara's pale, purple gaze. We have come. I bring you destruction. He had been contemplating how to handle the situation, whether to follow their previous agreement of having two individuals extract the pipes, while one sealed the enormous statue. Was that a line worthy of a grand performance? He thought he might try it out next time. However, in the next moment, Minato had no time for such musings. Danzo paused for a brief instant before charging ahead. The clash of blade against scythe ignited brilliant sparks within the cavern. Uchiha Madara seemed taken aback for a moment before curiously inquiring, what is your relation to that child? He had already activated his Jinjutsu, but it only momentarily halted his opponent. He had only encountered one individual capable of resisting Jinjutsu of such caliber, the noisy yet silent child who ultimately became a lifeless corpse. A child slain by his comrade, Uchiha Shursui. In a calm tone, the elder posed the question. Minato frowned, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to attack. But a hand restrained him. Looking up, he saw the serious expression on Kakashi's face. Minato soon understood why Kakashi had stopped him. The next instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, accompanied by a gale of wind chakra, creating a sonic boom within the still cavern. It was no wonder he had heard that Danzo's battlefield was not a place for the faint-hearted. Minato and Kakashi exchanged a glance, deciding to seal the enormous statue first. What do you regard Amiao as? Danzo's face twisted with a windmill-like pattern, the pressure he exerted on the blade intensifying. He was grinning maliciously, veins bulging on his forehead and arms. Who knows? Uchiha Madara's body shimmered with a faint blue chakra, and he sneered in return. Perhaps it is a stepping stone to peace. The atmosphere grew tense. I will slay you. A furious roar erupted, followed by a torrent of azure blade winds. As he unleashed the ninth form of wind breathing, Vitara's Typhoon, Danzo, convinced he lacked the talent to create a unique form, had integrated all the techniques of wind breathing he had encountered during his years here. In that moment, he realized he might have a genuine affinity with that irritable elder, for the forms he had devised flowed from him as naturally as breath itself. With a series of hurricane-like strikes encircling Uchiha Madara, the air thickened with dust. Yet Danzo understood, smoke did not equate to harm. The cavern illuminated with a bluish hue, as the legendary figure laughed heartily, brushing aside the dust. Impressive swordsmanship. I had thought the ninjas of this era would be far weaker than those of our time. But, who wants to hear your platitudes? Danzo laughed as he lunged forward. Watch as I turn you into minced meat. Madara, displeased, swept his Susanoo arm across. Interrupting others while they speak is quite rude. Rude? What is that? He would not permit anyone to harm Amiao, and pretend as if nothing had happened. The clash of the fierce wind and Susanoo reverberated, shaking the ground beneath them. Minato, who was drawing sealing symbols, felt the tremendous commotion and broke into a cold sweat. Hey, this commotion is akin to a tailed beast being unleashed. Meanwhile, Kakashi seemed to reminisce. In the Second Great Ninja War, Danzo used this very state to sweep aside the four tails, leaving the enemy oblivious to the assailant's identity, resulting in the entire battle lacking a notable title. As a child at that time, Minato had remarked, Lord Danzo, how terrifying. Was it a tradition of the Shimura clan to slay tailed beasts? The two continued diligently inscribing seals until the cave began to collapse. Kakashi and Minato gasped in unison, exchanging glances as they turned to the source of the calamity. A half-formed blue Susanoo unleashed a slash, causing the ceiling to crumble. This is infuriating. Unable to contain himself, he delivered a punch that shattered the Susanoo. With a flash, the kunai of the flying thunder god and a white blade appeared before Madara. Uchiha Madara merely cast a glance before beginning to form hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The flames surged within the cavern as the ceiling provided ample air. So hot. In a moment of urgency, Minato teleported everyone away using the flying thunder god. Cut it out. On the ground, Danzo brushed off the dust. Feeling somewhat disheveled, I thought I could extract all the pipes. Sigh. Minato lamented. I had hoped to seal that statue. Kakashi felt somewhat out of place, but set aside his concerns, as expected of him. The amount of chakra is quite troublesome. Since it's troublesome, let us not bother with sealing it. Danzo declared vehemently. Let us combine our efforts to deal with him. Minato grasped the kunai of the flying thunder god, recalling his previous battle experience with a bittersweet smile. I hope everyone is all right. Thus, after enduring the trials of the Wheel of Time, the 8-span jewel sweep, and the scorching flames, they finally managed to extract the pipes from the octogenarian. In the end, Uchiha Madara, feeling the life force draining from his body, sat in his chair, seemingly mocking. You may continue to struggle in this hell. Peace is but a fleeting illusion. Despair will ultimately envelop the world. Uchiha Madara firmly believed that the Moon's Eye plan was the sole redemption for this world. He had sown the seed for the plan. From there on, it would be left to. Uchiha Madara ceased breathing before the others, his body withering. Even the Rinnegan inexplicably wilted. Danzo wiped the blood from his face, seething. The Riddler must leave Konoha. Kakashi interjected. The dead deserve respect, and besides, he has, left the village. What should we do about this statue? Should we not take it for the new year? Danzo, full of vigor, assumed a posturing of looting. Take the scythe as well. As Minato, who bore an inexplicable grudge, lay peacefully, he remarked, my body feels so cold. It seemed he was on the verge of death. Kushina. Just as he felt he was glimpsing a river, desperately trying to return, he sensed something forcefully pushing him back. This familiar sensation of being propelled forward was reminiscent of Amiao's swift movements that he had experienced before. Then, Watergate heard Master Toanzo conversing with his esteemed predecessor. Kakashi, I told you, don't recklessly establish a flag about returning home to Mary. See, trouble has arisen. Is he all right? Kakashi's voice resonated. Rest assured, there's a stronghold at intervals. How else could we have endured back then? Master Toanzo's voice gradually faded. Watergate opened his eyes to find a masked member of Root diligently employing medical ninjutsu nearby, with an four dripped beside him. In certain inexplicable ways, Master Toanzo was indeed remarkably reliable. Uchiha Shursui seemed to sense something and gazed skyward, feeling a strange sensation. However, Itachi was calling for him. Coming back to his senses, he saw the child before him tangled in the decision between two small garments of contrasting colors. He had been discharged for 2 days now. Yesterday, Ameo had also successfully left the hospital. Although he visited her every evening, he realized that being overly attached might annoy her. Thus, today was dedicated to accompanying Itachi to buy clothes for children. Should it be deep blue or light purple? Itachi pondered, glancing left and right. Shursui reflected. Perhaps light purple? It seems suitable for both boys and girls. What about this one? Itachi held up a black and red outfit, perfectly matching the color of the Sharingan. It felt a tad heavy. Shursui began to question their aesthetic choices. What is this? If I were to say, a soft yellow or honey color would be more appealing. After much deliberation, without finding anything fitting, the two reluctantly departed. Shursui glanced at the sky. It seemed there was still some time until lunch. Yet he yearned to seek out Ameo. Although he could confirm her position through birds, Ameo was approaching this way. He halted, adjusting his slightly wrinkled attire from their earlier activities. Itachi paused. Why the sudden display? Soon, he understood, as a familiar voice emerged. Ashue, Ameo's grandmother. Itachi watched as Shursue's lips curled slightly, though he still maintained a semblance of modesty. I want to leave. Until Ashue interjected, do you not desire a wife? Ameo's calm voice resonated from behind them, though the content was rather explosive. Shursui turned sharply at Itachi's astonished expression, hearing a crack from his neck. Then they saw Ameo holding a knife. Ameo dashed over, ruffling Itachi's smooth head before brandishing the weapon. The somewhat elongated short blade was drawn from its sheath, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to envelop the blade. Amayo's eyes sparkled as she raised her hand. Look, isn't it beautiful? This knife was given to me by my elder brother to pass on to you, though it is a tad cold. The material is made of chakra metal, and it seems some dark chakra was mixed in during the forging process. It's extremely sharp. I believe it suits Ashue perfectly. Upon mentioning the knife, Amayo began to speak animatedly. Sigh, Shursui remarked. It's the first time I've heard Amayo speak so much. Noticing their silence, Amayo paused, tilting her head. Why do you both look so strange? Do you dislike it? Her gaze shifted between Shursui and the knife. Isn't Ashue's short blade broken? How can one be without a wife? It's nothing. Shursui inhaled deeply. Clearly, Amayo should be a bit older. Yet why did it feel like the one enamored was experiencing a frustrating lack of understanding? Next to him, Itachi cast a look of pity. Actually, the short blade was not broken. He just hadn't touched it since then. He had contemplated burning it, but the blade bore Amayo's blood, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Now, he placed it on a shelf in his room, resolving to remember that event every day without any intention of letting go. It served as a reminder that the occurrence was entirely due to his own weakness. Did Amayo now sense his instability? Shursui sighed internally. Can't hide it. Acting purely on instinct, Amayo scratched her head. If Ashue doesn't like it, I have others. There's bound to be one that suits. If Shursui doesn't want it, then give it to me. Itachi nonchalantly extended his hand. I think it would suit me quite well. It might be a bit long for you. Before Amayo could finish her sentence, a hand interjected between them. Seizing the short blade, I never said I didn't want it. Shursui grinned. I'm just pleasantly surprised. Is that so? Amayo presented the knife as though entrusting it for a lifetime. Then Ashue must take good care of her. Shursui felt a complex array of emotions. All right. He patted the short blade. You must live a stable life. Ashue is a good person. A good person. A good person. A good person. Itachi poked Shursui beside him. Shursui, don't worry. I believe you will succeed. Shursui chuckled, furious yet amused. He sheathed the short blade in the straps on his shoulder and chased after Itachi across the training grounds. I'm hungry. Shall we grab a bite first? Amayo suggested. As she turned to exit, two figures suddenly appeared beside her. The two, who had just been frolicking moments ago, were now brushing off dust and standing naturally beside her. Shursui asked, shall we eat tempura? Itachi proposed, dango shop. Shursui countered, no, we can only have that after lunch. Itachi turned away, ignoring him, and reached for Amayo's sleeve. His expression unreadable. Amayo, do you know what Shursui's talisman is made of? Shursui, who had momentarily appeared beside them, covered his mouth. Then Amayo noticed Shursui's awkward smile as he dragged Itachi away, whispering something into his ear. What is Ashue panicking about? Amayo wondered. So what is it made of? Her curiosity piqued. Once the two had amicably concluded their conversation, Itachi, though maintaining a stoic expression, walked straight toward the dango shop. It seemed little Itachi had won. Amayo cast a curious glance at the sighing Shursui. I want to see. Ashue should agree to my request, right? Amayo thought. After all, they were family, weren't they? Amayo observed Shursui's seemingly troubled demeanor and grasped his hand. Chapter 68. Not disliked feeling the warmth of Amayo's hand, Shursui halted his steps. He turned to her, wearing a seemingly composed smile. What's the matter, Amayo? Yet he knew deep down that his heart was racing. It felt as if something was about to transpire. I'm quite curious. Amayo looked up into his eyes, gently tugging his hand. What does the talisman look like? From Shursui's perspective, her honey-like eyes seemed to hold only him, while he awkwardly fumbled with his other hand, reaching into his collar, almost as if bewitched. Although he was aware that Amayo consistently struggled with her illusion techniques, so this could not possibly be an illusion. Yet, Shursui felt completely entrapped. Are you trying to be cute, Amayo? His inner voice whispered. How delightful. I must comply. Thus, a warm yellow talisman, embroidered with a crescent moon on one side and lightning patterns on the other, emerged from Shursui's collar, swaying before Amayo's eyes. She instinctively grasped it, unfurling her hand. The color and texture felt somewhat familiar. Oh. Amayo glanced down at her own Haori, suddenly enlightened. This is. Ever since Shursui produced that talisman, he felt like a convict awaiting judgment. However, it seemed the judge was not displeased. It turned out Ashue favored this color of fabric. Amayo nodded. I'll ask my elder brother where he bought it and send you the link. Shursui exclaimed. Or perhaps you do care a little. The restless voice within me fell into silence, and the heart that had been suspended finally ceased to beat. It was the tattered Haori you had ruined. He spoke with a blank expression. I crafted this while searching for your absence. In that moment, he was unable to control his thoughts, finding a semblance of solace only when he touched the shattered Haori of Amiao in his pocket. However, the Haori was rather conspicuous, so he had no choice but to cut out the most intact portion and carefully stitch the design that belonged to Amiao into it. Oh, how considerate that was. Amiao was aware of this, as the extent of the Haori's damage was nearly equivalent to that of a rat. Who knew Aoshui could be so frugal? Amiao gently pulled down the collar of Shurshui's garment and tucked in the protective charm. Shurshui's previously stoic expression flickered to life as she tugged at the collar. Wait. Why did Amiao ask first? Shurshui clutched the charm, still warm from Amiao's hand, against his chest, his ears beginning to redden. Although he was not an overly reserved person, this was rather much. Could we not wait until there are fewer people around? Just as Shurshui was lost in absurd thoughts, Amiao inadvertently caught sight of the broad chest beneath the collar, still wrapped in bandages. Upon closer inspection, she noticed faint red marks on his arms, akin to the patterns of electric shocks. They were likely minor wounds he sustained while restraining himself, needing no medical ninjutsu treatment. By the way, did his arms seem thicker than before? She raised her hands, gradually squeezing along his arms. It was not fat, but rather solid muscle that displayed its texture through movement. Moreover, each squeeze elicited a slight tremor. Amiao? Shurshui was surprised by her sudden exploration. What are you? Shu. I'm pondering, Amiao interrupted him, continuing to knead his shoulders before switching to her other hand. Her intensity of focus suggested she was diligently polishing something. A buoyant sensation gathered within Shurshui's heart, leaving him somewhat dazed. Is this paradise? Since the charm was extracted from Shurshui's collar, their proximity was now very close. Amiao finally realized something. Although girls tend to grow faster than boys at a certain age, and while her height as a child could not quite match theirs before her disappearance, she could still manage to meet his gaze. Yet now, she found herself looking at his chin. Aoshui, have you actually grown taller and stronger in these 3 months? She glanced at her own arms. How is it that I seem to have remained unchanged? Amiao puffed out one cheek, recalling the days when her elder brother would support her head as if it were a resting place for his arms. She was already beginning to feel annoyed. Crack. What sound jolted the dazed Shurshui back to reality? He turned, as if awakening from a dream. It was Itachi, who had turned back upon realizing he was alone midway. He stepped lightly on a branch, as if to remind Shurshui. Itachi looked at Shurshui with a blank expression before slightly curling the corner of his lips. Perhaps I arrived at an inopportune moment? No, your timing is impeccable. Amiao released Shurshui's arm, deciding to temporarily distance herself from the taller human. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. Little Itachi was still not as tall as she was. Amiao grasped Itachi's arm and gradually walked away in Shurshui's bewildered gaze. Itachi, being pulled away, wait a moment. Amiao, were you serious about that? He turned back to look at Shurshui, who appeared to be blushing. Everything was going wrong. Perhaps he should have simply waited at the dango shop for someone to come and pay. Itachi fell into contemplation under Shurshui's penetrating gaze. Do you think I can still get a share of that dango? Shurshui rested his head on the table, seemingly devoid of all strength and means, asking, is there any way to become shorter? Uchiha Kagami, who was sending cherry tomatoes to his mouth with chopsticks, paused. A round cherry tomato rolled off the table, bouncing a few times before rolling away. Become shorter? Why would you want to do that? Uchiha Kagami felt puzzled. While others wondered what kind of food Shurshui had been fed to grow so quickly, he instead questioned how to shrink back down. Shurshui hesitated. Amiao seems to prefer spending time with peers who are about her height today. The distance between them was now double what it used to be, about 20 centimeters. He even maneuvered around Obito and Kakashi, not to mention that Matsuri was with Rin Senpai and little Itachi. After contemplating his observations from today, he confirmed, that is indeed the case. He won't be disliked, will he? Shurshui tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Uchiha Kagami put down his chopsticks and said seriously, indeed, then perhaps next time you should crouch. What on earth are you talking about? That would be quite disrespectful. Uchiha Akatsuki placed his chopsticks down. It would be safer to lift her up instead. That won't do. How about letting her stand on a step? Uchiha Kagami suggested. The two began brainstorming, but the ideas became increasingly absurd, eventually leading to, What about Susanoo? Oh right. Sure Shui hasn't tried that yet. As Sure Shui listened to the increasingly bizarre suggestions, he sighed. Forget it. He lowered his head and began to eat. Later tonight. At 8 o'clock. Get ready. 1, 2, a serious voice commanded. The 3-year term had come to an end. Welcome back, Lord Danzo. The loud voice of the root members echoed at the village entrance, and among the onlookers, there were even some who began to clap, unaware of the situation. Danzo, amidst the astonished expressions of Kakashi and Minato, casually waved his hand. Yes, you may disperse. Yes. A throng of masked individuals instantly retreated, and the bewildered villagers began to cheer for him, while Danzo nodded in approval. At least some understood his humor. Oh. Minato felt as if he had not yet awakened from sleep. Is this truly the mature and stable elder of Konoha? For some reason, that scene made even him feel like he was subconsciously digging his toes into his shoes. Looking again, he noticed that Kakashi beside him appeared utterly devoid of light in his eyes. If this continued, Konoha would need to expand its territory by several towns. In any case, we must quickly summon the third Hokage. Monkey. Danzo crossed his arms and sat back in his seat, sneering. You interrupted me just to inquire about Uchiha Obito? Otherwise, what else would there be to ask? The dark-circled Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed at the memory of what he had seen after returning. So, what was the outcome? Of course, it was our victory. Danzo slammed the table. It's a trivial matter to remove the tubes from an 80-year-old. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his eyelids to glance at the two behind him, who were awkwardly grinning with bandages. Is this how it begins again? This state of excitement? He waved his hand, feeling a headache coming on. First, go rest and recuperate. We can discuss the rest later. Handing them over intact to the gradually reddening Kushina, Danzo turned his back on Minato's desperate gaze, ignoring the fire-red hair that seemed to move of its own accord. Minato, help please. It was now deep into the night. Danzo returned home, exhaling a sigh of relief as a long-lost weariness gradually washed over him. He quietly entered, deciding to take a glance at the sleeping children. Yamato lay as if he could be buried at any moment, and Shin was sleeping soundly. He had heard that Amiao had been discharged from the hospital for 2 days and regretted not being able to accompany her. He felt like a negligent older brother. Click. He quietly opened Amiao's door, intending to sneak a glance before leaving. Wait. Something seemed to flash, not the usual stillness. Danzo approached suspiciously, meeting Amiao's eyes, which appeared to gleam in the darkness. I seem to have woken you. Amiao, you're still awake? He cleared his throat. I'm back. Amiao rubbed her eyes, yawned, and leaped into Danzo's arms, soft and fluffy. Welcome back, older brother. Without a moment's hesitation, she fell back asleep. Danzo caught her before she could tumble to the floor. Ah, how utterly adorable. With a heart fluttering from affection, he gently placed the person back onto the bed, tucking the covers snugly around them, and quietly exited the room, adorned with delicate flowers. As for the important things forgotten, he thought they would come back to him eventually. He washed up and drifted off to sleep. At that moment, outside, the air conditioning unit made a sudden noise, startling him. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to return home, the window was softly pushed open. In the darkness, he glimpsed a pair of hazy golden eyes, red and gold locked in a gaze. Shui, you fool. The owner of those eyes mouthed silently before tumbling back onto the bed, falling asleep once more. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Perhaps he truly was a fool. Yet, he could not bear the thought of a Miao truly disliking him. The mere possibility was unbearable. Thus, as night fell once more, he found himself perched on a Miao's windowsill. Transforming into his childhood form, he caught a Miao off guard as she picked him up and shook him gently. Shui, are you not feeling well? He was suspended in midair, quietly asking, a Miao, is this all right? What do you mean by is this all right? She replied. However, Shui, you're so cute, she cooed, nuzzling her cheek against him. Is there a discount event today? You look just like a 6-year-old. A contented rumble emanated from his throat. Indeed, a Miao seemed to prefer this version of him, which made him feel a twinge of jealousy towards his younger self. So, does Shui want to sleep together again tonight? She gently set him down and crouched slightly, exclaiming, oh, so this is what Shui's head looks like. At last, she beheld a sight she had never seen before, a curly tuft atop his head. Curiously, she reached out to touch it, marveling at the soft texture of a child's hair. Yoshi, Yoshi, she murmured, while Shui felt an even stronger pang of jealousy. His intention had been to keep a Miao close. not to distance her by making her prefer his younger self. Reluctantly, he transformed back to his original form, his red Sharingan eyes fixated intently on her. Would a Meow prefer the earlier version of me? What do you mean? A Meow responded, tentatively forming a hand seal. Release. Nothing changed around them. Yet the essence of the person before her felt somewhat sour. Why do you ask? A Meow resolved to unravel this mystery. A Meow seems a bit distant today. He stuttered, voicing his apprehension. Do you dislike me? A Meow, perplexed, replied, but I don't dislike a Shui at all. I will always love a Shui. His thoughts momentarily halted as he prepared to ask the question weighing on his heart. No matter what I become. Even if I turn into a ghost? Yes. A Meow affirmed, nodding. Even if you become a ghost, I will carry you to find a solution. That's what family is for. She spoke earnestly, inquiring, so? What about a Shui? Would he do the same? Her words offered him a peculiar sense of solace, and his red eyes returned to their tranquil black. He placed her hand over his carotid artery and solemnly vowed, I will always stand by your side. I will always love you. As he felt the bed beside him sink, a Meow sleepily turned to face him, pondering, how did a Shui know about ghosts? But fatigue overtook her, and she decided to leave such thoughts for another day. She succumbed entirely to her dreams. A Shui watched as a Meow unconsciously gravitated toward him, a swell of happiness filling his chest, as if the entire world lay before him. He softly kissed her cheek. Good night, a Meow. The next morning, yawning, Danzo observed the flurry of activity in the dining room, where a Shui and Shin busily prepared breakfast, lost in thought. It struck him as odd. He hadn't heard anyone enter. How had a Shui gotten in? Grandfather Danzo, you're back. A Shui was the first to notice the puzzled expression on Danzo's face, smiling brightly. Long time no see. I hope your travels were not too arduous. Shin, momentarily robbed of his lines, chimed in, Father, you're back. A Shui-kun. Why are you so adept at this? Danzo remarked. Oh, I'm back. A Shui has come to see a Meow? Just as he was about to inquire how a Shui had entered, he recalled that last time, his visitor had also come through the window. It must be a trait passed down through the Uchiha clan. No matter, then. He waved dismissively at Shin's startled gaze. It's fine. You and I are here. Go wake a Meow. All right. A Shui hesitated, reluctantly putting down the tomato upon hearing the first half of the instruction, but upon hearing the latter, he turned away without a second thought. Can't you hold on a little longer? Are you looking forward to poison resistance training, a Shui-kun? Finally, a sheepish smile crossed his face as he led Danzo into the living room, letting out a sigh of relief. As Danzo heard the door close behind him, he mused. Shin, as ever, is so caring. What a good child. As he passed by the living room window, he instinctively glanced at the windowsill, finding it devoid of footprints. So clean? Danzo questioned, dubiously reaching out to brush away any dust, finding none. Shin, Yamato, do you know when a Shui arrived? He inquired of Shin, who was bustling about in the kitchen. A light gray head popped out, wearing a bewildered expression. No idea. He was just sitting in the living room when I woke up. Yamato, appearing as if he were a mere ornament in the living room, shook his head. I don't know. It seemed that a Shui had come in and then cleaned the windowsill. Danzo thought to himself, what a good child, a Shui. He settled onto the sofa, waiting for breakfast or for a Meow to rise. As a Shui strolled toward a Meow's room, he sighed in relief. Perhaps he had successfully concealed the fact that he had risen early to clean the windowsill, a rather difficult confession to make. Moreover, he recalled the moment from the previous night when he had hastily leaped away as Danzo opened the door. In that instant, his heart had raced to 180 beats per minute, a rather unfriendly experience for the heart. A Meow's room was adjacent to Danzo's, implying he would have to pass by the elder's room frequently. It felt somewhat perilous. However, a Shui believed he lacked the self-control to resist visiting a Meow. What should he do? He gently knocked twice before pushing the door open. There, he found a Meow lying on the bed, her brow furrowed. Hey, a Meow? Time to wake up. If you keep sleeping, you'll miss breakfast. A Meow felt herself being tugged by the arm, slowly opening her eyes to find a Shui's smiling face before her. Did you have a nightmare? She murmured, still half-dazed. It's a Shui. I must still be dreaming. She decided to close her eyes and continue sleeping. A Shui chuckled at her as she rested her head on his abdomen, wanting to drift back to sleep. He gently shook her. A Meow, did you dream about anything? Ah, it's not a dream, she exclaimed, opening her eyes to wrap her arms around his waist, rubbing her head against him a few times. Then, with a startled yelp of wait, don't rub like that. She lifted her head. I had a nightmare. Her wet, glistening eyes fixed on Shui, reflecting his blushing face. I dreamt you were shouting something about how it wasn't my fault, and that you wanted to create a world with a meow in it, and then you were piloting some strange green Gundam, battling with your brother. A meow sniffled, continuing in Shui's bemused gaze, and suddenly you were saying something about not being stopped from diving or something. How strange. Shui suddenly became a diver, and the splash was enormous, 0 points. Although Shui was unsure of the character he portrayed in her dream, it did feel peculiar to think that even nightmares bore his face. A sense of lightness washed over him as he gazed down at a meow, who was reluctant to rise from his embrace. Unintentionally, he raised his voice. Dreams are always the opposite. Am I not right here? Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted them. Shui, is a meow still not up? It was Grandfather Danzo. As if scalded, Shui stepped back abruptly, exclaiming, right away, Grandpa Danzo. With a click, the door opened, and Danzo peered in. Breakfast is ready. Huh. Shui, why is your face so flushed? Is it particularly hot today? His expression was one of confusion. Perhaps he caught a chill after diving. Ameo mumbled, groggily rising. Danzo's demeanor shifted to seriousness. That won't do, Shui. Diving is not permissible. Shui opened his mouth, uncertain how to explain that he had no such intentions. Yet, he could not articulate the reason for his blush. Never mind. Let him think what he wishes. Grandpa Danzo tossed Ameo into the washroom, shutting the door with a warning, hurry up, or there'll be no food left for you. The commotion from the washroom suddenly intensified. A gray-blue figure appeared on the windowsill, craning its neck toward Shui inside the room. Shui cast a glance at Mimikyu, quietly retrieving a fish to feed it, signaling for silence with a smile. Thus, this matter was settled. After breakfast, Shin and Yamato reported to their teacher at the route, while Shui accompanied Ameo for rehabilitation. Danzo took a sip of tea, sighing, it's the 140th day I long for sweet potato puree. He truly could not discern the differences between various teas. Wait, today was the meeting following the war, right? What time was it? 8:30. He glanced at the clock. 8:35. A smile crept onto his face. In the Hokage building's conference room, several elite jonin, elders, as well as the Hokage and his secretary were present. The next to speak was Lord Danzo. After the masked Umbu read the agenda, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lord Danzo? No one responded. Where is he? Asked Mito Minyan. He must be with his sister. I heard that child nearly faced death, replied Tsunade. How do you know that? Inquired Akimichi Choza. Have you forgotten how Danzo went mad a few weeks ago? Everyone leaned in, intrigued. The day he flew over and triggered the barrier, Tsunade continued. What is this? How come we were unaware? The elite jonin exchanged glances. Uchiha Kagami cast a worried glance at the empty seat. Could something have happened to Shui? After all, he had shielded Shui yesterday. Yet, Shui's body flicker technique was exceptional. No one anticipated Danzo would return today. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure appeared in the vacant seat. Thank you for the invitation. I'm back in Konoha, having just battled Uchiha Madara. Danzo crossed his arms, his expression unfazed. Now, allow me to share our experiences from this journey. What? It was truly Uchiha Madara? He lived to 80? You mean the three of you managed to defeat him? The elite jonin were bombarded with shocking revelations, their minds racing as they glanced at the bandaged figures of Kakashi and Minato, who appeared restless. Finally, Danzo concluded and sat down. Following this, the third Hokage summarized the end of the war. The third great ninja war has concluded. In this conflict, we witnessed a familiar refrain. Everyone thought silently. In summary, as the victorious nation, we should demand reparations from the other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe on the table. What are your thoughts? Objections arose. Danzo slammed his hand on the table and stood. Is this true? Opposing reparations? Is this still Danzo? Danzo was infuriated. How can we let them off so easily? We must demand land. Mito Minyan gasped in astonishment. I can hardly believe this. I second that, Tsunade chimed in. What amount would be appropriate? Akimichi Choza had already begun studying the map. As the victorious nation, shouldn't we possess this right? Uchiha Kagami smiled, indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I would like that as well, but the daimyo prefers peace. What? Danzo erupted. I'll go confront him. The elite jonin were taken aback. Mito Minyan quickly blocked the doorway. What are you doing, Danzo? It's one thing to speak here, but you can't act on it. Let it be. The next one will be more obedient. Danzo scoffed, restrained by several individuals. Am I to let a victory earned through blood and sacrifice be dismissed with mere platitudes about peace? Ameo nearly lost her life. Alas, that statement is misguided. Uchiha Kagami slowly set down his teacup and stood. Those in power have grown complacent, their minds muddled. I will enlighten them. He opened his eyes, his Sharingan swirling ominously. The air fell silent for a moment due to those iconic red eyes. Have you too begun this, brother? Mito Minyen was astonished. Amidst the chaos, a hand was raised. It was Minato. I have a question. Danzo and Uchiha Kagami exchanged glances and sat down. Please, proceed. The daimyo will not participate in the Five Kage Summit, correct? Minato felt the weight of many gazes upon him, scratching his head shyly. In that case, can we not sign as we wish? As long as we inform the observing shinobi that the daimyo will not mind. He smiled, having learned some new insights from Lord Morikawa on his return journey. He felt that many of his previous notions were somewhat naive. Beside him, Kakashi looked at him with newfound respect. So, you're playing the middleman, are you? Danzo nodded in approval. Who would have thought you had such cunning talents? You truly possess charisma. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing their discussion, nodded appreciatively. Indeed. A fresh mind works quickly. Although this battle was exceptionally smooth, many sacrificed their lives. We will erect a memorial stone inscribed with the names of all the fallen. 3 days from now will be the day of mourning, and I kindly ask everyone to participate. He sighed deeply. The atmosphere grew somber and heavy. Not only the fallen, but countless injured and maimed. Though there are subsidies in place, and various departments are opening suitable positions for them, the scars inflicted cannot be mended. Once all matters had been discussed, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat. I have one more announcement. He paused. I plan to resign from my position as third Hokage. The elite Jonin gasped in shock. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had shown little interest, exclaimed, What? Old man, have you contracted a terminal illness? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. I'm truly fed up. His old friend erupted into laughter. 40 or 50 is the prime of life. You must not succumb to age, monkey. Others stifled their laughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back, weary. Asuma now greets me not with father, but with you've returned after 2 slashes. He covered his face. That brat has no idea he has given his all. Therefore, those interested may apply. Silence enveloped the room. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in disbelief. Were the dreams spoken of in childhood to become Hokage mere fabrications? He surveyed the assembly, only to find everyone avoiding his gaze. Times have changed, Hiruzen, remarked his old friend, relishing the spectacle. After all, even the dark circles under your eyes cannot be concealed with makeup. At that moment, Nara Shikaku began to chuckle. 3 years, 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? If you don't believe me, ask Kakashi. We have had to forego sleep during these 3 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen recoiled slightly. This. The assembly regarded the fatigued, yet smiling Kakashi with awe. Life always finds a way, does it not? In conclusion, the Hokage position is in decline. Please assist us. Itachi rushed toward Ameo, brandishing a short blade. Clang. Amiao merely raised her hand slightly to block the strike. Itachi swiftly changed his technique, executing the fluid Uchiha swordsmanship. However, Amiao's gaze remained placid, as if she were daydreaming. She seemed more alert even during a meal. Itachi lunged forward. Thud. Amiao's position remained unchanged. She simply tilted her head and struck the back of his wrist with the hilt of her blade. The short knife clattered to the ground. Though his forehand was lacking precision and his backhand lacked strength, his footwork was commendable, and his reflexes were sharp. Amiao nodded in approval. You've made progress, little Itachi. Yes. Grandma Amiao, he replied, picking up the short knife, catching his breath, and straightening up, gripping the blade tightly. Again. Very well. Amiao stood as immovable as a mountain. Suho, listening nearby to the crisp sound of blades clashing, shivered. Amiao is quite stern. Is she? Shursui chuckled, observing the scene. I find it quite tolerable. Suho adjusted his glasses, retorting, everything is tolerable to you, isn't it? He had originally been tasked with supervising Amiao's exercise regimen, yet upon arrival, he found Amiao transformed into a streak of light. Sparring with Shursui, who was casting multiple shadows. The sound of kunai and shuriken clashing echoed, while little Itachi, in a daze, tried to comprehend the spectacle. Suho had let out a sharp exclamation. What on earth are you two doing? Their bodies had been chastised. Both of them sat on the ground with their heads bowed, listening to Suho's rapid-fire admonishments. Amiao, who believed she hadn't exerted herself much, exchanged a glance with Shui, who was now unavoidably serious, and they resolved to change tactics. Since Itachi's sibling had yet to be born, they might as well hone their teaching techniques. It was decided, "You're up, Itachi." With both mentors taking turns instructing him, Itachi felt as if he were on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, his progress was undeniably swift. Chapter 70. Splendid, it has been sold. Nightfall. Beside the Nange River waterfall, Uchiha Kagami gazed at the water cascading downstream under the force of gravity. At this distance, the splashes were indistinct. Indeed, after 3 consecutive years of warfare, even the remedies provided by old friends could not completely halt the deterioration of his eyesight. Despite his careful usage of his eyes, Shui, at the end of the war, had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only was he too young, but he bore a terrifying power. What was to be done? Sighing, Uchiha Kagami heard the rustling of something slithering behind him. He turned to see a white snake, as thick as a wrist. "Lord Uchiha Kagami, I trust you are well." The snake, seemingly smiling, spoke in human tongue. "Is there something you require of me?" Uchiha Kagami pondered momentarily and replied, "Orochimaru." Elegantly brushing off the dust from a nearby rock, he settled down, assuming a posture conducive to a lengthy conversation. "Do you wish to become Hokage?" Orochimaru displayed a perplexed expression, his human-like features contorting as he asked, "Is Sarutobi-sensei all right? How much longer? Do you need my assistance?" Uchiha Kagami was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions. "You, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are indeed cut from the same cloth. How considerate of you to be concerned about your teacher." After a lengthy explanation, the white snake slithered around, raising its head in apparent disdain. "I do not want what they do not want. Moreover, you know, Lord Kagami, the Mist Village is truly a paradise for bloodline abilities." Orochimaru began to expound on the notion that becoming Hokage was an impossibility, that some experiments were necessary for survival, and upon entering the Mist Village, he realized its abundance of talent, which made him enjoy being the Mizukage immensely. Uchiha Kagami contemplated as he listened to the incessant chatter from the small snake. In his recollection, the position of Hokage had not always been so undervalued. In the past, many vied for the role. Today, Shui found no obstruction from his grandfather at home. Thus, he gracefully transformed into a fleeting shadow, stepping out of the Uchiha clan grounds. He was promptly caught by Uchiha Kagami, who bore a damp aura. Shui, initially intending to slip away, halted upon hearing his grandfather say, "Shui, you wouldn't want me to recount your childhood misadventures to Amiao, would you?" Shui's hands froze mid-hand seal, and with an awkward smile, he scratched his head. "Grandpa." Uchiha Kagami regarded him silently for a moment before sighing. "Come with me." He turned towards an unfamiliar direction. Shui hesitated briefly before summoning his summoning beast with a thud, whispering a few instructions before following him. Within the Nange shrine, Uchiha Kagami lifted the tatami mat, revealing a hidden passage. Dim candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of the two onto the ground. The air grew heavy with an ancient scent as they descended the dark staircase. "Grandpa, what is this?" Shui inquired, feeling the chilling atmosphere intensify. "We shall arrive shortly," Uchiha Kagami reassured him with a glance. Passing through a door, they entered a spacious area. Before them lay a modest room and a stone tablet. This place had once served as a venue for clan meetings, but due to its remoteness, it had fallen into disuse. Uchiha Kagami explained, "Now that you possess the Mangekyo, it is essential for you to understand certain matters regarding these eyes, beyond their power." He had refrained from disclosing the inevitable fate of these eyes earlier, concerned it might hinder Shusui's recovery. Sighing, Uchiha Kagami continued, "Now that Uchiha Obito has passed, the time has come. However, perhaps you have already sensed it." He brushed Shusui's hair, nearly identical to his own. "So that person is truly dead," Shui sighed. He longed to confront him personally. Yet indeed, since that incident, his right eye's vision had become slightly blurred compared to before. He had thought it was merely psychological. Uchiha Kagami observed Shusui's tacit acceptance and felt reassured. It seemed the problem had already manifested. Historically, there were instances of individuals awakening their Sharingan at a young age, yet they often flickered like ephemeral flowers. Their demise was typically due to the frailty inflicted by bloodline diseases. Although his grandson appeared to be in good health, the dark chakra accumulating from the Mangekyo was subtly beginning to exert its influence. The first to be affected was his spirit. Uchiha Kagami understood that sensation. Currently, Shui and Amiao were present, but without her, Shui might have succumbed to despair before the onset of the bloodline disease. Orochimaru, upon hearing that he could collaborate with Danzo to research Uchiha bloodline diseases, had not hesitated for a moment, as though fearful of a change of heart, hastily departing while mentioning some forthcoming opportunities. However, Uchiha Kagami was aware of another solution, albeit one unsuitable for him and Shui. Now, let us examine the contents of the stone tablet. He activated the Mangekyo, scanning the surface to ensure accuracy before signaling Shui to come closer. Shui obediently nodded and approached. Activating his Mangekyo, gradually, something began to materialize on the previously blank stone tablet. The origins of chakra from the divine tree and the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan required the eyes of a close relative. How sinister this tablet was. But what to do if no close relative existed? Just as Shui was about to withdraw his gaze in frustration, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him. Then, the stone tablet shimmered, and a flood of knowledge that should not have existed surged into his mind. The Eye of the Moon Plan. A calm and confident voice resonated. Infinite Tsukuyami can create a perfect world devoid of war and suffering. And your little girlfriend can also exist in that world. Shui could no longer bear to listen to the remainder of the plan. Rage ignited within him. For he recognized that voice. The same voice of the elderly man he had encountered in the Land of Grass. The very instigator of Amiao's fateful choice. Now, did he intend to manipulate Amiao once more to coerce him into a decision? How utterly infuriating. Uchiha Kagami gazed perplexedly at his grandson's increasingly grim expression as he activated his Sharingan to scrutinize the stone tablet closely. Everything seemed in order, under normal circumstances. Shui's capacity for comprehension should not be so deficient. Wait a moment, something was amiss. The anomaly lay not with himself, but with Shui. How was it that he was employing a shadow clone? Suddenly, the stone tablet emitted a soft sound, and Uchiha Kagami distinctly sensed an impending threat. Before he could react, an object hurtled directly toward Shui. In a moment of bewilderment, Shui transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. The attack had originated from the stone tablet. Something Kagami had entirely overlooked during his initial inspection. Fortunately, it was merely a shadow clone. The mix of relief and anger ignited the yellow chakra enveloping him. Boom. The South He Shrine erupted in an explosion. Meanwhile, on the other side, a summoning beast raised its head beside Amao's pillow. Ah, discovered. Yet, the memories relayed by the shadow clone were utterly ludicrous. Shui glanced at the deeply sleeping Amao. Why would he forsake the real Amao to fabricate a phantasmagorical world? Once he dispelled the transformation technique, Shui naturally beckoned to Mimi, who lay at the foot of the bed, signaling for her to reassure his grandfather. However, he decided not to return home that night. Mimi chirped softly, indicating she required at least 10 fish. With a complicated heart, Shui acquiesced. At this rate, I might as well become a mother hen. She flapped her wings in acceptance of the overtime and took flight. Shui reclined once more, allowing the dreaming Amao to grasp his arms and nibble them while murmuring something about Dafu and Ashui. Who, is she lost in sweet dreams? How utterly adorable. He blissfully closed his eyes. The following morning, Danzo watched Shui, once again bustling in the kitchen alongside Shin, and fell into contemplation. Kagami, as your old friend, I must ask you something. Are the doors to your home merely decorative? Or what time do you all rise? The old era had passed. The village needed new strength and direction to forge its future. We have voted to elect a new leader. On stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered his inaugural address with unprecedented fervor, prompting Danzo to remark that this man was utterly devoid of salt. He was hailed on the battlefield as the golden flash of Konoha, embodying a fiery spirit. Thus, I officially declare that from this day forth, Namikaze Minato shall become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. He gratefully removed the Hokage hat. Oh, the crowd erupted in cheers. Namikaze Minato ascended the stage with heavy steps, donning the mantle of the 4th Hokage to commence his speech. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Is this for real? Why do I sense that Minato-sensei's expression is less than enthusiastic? Hataki Sakumo rubbed his head. Ah, one cannot speak so lightly. The Hokage position is quite commendable. But when the Umbu came looking for you yesterday, you vanished in an instant. Kakashi retorted, swatting away the hand atop his head. I've grown up. Nearby, Obito gazed at a flyer outlining career prospects with mixed feelings. Hey, Kakashi, I think I want to join the Umbu. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Save it. The Umbu won't take a 13-year-old who still wears his clothes backward. What did you say? Obito exclaimed, easily igniting. But I've already decided to join the medical corps. Rin skillfully shifted the topic. If you ever get injured, you can come find me, but I hope you won't need to. Obito's eyes glistened with tears. An angel. Thank you, I will. Kakashi awkwardly replied. Meanwhile, Matsuhara glanced at Ameo, Shursui, and Itachi. Do you have anything to say to me? Ameo tilted her head in confusion. No need to be polite. It's Matsuhara's duty, right? Shursui looked up. Imachim, suddenly the sun is so intense. I can't comprehend. Itachi extended his hand. Thank you. Matsuharu, you are also an angel. Here's a string of dango. Matsuharu adjusted his glasses. Observing the absurdity of the three, I should never have asked. After the meeting, Namikaze Minato appeared before the group, scratching his head shyly as he extended an invitation. Next week is the day of my wedding to Kushina. Here is the address, and I hope you all can attend. Oh, Obito's eyes sparkled. Is it finally happening? That's wonderful. I see the hope of becoming a teacher. Rin chimed in, wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Congratulations, sensei. Hatake Tsukumo patted Minato's shoulder with a smile. We will certainly attend the banquet of the fourth Hokage. Minato felt a wave of gratitude. Senpai, it would be even better if you could refrain from slipping away before the election. Take good care of Sister Tomato, teach. Ameo patted his arm. Otherwise, all your actions will become evidence in court. Minato paused. Really? Matsuharu exclaimed in shock. Ameo, what are you saying? He is the fourth Hokage. What if there is foul play? Minato. Shursui reassured him. It's fine. We still have Grandpa and Danzo Grandpa. Minato. Matsuharu pondered. True, Great-Grandma is still in good health. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with a Hokage. Minato. At this moment, Itachi eagerly raised his hand. My father is the head of the police force. Minato felt an overwhelming pressure. Wait a minute. This group of children will eventually work under my command, right? That has to be the case. Namikaze Minato felt as if the sky, which had just begun to stabilize after becoming the fourth Hokage, was now collapsing entirely. Hatake Tsukumo, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, chuckled. Well, from now on, it seems you'll have your hands full, Minato-kun. The esteemed fourth Hokage, wearing a forlorn expression, was hastily whisked away by Nara Shikaku. Hurry. We need to familiarize ourselves with the procedures. I don't want to work overtime. What sort of Hokage has no authority? Minato's tears streamed down. Kushina. Even though we've only been apart for a few minutes, I miss you. 2 months later, Minato once again shattered the record for punctuality in Hokage departures. To clarify, he was the one who had always held this record. The last Hokage to leave on time was the second Hokage. In the awed gaze of Nara Shikaku, he stretched and exhaled. What's up with today? There are quite a few documents. Kakashi, perched on the windowsill in his dog mask, remarked, what about all those years of overtime your father put in? Today it's Kakashi, he said, lifting his head and waving towards the window. Would you like to come over for dinner? Obito and the others are here too. Kakashi paused for a moment. Sure. You can go ahead. No need to be so formal, Minato chuckled, opening the window and draping an arm around his shoulder. He turned back to Nara Shikaku. Let me know if anything comes up. In a flash, the two vanished from sight. Nara Shikaku organized the documents in his hands and sighed. How enviable. That kind of skill is so practical. I wish I could return home in an instant too. Kakashi was transported to Namikaze Minato's home, fully equipped. They're coming. They're coming. Uzumaki Kushina rose to greet him. You've worked hard. Go wash your hands. The two were ushered into the washroom. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice resonated from outside. It was Matsuru. Big sister. We're here. Kushina began calling out to those perched on the roof. Obito, hurry up and open the door. Obito, slouching and wearing his mask, lamented as he tumbled into the house. Hey, no one told me that Umbu work was this tedious. Just patrolling and standing around looking at the scenery. I thought it would be quite cool. The door creaked open, revealing Rin, Matsuharu, Shursui, and Ameo. Obito pondered a serious question. With so many people, surely Minato-sensei's spatula would be smoking from overuse. Chapter 71. Sasuke has arrived. Speaking of which, Kushina-sensei didn't work this afternoon. She returned after buying some groceries. Is there something good happening? In the afternoon, as the shift changed, the ever-curious Kakashi inquired about the situation. Minato turned his head, intrigued. What is going on? Kakashi, peeling vegetables, replied. How would we know if you, sensei, are unaware? At that moment, someone peeked through the kitchen door, It was Shirzue. He chuckled and asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. "As long as you don't bring Amaya in, everything is negotiable." The memory of the last time she washed vegetables and nearly tried to devour them raw lingered vividly. "Oh," Shirzue sighed. "Kakashi, you are rather demanding." Kakashi retorted, "Are you hungry? Take this to Amaya." Minato, smiling, handed over a clean tomato. "Ah, thank you." Shirzue politely expressed his gratitude before closing the door. Inside the kitchen, the sounds of peeling, frying, and washing filled the air. Suddenly, Obito voiced a thought. "Don't you all find Shirzue rather peculiar these past few months? Although it was somewhat similar before, now he seems to appear whenever Amaya is around." Kakashi privately rolled his eyes, realizing that some were just catching on. Minato paused mid-cooking. "Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Whether it's taking on missions or reporting back, they seem inseparable. What could have happened?" It coincides with the months of Amaya's disappearance, and even Lord Danzo didn't provide any clarity. A tinge of worry crept in, though it didn't linger long. True to his title as the Yellow Flash, Minato was remarkably swift in the kitchen. With a simple spread of 8 dishes and a soup, everyone gathered around the table. Kushina announced a delightful piece of news. "I'm pregnant." She raised her glass high. "Let us toast." Amaya was the first to clink glasses with her, followed by Shirzue, Matsuri, and Rin. The remaining 3 sat in stunned silence, their heads spinning as if loading a game. Clatter. Minato's chopsticks fell onto the table, the sound jolting him from his stupor. He stood abruptly, bewildered. What? It was Amaya who discovered it. "I bumped into her on the road at noon, and she told me." I was utterly shocked. Kushina beamed with a silly grin. Hee. After checking with Rin, "It's been 6 weeks. Rin smiled. "We just heard the heartbeat. Amaya is quite perceptive." Amaya signaled with a basic gesture of celebration. Matsuri proudly thumped his chest. "I'll be in charge of therapy from now on." "Ah, congratulations, Kushina-sensei, Minato-sensei." Kakashi chuckled with narrowed eyes. "You're quick on the uptake." Obito was already bubbling with excitement. Kushina sighed. "You lot." Minato, disregarding everything else, activated his sensory abilities. He placed his hand on Kushina's abdomen, feeling a tiny heartbeat. Tears welled up in his eyes, reminiscent of the day he married Kushina. Amidst the teasing and understanding gazes of those around, he moved closer, gently embracing Kushina, sobbing, Thank you all." In that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Months later, at the Uchiha training grounds, Shirzue remarked, "Little Itachi, we haven't seen much of you lately." He retracted his Sharingan and looked towards him. "Yes, Mother has been under a lot of stress lately." Itachi withdrew the shuriken and kunai lodged in the target. Recently, he had begun attending school, and with the added responsibility of taking care of his mother, it was inconvenient. Today, his mother had even insisted he go out and not hover around her, as his father was home. Just as he contemplated this, the door shut with his father's satisfied gaze. Such childish adults. Yet, a peculiar feeling lingered within Itachi. Was it a premonition? Mimi yawned nearby, curling up and dozing off. She was growing increasingly plump. Not far off, Amaya's grandmother was engaged in a vigorous training session, transforming her blade red after chopping down 3 trees. At this rate, they might not need heating, as firewood could suffice for winter. Oddly, how does one turn a blade red without fire? Lost in thought, Itachi involuntarily leapt up and threw another kunai. Thud, thud. One veered off course, failing to hit the center. TSK. He landed. Shirzue approached with concern. "Not feeling well? Perhaps you should rest at home for a bit?" Before Itachi could respond, a tanuki wandered around the tree where Amaya was chopping. It was his father's summon. The sense of foreboding intensified. His heart began to race. "Little Itachi, there's an emergency. Mikoto has gone to the hospital." Buzz. His mind blanked, and a ringing filled his ears, leaving him uncertain of his response. Suddenly, he felt his wrist gripped tightly. Turning, he saw Amaya's grandmother. "No time to explain. Get in the car." She swiftly hoisted him onto her back, transforming into a glowing yellow arc boom. The familiar dizzying sensation enveloped Itachi, reminiscent of his childhood. Boom. Screech. Following a clap of thunder on a clear day, a commotion erupted at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. The guard squinted and saw a black-haired, gold-eyed girl carrying a dazed boy, urgently halting at the hospital entrance. With the breath of thunder, "I shall fulfill my mission," the girl declared as she set him down. Shaking him gently, "Little Itachi, we've arrived. Why are you so limp? Do you need some cold water?" Just then, A shadow fell beside them. It was a curly-haired boy with black eyes, scratching his head in apparent distress. Ah, I seem to have forgotten which ward it is. The girl looked equally perplexed. I left Mimi behind. The boy named Itachi struggled to steady himself and staggered inside. I know. Follow me. The guard exclaimed, Hey kid, aren't you supposed to run in a straight line? Why are you heading towards the window? Inside the ward, Mikoto was calmly chatting with Tsunade, while her husband Fugaku wore a serious expression, causing the other doctors and nurses to jump in surprise. Stop frowning, Mikoto sighed, glancing at him. You two are just like each other. Fugaku weakly protested, I'm not. Before he could finish, the window swung open. Mother. The person they had just been discussing appeared at the windowsill, panic etched on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine, Mikoto replied helplessly. You arrived too quickly. I just lay down. These two men must be overly anxious. It was merely the onset of labor. Why were they all acting as if facing a dire threat? Matsuri adjusted her glasses, observing, Little Itachi, there's a door right here. Tsunade burst into laughter. It seems you Uchiha are always entertaining. If you need anything, just call us. She led a large group away. At that moment, two heads peeked back through the window, one tall and one short. Excuse us, the taller one smiled apologetically. We brought little Itachi here to see if we could assist. The shorter one raised a hand. I'm the delivery boy, but it appeared that their help was not required. Fugaku had conveyed that Mikoto had gone to the hospital and that it was an emergency. Itachi observed his mother, reassured by her calm demeanor, and finally felt relief. Ah, Mikoto smiled at Fugaku, who seemed uneasy. I recall that precise information transmission is a fundamental skill for ninjas, right? Why does it sound as though you're at death's door? She thought to herself how the thunder on a sunny day must have startled both Shirzue and this thunderous figure. Fugaku was drenched in sweat, recalling how his mind had gone blank at that moment. The three of them expressed their gratitude before inviting Shirzue and Amaya over for a visit. As they descended from the windowsill, Amaya eagerly proclaimed, This time, I shall impart all my skills to that child. Does Amaya prefer boys or girls? Shirzue inquired, smiling. Either is fine, Amaya replied decisively, as long as they're strong. She had long envied the simple yet powerful breathing techniques of the rock and sound pillars. Jishue sighed. At this moment, Mimi floated over, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor, and began poking at Amiao's head. Amiao, you fool. Amiao, feigning ignorance, declared, Let's go eat first. Ever since Shin and Dei joined the Roots, the end of their workday had become as uncertain as that of her older brother. Conversely, the most stable end time was surprisingly that of the fourth Hokage's teaching tools. Her brother had once muttered something enviously about the quick reflexes of the likes of Qing Shui. All right, Ji Shui smiled cheerfully. I heard the barbecue at the village entrance is quite good. Shall we give it a try? Yes. Amiao and Mimi nodded in unison. Itachi gazed at the wrinkled child in his mother's arms, a sudden softness enveloping his heart. His mother, noticing his unwavering stare, revealed a tender smile amidst her fatigue. Itachi, would you like to hold him? Beside her, his father held a bowl, blowing on the soup meant to nourish his mother. Let him hold him for a while. Your arms must be tired. His mother shot him a playful glare before placing the child in Itachi's embrace. So soft, so small, so light. Despite having practiced countless times the proper way to hold a child, the real experience felt quite different. The little one, having left the familiar warmth, scrunched up his face and began to pout, on the verge of tears. Itachi anxiously lifted his gaze to his mother. Hee, it's rare to see little Itachi like this. His mother chuckled lightly. Just give him a gentle pat. Itachi awkwardly lowered his head, lightly patting the bundled infant. The little bundle seemed to find comfort, opening his tear-filled eyes, revealing their black hue. Of course, the Uchiha clan's eyes were typically black. Ah, he smiled. The child's brow relaxed, his mouth agape, revealing tender pink gums. Though newborns are often considered unattractive, for some reason, he found this one utterly adorable. Ah, he's smiling for the first time. His mother remarked in surprise. It seems he really likes you, Itachi. Is that so? Itachi whispered softly, a part of his heart sinking, filled with the child's joyful expression. From now on, he would be this child's older brother. Please take care of me. Itachi smiled down at him. Their bloodline bound them closely, a blissful sensation coursing through his entire being. No matter what the future held, health, illness, or even death, they would always be family, and that would never change. In a place unseen by others, Otomo quietly rotated in his gradually reddening eyes. Oh, the child emitted a sound, almost as if in response. So, did little Itachi awaken because of him? Jishui waved his finger in front of the child in Itachi's arms, receiving a disapproving awe from the baby. Not him. It's Sasuke, Itachi said with a serious expression. The name was just decided yesterday. Ah, it seems he resembles Lord Fugaku quite a bit, Jishui mused. Mimi peered curiously from the side. Abiye. Sasuke let out an adorable sound. Grabbing at the beak of Mimi remained remarkably calm, allowing the child to clutch at him, although his red eyes emitted an eerie glow. Itachi, maintaining a stoic face, prevented any reckless ideas. No, he cannot eat fish yet. Mimi let out a disappointed croak. God knows why Mimi flew away at the first sight of Sasuke, only to return with a lively fish shortly after. Was it a case of parent birds nurturing their young? Jishui chuckled at the scene for a moment before glancing at a Miao, who was huddled in the corner. Whenever little Sasuke caught sight of those vacant golden eyes, he would erupt into a fit of inconsolable cries, no soothing method proving effective. For now, he could only sulk in the shadows. Jishui suggested, how about you try transforming into someone familiar, a Miao? A Miao shook her head. If it's not me holding him, I refuse outright. Jishui sighed in resignation. Haha, that's quite impressive. Under Itachi's gentle patting, Sasuke gradually fell asleep, starting to snore softly. Finally, a Miao could come closer to observe the human infant. Just then, the door was knocked on, revealing Mei-chin, who cheerfully brought in tea and snacks. Come, our little Itachi has been well taken care of by you all. Not at all, Jishui replied with a smile. Little Itachi is remarkable, wouldn't you agree, a Miao? A Miao, already indulging in the snacks, nodded in agreement. Itachi placed Sasuke in a nearby crib and rushed to wash his hands. By the time he returned, everything had changed. Sasuke was awake, and his mother wore a joyful expression as she watched a Miao playfully tease the baby. Jishui appeared to have something on his mind. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted from the child, engulfing the room in chaos. Itachi covered his face. He had just managed to soothe him. A Miao returned home. It just so happened that Danzo had finished work early that day. Observing a Miao's expressionless yet seemingly pleased countenance, he inquired, did something good happen today? A Miao replied excitedly, I almost got caught while petting a cat. Danzo twitched his lips, recalling a Miao's persistent aversion to cats. Maybe you should try petting a dog next time, he suggested, but then faltered. Wait. What was I going to say? Age had certainly dulled his memory. Before sleeping, Danzo finally recalled that matter. He yawned and knocked on a Miao's door. A Miao. In 2 days, the Jonin selection will take place. I've signed you and Jishui up. Remember not to undertake any missions. Oh, all right. Came a Miao's muffled response from within. Was she buried under the blankets? Her voice sounded peculiar. Nevertheless, it was enough to know. The experiments of late had been overwhelmingly exhausting, and even the surveillance mirrors were weary. He was utterly fatigued. Yawning as he stumbled back to his room and collapsed onto the bed, instantly falling asleep. In a Miao's room, Jishui sighed in relief upon hearing silence from the other side. Phew, had he taken just one more second to respond, Grandpa Danzo would have pushed the door open. He gazed at the tightly held arms and the sleeping Miao, exhaling a deep sigh. This was not a conducive environment for escape. Thankfully, he could just about mimic a Miao's voice. He drowsily closed his eyes,